In his previous life, as an adopted son of the prestigious Chen family, he found himself in dire need of a kidney due to renal failure. By a twist of fate, the Chen family retrieved their biological son, who had been mistakenly swapped 15 years prior, named Chen Shi. Upon his return to the Chen household, Chen Shi, yearning for the affection he craved, endeavored to win over his parents and 5 sisters through various means of flattery. He even tolerated the adopted son's whims. However, the outcome was disheartening. The family, in consideration of the adopted son's feelings, displayed indifference and disdain towards him. Ultimately, during the kidney transplant operation, an unfortunate incident occurred, resulting in his tragic demise on the operating table. After his death, he traversed to Earth, where he learned through an online drama that the failure of the surgery was not an accident, but rather a conspiracy orchestrated by the adopted son. In the wake of his untimely death, the family did not express sorrow. Instead, they celebrated the rebirth of the adopted son with a grand feast that lasted 3 days. After his life on Earth concluded, he was reincarnated back into his original world. Clutching onto a flicker of hope, he sought to reclaim that humble semblance of familial affection. Yet the reality was stark. He failed miserably, utterly defeated. He resolved to abandon his subservience, to no longer pander, and to cease debasing himself in a futile quest for the skewed affections of his family. If you do not wish to coexist, then let us part ways. From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you. We are no longer indebted to one another. I shall no longer grovel. What? You regret your actions? I am sorry, but it is too late. My heart has already perished. Chapter 1. I have become resolute, and you are unaccustomed to this change. Chen Shi, how could you commit such an act against Xiao Cui? You are truly less than a beast. The eldest sister, Chen Shi, pointed an accusatory finger at the maid Xiao Cui, her voice seething with rage directed at Chen Shi. The young maid huddled in the corner of the bed, tightly enveloped in her blanket, weeping incessantly. Miss, please stand up for me. Chen Shi lifted his gaze, his expression calm as he cast a glance at the two. I went to bed early last night and awoke only recently. It was not I who did this. The second sister, Chen Shi, regarded him with disdain. You are the only one capable of such actions. Who else could it be? We usually overlook your pilfering of family jewelry, but who would have thought you capable of such disgraceful conduct? The third sister, Chen Manjing, expressed her disappointment. I've already stated it was not me. Why is it that whenever there is a problem at home, I am immediately presumed guilty without investigation? Chen Shi sighed heavily. Does this truly require investigation? The only individuals here are you and Xiao Hao. If not you, then who else could it be? The fourth sister, Chen Ran, remarked with sarcasm. Why could not be him? Chen Shi retorted. We know what kind of person Xiao Hao is. He has always been obedient, academically accomplished, and has never engaged in petty theft, let alone lies. Moreover, his health has always been frail. How could he perpetrate such an act against Xiao Cui? Chen Ran's tone grew irate, and a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes as she mentioned Chen Hao's poor health. The acts you accuse me of are not mine, nor did I steal your lost necklaces. Chen Shi remained unperturbed, his voice steady. He had grown accustomed to being wrongfully accused time and again. You still claim it was not you. The usually composed eldest sister, Chen Shi, was now furious. Look at what this is. With a sweep of her arm, she flung a pendant before Chen Shi. Is this not yours? It was found on Xiao Cui's bed. You still deny it. Chen Shi scoffed. There's no room for argument now. The evidence is irrefutable. The third sister, Chen Manjing, sighed. Chen Shi, I never imagined that after all these years, you would remain unchanged. I opposed his return from the very beginning, and you all berated me. Now you regret it, do you not? Chen Ran's voice rose, as if to vocalize her grievance. I shall repeat myself. I did not steal anything, nor did I commit any wrongdoing against Xiao Cui. I suggest you conduct a thorough investigation. Chen Shi picked up the pendant from the floor and silently retreated to his room. What a beast! I shall call our parents. They will surely expel you. Chen Ran continued to shout from behind. If you truly do not believe me, then report it to the authorities and conduct a DNA test. Chen Shi furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with Chen Shi today. The usual Chen Shi was always timid, striving not to upset them. Today, however, he exhibited an unexpected boldness. Yet, considering the gravity of the accusations of assault, it was not surprising that a normal person would not readily admit to such a thing. Chen Shi returned to his room and closed the door. He retrieved the pendant, opened its cover, revealing a family portrait. In the photograph, his brother Chen Hao occupied the center position, surrounded by the family, his face beaming with joy. Chen Shi was present as well, standing at the edge, half of his face obscured, yet radiating happiness. It was the first family portrait he had with his long-lost relatives, and indeed, the only one. He gazed intently at the portrait, lost in a reverie. Just moments ago, he had been reborn. In his previous life, he and Chen Hao were born in the same hospital. Due to a mistake by the medical staff, they were swapped at birth. By the time the Chen family discovered the error, The children were nowhere to be found. Chen Shi was raised by an elderly couple who claimed to have found him in a trash bin. When he turned 10, the couple passed away, and he was sent to an orphanage. Eventually, a teacher from the orphanage adopted him, becoming his foster mother. It was not until he turned 15 that Chen Hao developed kidney issues, prompting the Chen family to seek a suitable kidney donor, fortuitously matching with Chen Shi, leading to the unexpected reunion after 15 years. Upon returning to the Chen household, Chen Shi felt elated, finally having found his family. He cherished this bond dearly. To please them, he treaded lightly at home, refraining from contention. Whatever tasks he could manage, he undertook, even those typically assigned to servants. Yet his parents and sisters, fearing that the sudden appearance of Chen Shi would diminish the love for their adopted son Chen Hao, treated him with repulsion. Instead of rejoicing at the return of their long-lost son, they exhibited hostility, continually finding fault with him while showering Chen Hao with excess affection. To coerce him into signing the kidney donation agreement, they hosted a birthday celebration and granted him a single wish. Chen Shi's wish was simple. He merely desired a family portrait. The day of his birthday also coincided with the day of the kidney transplant, which was successful for Chen Hao, yet an unforeseen complication arose during Chen Shi's operation, resulting in his death. His soul traversed to a realm known as Earth, where he inadvertently stumbled upon an online drama that mirrored his own experiences. From this drama, he learned that after his death, his family did not grieve. Instead, they celebrated the rebirth of the adopted son Chen Hao with a lavish 3-day banquet, while the affairs of the unacknowledged biological son were left to his foster mother to manage. He also discovered that the surgical failure was not an accident, but a premeditated act. The adopted son Chen Hao had bribed the hospital staff, disguising the extraction of the kidney as a medical mishap, deliberately orchestrating his demise. After his life on Earth concluded, for reasons unknown, he was reincarnated back into the world of Lanxing, 1 month prior to his 18th birthday. In his previous life, he longed for his parents to treat him as they did Chen Hao, to hear his sisters tenderly say, "My beloved brother, I cherish you the most." He yearned for a birthday, surrounded by his family, to make a wish while blowing out the candles, and to receive the carefully chosen gifts they had prepared. Were these requests truly so difficult to fulfill? At that time, Chen Shi felt discontent. He did not mind sharing love with Chen Hao, merely wishing that his parents and sisters could spare a fraction of the affection they lavished upon Chen Hao. Just as Chen Shi was lost in his memories, the furious voice of his father, Chen Zhen, echoed from downstairs. "You little beast, come down here." Chapter 2. If it can't go on, then let none of us go on. Lao Feng, go up and drag that ungrateful wretch down for me. As Chen Zhen slammed his hand down on the coffee table, he barked orders at the butler, feeling exasperated by Chen Shi's prolonged absence. Before the butler could even respond, Chen Shi opened the door and descended the stairs. "You little beast. How do you propose to resolve this matter?" Chen Zhen glared at Chen Shi with wide, furious eyes. "I've already stated it was not my doing. What am I supposed to resolve?" Chen Shi replied coolly. Unable to contain herself, Chen Shi interjected, "If it wasn't you, then who else could have stolen your pendant and deliberately placed it on Xiao Chui's bed?" Chen Shi's gaze shifted to Chen Hao, who appeared frail and was leaning against Yang Qian. "Brother, do you truly believe I would violate Xiao Chui and then steal your pendant to frame you?" A flicker of incredulity crossed Chen Hao's face. "Brother, I know you harbor disdain for me. No matter how you target me, I would never stoop to such depths. You are well aware of my condition." As he spoke, Chen Hao's eyes reddened, tears welling up. "Xiao Shi, you have disappointed mother greatly. Your brother is so pitiable, having grown up without parents and now with his health in such a state. How could you unjustly accuse him?" Yang Qian enveloped Chen Hao in her embrace, gently patting his shoulder, her gaze filled with affection and sorrow. "I distinctly saw you enter my room yesterday," Chen Shi retorted with a cold laugh. "That was because I noticed your room was in disarray and wished to tidy it up for you. I understand that you would resent me for asking brother to donate a kidney. I truly did not wish to cause you pain. If you are unwilling, I would not force you. I could simply die. That would be fine too. After all, I have been an orphan without parents since childhood." With those words, Chen Hao's tears finally flowed freely, soaking Yang Qian's clothing. In his past life, Chen Shi had endeavored to cultivate harmonious relations with his family, catering to not only his parents and sister, but even this brother who had usurped his identity for 18 years. He bore the blame for Chen Hao's transgressions without complaint, merely hoping for familial peace. Yet, his self-effacing demeanor garnered him no reciprocation, deepening his sense of inferiority as he constantly questioned his own worthiness. Meanwhile, Chen Hao could do no wrong in their eyes, receiving mindless favoritism and indulgence. Even in similar situations, Chen Hao received praise while he faced criticism. Such talent in acting should not go unrecognized. An Oscar would be a fitting tribute, Chen Shi mused, unable to suppress a smirk. Yang Qian observed the scene with concern. Xiao Shi, how have you become this way? Your brother is in tears, and yet you find amusement in this? She gently wiped Chen Hao's tears with her sleeve, her heart aching for him. Silly child, what foolishness you speak. How could your parents ever bear to see you perish? Your brother will save you. Thank you. Chen Hao began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Shi. No need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you. Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead and die. Slap. He is your brother. How could you utter such words? Yang Qian stood up, delivering a resounding slap across Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi felt a sharp sting on his cheek, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't anticipated that Yang Qian, a seemingly fragile woman, could strike with such force. It was clear she had exerted all her strength. Soda. Xiao Shi. I didn't mean it. Yang Qian stammered, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, tears streamed down her face. She had been overwhelmed by anger and hadn't truly wished to harm her son. Yang Qian hastily reached out to touch Chen Shi's cheek, but he raised his hand to block her. Apologies? Surely you believe it's acceptable for a mother to strike her son. Yet I wonder if your precious Hao has ever endured such treatment from you. Yang Qian's hand hovered in the air, her voice faltering as she struggled to respond. Eventually, it seemed as if she had lost all strength, collapsing back onto the sofa. Enough. You little beast. Do you think you have any justification for your actions? Chen Jin roared, kicking over the nearby trash can in fury. I've said it wasn't me. If you refuse to believe it, you can call the police. There's no need to waste time here, Chen Shi replied, wiping the blood from his mouth, his tone still calm. Call the police? Huh. Chen Shi. The reason you refrain from doing so is that you know the Chen family's influence renders it futile. Even if it turns out to be Chen Hao, they will find a way to handle it. This matter cannot just be swept under the rug. Call the police? If this scandal were to leak, where would that leave the honor of the Chen family? Chen Shi, the general manager of the Chen Group, was quick to think of the family's reputation. You are well aware that Xiao Hao is betrothed to a young lady from the Qin family, yet you deliberately escalate this matter, tarnishing his name. How could your heart be so wicked? Chen Shi scoffed, seeing through Chen Shi's motives as a seasoned novelist familiar with such melodramatic plots. The engagement was meant for the legitimate heir of the Chen family. What right did an adopted son have? Chen Shi understood that the Chen family refrained from disclosing his true identity because he was merely a country bumpkin, deemed unworthy. Another significant reason was the engagement with the Qin family. If his identity were revealed, it would certainly jeopardize Chen Hao's prospects. Of course, Chen Shi held no interest in that engagement whatsoever. You scoundrel, how dare you speak such words? He is your brother, and even if Hao is adopted, he is still 100 times better than you. Chen Jun's fury reached its peak, and he delivered a forceful kick that sent Chen Shi sprawling. Yang Qian gasped, chastising Chen Jun, what are you doing? If you injure the child, what will we do? She then began to sob uncontrollably. Xiao Shi, I understand you feel wronged, but you must know your brother is truly devoted to the young lady from the Qin family. Why not relinquish the engagement to him? You will always have us, but Hao must stand alone. The Qin family is prestigious. This is a future we are securing for him. Why must you be so petty? Over the years, if not for your brother taking your place to support mother, she wouldn't know how to cope. Instead of gratitude, you persistently target him. It truly breaks my heart. Enough. Apologize to mom and dad and to Xiao Hao immediately. I'll take you to your room for a checkup. Chen Manqing, a doctor, offered to assist Chen Shi. Chen Shi shrugged her off, clutching his abdomen as he unsteadily rose to his feet. Chen Hao, you are no man. You have violated someone and yet lack the courage to admit it. How base can you be? Third sister, do not mind him. This little beast will continue to cause trouble if we do not discipline him. He must face severe punishment this time. Chen Iran's eyes were filled with disdain as she handed Chen Jun a rattan cane. Seeing this, Chen Hao rushed forward, feigning innocence. Dad, please don't hit brother. It's all my fault. I admit it was I who violated Xiao Chui and framed brother. If you must punish someone, let it be me. Chen Hao knelt before Chen Zhen, tears and snot flowing freely, eliciting sympathy from the others. What a performance! Chen Shi thought to himself. Get up. You didn't do this. Why are you confessing? You need not take the blame for this wretch, Chen Zhen rebuked angrily. Huh? Who is the wretch? Your precious Hao is the true wretch. Otherwise, how could one possibly commit such despicable acts? Chen Shi remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, the defiance and resentment in his eyes were unmistakable. You little beast. Who do you dare to call a beast? Just wait until I beat you to death. Chen Zhen's whip struck unexpectedly, and Chen Shi was caught off guard, his arm receiving a painful lash. Instantly, a horrifying crimson whip mark marred his skin, a sight that was truly alarming. Chen Zhen was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to deliver a light warning, but in his rage, he had struck too hard. I was referring to your Hao as a little beast. Ha ha. Chen Shi replied with a smile that was unsettling, suffused with endless sorrow and helplessness. Humiliation. With you around, life cannot continue. Just watch as I beat you to death today. This declaration thoroughly enraged Chen Zhen, who, without a moment's hesitation, swung the whip at Chen Shi once more. This time, however, Chen Shi firmly grasped the rattan whip. Chen Zhen was astonished by this turn of events. He had often beaten Chen Shi before, who had always obediently accepted his punishment. Now, he dared to resist, so I could be a little beast. But your precious son cannot be one? Chen Shi exclaimed, yanking the whip from Chen Zhen's grasp and swinging it fiercely towards Chen Hao. If we can't go on, then let none of us continue. Chapter 3. Returning Your Graces. Chen Shi's sudden action left the onlookers stunned. Chen Hao, unable to evade in time, felt the full force of the lash against his back, resulting in a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig that resonated throughout the hall. His four sisters stood frozen in shock. Yang Qian, however, reacted swiftly, screaming, Chen Shi, have you lost your mind? How could you strike your brother? She immediately enveloped Chen Hao in her arms, shielding him from further blows. Old Steward Fong, witnessing this, hurriedly snatched the whip from Chen Shi's hands. Chen rushed to Chen Hao's side, and upon seeing the wound, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Chen Manqing instructed a servant to fetch the medicine box to tend to Chen Hao's injuries. Although Chen Shi had struck with considerable force, Chen Hao's heavy clothing only bore a thin whip mark, leaving his skin unbroken. Nevertheless, the family was filled with concern, meticulously checking his wound, disinfecting and applying medicine. They did not overlook a single step. As for the lash marks on Chen Shi's own arms, they had long grown accustomed to such sights and paid them no heed. To avoid the blood-soaked sleeves sticking to his arms, Chen Shi rolled up his sleeves, casting a cold gaze upon the scene. Once they confirmed that Chen Hao was not seriously harmed, his parents and sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Anqi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing all stared at Chen Shi, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They had never witnessed Chen Shi in such a state before. Something was undeniably amiss today. Although Chen Shi usually lacked proper upbringing and had a penchant for petty theft, he had always shown them great respect. Not only had he rebelled against his father today, but he had also struck Chen Hao. Was it all an act before? How could you strike your brother? Since childhood, we have cherished him, fearing he might dissolve away. Not a single finger would we dare lay upon him. How could you be so cruel, inflicting such harm? Yang Qian Sobet, Klutingtin Hao Tigli. Tears cascading down like rain. Chen Hao's face had turned even paler, as if he had suffered a grave injury, presenting a pitiable sight. Yet in an instant, Chen Shi discerned a flicker of pride and ferocity in his eyes. Chen Zhen was equally stunned by the recent events. The audacity to seize the whip and strike his brother was utterly incomprehensible, something he could scarcely believe coming from his own flesh and blood. Beast! Beast! Just wait until I beat you to death today. Chen Zhen bellowed, snatching the whip from the steward's grasp, poised to strike Chen Shi. Chen Shi stepped forward, seizing the ashtray from the coffee table and hurling it against the television screen. With a resounding crash, all actions froze in that moment, including Chen Zhen's. Humiliation. What do you intend to do? Chen Zhen was the first to regain his composure, fury coursing through him, his hand trembling as it gripped the whip. I have a question for you all. After I ask, I will submit without resistance and allow you to strike me at will. Chen Shi advanced, undeterred, taking 2 steps forward. If, in the course of a kidney transplant, I were to die, would you still allow me to save Chen Hao? After posing the question, Chen Shi's gaze remained icy as he scanned the faces of his parents and sisters. Child, do not speak nonsense. Your third sister is a doctor and has assured us there will be no issues. Do not let your mind wander. Yang Qian hastily reassured him. How ironic it was that, for the sake of an adopted son, they would dare to consider sacrificing the life of their own flesh and blood without hesitation. I understand. But, I said if saving Chen Hao would cost me my life, would you still proceed? Chen Shi pressed on. The room fell silent. Of course we would save little Hao. Your life cannot compare to his, Chen Ilian declared loudly. Chen Anshi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing shot her disapproving glances, lowering their heads in silence. I see your choice clearly, Chen Shi remarked, his eyes filled with boundless sorrow that swiftly transformed into resolve. Chen Zhen, you may strike me now. I will not resist. This is my way of repaying your grace for life, and from this moment forth, our ties will be severed, and we shall owe each other nothing. With that, Chen Shi removed his shirt, exposing his upper body. Haha, this will hurt even more. The audacity of calling his biological father by his first name left everyone utterly shocked. What astonished them even more was the sight of Chen Shi's back, marred with scars, some already scabbed over, others fresh. Yang Qian gazed at him, her heart aching, scolding Chen Zhen. How could you strike so harshly? Chen Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment. I only gave a few light taps occasionally. Who knew? And you were present at the time. Enough with the nonsense. Strike already. I have no time to waste with you. Chen Shi screamed in sheer desperation as Chen Zhen hesitated to act. The atmosphere tensed once more, and everyone involuntarily trembled. Chen Zhen's hand quivered around the whip. Yet the thought of Chen Shi's attack on Chen Hao ignited a surge of anger within him. He lashed out repeatedly, each strike landing heavily on Chen Shi, reopening wounds that had nearly healed. The others watched in trepidation, having never seen Chen Zhen so enraged. Surprisingly, throughout this ordeal, Chen Shi remained silent, enduring the punishment without a sound. After a dozen lashes, Chen Zhen sat back on the sofa, panting heavily. This incident was significant. He needed to teach Chen Shi a lesson, or else it would bring shame to the Chen family if he caused trouble outside. Chen Shi, if you admit your mistake and apologize, we can put this matter to rest. Once the kidney transplant is completed, we will arrange your marriage to Xiao Cui. Chen Zhen panted. Chen Shi, swaying as he stood, donned his shirt, which was instantly soaked in blood. If your wife bears you a bastard, will you raise it? Chen Shi retorted, staring directly at Yang Qian, who held Chen Hao. Yang Qian felt uncomfortable under Chen Shi's gaze. What nonsense are you spouting, Chen Shi? Chen Anshi reprimanded. It's not my doing. Why should I marry? Chen Shi replied, shrugging his shoulders. Chen Zhen, it is you who refuses to fight, so the debt of gratitude is settled. As for the nurturing grace, you have no right to mention it. You sought me out solely to save your adopted son. With that, Chen Shi exited the hall, returning with an A4 sheet in hand. He slapped the paper on the table. Since we owe each other nothing, let us sign this agreement to sever all ties. From this day forth, we shall go our separate ways, as if I have never been your son, and you have no brother in me. Chen Shi, that's enough. Don't go too far. Chen Anshi shouted angrily. We only have one brother, and that is Xiao Hao. Don't flatter yourself. Chen Iran sneered. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing exchanged glances, immediately understanding that this was one of Chen Shi's tricks. Chen Shi, Dad said that if you apologize, this matter will be resolved. Don't resort to such petty tactics. It's pointless. Second sister, third sister, you all see it, right? He is just acting. Chen Iran taunted. Our family provides for his every need. Countless people wish for what we give him. How could he bear to leave? Chen Shi retrieved a bank card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. This is the living allowance you provided me over the past 3 years, a total of 20,000. I haven't spent a single cent. It's all here. Now, I truly owe you nothing. Chapter 4. What my grandson is like, I am unaware. The others were somewhat taken aback. Chen Shi had returned to the Chen family for nearly 3 years, Yet the total living expenses amounted to only 20,000. Hardly enough for Chen Hao to buy a gaming console. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Chen Shi quickly signed his name on the paper. Hurry up and sign. I truly do not need your meager funds. I can earn my own through work. He tossed the pen in front of Chen Jun, urging him to sign swiftly. Seeing that Chen Shi was serious, Chen Manqing was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed his arm. Enough with the childish temper. Come upstairs, and I'll help you bandage that. You can apologize to Dad, Mom, and Xiao Hao later. Chen Shi shook off Chen Manqing. Very well, let me ask one more question. If I am willing to save Chen Hao, can he leave once he recovers? Before Chen Jun could respond, Yang Qian interjected, and Chen Yiran quickly shouted, Chen Shi, you must be dreaming. Xiao Hao will never leave the Chen family. Xiao Shi, both of you brothers are the apple of Mom's eye. Why force her to choose? Yang Qian lamented, tears streaming down her face once more. Chen Hao consoled Yang Qian, saying, I am willing to leave. I do not want my brother's kidney. I have always been an orphan without parents. Even if I die alone outside, no one would care. As long as it makes my brother happy, I am willing to do anything. After glancing at Chen Shi, he continued, Dad, Mom, dear sisters, actually my brother hoped I would leave voluntarily a long time ago. I packed my belongings last night and can leave at any moment. I just hope you won't blame my brother anymore. Uncle Fong, can you help me take my luggage down? Upon hearing this, Yang Qian began to cry even harder, tears flowing freely. Howard, you cannot go. You are Mom's treasure. How can I live without you? Xiao Shi, why are you being so unreasonable? He is your younger brother. Can't you be a little accommodating? Why must the elder brother always give way to the younger? Just a few minutes difference in birth does not justify it. Chen Shi observed Chen Hao's performance quietly. Uncle Fong did not go upstairs to fetch the luggage, but Chen Hao became so engrossed in his act that he continued to move toward the door. Yang Qian desperately pulled him back, pleading with him not to leave. Mom, let go, just let me go. If I leave, my brother will no longer be angry with you and Dad. Chen Hao disregarded the obstruction and dragged Yang Qian toward the entrance. Smack! Chen Jun slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, even if someone is to leave, it should be him. How does your leaving make any sense? With that, he picked up the pen in front of him and quickly signed the agreement. Chen Shi could not help but exclaim, Dad, you are unruly and lack upbringing. It is fortunate we did not reveal your identity at the time, or our family would be utterly shamed. If you had even a fraction of your brother's character, I could laugh again. Now get out and return in a month for the surgery. After signing, Chen Jun angrily slammed the pen on the table. Since we no longer have any ties, why should I be obligated to donate my kidney to you? How absurd. Chen Shi's voice was icy. Xiao Shi, how can you be so heartless? No matter what, he is still your brother. You cannot stand by and watch him suffer. Yang Qian's tone grew somewhat angry. Whether or not to save him is not for him to decide. He has already signed the donation agreement, and he must abide by it, Chen Yiran said smugly. Chen Shi chuckled disdainfully. Do you not know that a donation agreement can be rescinded? With that, he returned to his room to pack his belongings. His room was quite small and simple. Apart from his school uniform and books, there was hardly anything else. A single backpack sufficed. He removed his blood-stained clothes and tossed them into the trash, changing into fresh attire. Before leaving, he reopened the family portrait pendant, stared at it for a few seconds, and then flung it into the garbage as well. It seemed that in this life, that so-called familial affection was unattainable. Ignoring the crowd in the hall, he strode directly toward the front door. Xiao Shi, can you not leave? Mom cannot bear to part with you. Yang Qian shouted from behind, holding Chen Hao tightly. Mom, do not be deceived by her. Look, he is only carrying a backpack, not even taking his luggage. He is just putting on an act. Chen Yiran shouted loudly. Chen Shi paid her no mind and opened the front door. The moment the door swung open, he was taken aback. His grandmother, seated in a wheelchair and attached to an four-drip, appeared at the entrance. In this home, apart from his elder sister Chen Xia, who was studying far away in Kyoto and treated him kindly, only this grandmother, her hair already graying, had always regarded him as her beloved grandson. However, she had been in poor health, spending most of her time in the hospital, rarely returning home. His surprise at her visit was palpable. Grandmother, Chen Shi squatted down gently, calling out softly, Oh, foolish child, have you been wronged? His grandmother stroked Chen Shi's head, her face filled with concern. Chen Shi looked up, smiling as he replied, I have not been wronged. I have been very happy at home. Dad, Mom, and my sisters have all treated me well. Foolish child, you still lie to your grandmother. I heard everything at the door, the elderly woman said, rolling up the sleeve of Chen Shi's arm. Upon seeing the still bleeding wounds, her eyes turned red. In the hall, Chen Zhen and others quickly gathered upon hearing the commotion. Mom, why aren't you resting in the hospital? How did you come back? Chen Zhen asked with concern. His grandmother shot him a glare. If I hadn't returned, what would become of my precious grandson at your hands? Grandmother, we did not bully him. He violated Xiao Chui and refused to admit it when we discovered it, even beating Chen Hao. As Chen Iran observed the extent of Chen Hao's injuries, she expressed her intention to lift a shirt for their grandmother to see. Iran, come here for a moment, called the grandmother. Hearing her name, Chen Iran joyfully hurried over, squatting beside the wheelchair, her face radiant with a smile. Grandma, I miss you so much. However, before she could finish her sentence, the elderly woman struck her across the face. Is this a place for your chatter? Instantly, Chen Iran's cheek flushed with redness as tears streamed down her face, leading her to burst into tears. Chen Shi swiftly pulled her away. Chen Shi wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. Mom, this time, it's indeed that ungrateful child's fault. Don't blame Iran. Chen Zhen felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Iran. The grandmother scoffed. It's certainly not her fault. It's yours. Have your eyes turned to muck to treat your son in such a manner? Yet, he commits such act without any lesson learned. Chen Zhen attempted to explain, but was cut off by the grandmother. I know who my grandson is. Do I need you to teach me? Observing the situation, Chen Hao quickly stepped forward. Grandma, it's all my fault. It's because of me that my brother is angry. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be jealous or want to leave. In that case, perhaps I should just go. Yang Qian rushed to hold Chen Hao back. Mom, this has nothing to do with Howard. He was indeed a bit temperamental as a child, but we will educate him properly. The grandmother rolled her eyes at Yang Qian and beckoned Chen Hao closer. He approached her, head bowed, an overly bright smile on his face. Come, lower your head a bit more. Lower it further, she said with a smile. Chen Hao complied, bending down. All right, Grandma. Suddenly, without even looking at him, the grandmother dealt him a swift slap across the face. Tupterkinj Grandma, I'm tired. Please let me go. And you are what? Just an illegitimate child. Do you have any right to speak here? The elderly woman panted heavily in her wheelchair. Yang Qian and Chen Shi were taken aback as they saw Chen Hao collapse, their faces paling in shock. Unable to contain themselves, they cried out. Several rushed to help him, but were stopped by the grandmother. If anyone dares to assist him today, they shall never enter the Chen family door again. The authority of Grandma Zhou halted everyone in their tracks. All of you come in with me, she commanded Chen Zhen and the others. She patted Chen Shi's hand and said, come in with Grandma. But Chen Shi remained unmoved. Grandma, I won't go in. I'm no longer a member of the Chen family. He replied with a carefree smile. Grandma Zhou's brows furrowed at this, her tone growing stern. You are indeed a grandson of the Chen family. Anyone can leave. But you are not permitted. She then turned to Chen Zhen. Ungrateful child. Go and tidy up. Make that illegitimate child get lost. Upon hearing this sudden proclamation from the grandmother, everyone became anxious. Yang Qian felt tears welling up again. Mom, Howard is all alone, knows nothing, and is frail. To drive him away is to push him to his doom. Indeed, Chen Shi at least has a healthy body. He can work and earn a living outside. Chen Shi added. He has been getting by like this for over a decade. He is accustomed to it. Howard is different. He has not endured much hardship. How can you expect him to survive outside? Chen Zhen protested. Grandma Zhou slammed her wheelchair with force, pointing at Chen Zhen as she scolded, Beast. Do you hear the nonsense you are spouting? What do you mean by accustomed to it? ISNT it precisely because he has endured hardships for over a decade that he deserves to be compensated well? Mom, we have compensated him well and treated him kindly. Yang Qian explained. The grandmother shot her a disdainful glare, filled with contempt. If I hadn't specifically come here today, I might have believed you. Enough of this nonsense. Today, either that illegitimate child leaves, or I will sever ties with the Chen family along with Shi. You choose. Grandma Zhou's stance was unwavering, putting everyone in a difficult position. They all looked at Chen Shi, their eyes filled with anger. If it weren't for him stirring up this mess, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. Chen Shi realized that his grandmother was trying to help him. However, he also understood that even if they drove Chen Hao away, once their grandmother returned to the hospital, the Chen family would still bring him back, rendering it meaningless. It would be better for him to leave on his own. After all, he was exhausted. Kneeling before the elderly woman, he rested his head on her lap. "Grandma, I'm tired. I beg you to let me go," he murmured softly. "When I was young, I was picked up by my previous grandparents. At that time, I lived in the countryside, and my grandparents would go out to farm, returning home late every day. I was left alone at home, not knowing what to do. I could only move a chair to sit in the yard, waiting and hoping they would come back soon. I waited until the sun slowly set and the sky darkened. I was very scared and lonely. I had to run to the door to look out, hoping they would return quickly. I was terrified they would abandon me one day. Eventually, that day did come. My grandparents finally abandoned me, leaving me behind. At that moment, I thought how wonderful it would be to have parents, so I wouldn't be alone. Later, I met teacher Jiang in the orphanage. She was so kind to me, treating me like her own child. At this point, Chen Shi couldn't help but glance at Yang Qian, who was now in tears. Teacher Jiang was willing to take me in, and I was overjoyed because I was no longer alone. Later, they found me and claimed I was their long-lost son. I was so happy at that moment. After coming to the Chen family, I worked hard to live well, desperately trying to prove myself. But it seemed I could never satisfy them. Perhaps they truly do not like me. If they don't like me, then why should I stay here and be an eyesore? Son, your mother loves you. You and your brother are both my precious darlings. Once your brother recovers, we can all be together happily. All right? Yang Kia and Sobet. Shut up. You deal with your illegitimate child's illness yourselves. If you dare to lay a hand on my precious grandson, I will take your lives. The grandmother's words were not merely spoken, but shouted. Once she finished her outburst, it seemed she had exhausted all her strength, collapsing back into her wheelchair. "Grandma, I'm truly tired. I beg you, please let me go." Chen Shi raised his head, looking at her with pleading eyes. The elderly woman's eyes were red and swollen, and tears could no longer be contained, pouring down her cheeks. She tightly embraced Chen Shi. "Grandma truly did not know you were suffering so much. When you visited me, you always spoke of how well and happily you were doing. Why are you so foolish? If only you had told Grandma." The elderly woman sighed heavily, realizing that Chen Shi refrained from sharing these burdens to spare her worry. "What a silly child. Well, go then. Grandma supports you. We shall not linger in this wretched place any longer. You can leave. Grandma will see you off." Chen Shi shook his head. "No, Grandma. You should return to the hospital. Your grandson is worried about your health. I will come to visit you when I have the chance, all right?" His gaze was resolute, and the grandmother could only nod. Kneeling before her, Chen Shi bowed deeply, then turned and left the Chen family without looking back. Even after traversing a considerable distance, he could still hear the heart-wrenching cries of Yang Qian behind him. In his previous life, he might have felt something, yet now he was indifferent. If she truly regarded him as her own son, she would not merely feign sorrow while taking no action. In her eyes, Chen Hao held far greater significance than he did. She could abandon him, feverish and alone at home, to attend Chen Hao's birthday celebration and yet speak of maternal love. In his past life, he had failed to notice this, but with careful observation this time, he realized that Chen Hao bore a striking resemblance to his mother, Yang Qian. Even so, he was still her biological son. Could the disparity truly be so vast? Chen Shi wandered aimlessly through the streets, eventually finding himself by the moat. He lay on the grassy embankment, gazing up at the starry sky, a wave of inexplicable fatigue washing over him. He slowly closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. He was indeed exhausted. After bidding farewell to the matriarch, the family sat on the sofa, the atmosphere heavy with gloom, particularly Chen Zhen and Yang Qian. Before her departure, the matriarch had scolded them harshly, even threatening to sever her maternal ties with him. If word of this spread, what would become of his reputation? Chen Zhen's countenance was grim. "Dad, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you and Grandma wouldn't be in such discord. and my brother Wu Ti have left. Perhaps I should just leave. Chen Hao surveyed the others and spoke cautiously. However, don't utter such foolishness. You are just as important as your childhood. We could never bear to part with you, Yang Qian said, her heart aching upon hearing her son speak in such a manner. If my brother doesn't donate a kidney, I want to have long to live anyway. It's better to leave now. I fear that when I suddenly pass, it will cause my parents and sisters pain. With that, he made to ascend the stairs to retrieve his belongings. Stop right there. No need to worry about the kidney situation. When that ungrateful child can no longer survive outside, he will naturally return, Chen Zhen said in a low voice. Also, this matter must not leave this room. Give Xiao Chui some money to send her on her way. I'll handle this, and I'll also check her health to see if she has sustained any injuries, Chen Manqing proposed. No need for an examination. Xiao Chui is uninjured, Chen Hao asserted confidently. Chen Anqi furrowed her brow. Xiao Hao, how do you know that Xiao Chui isn't injured? Is it possible that you've been bullied at home? Chen Hao rapidly lowered his head and stammered. I guessed. I felt there was no need for an examination. She has just suffered harm. All right, let us heed Xiao Hao, Chen Manqing said, casting a curious glance at him. In truth, investigating this incident will be quite simple. As a doctor, she was well versed in such matters. One merely needed to collect certain bodily fluids and conduct DNA testing. But was there really a need? Only Chen Shi and Chen Hao had the means within the household to carry out such an investigation. Yet, how could Chen Hao possibly do such a thing? Moreover, given Chen Hao's health, it was not feasible. Most importantly, a pendant belonging to Chen Shi had been discovered on Xiao Chui's bed. This was concrete evidence that could not be refuted. If there were to be any possibility of a frame-up, it would suggest malicious intent. Suddenly, Chen Manqing recalled Chen Hao's pallor earlier in the day, which had seemed worse than usual. Furthermore, when she mentioned checking Xiao Chui, he had exhibited unmistakable anxiety. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. She rubbed her temples, feeling weary. Manqing, what are you thinking about? Are you lovesick? Chen Shi playfully tapped her shoulder. She snapped back to reality, noticing Chen Hao and Chen Yiran supporting Yang Qian as they made their way upstairs. Chen Zhen and Chen Anqi had long departed, presumably to discuss matters regarding the company. Nothing, just feeling a bit unwell, Chen Manqing replied with a smile, shaking her head. By the way, accompany me to Xiao Shi's room. Let us see if he left anything behind. If he is guaranteed to return in a couple of days. You're essentially driving him away, Chen Shi remarked with a teasing tone. Chen Manqing smiled, but remained silent. Upon reaching Chen Shi's room, they discovered it was actually his servant's quarters. It then dawned on them that 3 years prior, when Chen Shi had first arrived, his new room had yet to be prepared. Coincidentally, a servant had resigned, allowing Chen Shi to stay there temporarily. They had forgotten all about it afterward. Upon entering the room, they found it quite small, approximately 15 square meters, barely accommodating a bed and a desk. There was no wardrobe. Clothing could only be hung on a metal rack. The room was clean, devoid of anything save for a blanket on the bed and some trash in the bin. Chen Manqing picked up a pendant from the trash can and opened it to reveal a family portrait. In that instant, her heart felt as if it had shattered into 1,000 pieces, causing her pain. Why is this drawer locked? Chen Shi tugged at it repeatedly, unable to open it. It must contain the jewelry he stole from us, she declared confidently. Summoning Butler Fong, they had the drawer opened in no time. Chen Shi extracted a yellowed notebook from within, flipping through a few pages with disappointment. What is this? A diary? Chen Manqing quickly seized it. Diaries are private. We shouldn't pry. I'll return it to Xiao Shi another day. Manqing, what is with you today? Why are you so concerned about him? Chen Shi scrutinized her sister with suspicion. Perhaps we've shown him too little care and don't understand him well enough, Chen Manqing mused, staring at the notebook's cover. Lost in thought. Later that evening, the breeze by the moat carried a chill. Chen Shi, asleep, felt the cold and instinctively curled up, drawing his limbs close. He tightened his clothing, feeling a semblance of warmth. After a while, a sense of unease awakened him. It seemed as if a garment was draped over him, wafting a unique fragrance. It wasn't the scent of perfume, but rather a familiar aroma reminiscent of soap. For reasons unknown, it was both pleasant and comforting, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Yet Years of insecurity compelled him to sit up abruptly. Awake? A soft, delicate female voice broke the silence, melodious and enchanting. Chen Shi recognized the voice intimately, as if it were etched deep within his soul. Nangxing, what brings you here? He turned, astonished, to the woman sitting beside him, hugging her knees, clad only in a thin garment. The cold wind stirred her hair and caused her to shiver slightly, yet her smile remained unwavering. Her gaze fixed on Chen Shi, brimming with affection. Ashu. A sudden gust of wind made Jiang Nangxing sneeze. Chen Shi felt a pang of guilt and quickly draped his coat over her shoulders. I'm not cold. You just woke up. Don't give me your clothes, or you'll catch a cold, she insisted, returning the coat to him before embracing him tightly. Were you bullied at home? No, not at all. I'm very happy at home. They all love me. Chen Shi stammered in defense. After Chen Shi was brought back from the orphanage by Jiang Nangxing, he discovered that his teacher had a younger sister, roughly his age. Initially, the sisters' lives were sustained by Jiang Nangxing's salary. However, with Chen Shi's addition to the household, their financial situation became quite strained. Consequently, Jiang Nangxing found herself compelled to work at night after her regular job, often not returning home until the early hours of the morning. Each time Chen Shi witnessed her tireless efforts, his heart ached with profound sorrow. He yearned to alleviate Jiang Nangxing's burdens and contemplated dropping out of school to find work, but Jiang Nangxing consistently dissuaded him. Whenever the topic arose, she would rarely express anger, which led Chen Shi to intentionally neglect his studies, skipping classes frequently and deliberately underperforming in exams. Yet, such actions failed to alter Jiang Nangxing's perspective. In his youthful ignorance, upon learning that donating organs could fetch money, he chose to donate a kidney, hoping to earn some funds to ease Jiang Nangxing's struggles. This serendipitous decision ultimately led him back to the Chen family. With the belief that his absence would lessen Jiang Nangxing's hardships, he did not hesitate to return to the Chen household. Naturally, he was elated to reconnect with his biological parents. He intended to assist Jiang Nangxing once he acclimatized to his new family. However, he soon discovered that Chen Zhen held a deep disdain for his past and forbade Chen Shi from maintaining contact with Jiang Nangxing. In an effort to please his parents, Chen Shi refrained from visiting Jiang Nangxing for an extended period. Jiang Yin, go to the bicycle and bring over the barbecue for your brother. And don't forget the Wang Laoji, Jiang Nangxing instructed. Chapter 7. I have severed ties with them. Jiang Yin, what are you doing here? Don't you have school tomorrow? Chen Shi was surprised to see Jiang Yin sitting to his left. Jiang Yin, born the same year as Chen Shi, but a few months younger, replied, What school? The moment my sister heard you were in trouble, she dropped everything and took me to find you. We searched everywhere you might go, the orphanage, the school, all your usual haunts. After a long search along the city moat, we finally found you. You really are a source of worry. Jiang Yin pouted, her voice tinged with reproach. Chen Shi scratched his head, feeling sheepish. When we arrived, we found you sprawled out on the grass, fast asleep. You looked so peaceful, with drool dripping to your ear, though we didn't want to wake you. We sat beside you for nearly 3 hours, and to keep you warm. My sister even lent you her jacket. Jiang Yin continued to chatter. Listening to her, Chen Shi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, yet a warm current flowed through him, touching his heart. Perhaps this was the essence of true kinship, unrelated to blood or wealth. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Jiang Nangxing scolded, All right, chatterbox. Hurry and fetch the barbecue for your brother. He's hungry. Jiang Yin grumbled, but swiftly disappeared, returning shortly with 2 bags of barbecue. Regardless of what has transpired, let's forget it all tonight and focus on filling our bellies first, Jiang Nangxing said, handing a skewer of grilled ginkgo to Chen Shi. Yes, indeed. In a place like this at this hour, one ought to indulge in barbecue and drink to their heart's content. Nangxing, why didn't you buy any alcohol? Jiang Yin exclaimed, chastising Jiang Nangxing for not bringing drinks. You're still a child. What do you know about drinking? Chen Shi retorted, playfully tapping Jiang Yin on the forehead. Ouch, that hurt. You smelly brother. Just wait until I get you back. Jiang Yin exclaimed, leaping onto Chen Shi and playfully punching him. However, Chen Shi winced in pain, inadvertently letting out a cry. Jiang Nangxing immediately sensed something was amiss and pulled Jiang Yin away. Without hesitation, she lifted Chen Shi's shirt to inspect his back, and upon seeing the welts and scars marring his skin, her expression hardened with fury. Who did this? Her voice trembled with rage. Jiang Yin was taken aback by her sister's fierce demeanor, as Jiang Nanqing was usually gentle and kind, rarely losing her temper. Yet, upon witnessing the bloodied wounds, Jiang Yin could no longer hold back her tears. What has happened to you two? One is like a raging lion, and the other like a rabbit robbed of its carrot, Chen Shi said, quickly covering himself, attempting to appear nonchalant. Let us go home and treat your wounds, Jiang Nanqing said, her voice low and choked as if something was lodged in her throat. Nanqing, I want to finish this barbecue before we go back. I really enjoy this feeling. It's so blissful, Chen Shi declared, taking a hearty bite of the skewer. By the time they returned to the community, it was already past 2 in the morning. Jiang Yin had school the next day and decided to sleep first. Chen Shi, too, had classes but needed to attend to his wounds. Jiang Nanqing gently cleaned his back with antiseptic swabs, cautious not to apply too much pressure that might cause him pain. Every touch was deliberate and careful. After disinfecting, she applied medication and bandaged the wounds, a process that took over an hour. Chen Shi, are these injuries the result of your father's abuse? Jiang Nanqing finally could not restrain her curiosity. Chen Shi remained silent, merely nodding in response. Why does he hurt you? Didn't you say you were doing well during our phone call? Well, what kind of well is this? You've been deceiving me all along. Jiang Nanqing's anger escalated, her breath heavy, her chest rising and falling violently. It seemed as though she was exerting all her strength to keep herself from losing control. When Chen Shi's parents had come looking for him, their condescending attitude had been unmistakable, constantly critiquing and belittling him. At that moment, she had wished for Chen Shi not to return with them. Yet, seeing the anticipation on his face and his insistence on going, she could only acquiesce to his wishes. While she felt joy for Chen Shi in finding his biological parents, it was predicated on the hope that they would treat him genuinely. If their affection were merely superficial, then even the grandest riches would be but mirages, utterly meaningless. Sorry, sister, I just thought that if I tried hard enough to become the person they wanted, they would eventually accept me and love me. I thought I could regain the parental love I had lost. But in the end, I failed miserably. Chen Shi chuckled bitterly. He then recounted the experiences of the past few years, including the kidney donation. As Jiang Nanqing listened, her expression remained calm, yet her fists were tightly clenched. Upon hearing that the Chen family had even pressured Chen Shi to donate a kidney to their adopted son, her clenched fists finally broke skin, blood seeping through. How could such parents exist, indifferent to the life of their biological son for the sake of an adopted child? She took a deep breath, releasing it slowly before asking, "What are your plans now? Do you intend to return?" "I have severed ties with them. I will not go back," Chen Shi replied. "But I find myself homeless now, and I wonder if Sister Nanqing can provide me shelter for a while longer." Chen Shi, fearing rejection, hurriedly added, "Once the college entrance examination is over, I will find a job to earn my own tuition fees for university. Fortunately, you didn't mention going back, or else I would have broken your legs today." Jiang Nanqing appeared visibly relieved. She placed her hands firmly on Chen Shi's shoulders and earnestly declared, "This will always be your home. No matter when you wish to return, you are always welcome. Yin Yin and I have been waiting for you. As long as you are here, no one will dare to bully you, understand?" Chen Shi's eyes instantly reddened, and with a choked voice, he said, "Sister Nanqing, thank you. From this moment forth, I, Jiang Nanqing, shall once again be your guardian, until you are capable of standing on your own. Do you accept?" Jiang Nanqing stated solemnly. Chen Shi nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, I accept. By the way, Sister Nanqing, how did you know I left the Chen family?" Chen Shi inquired, puzzled. However, he suspected it might be because his grandmother was worried about him and had informed Sister Nanqing. "Someone called me, saying you had a conflict with your family." Jiang Nanqing admitted without reservation. There were 2 different calls. 2 calls? If one was from Grandma, then who could the other be? "All right, stop overthinking it and hurry to bed. You have school tomorrow," said Jiang Nanqing as she left the room. Moments later, she returned, carrying a blanket. "You have an injury on your back. Place this beneath you for a more comfortable sleep." As she spoke, Jiang Nanqing helped Chen Shi arrange the blanket. Sister Nanqing, give the blanket to me. What will you and Yin Yin use? Chen Shi attempted to protest. Jiang Nanqing casually replied, the weather isn't too cold now. We can manage with just a coat. After Jiang Nanqing departed, Chen Shi curled up in the quilt, feeling a long-lost warmth. Chapter 8. Why are our compatibility levels so high? The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen Shi and Jiang Yin descended the stairs, preparing to take the bus to school. The two had stayed up late the previous night, resulting in a later rise than usual. If they didn't hurry, they would miss the morning self-study session. Punctuality was an everyday affair for Chen Shi, the notorious underachiever, and he felt no urgency. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, was an exemplary student. With the college entrance examination approaching, every second counted as a race against time for her. Jiang Yin tugged Chen Shi into a jog towards a bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Chen Shi noticed an elderly lady leaning on a cane, attempting to cross the street. This intersection lacked traffic lights, with vehicles incessantly flowing, leaving no gaps. Seeing this scene reminded Chen Shi of his grandmother in the hospital. He quickly rushed over to assist the elderly lady, slowly guiding her across to the other side, before returning to wait for the bus. At that moment, a Maybach halted not far from the bus stop. Chen Shi recognized it as Chen Jin's car. Once the vehicle activated its hazard lights, Chen Manqing and Chen Shi emerged, striding towards Chen Shi. Just as Chen Shi prepared to board the bus, he was abruptly seized by Chen Manqing. Jiang Yin, who had already boarded, immediately stepped back upon seeing this. Yin Yin, you go ahead, otherwise you'll be late, Chen Shi urged Jiang Yin. No, I'm not leaving. I want to protect you, Jiang Yin pouted defiantly. Watching the bus recede into the distance, Chen Shi felt a surge of anger. Haven't we already resolved our issues last night? Why are you still here? Such lack of upbringing. Is this how you speak to your sister? Chen Shi scolded. At that moment, Chen Shi was yanked to the front of the car by Chen Manqing. Young Miss Chen, last night, I signed an agreement with Chen Zong to sever all ties. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chen Shi coldly retorted, you are no longer my sister. Do you understand? Stunned into silence, the two sisters found themselves at a loss for words. Chen Shi, all you need to do is apologize to your parents and Xiao Hao, and you can come back. The agreement we signed yesterday will be nullified. Chen Manqing pointed towards the bustling buses. This way, you can continue living as the young master, with a car to take you to school, avoiding the daily bus crowd. Chen Shi gazed at Chen Manqing for a long moment, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In these past years, I do not recall a special car ever picking me up. What do you mean? Chen Manqing was taken aback. Just then, the rear window of the Maybach rolled down. Chen Zhen slammed his hand on the window ledge, questioning the driver. Lao Zhou, what's going on? Didn't you handle the arrangements for the young masteress pickup? Sensing the old masteress anger, Lao Zhou stammered. Young master, how dislikes sharing a car with others. I reported this to you before, and you said you would handle it. Only then did Chen Zhen recall that Lao Zhou had indeed mentioned this to him. Both were at the same high school, initially meant to be picked up together. When he learned that Chen Hao didn't want to share a car with Chen Shi, he didn't find it unusual, as an unfamiliar presence would require time to adjust. He had intended to hire another driver for the occasion, but got sidetracked with other matters. However, Chen Zhen was still furious. If only Lao Zhou had reminded him a few more times, he wouldn't have forgotten. Lao Zhou, you have disappointed me greatly. Such a trivial matter, and you failed to take it seriously. With so many people in the Chen family, even if I forget amidst my myriad responsibilities, the lady and the young miss could have resolved this. Why couldn't you remind me a few more times? I have repeatedly reminded both the old master and the lady and the young miss. Lao Zhou defended himself, feeling wronged. Upon hearing Lao Zhou's words, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing suddenly recalled this incident. It seemed Lao Zhou had just mentioned it a few days ago. Realizing this, both sisters felt a sting of shame, suddenly aware that they had not been very attentive to their brother over the years. Enough. Be quiet. Go home and await your punishment. Chen Zhen interrupted, cutting Lao Zhou off. It's just a car. I'll have your sister buy you one worth over 200,000. With that, Chen Zhen opened the car door and stepped out, approaching Chen Shi and patting him on the shoulder. A real man shouldn't be petty over trifles. Come back with me. Apologize to your mother and Xiao Hao. They will forgive you. Chen Shi shrugged off Chen Zhen's hand and replied in a low voice. You gift me a car worth over 200,000, while your precious son gets one worth over 2 million. What a stark difference in treatment. Chen Shi had long known that the family had arranged for Chen how to receive a luxury car worth over 2 million as a gift upon his completion of the college entrance examination. Xiao Hao is such an exceptional student, consistently achieving high marks and excelling as a class leader. He will surely gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. What do you have to compare with him? Your grades are only worth a car worth 20,000. Chen Shi, hearing Chen Shi's discontent, became irate. Why must everything be compared to Chen Hao? Can you even measure up? Chen Shi's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. Enough. I have no interest in your car. If there's nothing else, please do not hinder my education, he said, attempting to pull Jiang Yin away. Stop right there. Chen Zhen shouted from behind, seemingly losing patience. He let out a heavy sigh and said, All right, no need for your apology. Just return with me. Chen Shi turned around, locking eyes with Chen Zhen for a long moment before jesting. So after returning, I should donate a kidney to your precious Hao, right? Chen Zhen paused for a moment, then spoke in a grave tone. Isn't it a brother's duty to save his sibling? Duty? Chen Shi nearly laughed aloud. His life or death has nothing to do with me. Unfilial son, what did you just say? Do you think I won't strike you down? Chen Zhen, consumed by rage, advanced a couple of steps, raising his hand to slap Chen Shi. Jiang Yin hurriedly positioned herself in front of Chen Shi, glaring at Chen Zhen with the ferocity of an irate kitten. What do you intend to do? If you dare to lay a hand on him, I shall report you. Chen Shi swiftly pulled Jiang Yin behind him, leaning forward defiantly. Come on, strike here, he urged, patting his cheek. After you've finished, I hope you can leave me be and refrain from bothering me again. The hand that Chen Zhen had poised in the air ultimately fell limply to his side, his piercing gaze losing its luster. If you're not going to hit me, then I'm leaving. Just then, a new bus arrived, and Chen Shi grasped Jiang Yin's hand, pushing onto the vehicle. As the doors were about to close, he turned back to the group and said, Have you ever pondered why the compatibility between my kidneys and Chen Hao's is so remarkably high? Isn't it curious? Chapter 9. Why are you so harsh on him? Inside the bus, Chen Zhen's fury remained unabated. How could I have spawned such a disobedient child? He did not believe he had erred. He had indeed been somewhat strict with Chen Shi, but it was a necessity. Chen Shi had been adrift for many years, acquiring numerous bad habits. If not corrected promptly, what would become of him should he cause trouble in the future? If he could not endure this slight hardship, how could he ever inherit the vast Chen family estate? Most troubling was his son's pettiness, a fierce jealousy that prevented him from accepting Chen Hao's superiority, prompting him to undermine him at every turn. At the very least, Chen Shi had found his way home, while Chen Hao remained oblivious to the whereabouts of his biological parents. How pitiable, especially regarding the matter of the kidney donation. Chen Shi had merely lost a kidney, while Chen Hao faced the prospect of losing his life. Chen Zhen could not fathom Chen Shi's cold-heartedness. He had come today in a conciliatory spirit, yet this ungrateful son showed no appreciation. In frustration, he kicked the back of the driver's seat. Old Zhou, focused on driving, nearly veered off course from a sudden jolt. Chen Shi, startled by Chen Zhen's outburst, quickly attempted to soothe him. Father, just leave him be. Let him suffer a bit more out there, and he will surely return. Remember how joyful he was when he first came into our family 3 years ago? He has grown too comfortable now, hasn't he? Third sister? Chen Manqing, jolted from a reverie by Chen Shi's words, replied, Oh, sister, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. What is the matter with you? Ever since we boarded the bus, you've seemed lost in thought, Chen Shi remarked, somewhat annoyed. Chen Manqing smiled and replied, Nothing, just contemplating a few matters. Chen Manqing kept reflecting on the words Chen Shi had spoken before leaving. Others might dismiss them, but as a doctor, she understood their profound implications. Upon learning of the high compatibility between Chen Shi and Chen Hao's kidneys, she had entertained suspicions. Could it be that Chen Shi and Chen Hao were biological brothers? A subsequent investigation revealed that Chen Shi was the child the Chen family had lost years ago. Assuaging her doubts, and prompting her to marvel at fate's mercy in providing such a compatible kidney source for Chen Hao. With such a generous match, Chen Hao was likely to survive. However, Chen Shi's recent comments reignited her suspicions, leaving her feeling unsettled without understanding why. Before long, they returned to the Chen family home. Upon seeing them arrive, Yang Qian hurried over. "How'd it go? Did you manage to bring Xiao Shi back?" She appeared haggard, having spent the entire night sleepless, with dark circles under her eyes. "He refuses to come back," Chen Shi replied dismissively. Hearing this, Chen Iran exploded in anger. "Let him come or not. Who cares? This is all because of me. I'll go find my brother, apologize, and convince him not to be angry." Chen Hao had not gone to school today. The doctor had diagnosed him with severe kidney deficiency, advising him to rest at home for the next few days. "Silly child, it has nothing to do with you. You've done nothing wrong," Yang Qian said, gazing at the pale Chen Hao with concern. "It's all your fault for being so harsh on Xiao Shi." Hitting and scolding him for no reason, she began to blame Chen Zhen. "He made mistakes that required correction, and you were right there beside me, agreeing with my methods. Why are you blaming me now?" Chen Zhen countered. Seeing Chen Zhen still arguing, Yang Qian grew frustrated. "But you shouldn't have struck him so hard. You have no idea how much it pains me when you do." Now, with Xiao Shi unwilling to return and Chen Hao's health deteriorating, she lamented. "What shall we do?" Chen Zhen fell silent, merely drawing on his cigarette. "Did you scold him again? Your temper is too volatile. It's no wonder he won't come home," Yang Qian sighed. "I'll go find him. He loves me the most, and he will surely listen to me." With that, Yang Qian headed toward the door. "Mom," Chen Manqing quickly called out, "Xiao Shi is still angry. Let him calm down for a couple of days. He might change his mind." Yang Qian found Chen Manqing's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Manqing seemed to have an epiphany and asked the group, "Father, Mother, do you wish for Xiao Shi to return because of Xiao Hao's illness? If Xiao Hao doesn't require a kidney transplant, would it matter if Xiao Shi comes back?" Chen Zhen slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What sort of talk is that? Regardless, he is my son, Chen Zhen's son, and he will return to inherit the family business." Chen Manqing then turned to Yang Qian, who hesitated before saying, "Of course I want Xiao Shi to return. He is, after all, a part of me. How can I not care for him? But Xiao Hao is also pitiful. I cannot abandon him." Saying this, she began to cry once more. Chen Manqing nodded and looked at her sisters. Only Chen Iran was about to voice her opinion when Chen Manqing stopped her. "You needn't speak. Your opinion is irrelevant." Chen Iran pouted, annoyed, and turned her head away. Though Chen Manqing ranked third among the siblings, second sister Chen Shi spent her days holed up at home, writing online novels. Lacking social interaction and possessing a relatively naive disposition. Conversely, Chen Manqing's words carried considerable weight, second only to Chen Anqi. The siblings felt a certain trepidation towards Chen Manqing. "In that case, I hope that from now on, we do not mention the kidney donation in front of Xiao Shi," Chen Manqing stated solemnly. Earlier at the bus station, she had witnessed Chen Shi helping an elderly lady cross the street, and she could not believe that someone capable of such kindness could possess a wicked heart. Perhaps she had simply misjudged him. Now, she even questioned whether the incident with Xiao Chui was truly orchestrated by Chen Shi. Third sister is right. I truly don't need my brother's kidney. I think it would be fine for me to leave like this. In the future, let my brother stay with our parents and take care of you all in my stead," Chen Hao said, burying his face in Yang Qian's embrace, his voice choked. "Silly child, what nonsense are you talking? Your brother will save you," Yang Qian gently reassured him. Chen Manqing furrowed her brow and glanced at Chen Hao. "Xiao Hao, you needn't worry about this. I will continue to help you search for a kidney source. While the compatibility may not be as high as Xiao Shi's, it should still suffice." Chen Hao lifted his head, yet there were no traces of tears in his eyes. "I fear that others' kidneys may encounter unforeseen mishaps. If my brother is unwilling, then let me perish." After saying this, he once again plunged into Yang Qian's embrace. Chen Zhen, unable to bear the sight, spoke in a deep voice, "Rest assured, he will assist, otherwise he shall never inherit the Chen family fortune." Chen Manqing, observing the scene before her, grew increasingly agitated. With a sigh, she quietly returned to her room retrieved the medical kit and proceeded to Xiaozui's quarters. She had not had the chance to address the matter concerning the young maid last night. Today, she needed to resolve it. With less than 24 hours having passed, she also intended to collect some items as evidence. Chapter 10. I shall no longer pretend. Lingaino. One high school stands as the finest high school in the entire city. The students therein are either prodigies or scions of illustrious families. Most wealthy offspring are quite exceptional, having thrived in a nurturing environment, benefiting from abundant resources, and thus are unlikely to be lacking. The notion that all affluent children are inept is merely a self-deceptive fantasy of the common folk. Naturally, Chen Hao is enrolled in this prestigious institution, specifically in the experimental class. Jiang Yin, possessing a keen intellect and excelling in her studies, similarly made her way into the experimental class. Chen Shi, however, was a different story. During the entrance exams, he deliberately underperformed, achieving only mediocre results. Given his academic standing, he would have been unable to gain admission to this high school, but at the insistence of his grandmother, Chen Zhen utilized connections to secure his enrollment. Although he found his way into Linghai No. 1, he was relegated to the lower performing class. Upon returning to the Chen household, he initially contemplated applying himself earnestly to gain his parents' admiration. Unexpectedly, one day, Chen Hao approached him, tears streaming down his face, feigning vulnerability. He implored Chen Shi not to excel too brilliantly, fearing he would be cast aside and left to wander the streets. At that time, Chen Shi, eager to integrate into this family, naturally desired to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Hao. Moreover, seeing Chen Hao's feeble demeanor evoked sympathy within him, leading him to acquiesce to his request and maintain his FA as a lackluster student. Having been granted a second chance in life, he now perceives the truth. He resolves to cease his charade. As the school bell rang, Chen Shi made his way to the senior experimental class to meet Jiang Yin, preparing to return home together. Upon entering the experimental class, he discovered that none of the students had departed. All were deeply engrossed in their studies. There was a reason these students were placed in the experimental class. Each was remarkably diligent, their sights set firmly on the prestigious universities of Tsinghua and Beida. Unlike his own class, which harbored no lofty aspirations beyond gaining admission to a 211 university. Before the bell rang, their bags were already meticulously packed. After searching for a while, Chen Shi could not locate Jiang Yin. He ventured further inside, only to find a group of students huddled together, seemingly engaged in a fervent discussion. Among them was Jiang Yin, and he also spotted another individual, Qin Xingma, the belle of Linghai No. 1 high school and the eldest daughter of the Qin family, who happened to be Chen Hao's fiancée, Yi. As Chen Shi approached, he discerned that they were deliberating over a mathematical Olympiad problem. How trivial, he mused. Even such a simple question warranted prolonged discussion, indicating that the experimental class's level was not as high as he had assumed. He gently tapped Jiang Yin on the shoulder and said, "Yin Yin, let's head home." Upon seeing Chen Shi, Jiang Yin's face lit up with joy. "Brother, wait for me a moment. I'm on the verge of solving this problem." Chen Shi chuckled. "Let us hurry. If we delay any longer, we shall miss the next bus. This problem is quite elementary. I shall teach you at home." The students in the experimental class were taken aback, lifting their heads to ascertain who dared to assert that a question they struggled with was simple. Some immediately recognized Chen Shi as a student from the lower performing class, while others exclaimed, "Isn't he the son of the Chen family's maid?" Indeed, the Chen family had publicly claimed that Chen Shi was merely the son of their maid to preserve Chen Hao's engagement. You, a student from the poor class, who can barely qualify for a 211 university, have the audacity to boast here. One scoffed. What a shame that Chen Hao is absent today. Otherwise, he would have slapped you twice. Due to his lowly status as the maid's son, several students mocked him without restraint. Upon hearing the mention of the Chen family, Qin Xingma instinctively glanced at Chen Shi before returning to her work. Jiang Yin, witnessing Chen Shi's humiliation, could no longer contain herself and retaliated. Jiang Yin was also quite beautiful, rivaling Qin Xingma, but her noble status and aura rendered her the belle of Linghai No. 1. Upon seeing Jiang Yin's outrage, the others ceased their taunts. After Jiang Yin finished berating them, She recalled Chen Shi's earlier words, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Grabbing Chen Shi, she urged him to leave. Chen Shi was no longer the weakling who could be bullied at will. He boldly parted the crowd, snatched the pen from Qin Xingma's hand, and swiftly scribbled on the paper. 5 minutes later, the once blank sheet was filled to the brim. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the pen onto the desk and stated calmly, "I am not the son of the Chen family's maid. The Chen family is nothing." After this declaration, he gracefully led Jiang Yin away, leaving behind a bewildered group of students. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yin could hardly contain her excitement as she recounted the day's events to Jiang Nanqing. "Sister, do you know how impressive my brother was today? He tackled the Olympiad problem that stumped the entire class, claiming it was simple." Jiang Nanqing, diligently preparing dinner, did not respond. Jiang Yin continued to flit around the kitchen and living room, animatedly recounting. The most infuriating part was that before leaving, he deliberately scribbled nonsense, pretending to have solved it. His demeanor was simply infuriating. Finally, noticing Jiang Yin's incessant chatter, Jiang Nanqing paused her tasks, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Yin. "How can you be so certain that your brother's answers were mere nonsense?" Jiang Yin froze momentarily before abandoning her sister and calling Qin Xingma. A few minutes later, Jiang Yin appeared dazed, mumbling to herself, "Brother actually solved that problem and did so in 3 different methods. How astounding." Jiang Yin turned to Jiang Nanqing, hoping to witness some semblance of surprise on her sister's face, yet Jiang Nanqing remained composed. "Sister, why are you not at all astonished? Your brother has always possessed this capability," Jiang Nanqing replied with a smile. "He was merely pretending. He wanted to leave for work sooner, perhaps out of boredom. He consistently controlled his scores in a very methodical manner, thinking I wouldn't notice. With his intelligence, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Beida would be a walk in the park. Hence, regardless of his poor performance, you must continue to encourage him to study." Jiang Yin appeared enlightened. "All right, hurry and call your brother for dinner," Jiang Nanqing instructed. At the dining table, Chen Shi exhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "Sister Nanqing, I used to be foolish and did not study diligently. From this moment on, I have resolved to exert myself. I believe I can achieve entrance to a 985 university." Chen Shi dared not set lofty ambitions, fearing Jiang Nanqing might think him boastful. At that moment, he remained unaware that Jiang Nanqing had already seen through his previous feigned lack of effort. Jiang Nanqing refrained from exposing him, casually remarking, "As long as you maintain a serious attitude, the rest is of no concern to me." However, Jiang Yin regarded Chen Shi with a peculiar expression. Cautiously, she inquired, "Brother, do you truly only aspire to attend an ordinary 985 university? Have you never considered attempting to gain admission to Tsinghua or Beida, or perhaps even striving for the top scholar?" Chen Shi scratched his head, dismissively responding, "That seems rather challenging. My grades are average, and merely getting into a 985 university is already quite a stretch. Haha." Chapter 11. Conducting a DNA test. Midway through their meal, Jiang Yin suddenly called out. Jiang Nanqing reproached, "What a ruckus for no reason. Sister, this morning, the Chen family came looking for brother again." Jiang Yin was so preoccupied with the Olympiad problems that he nearly forgot this crucial matter. "They almost attacked brother again, but fortunately, I managed to intervene." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanqing's chopsticks froze mid-air, and with a swift motion, she slammed them onto the table. The Chen family has gone too far. Both Chen Shi and Chen Li were startled by Jiang Nanqing's reaction. He hurriedly reassured her, "Sister Nanqing, do not be angry. They dare not lay a finger on me. If they trouble me again, just watch how I deal with them." Jiang Nanqing then picked up her chopsticks once more. "You better follow through on that." In the room of Chen Manqing, she asked, "Manqing, why did you call us here?" Chen Anqi inquired, "Third sister, hurry and speak. I need to get back to my writing. The readers are pushing me hard. If I don't write soon, they will berate me," Chen Shi added, having been called over just as inspiration struck. Chen ran, with a displeased expression, queried, "Third sister, what is the matter?" "I still need to take care of Xiaohao." Chen Manqing scanned her sisters and announced, "Today, I gave Xiao Cue some money and sent her away." Chen Anqi nodded, "That is only right. Our Chen family owes her that much. What does that have to do with us? It was all that scoundrel Chen Shi's doing." He should be the one to pay. Chen Shi indignantly replied. Regardless, it is still our failure to have adequately guided him. We bear some responsibility. Chen Shi disagreed with her sister's stance. The reason I called you here is actually related to this matter, Chen Manqing explained. Chen Shi furrowed her brow in confusion. Hasn't this been resolved? What more is there to discuss? Chen Manqing glanced at her eldest sister, retrieved a transparent bag containing a piece of sterile gauze from the table, and continued. Before Xiao Cui left, I conducted an examination and collected some fluid from her body. She waved the transparent bag in front of her sisters. This contains the sterile gauze soaked with the fluid from Xiao Cui's body. It has been air-dried and can be used for DNA testing for up to 10 years. The sisters exchanged glances, not comprehending Chen Manqing's intentions. So, Chen Shi asked, I intend to use it for DNA testing. Chen Manqing finally revealed her true purpose. Chen Shi scoffed. What is the point of testing? It was Chen Shi who did this. Chen Shi suddenly seemed to understand. I see, Manqing. You want to solidify Chen Shi's guilt and compel him to return and donate a kidney to Xiaohao. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi became excited. Third sister. That is a brilliant idea. Hurry and get it tested. With irrefutable evidence, we'll see what that beast has to say. Chen Shi merely fixed her gaze on Chen Manqing, remaining silent for a moment before asking, Manqing, do you suspect that this matter was not perpetrated by Chen Shi? Chen Shi understood that Chen Shi's issues lay beyond this incident. The main concern was his jealousy towards Chen Hao. He could not tolerate Chen Hao and was unwilling to save his own brother to eliminate him entirely. Thus, Chen Manqing would not engage in such a futile endeavor. Chen Manqing nodded in agreement with Chen Shi's assessment. Hearing this, Chen Shi jumped up, exclaiming, Third sister, you must be out of your mind to suspect Xiaohao. If Chen Manqing did not believe Chen Shi was the culprit, then apart from him, only Chen Hao remained as a suspect. Yes, third sister. Has your brain malfunctioned these past few days? How could you suspect Xiaohao? Chen Shi interjected, placing her hand on Chen Manqing's forehead to check if she was all right. Chen Shi concurred with her second sister, adding, Isn't there the pendant as evidence? Surely, you cannot say that Xiaohao framed him. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. Xiaohao has grown up before our eyes, both academically and morally. He is exemplary, and he could never commit such a despicable act. Moreover, Xiaohao has no motive. Chen Shi cannot compare to Xiaohao. Why would Xiaohao want to frame him? Chen Manqing acknowledged the validity of her sister's arguments, as she herself leaned towards their perspective. However, the family portrait within the pendant and the scene of Chen Shi helping an elderly woman cross the street earlier that morning remained etched in her mind, indelible and haunting. She merely wished to confirm her suspicions and sever her own hopes. Since you all are so confident, I shall proceed with the testing. You have no objections, I trust? Chen Manqing rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat vexed. At this, the sisters fell silent. Although they had absolute faith in Chen Hao, what if? After all, the matter seemed to have settled. Why complicate things further? Third sister, why not just let it go? There is no point in doing something so meaningless. Chen Shi hesitated. Chen Manqing resolutely tucked the transparent bag into her purse, stating, Regardless, I must conduct this test. Just await the results. Seeing Chen Manqing's determination, the others refrained from further protest. Now, answer me one more question, Chen Manqing said gravely. I mean, if hypothetically this matter were indeed caused by Xiaohao, how would you intend to handle it? It's impossible for Xiaohao to have done this. If he did, I'd go live stream eating excrement. Chen Shi responded without a moment's hesitation, her tone light and carefree. I said if. Chen Manqing emphasized. Chen Shi and Chen Shi were silent for a long while. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shi firmly declared, I still support Xiaohao, no matter what he does. I stand by him. Seeing that her two older sisters had not voiced an opinion, Chen Shi grew anxious. What are you thinking? If it weren't for Xiaohao, we would have perished long ago. Have you forgotten? Chen Shi's words prompted the others to recall a childhood incident when they had gone to the countryside for an experiential stay. For reasons unknown, the house they were staying in caught fire, and it was Xiaohao who risked his life to rescue them one by one. Since then, their affection for this non-blood brother had only deepened, accompanied by boundless gratitude. That is a separate issue, Chen Shi sighed. If it truly turns out that Xiao Hao did this, it must be dealt with seriously. After all, it concerns a girl's purity and cannot be treated lightly. Sister, she's just a little maid. Like Chen Shi, she's nothing but lowly. Why care about her purity? It's just a matter of spending some money. Smack! Before Chen Iran could finish her sentence, Chen Anchi's palm struck her face. Chapter 12. What a piece of junk, how annoying. The sudden slap left Chen Iran stunned, standing there dazed, unable to even cry. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were equally astonished. They had never expected their eldest sister to act so abruptly. After a couple of seconds, Chen Iran finally came to her senses and burst into tears. Chen Anchi let out a sigh, her expression serious as she stated, "First of all, Xiao Cui, like you and me, is a woman and deserves respect. Secondly, no matter how Chen Shi behaves, he still carries the blood of our Chen family. Regardless of his flaws, he remains our brother. That is an unalterable fact. To call him lowly is tantamount to insulting our entire family. Do you understand?" Chen Anchi's words did not seem to awaken Chen Iran. Resentment filled her eyes. "You actually struck me for that lowly person. Chen Shi is not my brother. I have only one sibling, and that is Xiao Hao." Chen Iran's voice rose almost to a shout as she spoke. After finishing her outburst, she covered her face and stormed out the door. Chen Shujin, sensing the situation, hurriedly followed her. Chen Anchi sighed helplessly. "Manjing, please inform me once the test results are out." With that, Chen Anchi too departed. In the classroom of Class 9, Grade 12 of the first high school, it was now lunchtime. Having just finished their meal, a sense of weariness hung in the air. Chen Shi rested his head on his desk, staring blankly out the window. Lost in thought, he reminisced about his previous life on Earth, recalling a web series he had stumbled upon titled The True and False Young Master, which plunged him into contemplation. In that series, the true young master donated a kidney to the false one, only to meet a tragic end. The false young master's true identity turned out to be that of the true young master's half-brother. This false young master successfully staged a comeback, seizing control of the family business and betraying everyone involved. However, Chen Shi was unaware of what transpired thereafter, as the show had been abruptly taken off the air due to its problematic themes, leaving him unable to watch it. Upon his rebirth, when he noticed the resemblance between Chen Hao and Yang Qian, he was almost certain that Chen Hao was indeed Yang Qian's biological son. That day, he had hinted to Chen Zhen and others about his suspicions. What puzzled him was that he and Chen Hao were born on the same day, yet had been mistakenly swapped at birth. How could they be half-brothers? If they shared the same father, that would be more understandable. Never mind, after all, it was none of his business, so why dwell on it? Chen Shi thought as he closed his eyes, hoping to take a nap. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up to find the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Xingma. Although Qin Xingma was undeniably beautiful, Chen Shi felt no attraction towards her. With a cold tone, he inquired, "What is it?" Qin Xingma was taken aback by Chen Shi's demeanor. Typically, boys would greet her with enthusiasm, especially her nominal fiancé, Chen Hao, who went to great lengths to please her. How could Chen Shi, the child of a Chen family servant, be so audacious? Previously, Chen Hao had often belittled Chen Shi in front of her, branding him as lowly and uneducated, rendering him worthless in her eyes. However, following the recent incident involving problem-solving, her impression of this servant son had significantly changed. "Manjing is looking for you." Despite Chen Shi's attitude, Qin Xingma was not offended. She simply smiled and pointed towards the window. Chen Shi turned to look outside, and indeed, he saw a Maserati parked off campus, with Chen Manjing leaning against the hood, peering inside. With an expression of impatience, Chen Shi said to Qin Xingma, "Tell her I'm going to sleep. I'm not interested." This left Qin Xingma momentarily stunned. "Aren't you the son of a Chen family servant? Why does your tone sound like that of a young master of the Chen family?" After saying this, Chen Shi resumed his nap. "Moments later." Qin Xingma's voice rang out again. "Sister Manjing says she has something to return to you and insists you come out. Otherwise, she'll wait for you until school is over." Chen Shi sighed, reluctantly rising to head towards the school gate. "What exactly do you want to give me, third Miss Chen?" he asked disdainfully. Chen Shi, regardless of everything, "I'm still your sister." Why do you have such an attitude? Chen Manjing replied, somewhat irritated. That is all in the past. From now on, I have only one sister, and that is Sister Nanqing. Chen Shi shot a glance at Chen Manjing. Chen Manjing was well aware of Jiang Nanqing. Chen Shi had entered the orphanage at 10, and by 11, he had been taken in by Jiang Nanqing, remaining under her care until he was 15. When the Chen family found him, you lived with Jiang Nanqing for 4 years, and you spent 3 years with us. We still share blood ties. Does that bond mean nothing compared to her an outsider? Chen Manjing said, her voice rising with emotion. Outsider. Chen Shi's tone turned icy. Sister Nanqing, though she shares no blood relation with me, has genuinely treated me as family. When I am sad or troubled, she comforts me. On my birthday, she celebrates with me. During my high fevers, she sits by my bedside all night. And what about you? What have you ever done for me? Chen Shi's gaze was piercing as he continued. Since returning to the Chen family, the only birthday you ever acknowledged was to coerce me into signing a kidney donation agreement. When I was sick, you only cared about throwing a birthday party for Chen Hao, leaving me alone at home, neglected. Whenever there was an issue, you never sought the truth and instead tarnished my name. I have lived on eggshells in the Chen family, ever fearful of not measuring up to your expectations. Those 3 years in the Chen family have been the most arduous of my life. Do you understand? Chen Shi nearly shouted this last part. Chen Manjing lowered her head in silence, reflecting on Chen Shi's words. Realizing that he spoke the truth, she recognized that she had never truly paid attention to her brother's life. As Chen Shi turned to leave, Chen Manjing called out to him, Xiao Shi, please come back. Apologize to Mom and Dad. Xiao Hao surely won't hold it against you. Once you return, we'll make it up to you. Chen Manjing was confident that if Chen Shi was willing to humble himself, they would still accept him. To hell with your apologies. I have nothing to apologize for. Chen Shi retorted, his anger flaring. Get lost, or don't blame me for striking you. At that moment, Chen Shi resembled an enraged lion, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chen Manjing was taken aback. She had never heard Chen Shi curse or threaten anyone before. Until now, he had always been submissive in their presence, never daring to show any anger. Chen Manjing, feeling helpless, said, This is yours, take it back. Chen Shi noticed that Chen Manjing held a diary and a pendant. He froze for a moment. He recognized that diary as one he had cherished above all else, aside from the pendant. It contained his thoughts and memories of his parents and sister after moving to the Chen family. For 3 years, he had kept a close watch on their lives, their joys, sorrows, preferences, and every trivial detail. He had been like a pitiful sycophant, striving for their attention, yearning for them to acknowledge him even once. Yet ultimately, their focus had always been on Chen Hao, who had never treated him as family. Now that he had been reborn, why should he continue to demean himself? With a cold chuckle, Chen Shi snatched the items from Chen Manjing's hands and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. What worthless junk! So bothersome. Chapter 13. Chen Manjing burst into tears. Silently, Chen Manjing watched as Chen Shi walked away, feeling as though all her energy had been drained. She leaned against the car until Chen Shi's figure completely vanished, at which point she approached the trash bin and retrieved the diary and pendant. Upon returning home, she found her family gathered, chatting and laughing in harmony. Even Chen Iran, who had recently been slapped by Chen Shi in a fit of anger, appeared to be in high spirits. Noticing Chen Manjing's downcast expression, Chen Shi asked, Manjing, what's wrong? You seem a bit upset. Chen Manjing merely smiled without addressing the question, instead responding with a query of her own. What are you all discussing that brings such joy? It's just that Hauer's birthday is approaching, and we are deliberating on how to celebrate it, Yang Xian replied. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked at Chen Hao. We are also contemplating what birthday gift to present to Xiao Hao. Third sister, have you decided on a gift for him? Chen Iran eagerly inquired. Chen Manjing smiled and shook her head, turning her attention to Chen Hao. I haven't thought of anything yet. If Xiao Hao desires a particular gift, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. Chen Hao glanced around at the gathered company, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. I don't want anything. What I desire most is for my brother to return. The group fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected nature of Chen Hao's wish, something they never anticipated. Witnessing her son's profound understanding, Yang Qian couldn't help but pulled Chen Hao into her embrace. Good boy. Mother will go find Xiao Shi right away and bring your brother back. Chen Jian, too, was moved, unable to suppress his lament. If that wayward son possessed even half of Hao's sensibility, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Xiao Hao, why do you still care about him? Let him fend for himself. Chen Yiran scoffed derisively, her tone laced with disdain. Letting him fend for himself is a bit extreme, but I believe he should be taught a lesson. We can't continue to indulge him. Chen Shi concurred. Chen Shi, however, refrained from voicing her opinion, instead directing her question at Chen Manqing. Manqing, has there been any progress regarding the search for a kidney for Xiao Hao? Yes, there has been progress. The compatibility is 4 points, which is quite decent, Chen Manqing replied candidly. Only 4 points? Isn't that rather low? Xiao Shi's compatibility seems to be 8 points. Yang Qian remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. While it may not pose a danger, the likelihood of rejection will certainly be higher, Chen Manqing elucidated. However, it should not significantly affect normal life. Kidney transplants can proceed with a compatibility of 3 points. Generally, a compatibility of 3 to 4 points is considered adequate. 5 points are relatively rare, while 6 points are exceedingly uncommon. A compatibility score as high as 8 points, like Xiao Shi's, is virtually unheard of. This implies that if Chen Hao were to receive a kidney from Chen Shi, he would be almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. That still constitutes an impact. It's unacceptable. We must ensure that Chen Shi donates a kidney to Xiao Hao. Chen Yiran exclaimed vehemently. His existence is merely a waste of resources. At that moment, Chen Manqing had never felt such aversion towards her sister. The words Chen Shi had spoken earlier echoed in her mind, along with his expression that, although filled with anger, bore a deeper sadness. This ignited her frustration. Chen Yiran, for heaven's sake, be quiet. Have you treated him well? Do you know that his birthday coincides with Xiao Hao's? While you plan a birthday celebration and purchase gifts for Xiao Hao, have you given a thought to him? You haven't even remembered his most basic birthday. So how dare you demand a kidney from him? Do you have any sense of shame? As she spoke, Chen Manqing could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of tears. She appeared to be scolding her parents and sisters, but in reality, she was berating herself. At that moment, she finally understood the sentiment behind Chen Shi's words at the school gate. It was not merely venting or anger. It was a profound sense of helplessness, a loneliness that stemmed from being disregarded. The others were stunned into silence, rendered speechless by Chen Manqing's outburst. The hall fell into a hushed stillness, with only the sound of her sobs resonating through the air. After a considerable time, Chen Manqing finally ceased her weeping. Chen Shi approached her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, and gently inquired, Manqing, what's wrong today? Have you encountered some trouble? I visited Xiao Shi today. Chen Manqing stammered through her lingering sobs. Chen Shi sighed, I suspected as much. Lately, it seems you have been particularly concerned about him. Chen Manqing looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting those of her elder sister. Sister, I don't know why, but after seeing Xiao Shi today, I felt as though he would never return. The memory of Chen Shi discarding his diary and pendant lingered in her mind. This thought continued to haunt her. Chen Shi patted Chen Manqing's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Don't worry, I will find a way to bring him back. I will seek him out in the coming days. Anshi, I will accompany you. Together we will bring Xiao Shi back, Yang Qian added after overhearing their conversation. Xiao Shi usually listens to me. I believe he wouldn't be so cruel to me. Chen Shi nodded in agreement, helping the sobbing Chen Manqing to her feet and guiding her to the sofa. Manqing, what do you have in your hands? Chunjin noticed his daughter clutching a notebook and inquired curiously. Oh, this? It's Xiao Shi's diary, Chen Manqing said, lifting the notebook and waving it slightly in front of them. This boy still writes in a diary? Let me see what he has written. Chen Jun reached out. Chen Manqing quickly shielded the notebook behind her. Frowning slightly, she replied with irritation, Dad, this is Xiao Shi's private matter. Don't you have even the most basic respect for him? Since acquiring the diary, Chen Manqing had not dared to sneak a peek, even though her curiosity about its contents was piqued. A diary is a person's privacy, representing the most fundamental respect that should not be violated by anyone. However, even without opening it, one could surmise its contents. It was highly probable that it contained grievances against his sisters. For Chen Shi had mentioned that the years spent in the Chen household were the most painful of his life. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Manqing felt an unbearable ache in her heart. Chen Zhen, however, appeared unfazed. What privacy could he possibly have? It's likely just trivial matters about eating, drinking, and having fun. What is the big deal? Indeed, Manqing, perhaps he even recorded the jewelry we lost in his diary. Chen Shi chimed in. Though the jewelry was valuable, it was not of utmost significance to her. Her curiosity was purely driven by the desire to understand where Chen Shi had stowed away those pieces and for what purpose he utilized them. The jewelry wasn't stolen by Xiao Shi. This statement slipped from Chen Manqing's lips instinctively. How do you know it wasn't Chen Shi? Chen Shi questioned, perplexed. The items weren't taken by Chen Shi. Could have been Chen Hao? Chen Manqing retorted, uncertain but firm. I don't know. I just feel that Xiao Shi wouldn't do such a thing. Chen Manqing was at a loss for why she suddenly perceived Chen Shi as someone who was incapable of such actions. At this moment, her sole hope rested upon the results of the DNA test for Xiao Chui's bodily fluids. Chapter 14. It's time to earn money. At this moment, upon hearing Chen Manqing unjustly accuse Chen Hao, her temper flared. Third sister, not only do you suspect Xiao Hao of violating Xiao Chui, but you also doubt him of theft. This is truly excessive. What sort of poison has that wretched creature fed you? Chen Zhen and Yang Qian were both taken aback by the revelation. Manqing, how could you harbor such thoughts? You dare to suspect Hao? Yang Qian's voice was filled with astonishment. And that's not all. Third sister even collected Xiao Chui's bodily fluids for testing. As soon as Chen Iran uttered those words, Chen Zhen slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Nonsense. Are you simply idle to suspect Xiao Hao? Do you even comprehend his circumstances? Seeing this, Yang Qian added, once Xiao Hao celebrates his birthday and comes of age, we shall be engaged to the Qin family. How could he possibly engage in such sordid acts? Chen Shi, realizing the gravity of her parents' anger, hastily intervened. Mom and Dad, Manqing's actions were merely impulsive, with no ill intent. We have complete faith in Xiao Hao. Regardless, you have wronged Xiao Hao. Apologize to him immediately, Chen Zhen commanded in a low voice. Acknowledging her unreasonable stance, Chen Manqing felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. At that moment, Chen Hao appeared lost in thought, his gaze vacant, as if he were in a reverie. When he finally snapped back to reality, he noticed the entire family was looking at him. Yang Qian, thinking that Chen Hao was saddened, quickly embraced him. You've driven away Xiao Shi. Must you also chase away Xiao Hao? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Chen Shi swiftly reassured her mom. Please don't be upset. Tomorrow we will bring Xiao Shi back. As the school bell rang in the evening, before the teacher announced the end of class, Chen Shi grabbed his backpack and dashed to the stairwell. After waiting for 2 seconds at the stairs, he spotted Jiang Yin, who was screaming as she rushed down from upstairs. Once they reunited, they swiftly exited the school gates and sprinted towards the bus station. If the teacher didn't prolong the class and they hurried, they might just catch the next bus, arriving home a full half-hour earlier. This way, they could prepare dinner before Jiang Nanxing returned from work, sparing her from having to rush home to cook. Following dinner, they would hurriedly set out to sell their goods. Chen Shi was a lackluster student, often late and leaving early, and the teacher had already categorized him among the 211 failures, having long since given up on trying to help him. Thus, he always left class punctually. In contrast, Jiang Yin was a diligent student, obedient and law-abiding, consistently ranking among the top 10 in her grade. After discovering Chen Shi's hidden genius, she began to follow his lead in leaving early, reassured by his offer to help her with anything she didn't understand. After several instances, the teacher contacted Jiang Nanxing, asking her to discuss Jiang Yin. Otherwise, she risked becoming another failure like certain students in the class. Jiang Nanxing feigned compliance, but ultimately did not intervene. Upon arriving home, Chen Shi and Jiang Yin began preparing dinner. Both were children of modest means. Cooking and household chores were second nature to them. Though Jiang Yin was only a few months younger than Chen Shi, her personality retained a childlike innocence, characterized by kindness and charm. During Jiang Nanxing's absences, it was always Chen Shi who looked after Jiang Yin. Soon, they had completed the meal just before Jiang Nanxing returned home. The dinner consisted of a stir-fried dish of hollow vegetable, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 2 braised chicken legs, and a bowl of tofu soup. Before long, Jiang Nanxing returned home, visibly exhausted. Chen Shi always felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. He believed it was entirely his fault that Jiang Nanxing endured such hardships. Guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Although Jiang Nanxing was only 28, she showed no inclination towards romantic pursuits. She was incredibly beautiful, possibly the most stunning woman Chen Shi had ever encountered. Even without makeup, she could effortlessly attract attention as she walked down the street. Over time, she had encountered many suitors, but she had invariably turned them all down. Chen Shi once inquired about her reasons, to which Jiang Nanxing replied that she wished to wait until he and Jiang Yin reached adulthood and successfully entered university before considering such matters. The three of them gathered around the table, sharing laughter and conversation as they dined together. Chen Shi felt a profound sense of happiness. With Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin by his side, he needed nothing more than the Chen family's bicycle. However, when they reached the chicken legs, a dilemma arose. With 3 of them and only 2 chicken legs, how would they divide them? Quick-witted, Chen Shi swiftly placed 1 chicken leg into Jiang Nanxing's bowl. Just as he did so, she also moved, placing the other chicken leg into Chen Shi's bowl. Their actions were nearly simultaneous, resulting in a comical scene where their arms crossed, as if they were playfully snatching food from each other's bowls. Unable to contain their laughter, they chuckled heartily. "Sister Nanxing, you still need to go out to sell tonight. You should have one of the chicken legs," Chen Shi insisted earnestly. "You and Nian Yin are in your growth phase. The 2 of you should have it." Jiang Nanxing was adamant. Jiang Yin shifted her gaze between the 2 before directly taking the chicken leg from Chen Shi's bowl and taking a hearty bite, placing the remainder back in his bowl. "Sister is an adult. She can eat one, while my brother and I are children. Half each is sufficient. It's just 1 chicken leg. Why fight over it? When I earn big money in the future and start a chicken farm, you can eat as many as you want." Chen Shi and Jiang Nanxing exchanged a glance and smiled, continuing their meal. They were not so impoverished that they could not afford chicken legs. It was simply that only 2 remained at home that day. Yet, poverty was indeed a reality. Jiang Yin's mention of making a fortune served as a reminder for Chen Shi. He needed to devise a way to earn money. He could not allow Jiang Nanxing to continue bearing such burdens. As the sole man in the household, he had responsibilities he must shoulder. Chapter 15. What are you looking at? After dinner, Jiang Nanxing set out to sell her goods, while Jiang Yin diligently studied. Chen Shi, meanwhile, opened his phone, browsing news and facts, while also delving into the economic development history of the country. During this research, Chen Shi made a groundbreaking discovery. He realized that the historical trajectory of Blue Star closely mirrored that of Earth in his previous life, with over 90% similarity. This revelation suggested the existence of 2 parallel worlds. This exciting discovery thrilled Chen Shi. Although the events occurring in the 2 worlds differed, the main storyline remained unchanged. This meant that while significant events aligned, the minor details were random. For instance, the approximate time frame in which a country might fall or when an earthquake might strike. Thus, matters like lottery tickets or stock trading were akin to blind luck, and he was no different from anyone else in that respect. Eventually, Chen Shi's attention shifted to real estate. He noted that property prices at this time were still relatively low. If the trajectory remained consistent, property prices would undoubtedly soar this year. Thus, he envisioned a method of earning passive income through aggressive property investment. The thought exhilarated him. However, a pressing challenge soon confronted Chen Shi, the source of funds for purchasing property. Currently, he possessed not a single cent, let alone enough for such a substantial investment. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, he leaned back his chair, feeling utterly defeated. At that moment, Jiang Yin suddenly entered, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind, her head resting on his shoulder as she sweetly whined, "Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight." Chen Shi was taken aback and hurriedly declined. "Nian Yin, we cannot sleep together." "Why not?" Haven't we always slept together before? Why can't we now? The throbbing in Chen Shi's head intensified, and he was compelled to explain earnestly. Nian Nian, we are adults now. Casually sharing a bed could lead to complications. Jiang Nian, perplexed, responded, what's the big deal about simply sleeping? Are you upset with my sleeping posture, which is why you refuse to share a bed with me? She squinted, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Shi. At a loss for words, he stammered, unsure of how to respond. I don't care. I'm sleeping in your room tonight, she declared defiantly. Chen Shi found himself utterly helpless against Jiang Nian's unreasonable tantrum. By the time Jiang Nanxing returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Upon entering the bedroom, she discovered that Jiang Nian was not in her bed and proceeded to Chen Shi's room. The sight that greeted her nearly caused her to burst into laughter. There lay Chen Shi and Jiang Nian, sprawled across the bed in a tangle. Jiang Nian clung to Chen Shi's leg, while Chen Shi's nostrils were comically stuffed with her tiny feet. They were so intertwined that it was as if they were one entity. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nanxing struggled to cover them with a blanket before quietly closing the door and leaving. The next day was a weekend, and Chen Shi slept in a bit later than usual. Upon awakening, he noticed a peculiar salty taste in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he realized Jiang Nian's foot was lodged in his mouth, which he pushed away in disgust. He refrained from waking her and went about his morning routine instead. By that time, Jiang Nanxing had already left for work. To earn a bit more, she worked tirelessly year-round without a break. As Chen Shi sat down to breakfast, the thought of making money became increasingly pressing. While he was enjoying his meal, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted him. When he opened it, he was surprised to find Qin Xingma standing there, looking equally perplexed. She bowed slightly and said, I came to find Yin Yin. Qin Xingma's knowledge of Chen Shi was limited to what she had heard from Chen Hao. He was the son of the Chen family's housekeeper. She had also noticed that Chen Shi and Jiang Yin often played together at school, suggesting a close relationship. However, she was unaware of why Jiang Yin referred to Chen Shi as brother or how he had come to be in her home. Her purpose for visiting was to study together, as they had arranged to review their lessons over the weekend. Beauty often attracts beauty, and both Qin Xingma and Jiang Yin, being exceptionally talented young women, naturally gravitated towards one another. After explaining her reason for coming, Chen Shi let her in, and then he entered his room, giving Jiang Yin a gentle kick to wake her. Disheveled and still groggy, she emerged, drool lingering at the corner of her mouth, and complained, Brother, why did you nibble on my feet again while we were sleeping? She completely disregarded Qin Xingma, who was observing them with wide eyes, clearly taken aback. Chen Shi coughed awkwardly and prompted, Nian Nian, your classmate is here to see you. Only then did Jiang Nian notice Qin Xingma's presence. Unfazed by the peculiar look from the heiress, she plopped down beside her and hugged her tightly. Xingma, you came so early. It's not early. It's almost 10. Let's get started on our exercises, Qin Xingma replied with a smile. All right, just wait for me. I need to wash my face. With that, Jiang Yin dashed into the bathroom. While the two diligently worked on their studies, Chen Shi sat nearby, engrossed in his phone. Whenever Jiang Yin encountered a challenging problem, she would seek his assistance, and he would provide her with multiple solutions, patiently explaining the reasoning behind them. During this exchange, Qin Xingma's gaze towards him grew increasingly astonished and curious. Before long, midday arrived, and Chen Shi, opting not to disturb them, began preparing lunch. Although Qin Xingma initially planned to leave, Jiang Yin insisted she stay. Xingma, you have to try this. It's my brother's specialty, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And this, too, onion scrambled eggs. Oh, and the seaweed egg soup is delicious. You must taste it. Jiang Yin busied herself, praising Chen Shi's culinary skills while serving Qin Xingma. Does your brother really like eggs that much? Qin Xingma finally couldn't hold back and cast a glance at Chen Shi, who, feeling shy, lowered his head and silently picked at his food. The pantry was nearly bare, leaving only eggs, and he had intended to go grocery shopping today. However, while scrolling through property listings on his phone, he lost track of time. No, it's just that we only have eggs left, Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Qin Xingma responded awkwardly, and a brief silence enveloped the table. After a moment, Jiang Yin suddenly asked, Brother, I saw you looking at houses on your phone earlier. You're not thinking of buying one, are you? Chen Shi casually replied, yeah, but unfortunately, I'm broke. Why buy a house? It costs so much. Renting is perfectly fine. Jiang Yin pouted. Chen Shi chuckled softly. Who says houses are only for living in? They can also serve as investments. He knew Jiang Yin wouldn't grasp the concept, merely speaking offhandedly. But to his surprise, Qin Xingma looked up, her expression one of incredulity as she stared at him. Sensing her gaze, Chen Shi provocatively inquired, what are you staring at? Chapter 16. Go eat that pile of dog feces and I'll go back. Perhaps because Qin Xingma was Chun Hao's fiancé, Chen Shi harbored an inexplicable sense of animosity towards her. Nonetheless, Qin Xingma remained unfazed by his attitude. The reason Chen Shi's words caught her attention was that just days prior, she had overheard her family discussing the impending seismic shifts expected in the real estate industry. For wealthy families who had navigated the business world for generations, such foresight was not uncommon. Yet, Chen Shi was merely an ordinary student. The fact that he could perceive such trends astonished her. At that moment, Chen Shi spoke again. Qin Xiaohua, could you lend me some money? After contemplating for a while, he could not devise a quick way to obtain funds and thought to test the waters by asking Qin Xingma for a loan. You want to buy a house? How much do you need? Ideally, he wished to borrow as much as possible, but he felt too embarrassed to voice that desire. Let us start with 300,000. Chen Shi calculated that a reasonably priced property was about 3,001 per square meter. Thus, a 100 square meter unit would require around 300,000. After purchasing a house, he could secure a loan and then invest in some affordable redevelopment properties. All right, Qin Xingma replied without hesitation. Jiang Yin gasped, brother, how can you borrow money from Xingma? What did Sister Nanxing teach you? Didn't she tell you not to rely on others? Yin, that's not how it works. Chen Shi sighed in exasperation. Chen Shi, how about this? You can work for me as a tutor 4 times a week, on regular evenings and throughout the weekends. You shall tutor me in my studies. This arrangement will persist until the conclusion of the college entrance examination, and in return, I shall compensate you with 300,000 as tuition fees, proposed Qin Xingma. No problem, Chen Shi replied. Fearing that Qin Xingma might have a change of heart, he immediately grasped her hand and performed a gesture of agreement. In a month, there are 4 weeks, and with 4 sessions each week. There are merely 3 months remaining until the examination. By these calculations, he could earn 25,000 each week with minimal effort. It was akin to finding money. However, the condition was that the payment must be made up front. Chen Shi stipulated. All right, provide me with your account number, Qin Xingma said, as she retrieved her phone to initiate the transfer. Before long, Chen Shi received a notification of the 30,000 deposit. While Chen Shi relished in his newfound wealth, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of confusion regarding Qin Xingma's intentions. Xingma, your grades are already at the top of your class. You are undoubtedly this year's top scorer in Linhai City. Why do you still need tutoring? Qin Xingma merely shook her head, asserting that while scoring 99 was effortless, achieving a perfect 100 was a formidable challenge. My ambition is to become the top student in the nation. Chen Shi admired her lofty aspirations, giving her a thumbs up. However, despite this admiration, he harbored disdain for Chen Hao, Qin Xingma's fiancé, yet he bore no grievances against wealth. Just then his phone rang, revealing an incoming call from Chen Hao. Chen Shi promptly hung up and blocked the number. Moments later, another call interrupted him. It was Chen Shi. He repeated the process, hang up and block. Mere seconds later, his phone rang again. This time, it was his mother, Yang Qian. Jiang Yin, puzzled, inquired, brother, who is it? Why won't you answer? Chen Shi hesitated before picking up the call. What is it? His voice was devoid of warmth, bearing no emotional fluctuation. Xiao Shi, your sisters and I are downstairs. Please come down. We have matters to discuss with you. Chen Shi approached the window and glanced down, spotting Chen Manqing's Maserati parked below, with Chen Manqing and Chen Shi standing beside it. I have nothing to say to you. Leave at once. Just then, Qin Xingma and Jiang Yin approached. Oh, isn't that Sister Manqing and Sister Shi? What brings them here? Qin Xingma asked, perplexed. Chen Shi cast a glance at her before replying on the phone. I'll be down shortly. He feared that if he did not comply, Yang Qian and Chen Manqing would not depart. There were matters he wished to keep hidden from Qin Qingma. Should the truth be unveiled, the Chen family might hold him accountable for the engagement, leading to disastrous consequences. He had learned the harsh reality of aristocratic life since entering the Chen household. Even as their biological son, he was treated worse than animals. If he were to marry Qin Qingma and enter her family, his standing would surely be deplorable. This much was evident. He refused to lower himself to such indignity. Furthermore, why should one voluntarily embrace the constraints of marriage when one could enjoy the freedom of solitude? After instructing Jiang Yin and Qin Qingma to remain at home and continue studying, he hurried downstairs. At the base of the building, he demanded, "What is it? Speak quickly and then leave." Upon seeing Chen Shi, Yang Qian, alongside Chen Hao, stepped out of the car. "Xiao Shi, your mother came today, hoping you would return home with us." Chen Shi's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Madam Yang, I ask that you maintain your dignity and refrain from overstepping." His sardonic tone irked Chen Shi, who scolded, "Chen Shi, how can you speak like that? Call her mother at once." Chen Manqing frowned, adding, "Xiao Shi, speaking this way will hurt your mother." Chen Shi surveyed the group before articulating, "A week ago, Mr. Chen signed a severance agreement with me. Henceforth, we share no ties. I refer to her as Madam Yang. Is there an issue with that? Xiao Shi, please do not say such things. You will always be your mother's child. Apologize and return home with her, won't you?" She reached out to grasp Chen Shi's hand, but he forcefully rejected her, stepping back as he retorted, "Why should I apologize?" Yang Qian's hand froze mid-air, and she sighed wearily. "Very well. I do not require an apology. It is all my fault. Please do not remain angry with your mother." Chen Shi smiled, a hint of mockery curling his lips. "If you believe you have erred, then kindly enlighten me as to where your fault lies." Yang Qian hesitated, tears welling in her eyes before she finally spoke. "It is my failure to guide you properly, leading you astray and into wrongdoing." She appeared anguished. "However, it is not too late to remedy the situation. Manqing has already resolved the matter with Xiao Cui. You need not bear responsibility. If you return with me and treat Howard well, we can return to how things used to be." At this moment, Chen Shi finally comprehended that his biological mother was still oblivious to his needs and deficiencies. Perhaps she understood deep down, but her other son was evidently of greater significance to her. Chen Hao, supporting the distraught Yang Qian, earnestly vowed, "As long as brother is willing to return, I will do anything he asks." Chen Shi scoffed. "Do your words hold any weight?" "Of course they do. I have never sought to compete with brother for anything. My wish is simple, for our family to live in harmony and happiness. I would even be willing to die for it." Chen Hao added theatrically, feigning sorrow as he wiped his eyes. Yet, after much effort, not a single tear fell. Chen Shi nearly asked if he needed eye drops. However, this charade proved effective on Yang Qian and Chen Manqing, who rushed to console Chen Hao, urging him not to speak foolishly. Chen Shi chuckled, turning his gaze toward a pile of dog feces nearby, and teasingly remarked, "Look, there's a pile of dog feces over there. If you consume it, I will accompany you back." Chapter 17. I am the son of the housekeeper. Chen Shi, you have gone too far. How could you make Xiao Hao do such a thing? Chen Shi scolded angrily. Chen Shi ignored her, fixated on Chen Hao. "Aren't you quite the actor? When it comes to dying, you really put on quite the performance, acting as if you were on the brink of death. Now, I am curious to see how this adopted son will respond." Chen Shi felt a cold amusement within. Noticing Chen Hao frozen in place, indecisive, Chen Shi urged, "You said you would do anything. Considering how much Madame Yang cares for you, I wouldn't dare ask you to do anything too outrageous. Merely consuming that pile of dog feces, such a simple request. Surely you wouldn't deny your brother this, would you?" Chen Hao hesitated, taking a step forward before retreating. "Guesting a pitiful glance at Yang Qian." Yang Qian pulled him close. "Xiao Shi, you have gone too far this time. Why must you always target Xiao Hao? He cares for you so much and constantly thinks of you, yet you force him like this. I truly misjudged you." Chen Shi nearly burst into laughter, disdainfully retorting, "You have never paid me any attention. How could you misjudge me? Xiao Shi, you are your mother's son. How could she not care for you? Saying such things truly hurt your mother." Yang Qian disagreed with Chen Shi's assessment, feeling guilty for having lost him for 15 years. However, since Chen Shi joined the Chen family, she had made efforts to compensate. In her attempts to avoid making Chen Hao feel neglected, she believed she had treated them equally, failing to understand why Chen Shi harbored such resentment. After much contemplation, she could only attribute it to Chen Shi's own narrow-mindedness. Well, since you are so concerned about me, let me ask you, what do I like, what do I dislike, and what are my hobbies? Chen Shi inquired. At this moment, Yang Qian was utterly bewildered. She strained to recall any of Chen Shi's preferences, but could not conjure a single one. If it were Chen Hao, she would have been able to answer immediately. Observing Yang Qian lost in thought, Chen Shi turned his gaze toward Chen Shi and Chen Manjing, asking, "What about you two? Are you aware of my likes and dislikes?" Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. "How would I know what you like?" However, Chen Manjing lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Shi's gaze. "While you may not know my preferences, I am quite familiar with yours," Chen Shi remarked, fixing his eyes on Chen Shi. "Miss Chen Eyre, you have a penchant for sour flavors before every writing deadline. You must consume a lemon, as it stimulates your brain and ignites your creativity." He then turned to Chen Manjing, saying, "And you, Miss Chen San, are unfortunately allergic to lemons. Even a slight taste will cause a rash." Chen Manjing was taken aback, for although she was allergic to lemons, only her parents were aware of this fact. How could Chen Shi possibly know? She recalled an occasion when, unknowingly, she had taken a plate that Chen Shi had used for lemons to serve fruit. The quantity she had consumed that time was minimal, leading to only a mild reaction. But she never anticipated that Chen Shi had noticed such a detail. Chen Shi then directed his attention to Yang Qian, gazing intently for a moment before stating, "Madam Yang, you enjoyed dancing. This is common knowledge, is it not?" Both Chen Manjing and Chen Shi looked up in surprise at Yang Qian, for they had been entirely unaware of this hobby of their mother. Yang Qian herself was astonished. Since marrying into the Chen family, she had ceased to dance. She too was puzzled as to how Chen Shi had come by this knowledge. "Xiao Shi, this is something your mother has never shared with you." "How'd you find out?" "How do I know?" "Because I pay attention, and thus I know," Chen Shi replied, his expression serene. Yang Qian's eyes welled with tears, her body trembling as she attempted to embrace Chen Shi, but he evaded her grasp. Chen Shi and Chen Manjing, meanwhile, kept their heads bowed in silence. Chen Shi cast a sweeping glance over the group before finally resting his gaze on Chen Hao. "All right, I have provided you with an opportunity. Since your Haoer refuses to eat the unpleasant, you should leave promptly." At last, Yang Qian could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and enveloped Chen Shi in her arms, pleading, "Xiao Shi, I implore you, come home with me. Mother cannot bear to be without you." Suddenly, a sharp voice interjected, "Annie, release him." Seizing the moment while Yang Qian was momentarily distracted, Chen Shi swiftly broke free from her embrace and stepped back. "Nian Nian, what brings you here?" Chen Shi asked, his expression filled with exasperation as he noticed Jiang Nian and Qin Qingma had appeared. Jiang Nian stood protectively in front of Chen Shi, arms outstretched. "Brother, do not fear. I will protect you." Qin Qingma greeted the others, Aunt Yang, Sister Shui, Sister Manjing. Chen Hao. The sudden appearance of Qin Qingma, who seemed quite familiar with Chen Shi, left everyone astonished, especially Chen Hao, whose complexion paled significantly. "Qingma, how did you end up here?" Yang Qian asked with concern, fearing that Chen Shi's identity might be discovered by the Qin family, jeopardizing the engagement between Chen Hao and Qin Qingma. "I came over to a classmate's house to do some homework," Qin Qingma replied, glancing at Jiang Yin. "By the way, Aunt Yang, did you have something to discuss with Chen Shi?" As this question was posed, the group collectively exhaled with relief, as it indicated that the other party was unaware of the truth. The others hesitated, stumbling over their words, fearful that an ill-chosen response might provoke Chen Shi into revealing the reality. Observing their flustered expressions, Chen Shi suddenly broke into a smile, though it bore a tinge of melancholy. "I am merely the son of their family's housekeeper, originally working for them, but their family has proven to be quite dreadful. Now I wish to leave, as they have gone back on their word and continue to pester me without end." Upon hearing Chen Shi's explanation, the others relaxed, save for Chen Manjing, who kept her head bowed. Chen Hao's demeanor brightened considerably as he smiled at Qin Qingma, saying, Qingma, I've been feeling unwell these past few days and took a sick leave. We haven't seen each other in quite a while. Would you like to catch a movie tonight? No. Since you're unwell, it's better for you to rest at home. I also need to study. Qin Qingma declined. Yang Qian, fearing that lingering would lead to unforeseen complications, pulled Chen Hao toward the car, avoiding Chen Shi's gaze lest Qin Qingma sense something amiss. Manjing, let's go, Chen Shi urged, tugging at the dazed Chen Manjing. Chen Manjing snapped back to reality, but when she lifted her head, Chen Shi noticed her sister's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Before leaving, Chen Manjing, unwilling to relent, made one last attempt. Xiao Shi, will you come home with us? Yet her words seemed to ignite the pent-up frustration within Chen Shi. Miss Chen-san, do you ever tire of being such a nuisance? You cling to me like a stubborn adhesive. Did I not refrain from striking you yesterday? And now you come seeking trouble? His final words were almost a shout. Chapter 18. A chance encounter at the cinema. In the car, Chen Hao appeared despondent following Qin Qingma's rejection. Yang Xian, noticing his demeanor, assumed it was because Chen Shi had not returned with them. She comfortingly wrapped her arm around Chen Hao's shoulders, patting him gently. Xiao Hao, do not be disheartened. One day, your brother will come back. Chen Hao feigned a sorrowful expression in response. Yes, I will continue to work hard to improve myself so that my brother understands my feelings. Oh, my dear child. Yang Xian felt a genuine sense of joy. Although Chen Shi had not achieved greatness, Chen Hao was so understanding. She found solace in that. By the way, did you not mention wanting to see a movie? Let your sister take you tonight, Yang Qian suggested. Chen Hao was inclined to refuse, as he merely sought an excuse to arrange a date with Qin Qingma, not genuinely interested in the film. Well, mother knows you're thoughtful, but you cannot remain cooped up in the house studying all the time. That would turn you into a bookworm. It is essential to relax occasionally, Yang Qian insisted. All right, I will listen to mother, Chen Hao acquiesced. Xiao Hao, I need to finish my writing tonight. My readers have been pushing me for updates. I am currently at a critical point in my series. The overbearing CEO loves me. If I miss a deadline, they might threaten me with dire consequences. Chen Shi, deeply focused on her driving, felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, prompting her to casually decline. It's all right. Your eldest sister and Ran are home today. They can accompany you in the evening. After Yang Xian and the others departed, Chen Shi and the others returned home to continue their studies. Although the events of the day were peculiar, Qin Qingma did not inquire further. In the afternoon, Chen Shi took the opportunity to purchase some groceries. By the time Jiang Nanxing arrived home from work, Chen Shi had prepared dinner. The four of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. At Chen Shi's request, Jiang Yin did not disclose the happenings involving Yang Qian and the others to Jiang Nanxing, as Chen Shi wished to spare him any concern. After dinner, Jiang Nanxing set up her stall. Jiang Yin proposed going to the cinema. Chen Shi, feeling somewhat fatigued, was reluctant to venture out. However, upon witnessing Jiang Yin's exuberance, he could not bear to dampen her spirits and acquiesced. Qin Qingma, what about you? Would you care to join us for the movie? Jiang Yin inquired, seeking her opinion. Chen Shi assumed that with the two of them going out, Qin Qingma would certainly prefer to return home to study, especially since she had just declined Chen Hao's invitation under the pretense of needing to study. To his surprise, Qin Qingma did not hesitate and expressed her desire to accompany them. Chen Shi, puzzled, asked, Didn't you say earlier that you would be studying tonight? Qin Qingma merely smiled. What I said at noon has no bearing on the evening. I've suddenly changed my mind. Chen Shi shook his head, musing that women are indeed capricious. Their words cannot be taken at face value. Qin Qingma did not call for a driver, but chose to accompany Chen Shi and Jiang Yin on the bus. The time around dinner coincided perfectly with the rush hour. The bus was already overcrowded, and merely managing to squeeze in was a feat. Any hope of finding a seat was a luxury. To shield the two from unwanted advances, Chen Shi wrapped an arm around each of them, ensuring their protection. Upon disembarking, he noticed their cheeks were inexplicably flushed, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. Chen Shi speculated that it must have been the stifling atmosphere on the bus. When the trio arrived at the cinema, they were right on time. After validating their tickets, they hurried to the screening room. Once the film concluded, Chen Shi, Chen Iran, and Chen Hao returned to the cinema's lounge area. Chen Shi and Chen Iran initially intended to visit the restroom, but were suddenly startled by Chen Hao's exclamation. They turned to follow his gaze and saw Chen Shi emerging from the ticket exit, accompanied by two girls, one of whom was Qin Qingma. The three appeared to be in jovial spirits, sharing laughter. Having learned about the events of the day from Chen Shi, Chen Shi and Chen Iran were aware of the budding relationship between Qin Qingma and Chen Shi. However, encountering them in the cinema still took them by surprise. Upon seeing Chen Shi and Qin Qingma together, a flicker of malice flashed in Chen Hao's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. He feigned cheerfulness, waving toward Chen Shi as he approached. Chen Shi and Chen Iran followed suit. Initially, Chen Shi had planned to seek out Chen Shi, but was delayed by company matters. Hence her absence. Since Chen Shi left the Chen household, Chen Shi had not laid eyes on her younger brother. Observing Chen Hao and the others approach, Chen Shi intended to disregard them, but Qin Qingma halted. Chen Hao greeted Chen Shi warmly, adding a brother to his name, a gesture that seemed innocuous enough to avoid drawing Qin Qingma's attention. He then shifted his focus to Qin Qingma. Qingma, didn't you say you had to study? Why are you out watching a movie? I got tired of studying and wanted to unwind, Qin Qingma replied casually. However, Chen Hao harbored suspicions. Witnessing the light-hearted banter between Qin Qingma and Chen Shi ignited a profound sense of rivalry within him. She chose not to date him, yet spent time at the cinema with Chen Shi. Chen Hao felt a surge of jealousy wash over him. Qin Qingma was his goddess, and he would not allow her to be snatched away, especially not by Chen Shi. Contemplating this, his expression grew increasingly menacing, though it lasted but a moment. Chen Shi caught the shift in Chen Hao's demeanor. At that moment, Chen Shi and Chen Iran caught up with him. They exchanged greetings with Qin Qingma before turning their attention to Chen Shi. Before Chen Shi could speak, Chen Iran interjected with a disdainful remark about their misfortune in encountering that little beast. Although her voice was not loud, Chen Shi heard her clearly. Chen Shi shot her a glare and admonished, "Be quiet. You'll not perish from saying less." Chen Iran, unwilling to defy her elder sister, pouted and fell silent. "Sure. Would you like to return to the Chen household with me?" With Qin Qingma present, Chen Shi refrained from being too direct. Chen Shi, feeling a surge of annoyance, retorted, "Your mother already approached me today. Are you aware of that?" Upon hearing Chen Shi refer to Yang Qian in such a manner, Chen Shi's brow furrowed. If she were aware, she would understand that he was merely the son of a servant. Given that he was just a subordinate, why did they care so much? Let him fend for himself, then. Chen Shi emphasized his position deliberately to remind Chen Shi not to reveal anything in front of Qin Qingma. Chen Shi grasped his insinuation, but felt an inexplicable sorrow welling within her at his words. It was an overwhelming discomfort. Chen Iran, having inherited Chen Zhen's temperament, was somewhat volatile. When angered, she disregarded all else. If you know your servant, you should act like one and listen well. Do you understand? Chapter 19. I absolutely do not agree to his return to the Chen household. Chen Shi, upon hearing this, became infuriated. He instinctively raised his hand, ready to strike Chen Iran, but upon glancing at Qin Qingma beside him, he held back. If he were to lash out now, the ensuing chaos would be unmanageable. Noticing the tension in the air, Qin Qingma suddenly interjected, "Nian Nian, I need to use the restroom. Would you like to join me?" During the film, Jiang Nian had consumed an entire cup of cola, and her bladder was now somewhat full. Yet, she feared leaving Chen Shi alone to be bullied. At that moment, surprisingly, Chen Shi also expressed the need to visit the restroom. With that, she took Chen Iran's hand, and the four of them headed towards the restroom. Once the four had walked away, Chen Shi tore off the facade. What's wrong? With them gone, why continue the charade of weakness? Brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. Chen Hao feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Don't understand? You were the one who violated Xiao Chui, then framed me for it. Chen Shi cast a scornful glance at Chen Hao. Chen Hao still refused to admit it. Brother, how could you think that of me? I've never done such a thing. You think you can keep pretending? Keep it up, and I'll make you regret it. Upon seeing Chen Shi raise his hand, Chen Hao's eyes immediately reddened, tears welling up. Brother, please don't hit me. I'm weak. If you hurt me, Mom and Dad will be upset. I can't guarantee what they might do. Chen Shi was taken aback, not expecting such a manipulative threat. What? Now you're threatening me. As he spoke, Chen Shi advanced, intending to intimidate him. Chen Hao, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively took 2 steps back. However, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the restroom, as if waiting for something. Finally, when he spotted Chen Shi and the others approaching, instead of running towards them, he dashed in the opposite direction, straight into Chen Shi's embrace. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted, Chen Hao had collided with him and fallen to the ground, sobbing, "Brother Chen Shi, please, don't hit me anymore. It hurts so much." "What on earth? Who are you performing for?" Chen Shi queried, confused. The next moment, he quickly understood. "Chen Shi, what are you doing?" Chen Shi and Chen Iran rushed over, furious, positioning themselves protectively beside Chen Hao. Chen Iran, in particular, glared at Chen Shi with such intensity that it could have incinerated him. In their youth, how could you strike Chen Hao, knowing full well the fragility of his health? Chen Shi's face was etched with disappointment. Who struck him? He fell of his own accord. Chen Shi responded nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "We clearly witnessed it, and yet you attempt to deny it." Chen Iran exclaimed passionately, "Sister, why bother conversing with him? He is nothing but an ungrateful beast." As she spoke, she crouched down, her expression filled with concern as she examined Chen Hao's condition. "Sister, fourth sister, do not blame Brother Chen Shi. It was not his intention. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I, for my frail body succumbed to the slightest push." As Chen Hao spoke, tears that had been welling in his eyes finally cascaded down his cheeks in a torrential flow. At that moment, Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin rushed over. Jiang Yin remained unfazed, as he was well aware of the dynamics between Chen Shi and the Chen family. However, Qin Qingma was taken aback, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, yet sensing an underlying discord between Chen Shi and the Chen family. "Chen Shi, I declare here today that you shall never return to the Chen family for the rest of your life." Chen Iran, in a fit of rage, completely overlooked Qin Qingma's presence. It was not until Chen Shi kicked her that she regained her awareness. "Fourth sister, do not say such things. Although Brother Chen Shi has wronged Xiao Cui, he has spent an extensive time within our family. To cast him out like this is utterly cruel." Chen Hao's words were accompanied by a furtive glance at Qin Qingma. Indeed, Qin Qingma's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Chen Shi. His intention in revealing the matter concerning Xiao Cui was to utterly obliterate Chen Shi's standing in Qin Qingma's eyes, thereby alleviating his own fears of being overshadowed by Chen Shi. Chen Shi gazed in disbelief at Chen Hao on the ground, struggling to fathom why he would divulge such sensitive information. If the affair with Xiao Cui were to come to light, it would irreparably tarnish Chen Shi's reputation. Henceforth, even if his identity were revealed, he would merely become the subject of ridicule among the affluent families. Moreover, Chen Shi would be forever branded as a perpetrator of violence, unable to redeem himself. This was indeed a malicious act. Could it be that Chen Hao intended to ruin Chen Shi? Chen Shi could not bring herself to believe that her once sweet and obedient younger brother could harbor such malevolence. Surely, it was unintentional, a mere slip of the tongue born out of frustration after being struck by Chen Shi. Dealing with a beast, what regard is there for mercy? Xiao Hao, your kindness has rendered you vulnerable to his bullying. Henceforth, you shall no longer speak on his behalf. Chen Iran admonished. Jiang Yin, listening to their unrestrained slander against his brother, trembled with indignation. His fair complexion flushed crimson, and his small fists clenched tightly, emitting a soft, crackling sound. "You shall not speak ill of my brother any longer." Jiang Yin's voice erupted with all his might, loud enough to draw the attention of everyone in the resting area. Chen Shi and the others were taken aback by Jiang Yin's unexpected fervor. He had not anticipated that this girl possessed such a formidable temper and lung capacity. As for the remarks made by Chen Iran and Chen Hao, Chen Shi remained largely indifferent. Concerning Qin Qingma's perspective on the incident with Xiao Cui, he was unconcerned. As long as Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin held faith in him, that was sufficient. Whoever speaks ill of me will find themselves confronted with irrefutable evidence. Chen Shi, undeterred, stood up to Jiang Yin. You are unjustly accusing him. My brother could never commit such an act. Jiang Yin puffed up like an inflated pufferfish, retorting vehemently. Chen Hao, lying on the ground, coughed weakly, attempting to defend Chen Shi. I believe brother Chen Shi would never act with malice. After this incident, I am certain he will come to recognize his errors and seek redemption. Fourth sister, we should grant brother Chen Shi an opportunity to amend his ways. At first glance, Chen Hao appeared to advocate for Chen Shi, yet each of his statements inadvertently reinforced Chen Shi's alleged culpability. What a cunning strategy. Chen Shi tilted his head, saying nothing, quietly observing Chen Hao's performance. He had encountered many a green tea persona, yet a green tea male was a novel experience. Quite intriguing indeed. Xiao Hao, cease your pleas. I will never consent to his return to the Chen family, Chen Shi declared with unwavering conviction. She then turned to Jiang Yin, taunting, a perpetrator belongs with their own kind. Chen Shi, silence yourself. Chen Shi immediately rebuked her sister. In that moment, Chen Shi noticed a drastic change in Chen Shi's demeanor, his eyes seemingly filled with a murderous intent. Yet, before she could comprehend the situation, slap. Chen Shi struck Chen Shi with a resounding blow, sending her spinning 360 degrees on the spot. To hell with you indeed. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Chen Shi swiftly approached Chen Hao, delivering a forceful kick to his face. You brought this upon yourself. If you enjoy playing the fool so much, let me enhance your performance. With his foot planted firmly on Chen Hao's face, he grounded down with considerable force. Chen Hao howled in agony. Only then did Chen Shi withdraw his foot, leaving a deep imprint on Chen Hao's visage. From the abrupt slap to the forceful kick, the entire sequence unfolded in a flash, executed with remarkable swiftness and precision, devoid of any hesitation. By the time Chen Shi regained her composure, Chen Shi had already returned to his original position. Chen Shi, you have crossed a line? Are you truly prepared to sever ties with the Chen family? Chen Shi shouted furiously. She disregarded Chen Shi and immediately assessed Chen Hao's condition, for he was already in a precarious state, appearing significantly weaker than Chen Shi. Moreover, Chen Shi's recent actions seemed rather severe. Wasn't the rift already established? Was that not sufficiently definitive? Chen Shi replied dismissively. As for Iran, that is one matter, but you are well aware of Xiao Hao's condition. How could you bear to inflict such harm upon him? Chen Shi was bewildered, unable to fathom Chen Shi's sudden transformation. In the past, he would never have resorted to violence, nor would he have uttered a single curse. He had always been as humble as a little lamb. Now, not only did he curse, but he also dared to strike his own sister and brother. Such behavior was unimaginable in the past. Were it not for the fear of imprisonment, I could have dismantled him. Do you believe me? Chen Shi scoffed, ignoring Chen Shi and turning his attention to Chen Shi. At that moment, Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, still grappling with the shocking reality. She covered her bruised cheek, her fingers trembling slightly. Apologize to Jiang Yin. Chen Shi commanded in a low voice. But I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Chen Shi's lips curled downward as she struggled to contain her inner fury and indignation. Not in the wrong. Chen Shi's brow furrowed, raising his hand once more. You may slander me and insult me, but you shall not utter a single word against my family. Do you understand? Upon witnessing Chen Shi's intent to strike her again, Chen Shi instinctively took a few steps back. Who exactly is your family? Do you even comprehend the meaning of that? Enough, Iran, Chen Shi interjected, still present. The events of the day had undoubtedly aroused suspicion from the other party, and she could not allow Chen Shi to continue speaking. Just then, Chen Shi's driver's call came through. She exchanged farewells with the others before departing. However, as she left, she turned back every few steps, as if reluctant to part. Seeing that Chen Mo was absent, Chen Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. She assisted the sobbing Chen Hao to his feet and handed him over to Chen Shi. Then, she turned her gaze towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi, are you not afraid of our parents discovering what transpired today? Absolutely terrified. Chen Shi replied earnestly. If you're so afraid, why would you still proceed? If our parents find out that you have beaten Xiao, how so badly? How heartbroken would they be? Chen Shi looked at the shoe prints on Chen Hao's face, her heart aching profoundly. Chen Shi scoffed. I am indeed very frightened, but they do not possess enough details about this incident. If only there had been a video capturing me kicking this wild child. Showing it to them would have been splendid. That way, upon their anger, they should cease to bother me in the future. Chen Shi sighed deeply. Chen Shi, how have you transformed into this version of yourself? You have truly disappointed me. It is because of you all. My lady Chen. Chen Shi sneered, pulling Jiang Yin away. He had no expectation that Chen Iran would apologize. After all, having been accustomed to a position of superiority, how could one expect her to admit her faults to those beneath her? In the Chen family's grand hall, Yang Qian was meticulously wiping the shoe marks off Chen Hao's face. Although the imprints could be cleaned, the healing of the wounds would require considerable time. This meant that for the foreseeable future, Chen Hao would bear the red imprint of a shoe on his face. The more Yang Qian wiped, the more sorrowful and pain she felt. How could you be so ruthless to inflict such harm upon your younger brother? Indeed, that scoundrel dared to strike me. It is utterly outrageous. Chen Iran's face was greatly swollen, and she was currently clutching an ice pack to alleviate the swelling, occasionally letting out cries of pain. Mother, you and father must discipline him properly. Yang Qian nodded in agreement with Chen Iran's assertion. When your father returns, I will thoroughly discuss this matter with him. Mother, do not blame my brother. It is all my fault, Chen Hao said, his face filled with shame. I carelessly revealed the incident involving my brother and Xiao Chui. That is why my brother became angry. Mother, I did not mean to. What did you say? You disclosed that matter? Yang Qian's tone grew somewhat irate. Upon seeing Yang Qian's anger, Chen Hao hurriedly apologized. Mother, I am sorry. I truly did not mean to. As he spoke, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Chen Iran, witnessing this, disdainfully remarked, So what if you said it? What is the big deal? If you dare to do it, you should not fear the consequences of being spoken about. Chen Iran, do you know what you're saying? Chen Manqing was genuinely exasperated with her sister. Her thoughtless words, devoid of any consideration, not only jeopardized Xiao Shi's future, but also the reputation of the Chen family. Such triviality could not be entertained. Upon hearing about the family's reputation, Chen Iran's expression shifted slightly. At that time, only Qin Qing Mo was present. She surely would not disclose it, would she? Let's hope so. Chen Manqing sighed helplessly. Mother, you may strike me or scold me. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Chen Hao's face was filled with regret. Though Yang Qian felt a twinge of anger, upon seeing Chen Hao's pitiful countenance, her heart softened and all resentment dissipated. Having already said it, there is no way to take it back. I shall not blame Hao or Xiao Shi should not hold it against him either. That evening, after Chen Shi and Jiang Yin finished their meal, there was another knock at the door. Jiang Yin opened the door to reveal Qin Qing Mo. Chen Shi had assumed that after Qin Qing Mo had listened to Chen Hao's words, she would not seek him out for tutoring again. As for the tuition, he had mentally prepared himself. As long as she did not mention it, he would feign forgetfulness. Did you not hear what Chen Hao said that day? Chen Shi inquired. What did he say? Qin Qing Mo did not raise her head, engrossed in her studies. It was about my alleged infringement upon an Annie. Are you not concerned about being associated with me? Chen Shi casually asked while scrolling through his phone. Being a tutor for Qin Qing Mo was quite comfortable. Her academic performance was among the top at the school, and rarely did she encounter challenges. Thus, Chen Shi would occasionally engage in conversation, while the rest of the time, he was free to do as he pleased. Qin Qing Mo looked up and earnestly asked, Would you infringe upon me? Of course not. I have hands. Why would I engage in such acts? Besides, I have no intentions towards you, Chen Shi replied dismissively. Then that settles it. Since you pose no danger to me, why should I avoid you? Moreover, I have already paid. If you do not show up, I assume my money will not be refunded, Qin Qing Mo stated nonchalantly. Chen Shi could not help but admire her understanding of the situation. Chapter 21. Do you know who I am? On this day, Chen Shi did not attend classes. At his insistence, Jiang Nanxing took a day off to accompany him to purchase a house. In truth, the process of buying a house was rather simple. Having lived a life on Earth, he was familiar with many aspects. He did not genuinely require Jiang Nanqing's company. His request for her to take a day off was entirely to provide her with an opportunity to relax. 365 days of work, often until the early hours of the morning, was exhausting for anyone. Yet, Jiang Nanqing persevered, all for him and Jiang Yan. When he received 300,000, Chen Shi intended to reserve 100,000 for living expenses, hoping Jiang Nanqing would refrain from street vending. However, Jiang Nanqing refused, asserting that 100,000 was too little and beneath her consideration. When you give me 10 million, I will gladly accept. After meeting with the real estate agent, they quickly viewed several properties. Since the intention was investment, as long as the location was prime, the rest were minor issues. During the signing of the contract, Chen Shi immediately placed the property under Jiang Nanqing's name. The agent, witnessing this, expressed admiration, noting that most couples argue vehemently over property ownership. Some have even quarreled to the point of canceling their weddings due to disputes over property rights. Rarely do we see couples like you who are eager to give the property to one another, the agent remarked enviously. Jiang Nanqing did not refute him, and Chen Shi noticed her embarrassment. He then clarified, "She is my sister. We are not a couple." The agent was even more astonished. Among siblings, one typically hears of fierce battles over inheritance. It was unheard of for them to willingly cede property to one another. After signing the contract, the two went out for a meal and some shopping. Following the payment for the house, they had a few thousand remaining. Chen Shi suggested they indulge in a lavish spending spree, experiencing the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. To his surprise, Jiang Nanqing readily agreed. In the shopping mall, Jiang Nanqing was like a child, bouncing around, examining this and that. She appeared to have transformed into a completely different person. Chen Shi reflected on how normal this was. When he was 10 years old, Jiang Nanqing was merely 18. Now, a decade later, she was 28, and her upbringing had been simple and modest, oscillating between the orphanage and home. At her core, she remained a young girl. "Xiao Shi, do you think this looks good on me? What about this bag? Does it suit me? How does this lipstick look when I apply it?" Watching Jiang Nanqing flit about, Chen Shi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and his eyes grew moist. It seemed that she had not had the chance to enjoy shopping for quite some time. All her energy was devoted to taking care of him and Jiang Yan, leaving her with no time for herself. In her previous life, Chen Shi was solely focused on pleasing the Chen family, completely forgetting about the woman who had devoted her most beautiful youth to him. It was utterly despicable. He deserved to be harmed and perish. Chen Shi now harbored immense disdain for his former self. The two strolled leisurely, indulging in a day of fun. Chen Shi found himself laden with an assortment of bags. "Xiao Shi, thank you for today. I haven't had this much fun in ages," Jiang Nanqing exclaimed, offering her milk tea to Chen Shi's lips. Chen Shi grasped the straw and began to drink eagerly. Sensing the rapid depletion of the drink, Jiang Nanqing grew anxious. "Xiao Shi, you're drinking too much," she exclaimed, yanking the milk tea away from him. Caught off guard, Chen Shi was splattered with the beverage. Observing his bewildered and disheveled state, Jiang Nanqing burst into laughter, completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around them. A few men stood mesmerized, their eyes fixed on the scene until their wives arrived, pulling them away by their ears. Some single men, or those whose wives were absent, mustered the courage to approach and ask for contact information. At first, Jiang Nanqing engaged them with a few pleasantries, but later she simply embraced Chen Shi, falsely claiming he was her boyfriend. Chen Shi played along, joining her in the ruse. Upon arriving home that evening, they encountered Jiang Yan, who had just returned from class, accompanied by Qin Xingma. Upon learning that Chen Shi and Jiang Nanqing had abandoned her for a day of leisure, her mood soured instantly, compelling Jiang Nanqing to take her out for dinner. Exhausted from the day's activities, the two were reluctant to move. But the persistence of the little girl left them no choice but to acquiesce. Naturally, the ever-present Qin Xingma tagged along with the trio to the restaurant. They arrived at a nearby eatery known for its delicious yet somewhat unsanitary dishes. The clientele was a mixed bag, often comprising rowdy patrons drinking and playing games. Yet disturbances were rare as long as no one was overly intoxicated or poorly behaved. Upon entering, Chen Shi spotted a table of young men, bare-chested and boisterous. guzzling beer and boasting loudly. Their attention was immediately drawn to the arrival of Chen Shi and the beautiful Jiang Nanxing, prompting them to whistle provocatively. The restaurant was bustling, but fortune smiled upon them as a table of diners settled their bill and departed. Once seated, Chen Shi took charge of the ordering. Well aware of Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin's preferences, while he paid little mind to any dietary restrictions of Qin Qingma. Surprisingly, when the dishes arrived, Qin Qingma, far from being picky, savored her meal with greater enthusiasm than the others. Her dining posture remained elegant, a stark contrast to Jiang Yin's more ravenous approach. Yet, her pace of food intake was astonishing, managing to take 3 or 4 bites for every one of Chen Shi's. Struggling to keep up, her cheeks became stuffed, creating a comical juxtaposition against her otherwise serene demeanor. Qingma, slow down. We can order more if it's not enough, Jiang Nanxing chuckled. Oh, okay. Nanxing jia, Qin Qingma replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to eat. Jiang Yin couldn't help but mutter, Qingma, you're eating too fast. I can't even get a bite. Observing these two vastly different personalities, Chen Shi finally understood how they had become friends. Just then, he noticed one of the bare-chested youths from the earlier table stand up and stagger over. The bald man pulled up a chair beside Jiang Nanxing. Ladies, how about sharing your contact details? He asked. The 3 beauties glanced at him, slightly furrowing their brows, but chose to ignore him. Accustomed to being approached due to their stunning looks, they were unfazed by such advances. Frustrated by their indifference, the bald man grew agitated. Do you know who I am? I'm the infamous Long Gu of Kunshin. Chapter 22. The test results are out. Yes, Long Gu. I've heard of you, Chen Shi interjected with a smile. It was best to avoid trouble with a drunken ruffian. One never knew what such individuals might do when provoked. Although he wasn't particularly afraid, having learned some boxing in his previous life, he was more concerned about the safety of Jiang Nanxing and the others. Thus, it was better to maintain peace. Well, you certainly have some sense, the bald man chuckled, patting Chen Shi's shoulder, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Since you know, quickly give me your contact information. His gaze, somewhat glazed, fixated on Jiang Nanxing and the others. I have their numbers. Let me tell you, Chen Shi said, pulling the man closer to him to prevent any inappropriate advances. He provided his own number, along with Chen Hao's. The bald man diligently entered the numbers into his phone and then called. When Chen Shi's phone rang, he promptly pushed it toward Jiang Nanxing, indicating it was her number. The bald man, inebriated and unthinking, continued to input Chen Hao's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Chen Hao's voice, tinged with irritation, came through. I'll notify you of the specific time. Don't call me unless it's urgent. With that, he hung up, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment, the bald man equally perplexed. Turning to Chen Shi, the bald man seemed ready to unleash his anger. At that moment, Qin Qingma offered her phone. This is my number. Receiving Qin Qingma's contact, the bald man returned to his seat, satisfied. As their meal drew to a close, Chen Shi and the others prepared to settle the bill and leave. However, a young man with yellow hair from the bald man's table approached them. Ladies, our boss wants you to join us for a few drinks. Jiang Nanxing flatly refused. Sorry, we're about to leave. Unhappy with her cold response, the young man tossed 200 yuan on the table. Hurry up. If you behave well, I'll give you another 200. Jiang Nanxing's expression turned fierce, and she coldly retorted, Get lost. The young man, incensed, stepped forward and attempted to slap Jiang Nanxing. Just before his hand could make contact, Chen Shi seized his wrist. He then swiftly retaliated, sending the young man sprawling. Chen Shi detested such drunken fools who, in their inebriation, fancied themselves kings, only to grovel and plead for forgiveness once sober, blaming their actions on alcohol. Witnessing this, the bald man and his companions, disregarding everything, grabbed nearby chairs and charged at Chen Shi and his friends. Chen Shi shielded Jiang Nanxing and the others behind him, engaging in a brawl with the bald man and his crew. The shop was thrown into chaos, with customers retreating to the sidelines to observe the unfolding drama. As soon as the owner recognized the escalating situation, he promptly called the police. The young man with the yellow hair, having been knocked to the ground, seethed with humiliation in front of his peers. Rising to his feet, he dashed out of the store, only to return moments later wielding a sugarcane knife, which he had taken from a neighboring fruit shop. His eyes blazed with fury as he locked on at Chen Shi, hesitating for a mere 2 seconds before unleashing a furious shout, brandishing the knife and charging at Chen Shi. "Damn it, you're dead meat." Chen Shi was preoccupied with fending off the bald man and was oblivious to the approaching threat from the yellow-haired youth. "Watch out, brother!" Jiang Nian screamed, breaking the tension. Only then did Chen Shi notice the figure of the young man rushing towards him. However, the knife was already upon him, and evasion was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the sugarcane knife swung toward him. Boom! At that critical moment, the anticipated outcome did not transpire. Instead, the yellow-haired youth let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying, the knife slipping from his grip and tracing an arc through the air before clattering to the ground. In that instant, Chen Shi caught sight of a long, straight leg in his peripheral vision. He turned his head to see Jiang Nanxing, her leg raised, fists clenched, poised in a taekwondo stance. Stunned into silence, Chen Shi murmured, "Sister Nanxing, when did you learn this?" "I had no idea." Jiang Nanxing lowered her leg and replied casually, "I've always known. Didn't I ever mention it?" Her swift kick had jolted the bald men back to reality, causing them to halt their movements. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Qin Qingma interjected, "You all go ahead. I'll handle the aftermath here." Chen Shi did not hesitate, and the three swiftly departed before the police arrived. With Qin Qingma's connections, dealing with such trivial matters would be a mere trifle. On the way home, Chen Shi persistently inquired about Jiang Nanxing's taekwondo skills. She explained that in her youth, she had encountered an elderly man who recognized her exceptional physique and taught her some martial arts techniques. Chen Shi felt as though Jiang Nanxing was mocking his intelligence, yet he brushed it off. It made sense why, over the years, numerous men had attempted to pursue Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Nian, only to retreat in defeat. Chen Shi speculated that they must have been on the receiving end of Jiang Nanxing's fierce retribution, thus abandoning their pursuits. Upon returning home, and after taking a shower, Qin Qingma called to update them on the situation. The bald gang had been detained for public disturbance, while the yellow-haired youth faced serious consequences for brandishing a weapon, even though he had not inflicted harm. The exact repercussions remained uncertain. As for Chen Shi and his companions, thanks to Qin Qingma's influence, the police would not pursue them further. She also expressed her gratitude to Chen Shi for saving her life, mentioning that her family wished to meet him to express their thanks in person. Chen Shi declined, believing that it was not Qin Qingma he owed thanks to, but rather Longu and his crew. Were it not for their protection, Longu's group might have faced dire consequences. "Hello, this is Chen Manqing." She answered the phone. "Dr. Chen, good day. The results of the DNA test you conducted last time have come in. Would you like me to relay the results over the phone, or should I deliver them personally?" "No need. I'll come and collect them myself." "Understood. I'll wait for you at the laboratory." After hanging up, Chen Manqing stood frozen, lost in thought. At that moment, her sister Chen Shi returned from work and noticed her sister holding the phone with a dazed expression, as if troubled by something. "Manqing, what's got you so lost in thought? Is something wrong?" Chen Manqing snapped back to reality, recognizing her older sister, and smiled as she replied, "Nothing wrong. Remember the fluid sample from Xiaotsue that I sent for testing? The results are finally in." "Really? What are they?" Chen Shi asked, uninterested, having completely forgotten about the matter. To her, the truth was evident, and the testing seemed unnecessary. "I don't know yet. I need to go to the hospital to pick up the report." Chen Manqing responded. Chen Shi merely smiled, suggesting it would be simpler for the hospital to convey the results directly rather than making a special trip. Chapter 23, Abduction. Just as Chen Manqing left, Chen Iran and Chen Hao descended from upstairs. "It's almost dinner time. Where did Sister Manqing go?" Chen Hao inquired. A few days had passed, and the red marks from the shoehorn on his face had faded considerably, though remnants still lingered, forcing him to continue taking leave to study at home. His academic performance was exceptional, marking him as a candidate for prestigious universities, and the school had no objections to his extended absence. Chen Shi glanced at the two and casually remarked, "The DNA results for Xiao Tsue's fluid sample are in." Manqing went to the hospital to fetch the report. She understood that Chen Hao would feel uneasy upon learning this, but she figured Chen Iran must have already informed him, so she saw no need to conceal it. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's body subtly tensed, and his complexion darkened. Chen Iran noticed her brother's unusual demeanor and expressed concern. "Xiao Hao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Hao forced a smile and replied, No. Just suddenly remembered I haven't called Qingma yet today. I'm worried she might be upset. That girl acts indifferent toward you every day, and it's infuriating to watch. Why are you still so kind to her? Just wait until you're officially part of the Chen family. I'll show her." Chen Iran seethed. Chen Hao was the cherished son of the Chen family. Yet before Qingma, he resembled a lovesick puppy. Every time Chen Iran thought of this, it ignited her frustration. "Sister, please don't speak ill of Qingma. She just struggles to express herself. She'll improve after we get married." Chen Hao defended. "I'll call her and then come down for dinner." By the time they reached the hospital, it was quite late, and the laboratory had already closed for the day. However, one staff member had remained behind specifically to wait for Chen Manqing. Clutching the folder containing the report, she stood at the hospital entrance, lost in her thoughts. She had refrained from asking the laboratory staff to relay the results over the phone because she was not yet ready to confront the truth. That was why she had made the trip to the hospital. Yet, when she finally held the report in her hands, she hesitated to open it. Deep down, she leaned toward believing Chen Hao's side of the story. Although she entertained the possibility of Chen Shi's innocence, she preferred to trust Chen Hao. After all, he was so considerate and well-behaved. She had never witnessed him engage in anything so heinous as violating a girl, let alone even uttering a harsh word. Chen Shi, on the other hand, had been cast out for over a decade, burdened with numerous vices. It was easy to understand how he could commit such acts. But what if Chen Shi was innocent? She dared not continue that line of thought. Sighing, she resolved to announce the results in front of everyone. With determination, she took the elevator down to the underground parking lot. As Chen Manqing approached her Maserati, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. She dismissed it, as it was common to encounter pedestrians in the garage. Upon reaching her car and opening the door, the footsteps suddenly quickened, drawing nearer. As she turned to look, a strong arm shot out, locking around her throat. As she struggled to call for help, a damp cloth was pressed firmly against her mouth and nose. Chen Manqing's eyes widened in terror as panic engulfed her. The scent emanating from the cloth was unmistakable. Ether, a potent anesthetic commonly employed in surgical procedures. She watched as the scene before her blurred and gradually faded from her sight. At last, Chen Manqing let her weary arms fall, succumbing to unconsciousness. After dinner, Chen Shi ventured alone into a village within the city. Based on his recollections from a previous life, he surmised that this area was on the verge of demolition. He contemplated acquiring a few properties at a low price, anticipating substantial profits once the area was redeveloped. As he walked, he unexpectedly encountered some familiar faces at the village entrance, Long Gu and his associates. They were huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a serious discussion, perhaps due to their intense focus. They failed to notice Chen Shi's approach. He preferred to avoid any entanglements and intended to leave discreetly. At that moment, Long Ji's phone rang. "Hello. Have you captured that female doctor with the surname Chen?" he inquired. "Good. Bring her to the village. There happens to be a river here." Long Ji's voice was not loud, yet Chen Shi heard every word distinctly. The conversation bore the hallmarks of a kidnapping, sending a jolt of alarm through Chen Shi. He quickly sought refuge behind a stone stump. After waiting for half an hour, a van appeared at the village entrance. Several individuals disembarked, one of whom was the scruffy-haired thug who had previously brandished a cane knife at Chen Shi. They proceeded to open the van's trunk. Chen Shi's line of sight fell upon a large burlap sack within the trunk, which appeared to contain a struggling, writhing entity. This was undoubtedly a kidnapping. Based on the earlier conversation, Chen Shi could ascertain the gravity of the situation but remained ignorant of the identity of the captive. He recalled the bald thug mentioning a female doctor, one with the surname Chen. In that instant, Chen Manqing's visage flashed through Chen Shi's mind. He quickly dismissed the thought. shaking his head. Chen Shi was a gentle soul, harboring no enemies. What motive would there be for her abduction? If extortion was the aim, surely they would target Chen Hao instead. He had initially presumed the bald thugs to be mere street delinquents, but it became evident that they were ruthless criminals. "Boss, what should we do with this woman?" the scruffy-haired thug inquired. The bald thug's gaze hardened as he made a slicing motion across his throat. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of his companions grew complex and laden with concern. "It's just a kidnapping. Why resort to murder?" they wondered. Sensing their hesitation, the bald thug asserted, "This is the employer's directive. Once we're done, each of us will pocket several thousand in reward." Upon hearing the mention of such a substantial sum, the gang members' faces lit up with excitement. After exchanging a few more words, they climbed back into the van and departed from the village entrance. Chen Shi listened intently, his heart racing at the realization that they were prepared to kill for money. This was a living, breathing life at stake. He considered calling the police, but to his dismay, he discovered he had forgotten his phone. Keys, phone, wallet, these essentials had never escaped his memory before. Today, however, it seemed he had fallen victim to the cliches of a poorly scripted drama, where unforeseen events arise at critical moments. In such a dire situation, by the time he retrieved his phone to call for help, it would surely be too late. Without hesitation, Chen Shi hopped onto his bicycle and pedaled furiously in pursuit of the van. Yet, they had 4 wheels while he had but 2, powered solely by his own strength. How could he possibly catch up? Then it struck him. He recalled the bald thug mentioning a river. Was it possible they intended to dispose of the unfortunate victim in the water? He remembered passing a river on his way here. Cycling would take him approximately 10 minutes, but the van would likely reach their destination in under 5. Chen Shi could only pray that the victim possessed a strong will to survive and could hold on until he arrived. Chapter 24. Has your leg also been taken? At that moment, Chen Shi was engulfed in fear, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She regained consciousness when they brought her to the village entrance, and she overheard the thug's conversation clearly. If this were merely a standard kidnapping, it would be manageable. Her family could pay a ransom, and at least her life would be spared. However, it was evident that these individuals intended to kill her, which left her utterly frantic. Having been raised in privilege, she had never encountered such a harrowing experience. She could not fathom who would wish her harm. Despite being the daughter of the Chen family, well-off and kind to all, she could not recall having offended anyone. As the vehicle continued its journey, her anxiety intensified, compelling her to twist and thrash against the confines of the trunk, hoping to create enough noise to attract the attention of passers-by. Yet she remained unaware that the desolate path they traversed was devoid of any witnesses. The thugs ignored her struggles, allowing her to writhe in desperation. Before long, they arrived at the riverbank. "Boss, are we really just going to drown her?" the scruffy-haired thug asked. "What else can we do?" the bald thug replied, casting a disdainful glance at his reluctant subordinate. "I find it a shame to waste such a pretty girl." The bald thug promptly delivered a scathing reprimand, a matter that could be settled for a few $100. "And you're lamenting over it? Don't get any ideas. Just do your job." Chastened by the bald thug's reprimand, the scruffy-haired thug reluctantly directed the others to remove Chen Shi from the trunk. They then sought out a heavy stone nearby, binding it to the burlap sack. After ensuring everything was in order, they counted together, shouting a rallying cry before casting Chen Shi into the river. They lingered for a moment before driving away in their van. As fate would have it, the weather was pleasant that night, and the moonlight was bright. Chen Shi, following the track left by the van, eventually located the scene of the incident. However, he had wasted precious time along the way, examining the scattered footprints along the riverbank. He deduced the specific location. Uncertain if he would arrive in time, he fervently hoped that she was still alive. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his jacket and leaped into the river. At the moment she was cast into the water, Chen Shi succumbed to utter despair. As the icy river enveloped her, her body began to tremble involuntarily, and her limbs felt increasingly heavy. She fought desperately to swim upward, yet the weight of the stone dragged her deeper into the abyss. The sensation of suffocation intensified. Her chest felt as though it were being crushed under a weight, leaving her gasping for air. Panic surged within her like a tidal wave, plunging her into hopelessness. Gradually, her surroundings began to distort, and a dull buzzing filled her ears. She recognized this as the countdown of her life, the footsteps of death drawing nearer. In this moment of despair, her life flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Within this mental tableau, she glimpsed her parents, her sisters, and her sweet, adorable younger brother, Xiao Hao. Oh, and there was also that wayward brother who had returned home, albeit without much promise. Yet, the memories of this brother were scant, nearly negligible. Strangely, while others were merely images, her brother's presence resonated with sound. She could not comprehend, nor did she wish to, only feeling an overwhelming fatigue, her eyelids heavy, yearning for slumber. If she was tired, then she ought to rest. Chen Shi exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, finally dragging the heavy burlap sack from the river. He had no time to open it, collapsing onto the ground. Utterly spent, after catching his breath, he hastily unfastened the sack. Regardless, he had done his utmost to save her. Whether she still had breath was beyond his control. When he pulled the person from the sack, he was struck dumb with disbelief. How could it be Chen Shi? Though he harbored disdain for the Chen family, with the exception of Chen Hao, he had never wished death upon the others. He gently patted Chen Manqing's cheek, calling her name twice, but to no avail. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Immediately, he checked her breathing. None. Without hesitation, Chen Shi turned her head to the side and tilted it back. He then unbuttoned her collar, placing his hands over her chest, commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. As he prepared to administer artificial respiration, he hesitated for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh. He pinched Chen Manqing's nose and began to blow air into her lungs. 5 minutes later, a cough escaped Chen Manqing's lips, and Chen Shi finally exhaled in relief. Subsequently, he lay flat on the ground and succumbed to sleep. Chen Manqing opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at the starry sky enveloped by the night. She waved her arm in front of her face, confirming that she was not dreaming. Could it be that I'm not dead? Chen Manqing was consumed by confusion. All she knew was that after being submerged, she felt an overwhelming exhaustion, and then she fell asleep. As for what transpired thereafter, or why she found herself there, she was oblivious. She merely sensed that this slumber had lasted an eternity. Throughout this time, a voice had been calling her, a voice that was not the one she cherished most, that of Chen Hao, but rather that of her inept brother. Chen Shi. The thought made her unable to suppress a smile. At that moment, heavy breaths echoed in the air, incessantly approaching. Chen Manqing was startled, turning her head to the side. Xiao Shi, she exclaimed in surprise. But Chen Shi was sleeping like a log, entirely oblivious, merely rolling over and continuing his slumber. Observing the drenched figure of Chen Shi before her, Chen Manqing quickly deduced the reason for her survival. She stared at his face in disbelief. She never anticipated that Chen Shi would be the one to save her. Although she was puzzled by how he had found her, her heart swelled with emotions towards him. Like a tidal wave, uncontrollable, tears silently spilled from her eyes, trailing down her cheeks. There was a profound sense of being reborn after a calamity, mingled with guilt towards Chen Shi. She realized that she had been a poor sister, failing to fulfill her responsibilities. Resolute, she vowed to bring Chen Shi home. Perhaps he was unruly and naive, prone to mischief, but at his core, he was good. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly become an exemplary heir of the Chen family. A chill breeze swept by, causing Chen Shi to shiver involuntarily, followed by a mighty sneeze. It was far too cold to continue sleeping. Chen Shi sat up groggily. Xiao Shi, you're awake, Chen Manqing remarked. Upon glancing at her, Chen Shi was instantly incensed. Chen Manqing, why are you still here? His sudden outburst left Chen Manqing momentarily flustered. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? She stammered. Elder sister, are you not going to call the police or an ambulance? Instead, you're here sightseeing. Has your brain been blasted? Chen Shi's scolding made Chen Manqing feel wronged, and she pouted as she explained, when I was kidnapped. I lost my bag, my phone was in it. Without your phone, you also lost your legs, I suppose. Chen Shi shot her a glare. Chapter 25. The truth must be revealed. He had intended to find help after Chen Manqing awakened to carry him away. He never anticipated that this dimwit would remain there. Soaked in a cold wind, I saw you asleep and couldn't bear to wake you. Fearing you might be in danger alone, Chen Manqing continued to defend herself. You couldn't bear to wake me, yet you could bear to see me sleeping wet, then getting sick? Chen Shi retorted sarcastically. Chen Manqing lowered her head, falling silent. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry home. Chen Shi strode ahead, with Chen Manqing trailing behind. Was it you who saved me, Xiao Shi? Chen Manqing inquired cautiously. Otherwise, was it your precious little Hao who rescued you? Chen Shi shrugged, crossing his arms, quickening his pace. Did you perform artificial respiration on me as well? Chen Manqing pressed on. Indeed, elder sister, Chen Shi replied impatiently. Seemingly recalling something, Chen Shi's expression soured as he turned to face her. In the moonlight, he noticed a flush on Chen Manqing's cheeks. Why are you asking that? Do you think I wanted to? Had it not been to save you, I would have done it for any amount of money. It was unbearably cold, and Chen Shi's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, his words becoming jumbled. Observing Chen Shi's disdainful countenance, Chen Manqing felt a pang of hurt. Xiao Shi, will you ever come back? After taking a few steps, Chen Manqing inquired again. Chen Shi smirked, replying, Sure, if you make Chen Hao scram, I'll return. Xiao Shi, I truly don't understand why you target Chen Hao. Has he treated you poorly? When you're not home, he is constantly concerned for you, thinking of you in every way. Why do you harbor such disdain for him? Chen Manqing's voice was tinged with anger. She could not fathom Chen Shi's deep-seated resentment towards Chen Hao. He wants my kidney. How could I possibly regard him favorably? Chen Shi retorted. Chen Manqing quickly caught up. Xiao Hao doesn't need your kidney. I've already found him a substitute. Though it may not match as well as yours, he should be able to live normally. Chen Shi scoffed. Just fear that someone the Chen family want like the kidney you found. They only fancy mine. Chen Manqing was baffled by Chen Shi's insinuation. Chen Shi turned to cast a meaningful glance at her, chuckling, Have you never wondered why my kidney compatibility is so high? Previously, Chen Shi had mentioned this, and she indeed believed that an 8-point compatibility was exceedingly rare, nearly impossible. Yet, in medicine, anything is possible. She had not given it much thought. However, Chen Shi's words now struck her as peculiar. Xiao Shi, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Manqing asked. Chen Shi merely smiled, remaining silent. He refrained from speaking directly because he could not fully grasp the entire sequence of events. If Chen Hao were indeed his half-brother, how did the mix-up of the children occur? Coupled with the knowledge he had gleaned from the plot of a web drama in his previous life, he was hesitant to assert that this outcome was the truth. Regardless, he had no interest in the affairs of the Chen family. He did not care what would happen in the future. His reminder to Chen Manqing was merely an indulgence of his curiosity. Noticing Chen Shi's silence, Chen Manqing chose not to press further. They walked in silence until they encountered a passerby, at which point they reported the incident. The two were first taken to the hospital by ambulance for examinations, and then they proceeded to the police station to provide statements. Chen Shi recounted the events he knew with utmost sincerity. The police assured that they would apprehend the perpetrator promptly. By the time everything was concluded, it was already 2 in the morning. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing emerged from the police station simultaneously. He immediately spotted Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yan, who rushed towards him upon seeing his arrival. The Chen family was also waiting for either Chen Manqing or him, having already gleaned the truth of the matter from the police. A collective shiver of apprehension had coursed through them, but they breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing both individuals emerge unscathed. Xiao Shi, are you all right? Jiang Nanxing asked, concern etched on his face. Brother, are you hurt? Let me check, Jiang Yan said, worry evident as she reached out to inspect Chen Shi. Nian Yin, the doctor has already examined me. I'm fine, Chen Shi replied, gently ruffling Jiang Yin's hair and pushing her back playfully. At that moment, the Chen family approached them. Xiao Shi, thank you for saving Manqing. Chen Anchi spoke first. Chen Shi casually responded, There's no need for thanks. I would have rescued anyone in need. Xiao Shi, regardless of the circumstances, this incident reveals that you possess a fundamentally kind nature. which brings me great solace. As long as you can conduct yourself properly in the future, I shall not hold past transgressions against you. You will return home with me today, Chen Shi said earnestly. Yang Qian stepped forward, grasping Chen Shi's arm with a look of relief. Xiao Shi, I am so happy. You have finally turned over a new leaf. Once we return home, let Howard be your role model. Before long, you will also become as outstanding as Howard. Get off. Chen Shi shrugged off Yang Qian's hand and cast a calm glance at the two, stating matter-of-factly before taking Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yan to leave. After a long day of exhaustion, he yearned only for the comfort of his bed. Do you think you can take pride in yourself just because you saved Sister Manxing? You're not welcome back here. Chen Iran spat, her resentment towards Chen Shi intensifying after he had slapped her. Iran, be quiet. Can you not say a word? Chen Manxing said, somewhat helplessly. She could not comprehend the depth of Chen Iran's animosity towards Chen Shi. Am I wrong? Chen Iran retorted. I must tell you, Sister Manxing has sent Xiao Chui's bodily fluids for testing. The results are in, with undeniable evidence. What further excuses can you offer? Manxing, you should share the results with him and see how he responds, Chen Iran insisted. Chen Manxing shook her head. I just received the report. I haven't even looked at it yet before being abducted. The results are of little importance now. I no longer wish to know. After today's events, Chen Manxing had no desire to uncover the truth. No matter the circumstances, Chen Shi was her savior, and she did not want him to bear the weight of this incident for a lifetime. Yes, let it go. It's all in the past. Let us not blame brother anymore, Chen Hao suddenly exclaimed with unexpected fervor, prompting a puzzled reaction from the others. No, we must reveal the truth. Otherwise, Xiao Hao will continue to suffer unjust suspicion, Chen Iran asserted with conviction. The others remained silent, seemingly in disagreement with her stance. However, Chen Shi stood by Chen Iran. Since the tests have been conducted, it is best to know the outcome. I too wish to ascertain whether Chen Shi has been wronged. It turns out he was kidnapped while retrieving the report. Chen Shi mused to himself with a faint smile. Though his voice was barely audible, Chen Manxing caught the words. A tremor coursed through her as she turned to look at Chen Hao, her expression one of astonishment. Chen Hao, feeling the weight of her gaze, leaned nervously towards Yang Qian. It seemed that Chen Manxing had made a resolute decision, stating, I will have a copy of the report delivered to our home tomorrow. Chapter 26. You needn't take the blame for him. Xiao Shi, let us return. There is no need to linger here. Jiang Nanxing urged as she pulled Chen Shi, Jiang Yan away. Chen Iran continued to shout from behind. Chen Shi, today is your last chance. Once the results are revealed tomorrow, even if you kneel before us, you shall not set foot in the Chen family again. Without looking back, Chen Shi simply raised his hand in a wave. I hope you uphold your word. The following morning, Chen Manxing called the hospital to request the report be sent over. After the family finished breakfast, they gathered in the hall. Manxing, perhaps we should just let it go, Chen Anshi suggested. No, we must see it, Chen Iran insisted resolutely. Chen Shi remarked, Chen Shi will not return regardless. I believe he is still in denial about the accusations against him. If we present the report to him, he may be left speechless and perhaps reconsider. Chen Jin nodded, agreeing with Chen Shi's reasoning. Let us see. After all, the truth is becoming clearer. Dreaming if he thinks he can return. Chen Iran scoffed. There's south no place for him here. At that moment, Butler Fong entered, holding an envelope. Third miss. This is the report sent over by the provincial hospital for you. Hand it over, Chen Manxing said, accepting the envelope while casting a glance at Chen Hao. Chen Shi's words from the previous night lingered in her mind, leaving her restless throughout the night. She harbored a suspicion that, although far-fetched, she found herself unable to dismiss. The reality before her compelled her to confront it. If given the choice, she would have preferred to perish in the river last night rather than believe that her brother, whom she had cherished for 18 years, could commit such an act. Xiao Hao, what is the matter? Why are you trembling? Are you unwell? Since returning from the police station, Chen Hao had seemed disoriented, having barely touched his breakfast, raising Yang Qian's concerns. Yang Qian's voice drew the attention of the others, all wearing expressions of worry. Should we take him to the hospital for a checkup? Chen Anshi asked with concern. Manxing, when will Xiao Hao's kidney be ready for transplantation? Chen Iran inquired anxiously. Chen Manqing regarded Chen Hao with a complex expression. The new kidney has a high risk of rejection, and there are numerous preparations required, so it may be delayed. In that case, why not use Chen Shi's kidney? Transplanting his should pose no issues, Chen Iran suggested. Chen Manqing nodded in agreement. But before Chen Iran could continue, she interrupted. Let us look at the report first. Ignoring the others, Chen Manqing eagerly opened the envelope. Her heart racing with anticipation, yet filled with dread at the thought of what she might discover. Just as she was about to extract the report, Chen Hao suddenly collapsed to his knees with a loud thud. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, shocking everyone with his sudden outburst. Regardless of the reason, Chen Hao's tears prompted Yang Qian to join him in sorrow. Xiao Hao, what is wrong? Speak to Mom. Why are you kneeling? Yes, Xiao Hao, please get up. The ground is cold, Chen Iran urged with concern. Enough, Xiao Hao, rise. You're a man. Why are you crying like this? Chen Jin chided, his tone somewhat stern. His adopted son was generally amiable, but his excessive sensitivity often led to bouts of melancholy. He understood the underlying reasons, given that Chen Hao had grown up without his biological parents, leaving him with an inevitable sense of loneliness. In light of this, their family constantly sought ways to compensate for him, hoping he could find joy and happiness each day. Why are you speaking so harshly? What if you frighten Hao? Yang Qian shot a glare at Chen Jun. Xiao Hao must be reluctant. He likely wishes to plead for Chen Shi, Chen Shi remarked confidently, as if anticipating something. It was only then that Yang Qian wiped away a tear and broke into a cheerful smile. Silly child, we have already forgiven Xiao Shi. Even if you truly wish to plead for your brother, there is no need to kneel. Observing the scene before her, Yang Manqing was engulfed by a tempest of emotions. She was no fool. The answers had become painfully evident. Although Chen Hao had yet to speak, she had already deduced what her cherished younger brother was about to say. Her eyelids drooped, and the last vestige of hope shattered within her. Her heart ached intensely, as if it might cease to beat at any moment. This pain was not solely for Chen Hao, but also for Chen Shi. At that moment, Chen Anqi noticed something amiss with Chen Manqing and cast a glance away. As their eyes met, Chen Anqi seemed to grasp the turmoil within her sister. Her eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding her features, rendering her pallid. Chen Manqing remained expressionless, as if her heart had perished, retrieving the test report from her folder. Before she could unfold the report, Chen Hao collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, his cries echoing with the sorrow of a bereaved child. Father, mother, I'm so sorry. The one who violated Xiao Cui was actually me. I'm sorry. Truly I am. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. Aside from Chen Hao's sobs, even the sound of regular breathing seemed to vanish. After a prolonged moment, Yang Qian's trembling voice pierced through the stillness. Xiao Hao, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Mother, I'm sorry. The one who violated Xiao Cui was indeed me. Yang Qian thought she had misheard, but when the truth again reached her ears with crystal clarity, she felt as though the air had been sucked from her lungs, collapsing back onto the sofa. She could not fathom that the son she had nurtured for 18 years, whom she had taken such pride in, could commit such an act. What had happened to his character? What of his excellence? Had it all been a facade? Others shared her disbelief. Chen Jun furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while Chen Shi maintained a fixed posture, her mouth agape and eyes wide. As for Chen Anqi, she appeared to be the calmest among them, having pieced together some revelations from Chen Manqing's demeanor. Among the four sisters, Chen Iran's reaction was the most pronounced. Her mind seemingly obliterated. She repeatedly uttered a few phrases. Impossible. Impossible. This must be a lie. Xiao Hao would never do such a thing. It's inconceivable. Suddenly, an idea struck her, her eyes brightening as she rushed to Chen Hao's side, grasping his hand. Xiao Hao, are you afraid we would blame that scoundrel Chen Shi? So you took the blame for him? Upon hearing Chen Iran's explanation, the others clung to it like a lifeline, their gazes sharpening with anticipation as they focused on Chen Hao. Yang Qian, akin to someone who had just ingested a miraculous elixir, sat upright. This explanation seemed reasonable. After all, Chen Hao was so virtuous and kind, willing to bear infamy for Chen Shi's sake. What a noble child he was. They were not saddened by the confirmation of Chen Shi's guilt, but rather filled with joy at Chen Hao's vindication. Xiao Hao, you needn't do this. Your brother should bear the responsibility for his actions, not you taking the fall for him. Otherwise, he will never grow. Yang Qian, filled with compassion, embraced Chen Hao. Chapter 27. I didn't mean to. Upon hearing Yang Qian's words, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Xiao Hao, you truly frightened your sister just now. You spoke so earnestly that I almost believed you, Chen Shi remarked, patting her chest as she released a breath. Chen Iran, overwhelmed, sank to the ground, sobbing. Oh, Xiao Hao, why concern yourself with that little beast? Someone like him, who only thinks with his lower half, is not worth your attention. Chen Zhen's brow finally relaxed. Good boy, I truly did not misjudge you. If only you were my biological son. He thought of how, had Chen Hao been his own flesh and blood, he would have unhesitatingly bestowed the Chen family's legacy upon him, but deemed it inappropriate to voice such sentiments. With this commotion, Chen Hao suddenly stood there, bewildered, forgetting even to cry. Chen Anqi had remained silent throughout, merely observing Chen Manqing and the report in her hand. Finally, Chen Manqing opened the DNA test report. Despite being somewhat prepared for the outcome, her body faltered upon confronting the reality laid bare before her. Fortunately, Chen Anqi, quick to react, steadied her. She then took the report, glancing through it. As the company president, she possessed a degree of social experience and resilience. Though shocked, she managed to maintain her composure. Anqi, the result is Xiao Shi, right? Yang Qian asked, noticing Chen Anqi's calm expression. I'll show him the report right to his face and see if he can still deny it. Chen Iran fumed as she approached her elder sister and snatched the report from her hands. Let me see, impossible. No way. As Chen Iran opened the report, she collapsed back onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Zhen sensed something was amiss and snatched the report from her, gazing at the undeniable truth. His hand trembled as he sank back onto the sofa. Yang Qian could not help but notice the evident reaction. This time, she remained remarkably composed, having already endured the initial heart-wrenching revelation. Xiao Hao, can you tell mother why you did such a thing, knowing full well your condition? Although Yang Qian's tone carried a hint of anger, she endeavored to remain calm. All eyes turned to Chen Hao, awaiting his response. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I truly didn't mean to, Chen Hao replied, tears streaming down his cheeks. Does it even matter whether it was intentional or unintentional? Chen Manqing finally interjected, her voice laced with anger, almost chastising Chen Hao. She was not only taken aback, but also consumed by rage. Chen Hao, intimidated by Chen Manqing's outburst, retreated into Yang Qian's embrace. Manqing, why are you shouting? You are scouting Xiao Hao, Yang Qian reproached. Chen Manqing was taken aback by Yang Qian's reaction. Mother, he committed such an act. How can you still protect him? Yang Qian gently patted Chen Hao's shoulder. Xiao Hao said he didn't mean it. Chen Manqing sighed in resignation, suddenly recalling how Chen Shi had been treated when he was accused as the perpetrator. It hadn't been like this. Xiao Hao, please explain why you violated Xiao Cui. Chen Zhen was noticeably more rational than Yang Qian. He felt a surge of disappointment towards Chen Hao, yet he was still willing to believe that his son had his reasons. I had been drinking that night, Chen Hao explained. Yang Qian immediately grew anxious, scolding, Xiao Hao, with your condition, how could you drink? That evening, I saw father and mother, along with my sisters and brother, laughing and enjoying themselves, and I suddenly felt like an outsider. In a moment of sorrow, I drank a little. Then, inebriated, he stumbled into the wrong room, which led to his heartfelt apology to Xiao Cui. I truly did not intend to. Chen Hao sobbed, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with sorrow. So that was the case. How could I have wronged you, my dear child? It was my fault, Yang Qian said, lifting Chen Hao and enveloping him in her embrace. The others, upon hearing Chen Hao's explanation, felt no inclination to blame him. Rather, they realized that their brother had endured great injustice and resolved to treat him with greater kindness henceforth. Dad, Mom, I made a mistake. Please punish me. It would ease my heart, Chen Hao earnestly proposed. Good child, you did not mean it. Just don't let it happen again. As for punishment, let's forget about it, came the gentle reply. At the very least, like brother, give me a few lashes. Chen Hao feigned remorse. How can you compare yourself to him? He is tough-skinned and strong. A few lashes mean nothing to him, Chen Iran scoffed. She felt a surge of joy upon hearing Chen Hao's explanation, relieved that he had returned to his normal self, knowing well that her brother had his reasons. Chen Manqing found it difficult to discern the truth of Chen Hao's claims. Yet one thing was indisputable. Why did you not defend Xiaoshi? She probed sharply, fixing a penetrating gaze upon him. Chen Hao squirmed under her scrutiny, stammering, I did not intend to frame him. His pendant accidentally fell onto Xiao Cui's bed. Then why did you not speak the truth when Xiaoshi was wronged? Chen Manqing pressed, stifling her rising anger. I was afraid that if the truth came to light, you would cast me away. I cannot bear to lose Mom, Dad, or my sisters. I truly love this family. With that, Chen Hao broke down once more. His heartfelt reasoning moved those present, deepening their compassion for him. Foolish boy, no matter what happens, you will always be my dear brother. We will never cast you aside. Chen Iran said, her eyes glistening with tears. Yang Qian held him tightly. Silly child, your parents treasure you too much to ever abandon you. Chen Zhen reassured him. You cannot bear to leave. Should Xiaoshi then be forced to go? You fear abandonment. But what if Xiaoshi's fears? How can you be so selfish? As the group treated Chen Shi and Chen Hao differently regarding the same issue, Chen Manqing's anger finally erupted. Chen Hao flinched at her outburst, instinctively retreating into Yang Qian's embrace. Yang Qian shot a reproachful glance at her third daughter. Why are you being so harsh on Hao? He did not act with malice. Indeed, third sister, your temper has been quite severe lately. It's time to amend that. Chen Iran jested. All right then, what do you propose we do about Xiaoshi's wrongful accusation? Chen Manqing inquired with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian broke into tears, lamenting Xiaoshi's plight, wishing fervently for him to return home. Yes, he is a bit stubborn, not as gentle as Hao, but he is fundamentally good. Let's go and bring him back. Chen Zhen affirmed firmly. Chapter 28, Bringing Xiaoshi Back. Chen Manqing was also troubled by another matter that weighed heavily on her heart, the kidnapping and murder incident. However, that remained merely a suspicion for now. She could not believe that Chen Hao would do such a thing to her. She refrained from voicing her suspicions, fearing that if the kidnapping was indeed an accident, it would unjustly harm Chen Hao, having already wronged Chen Shi and damaged his heart. She could not allow her other brother to bear false accusations and suffer as well. She resolved to await the police investigation's outcome before proceeding. Still, her anger simmered. How? You must apologize to Xiaoshi, otherwise I cannot consider you my brother, Chen Manqing said, fixing an intense gaze on Chen Hao. Smack! Yang Qian slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet. Manqing, be silent. Do you even comprehend the harm your words inflict on Hao? Chen Manqing, realizing her words had been harsh, felt a pang of regret. Manqing, I understand your desire to defend Xiaoshi. We will strive to make amends for him. Please, do not be too angry, Chen Zhen sighed, attempting to console her. Indeed, Manqing, Hao has already acknowledged his wrongdoing. You need not chastise him further. Just look at how heartbroken he is, Chen Shi remarked, her heart aching as she witnessed Chen Hao's tears. Chen Anqi approached Chen Manqing, gently patting her shoulder. Please forgive Hao this time. It was not intentional. At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly threw himself before Chen Manqing, gripping her leg and weeping, Third sister, scold me. Hit me if you must, but please do not abandon me. I am truly frightened of losing you. Witnessing his distress softened Chen Manqing's heart. Yet, when she recalled Chen Shi's suffering and his battered body, anguish surged within her. As Chen Hao continued to cry, Chen Manqing remained motionless. Third sister, I know I do not belong here. If you refuse to forgive me, I shall leave right now. With that, he wiped his tears and gazed up at her with pleading eyes. Sister, all I hope is that after I am gone, you will protect yourselves. Especially in case of fire. Please be careful. Chen Hao stood, sweeping his gaze over Chen Anqi and the others, then resolutely headed toward the exit. The mention of fire caused Chen Manqing to shudder involuntarily, and the others felt a similar tremor. They were reminded of their childhood, of the fire that could have claimed them had it not been for the life-saving intervention of this non-blood brother standing before them. At last, Chen Manqing could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace Chen Hao tightly. How? I am sorry. It was wrong of me to say such things. Please do not leave. Chen Shi and the others joined in, pleading for him to stay. Yang Qian watched, tears streaming down her face, while Chen Zhen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After much pleading, a smile finally broke through Chen Hao's sorrow, though none noticed the hint of cunning satisfaction it concealed. Well, I will heed my sisters. After all, my time is limited. Let me cherish these final moments with Mom and my sisters. How were you saying? We will not let anything happen to you. Do not speak such nonsense. Chen Ran retorted angrily. Chen Manqing, relieved that Chen Hao decided to stay, reassured him. How? Have faith. Your sister will save you. Chen Hao nodded gratefully at her. Taking a deep breath, Chen Manqing exhaled. Let's go and bring Xiaoshi back. It was yet another weekend. Jiang Nanqing left home early for work. After returning from the police station the previous night, Chen Shi was utterly exhausted, having arrived home late. He slept until nearly 11 o'clock before finally rising. After getting ready, he planned to visit his grandmother in the hospital. Since leaving the Chen household, he had not seen her again, and despite having communicated through video calls, he missed her dearly. Last night, he instructed Jiang Yin to contact Qin Xingma in the morning and inform her that she need not come over today due to some matters. Yin, focus on your studies at home and refrain from wandering about. I prepared lunch for you. Just heat it up when the time comes. After Chen Shi had relayed his instructions, he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor of the community, he unexpectedly witnessed a convoy of luxury cars majestically entering and coming to a halt before him. The residents of the community paused, intrigued by the spectacle. Is someone in our community getting married today? I was not aware of this. What wedding? Can't you see they are looking for Xiaoshi? The residents were quite familiar with the Chen family, having lived in the area for many years. Chen Shi, with his handsome appearance and amiable personality, was well liked by the community. Although he had disappeared for a time, he was still a beloved figure. As the vehicles drew closer, Chen Shi recognized the Maybach belonging to Chen Zhen, the Maserati of Chen Manqing, and the Porsche of Chen Shi. Immediately, he frowned and contemplated leaving. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Chen Manqing hurriedly exited, calling out, Xiaoshi, wait a moment. Ignoring her, Chen Shi continued, walking towards the exit of the community. Seeing this, Chen Manqing rushed over and grasped his arm. What are you doing? Is this never-ending? Chen Shi, growing impatient, shrugged off Chen Manqing's hand. She did not take offense, but anxiously implored, Xiaoshi, can you spare me a moment to speak? At this point, Chen Zhen and Chen Shi had also exited their vehicles, surrounding him. Seeing his entire family gathered, including his adopted brother Chen Hao, Chen Shi wished to avoid entanglement with them and coldly remarked, Make it quick. If you have something to say, say it. I am Busa. What attitude is this, Chen Shi? Chen Ran was instantly incensed. They had come specifically to find him, and Chen Shi's consistent demeanor during such encounters irked her greatly. Chen Shi shot her a glance, mockingly asking, What's wrong? Your face no longer hurts, I presume? Recalling the incident at the cinema when Chen Shi had slapped her in anger, Chen Ran instinctively took a few steps back, her face contorting with rage. As she prepared to retort, she was halted by Chen Shi. All right, Iran, don't cause trouble. Xiaoshi, we are aware of the situation with Xiao Chui, Chen Manqing said, her face etched with guilt. Chen Shi remained expressionless, having deduced the truth from their conversation at the police station the previous night. So what does that have to do with me? Chen Manqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoshi, we misjudged you. Please come back with us. Chen Zhen sighed heavily. Yes, Xiaoshi, let bygones be bygones. Let us live harmoniously from now on, Chen Shi echoed. Chapter 29, Everything as you wish. Let bygones be bygones. Everything is forgiven. Chen Shi fixed his gaze on Chen Shi, sarcastically inquiring. Faced with his question, Chen Shi stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Of course, we are referring to the absurdities you committed while at the Chen residence. Chen Shi interjected instinctively. Chen Shi chuckled. So, your purpose today is to bestow upon me your magnanimity, claiming to have forgiven my actions. Chen Shi retorted, Is it not so? Let's not forget. The jewelry and necklace that went missing from the house were indeed taken by you. Chen Shi nodded and replied, "Fine, I admit that I may have committed those acts. But compared to the misdeeds of your precious younger brother, which is truly more absurd? You tell me." Chen Shi fell silent. Indeed, as Chen Shi pointed out, even if he had a penchant for minor thievery, it paled in comparison to Chen Hao's actions. However, that incident was not Chen Hao's intention and could not be equated. Xiao Hao did not mean to. Chen Ran could not restrain herself from defending him. Chen Shi simply smiled, feigning ignorance, and asked, "What incident are you referring to?" At this moment, everyone remembered that they had yet to explain the report to Chen Shi. It wasn't that they had forgotten, but rather that they were reluctant to broach the subject, fearing it might hurt Chen Hao's dignity. They did not want Chen Shi to learn the truth, worried that he might hold a grudge against Chen Hao and bully him in the future. Ideally, they wished to avoid discussing it altogether and simply take Chen Shi back home. In the face of Chen Shi's inquiries, the others bowed their heads in silence. Finally, only Chen Manqing spoke up. The incident with Xiao Chui was an unintentional mistake made by Xiao Hao while intoxicated. It has nothing to do with you. Upon finishing her sentence, her tightly clenched fists relaxed. "Oh, I see. So, framing me was also unintentional?" Chen Shi's piercing gaze shifted towards Chen Hao, standing beside Yang Qian. "Xiao Hao was indeed coerced," Chen Anqi explained. Chen Shi scoffed derisively. "So he was coerced while I was wrongfully accused, and it was just my fate. Is that it? Enough. If this is merely about that matter, I apologize, but I no longer care. Farewell." With that, Chen Shi pushed past Chen Manqing and attempted to leave, only to have his arm firmly grasped by Yang Qian. "Xiao Shi, please forgive Xiao Hao. He is still young. Can't you, as his elder brother, give him a break? Mom, I beg you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi's anger surged uncontrollably. Why must the elder always yield to the younger? What kind of nonsense is that? Moreover, I have already yielded enough. My paternal love, maternal affection, and the status of a young master of the Chen family. I even relinquished my engagement, merely hoping for a few glances from you. Yet what has transpired? You have failed to cherish that, and now you have the audacity to reproach me. I'm sorry. I do not have a brother who behaves like a beast. He forcefully shook off Yang Qian's grip and strode towards the exit of the community. "You scoundrel. Stop right there. How dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a beast?" Chen Zhen shouted angrily from behind. He had come today intending to have a pleasant conversation with his son and return home happily as a family. He never anticipated this rebellious child would be so disrespectful, openly insulting Chen Hao in front of everyone. So what? You could insult me as a beast back then, now that the truth is laid bare. What is wrong with calling your precious son a beast? Chen Shi turned around, scoffing. You, what a scoundrel. Chen Zhen trembled with rage. "Xiao Shi, please do not treat your brother this way. It truly saddens your mother." Yang Qian's long-suppressed tears finally fell. Though they had wronged Chen Shi and apologized to him, Chen Hao was also innocent. His errors were merely the result of the influence of alcohol. He too was a victim. Reflecting on her son who had accompanied her since childhood and the relationship with her other son, now so fraught, Yang Qian felt immense pain. She could not comprehend why Chen Shi could not be more understanding, why he could not consider his parents' feelings, always complaining and blaming. Being a parent was not easy. Although she indeed favored Chen Hao outwardly, she loved Chen Shi in her heart as well. Why could he not understand that? Why must he disturb the peace of their family to feel satisfied? "If you forgive your brother this time, for this birthday, I will allow you and Xiao Hao to celebrate together, all right?" Yang Qian proposed. Since Chen Shi's return, in the first year to deceive him into signing a kidney donation agreement, Yang Qian and the others had specially organized a birthday celebration for him. However, on that day, Yang Qian noticed that Chen Hao was in a foul mood, and she suspected it was due to this incident that had caused his unhappiness. From that moment on, she paid no heed to Chen Shi's birthday. "Ms. Yang, thank you for your charity. I do not require it." Chen Shi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that instant, Chen Hao suddenly dashed forward and knelt before Chen Shi. "Brother, please do not scold mother. It is all my fault. Strike me if you must. As long as it appeases your anger, you may even strike me to death. I am but an unnecessary presence." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, a look of concern spread across the faces of those present, and they hastily implored, Xiao Hao, do not say such things. Chen Shi, Xiao Hao has already apologized. What more do you seek? Chen remained fixed on Chen Hao, who was enduring unjust treatment, and felt a deep pang of sorrow. Indeed, in his youth, Xiao Hao genuinely recognized his mistakes. Can you not forgive him this once? Chen Shi thought Chen Shi was being excessive. Though you have endured some grievances, have we not come to you with humility? What more could you possibly desire? Chen Shi believed that while they had wronged Chen Shi, it was understandable, and he need not dwell on it. Chen Manqing remained silent, wishing to persuade Chen Shi, but at a loss for words. Chen Zhen, growing impatient, interjected, Xiao Shi. Enough already. You are nearly an adult. Why quibble so much with your younger brother? Help Xiao Hao up, and let us return home. No, I will not rise. Chen Hao screamed, tears streaming down his face. Let brother strike me. Let him strike me to death. If I am gone, brother will not be angry. He will be happy. I am merely a superfluous person. Xiao Hao, what nonsense are you speaking? You are your parents' cherished son, not an extraneous being. Yang Qian admonished. What a splendid performance, my dear brother. Chen Shi chuckled, crouching down to pinch Chen Hao's chin, lamenting. The others were taken aback, fearing Chen Shi might act violently. Chen Hao's fragile form could hardly withstand further torment. What you desire, I shall grant you. With that, Chen Shi released Chen Hao and turned to depart. The group exhaled in relief. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Shi took a few steps forward, abruptly turned back, and raised his foot to stomp down on Chen Hao's still healing face once more. As you wish. Chapter 30. Why is it always I who suffers? Chen Shi's sudden strike caught everyone off guard. It was not until Chen Hao's piercing wail echoed that the Chen family finally reacted. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Yang Qian, closest to Chen Hao, screamed and rushed over in a frenzy. She hurriedly crouched by Chen Hao, lifting the wailing child into a sitting position. My poor child, what has happened to you? Her fingers trembled as they traced the imprint left by a shoe on Chen Hao's face, her voice laden with concern and panic. Yang Qian had not witnessed Chen Shi's first act of violence against Chen Hao. Though it pained her deeply, she managed to maintain her composure. But now, witnessing her child harmed before her eyes felt like 1,000 needles piercing her heart, rendering her breathless. Since childhood, Chen Hao had been her prized treasure, cradled in her hands with utmost care. Never had he faced a beating, nor had she ever scolded him harshly. Yet in recent days, he had been struck by Chen Shi not once, but twice. Her disappointment in Chen Shi was profound. She could not fathom how her son had become such a person. At that moment, the others gathered around to assess Chen Hao's injuries. After entrusting Chen Hao to others, Yang Qian stood up, confronting Chen Shi directly. Her gaze was filled with not only disappointment, but also anger. Apologize to Xiao Hao, Yang Qian commanded in a low voice, as if suppressing a raging fire within. The others had never witnessed this side of her. And what if I refused to apologize? Chen Shi met Yang Qian's gaze, speaking coolly. You wretched child. Suddenly, Yang Qian shouted, and in a moment of surprise, raised her hand. Slap. Her palm connected with Chen Shi's face. Mother, stop. The voice belonged to Chen Manqing. Initially, they had come to retrieve Chen Shi, but the situation had spiraled beyond their expectations. Never had she anticipated that Yang Qian, who typically showered Chen Shi with affection, would strike him. She was uncertain of what would transpire next, gripped by fear that she might forever lose her brother after today. Apart from Chen Manqing's visible panic, the others merely observed coldly, feeling that Chen Shi deserved a slap. Chen Iran even thought it was too lenient. Chen Shi simply frowned, offering no further comment. Earlier, when Chen Hao and Chen Iran had spoken recklessly in the cinema and were punished by Chen Shi, she found it justifiable. Yet now, when Chen Hao had done nothing wrong, he was met with Chen Shi's brutal kick. Chen Shi believed Chen Shi had indeed crossed a line and deserved some form of reprimand. Chen Shi had not anticipated that Yang Qian would strike him again. In the Chen household, it was always Chen Zhen who resorted to violence. Yang Qian had merely observed from the sidelines, never laying a hand on him. The first time he was struck had been on the day he left the Chen family, and now it was again due to Chen Hao. Chen Shi's expression remained calm as he raised a hand to touch his reddened cheek, unable to suppress a hiss of pain. "Ah, that stings a bit." After striking Chen Shi, Yang Qian composed herself only to be immediately flooded with regret. Tears streamed down her face once more. "Xiao Shi, I am so sorry. I did not mean it. Will you forgive your mother?" She reached out to touch Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi stepped back, evading Yang Qian's hand. Her arm hung in the air, frozen in disbelief. "It is nothing. Just a slap. It hardly hurts," Chen Shi remarked nonchalantly. "You, of course, feel no pain. Look at what you have done to Xiao Hao." Chen Yiran shouted furiously, pointing at Chen Hao, who sat on the ground. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike Chen Shi. She had often chastised him with physical punishment as an older sister. Was that not her prerogative? Just then, a figure stepped in front of Chen Shi. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Yin demanded, her brow furrowed and eyes wide with fury as she glared at Chen Yiran. After Chen Shi had left, Jiang Yin had been preparing to review her studies when she heard a commotion below. Glancing out the window, she noticed Chen Shi surrounded by his family, prompting her to rush down in concern. "You again?" Chen Yiran, having intended to strike Chen Shi, instead swung her hand unhesitatingly toward Jiang Yin's face. Today was meant for visiting their grandmother, but this so-called family had come out of nowhere, and now she found herself unjustly struck, her anger boiling over. Just as Chen Yiran's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Yin's face, Chen Shi swiftly pulled her aside. Chen Yiran's slap had been delivered with all her might. As her hand missed its target, she lost her balance and tumbled toward Chen Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi caught her collar and reciprocated with 2 slaps. "Did I not warn you to keep your mouth clean? And if you dare lay a finger on Yin Yin, I will kill you. Do you believe me?" With that, Chen Shi flung her away. Chen Yiran was cradled in the arms of Chen Shi and others, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Chen Shi. Disbelief etched across her features. Moments ago, she had witnessed Yang Qian strike Chen Shi without retaliation, for he had been intimidated by the crowd. Yet, now that it was her turn, how could Chen Shi dare to strike her? Why was it always her who suffered? Chen Zhen, witnessing this scene, was beside himself with rage, shouting, "You ungrateful wretch! Are you rebelling? You actually struck your sister and even threatened to kill her. Have you lost your mind? Just watch. I will beat you to death today." As he spoke, he glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Finally, he discovered a 5-centimeter thick wooden stick beside trash can. Grasping the stick, he prepared to unleash it upon Chen Shi. Yang Qian, alarmed, cried out, "What are you doing? That stick is too thick. Are you trying to kill Xiao Shi?" Although Yang Qian appeared frantic, she made no move to intervene, remaining rooted in place. Chen Manqing and Chen Anshi attempted to stop him, but it was already too late. Just as Chen Zhen was about to strike Chen Shi, a figure suddenly appeared. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Chen Zhen was sent flying, his body arched in midair. Chen Shi was taken aback by this turn of events, and upon recognizing the figure, he exclaimed, "Sister Nanxing." After kicking Chen Zhen aside, Jiang Nanxing casually tossed her handbag into the air and strode over to Yang Qian. Grabbing Yang Qian by the collar, she lifted her effortlessly, then delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face, casting her aside. Stepping back, she deftly caught her handbag as it descended. Chapter 31. Are you brave enough to bet? With a stern expression, Jiang Nanxing loomed over Yang Qian. "You speak as though you care deeply for Xiao Shi. If you truly do, why do you stand idly by? Why not rush and stop this?" Yang Qian leaned against Chen Anshi, her face pale in fear as she regarded the formidable woman before her. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to protest, yet no words escaped her. Jiang Nanxing disregarded Yang Qian further and approached Chen Shi. "Sister Nanxing, why are you back?" Chen Shi, sensing Jiang Nanxing's anger, gulped nervously and inquired, "If I hadn't returned, would you have just stood there and allowed yourself to be beaten to death?" With that, Jiang Nanxing seized Chen Shi's ear, pulling him closer. "Now, tell Sister Nanxing, why did you not resist?" It hurts, Sister Nanxing. Please be gentler. My ear feels like it's going to come off." Chen Shi cried out in pain, pleading for her to release him. "Speak." "Why?" Jiang Nanxing's voice thundered. Realizing the gravity of her anger, Chen Shi stammered, I had my reasons for not resisting. No matter your intentions, you should never allow yourself to be bullied. Do you understand?" Jiang Nanxing scolded sternly. "I warn you." Should I discover you being bullied again without fighting back, you can get out of my sight. Do you comprehend? Jiang Nanxing's voice, tinged with fury, had become somewhat hoarse. I always wondered why Xiao Shi has become like this. It turns out it's all your fault, Chen Shi interjected. Jiang Nanxing gestured for Jiang Yin to support Chen Shi before turning her back. And what if I taught him? He's 1,000 times better than the pitiful wretch you have raised. On what grounds do you call Xiao Hao a pitiful wretch? His character surpasses Chen Shi's, and his academic performance is far superior. In what way does Chen Shi compare? Chen Iran, unrepentant, interjected once again. Character? Huh, how dare you bring that up? Jiang Nanxing cast a mocking glance at the crowd, her gaze finally landing on Chen Hao. As for the matter of the testing report, Jiang Nanxing was unaware. However, based on snippets of conversation with Jiang Yin over the phone, she surmised that the Chen family was aware of the truth, which was why they had come to apologize to Chen Shi. Yet, she never anticipated the situation would culminate in such a manner. She felt relieved she had returned. Otherwise, who knew what state Chen Shi would have been in? Is the so-called character you speak of about violating girls and then framing one's own brother? Jiang Nanxing's lips curled into a sardonic smile. What a shining example of character. Xiao Hao had no choice. It was unintentional, Yang Qian hurriedly defended. You believe whatever he says, yet when Chen Shi tries to explain, you dismiss him entirely. If the truth had not come to light, would Chen Shi have been forced to bear the blame for your precious adopted son forever? Now, just because you say it was unintentional, you wish to brush it off lightly. I truly wish to know who is actually your biological son and who is your true brother. Jiang Nanxing shot a disdainful look at Yang Qian. Cough. That is simply because after living with you for so many years, he has picked up so many bad habits. Shenzhen coughed, fuming. Jiang Nanxing's kick had been fierce. It took him quite some time to recover, and he would need to get checked out after returning home. Even if there are bad habits, they are still upright. Unlike others who secretly engage in despicable acts, Jiang Nanxing said coldly. The Chen family found themselves at a loss for words, for fundamentally, Chen Hao's actions were indeed as she described. Fine, let's not speak of character. Academically, Xiao Shi is indeed not a match for Xiao Hao, Chen Shi asserted confidently. Jiang Nanxing regarded Chen Shi meaningfully, slowly stating, Are you certain? Isn't it so? Xiao Hao has consistently ranked among the top 10 in his class. As for Chen Shi, he only gained admission to the first high school through connections and can barely remain in the lower tier classes. How could he possibly compete with Xiao Hao? Chen Shi was unwavering in her belief. Well, the college entrance examination is approaching. Are you brave enough to challenge him? Jiang Nanxing raised an eyebrow. What is there to fear? Chen Shi replied confidently. If we are to compete, there must be some stakes to make it interesting, don't you think, Mr. Chen? Jiang Nanxing provocatively glanced at Chen Zhen. What stakes do you desire? Chen Shi asked with a frown. If Xiao Shi wins, I want 50% of the Chen Group shares. Jiang Nanxing's bold demand astonished Chen Zhen and the others. Absolutely not. Yang Qian immediately refused. Why? Isn't Chen Shi supposed to be your family's sole heir in the future? Why not? Jiang Nanxing narrowed her eyes, staring at Yang Qian. Do you intend to hand over the Chen family's assets to this wild child of unknown origin? Yang Qian stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Chen Zhen sighed, saying, Xiao Shi's abilities are lacking. Handing over shares to him so soon could lead to problems. Had Chen Shi not appeared, Chen Zhen had indeed contemplated passing the Chen family enterprise to Chen Hao, for he had nurtured Chen Hao toward the role of heir since childhood. And Chen Hao had never disappointed him, excelling in every aspect. Although Chen Hao was merely an adopted son, many families in ancient times adopted sons to inherit their fortunes in the absence of biological heirs. Such examples abound. Even with Chen Shi present, Chen Zhen remained conflicted. As Chen Shi fell significantly short compared to Chen Hao, aren't you all so confident in this wild child? Why are you afraid of losing? Jiang Nanxing mocked. While her words rang true, the stakes were indeed substantial. Very well, if Xiao Shi truly wins, I could offer him 10% of the shares. Chen Zhen ultimately made a decision. Even if Chen Hao were to become the heir in the future, he would still allocate some shares to Chen Shi. After all, Chen Shi is his own flesh and blood. Dad, how can he take so many shares from our family? I refuse to accept it. Chen Iran exclaimed. Iran, have you lost your senses? Dad is merely jesting. How could Chen Shi possibly outperform Xiao Hao? He is no prodigy, Chen Shi consoled. The others shared similar sentiments and refrained from further discussion. Since we have agreed, let us hasten to sign a contract, Jiang Nanxing suggested. What do you mean? Is there still a contract to sign? Is our Chen family so devoid of integrity? Chen Iran retorted angrily. Never mind, let us sign it anyway. It won't take much of our time, Chen Manqing remarked. After today's events, she suddenly felt that Chen Shi might drift further away from the Chen family. Providing some security for her younger brother in his later life would give her some peace of mind. What am I even thinking? Chen Manqing slapped her forehead, mocking herself for what she deemed madness. With Chen Shi's grades, how could he possibly surpass Chen Hao? She realized she had been lost in thought. In the future, she would need to support Chen Shi more. Chapter 32. The worthless one who can only get into a 211 university. After a phone call, Chen Anqi soon received a share transfer agreement. Chen Shi, without hesitation, signed his name on it. He was not an inflexible person, thinking to himself that he had ambition and did not desire a single cent from the Chen family. Moreover, this was a wager, and he was not receiving it for nothing. After both parties had signed, Chen Iran suddenly recalled something and asked, what will happen if Chen Shi loses? What will you all sacrifice? The crowd turned their gaze towards Jiang Nanxing, curious about what equivalent wager she could offer. Jiang Nanxing simply smiled serenely. We have nothing to offer but our lives. Do you wish for that? At that moment, they truly understood the nature of Jiang Nanxing, who had cared for Chen Shi for 5 years. Shameless. Yet, the Chen family members were unfazed, as they did not believe for a moment that Chen Shi could outshine Chen Hao. Once the contract was secured, Jiang Nanxing prepared to take Chen Shi and Jiang Yan upstairs. As Chen Shi was about to leave, Yang Qian, unwilling to accept defeat, called out from behind, Xiao Shi, come home with Mom. I truly cannot bear to part with you. You mustn't be so heartless. Jiang Nanxing turned around, glaring at Yang Qian, and then pulled Chen Shi into her embrace. He is mine. If you dare to bother him again, do you believe I will dismantle the Chen family? In the room, Jiang Nanxing was carefully examining Chen Shi's health. Sister Nanxing, why are your eyes so red? Chen Shi noticed that her eyes were slightly swollen. Jiang Nanxing, flustered, rubbed her eyes and explained some sand accidentally got in. After Jiang Nanxing left, Jiang Yan entered with an ice pack to help soothe Chen Shi's face. Cautiously glancing towards the door, Jiang Yan whispered in Chen Shi's ear, Brother, I'll let you in on a secret. Just now, Sister was hiding in the kitchen, crying. Upon returning home, the police called to inform them that the group responsible for the kidnapping of Chen Manqing had been apprehended. However, regrettably, their leader, Long Gu, had escaped. This group had merely acted on Long Gu's orders. As for the reasons behind the kidnapping of Chen Manqing and who was pulling the strings, they were left in the dark. The police assured them that once Long Gu was caught and the truth uncovered, the Chen family would be notified immediately. Although this answer was far from perfect, it was the best outcome for Chen Manqing. At the very least, she did not hear from the police that her beloved younger brother, Chen Hao, had been the one to kidnap her with the intent to harm her. At that moment, Chen Manqing was in Chen Anqi's room, accompanied by Chen Shi. She recounted the details of the police's findings. The two urged Chen Manqing to stay home and avoid going out. The danger would persist until the mastermind was captured. The three of them had been in low spirits due to the events surrounding Chen Shi, particularly Chen Manqing, who wore a fatigued expression. Sister, why have you been so close to that little rascal lately? Chen Shi teased. Little rascal? He is your brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Anqi shot a glare at Chen Shi, who was engrossed in her phone. He even managed to take on Xiao Hao and Iran. How can he not be a little rascal? Chen Shi pouted, displaying her disdain. Though Xiao Shi's behavior may be questionable, Xiao Hao and Iran are not without fault either. It is not solely Xiao Shi's blame. Chen Anqi spoke earnestly. Second sister, he is not just our brother. He is also my savior. Regardless of the circumstances, you should not refer to him in such a manner. Chen Manqing expressed with a hint of anger. Yes, you are both correct, Chen Shi replied impatiently. While she could tolerate Chen Manqing's defense of Chen Shi, she was baffled by Chen Anqi's continual advocacy for him. Sister, If Xiao Shi truly outperforms Xiao Hao in this college entrance examination, will we genuinely transfer 10 of the Chen Group's shares to him? Chen Manqing asked casually. Of course. The agreement has been signed. Chen Anshi replied without hesitation. What are you two thinking? Someone like Chen Shi can at best only attend a 211 university. How could he possibly surpass Xiao Hao? Chen Shi lifted her head, an expression of scorn on her face. Anything is possible. What if Xiao Shi performs exceptionally well this time? Chen Manqing attempted to argue, but halfway through, she found it difficult to convince herself. After all, no matter how well he performed, it was improbable for him to make such a dramatic leap from a 211 university to Tsinghua or Peking University in just 2 months. Chen Shi merely chuckled and refrained from further debate with Chen Manqing. Feeling uncomfortable due to her inability to counter Chen Shi, Chen Manqing deliberately inquired, "Second sister, aren't you going to write today? Haven't your readers been urging for updates?" "No need. I've already finished today's writing and uploaded it." Chen Shi's response surprised both Chen Manqing and Chen Anshi. Writing was not Chen Shi's forte. Online novels were merely a hobby for her. To pursue this interest, she had forsaken her major and dedicated herself to writing full-time. However, she lacked any real talent for it. There were days when she would spend the whole day in her room, managing to produce only a few hundred words. The plots she painstakingly crafted were often met with harsh criticism from readers. Gradually, her enthusiasm waned, leading to sporadic updates, which only drew more ire from her audience, with some threatening to come after her. After a year of this struggle, her earnings barely covered the cost of tutorials. Fortunately, the Chen family was affluent enough to support her. "What else with your efficiency today?" Chen Manqing regarded her with suspicion. "Of course. From now on I will never miss an update again, and I plan to release more chapters," Chen Shi declared proudly. "Has our address been leaked?" Chen Anshi looked at her younger sister in astonishment. "No, it's just that after my new book was published, I happened to encounter a reader. This reader is quite remarkable, frequently offering me suggestions in the comments, and sometimes even crafting plots for me." Chen Shi candidly shared the reality. "After I adopted his suggestions and plots, my data skyrocketed, surpassing what I had achieved in a year in just 1 day. Isn't that impressive? So incredible." Chen Anshi and Chen Manqing were oblivious to these matters, having never laid eyes on Chen Shi's novels, as she never disclosed the titles of her works to them. However, from Chen Shi's tone, it seemed she possessed considerable talent. "Eventually, I utilized a secondary account to connect with this esteemed author. Upon my request, she graciously agreed to mentor me in the art of writing, designating me as her sole disciple." Chen Shi excitedly proclaimed that the esteemed author regarded me as a once-in-a-century writing prodigy, asserting that my lack of achievements thus far was merely due to untimely circumstances. The author likened me to a raw gem, suggesting that with her guidance, I could soon dominate the online literature sphere. After exchanging glances, Chen Anshi and Chen Manqing chorused, "How much does she charge you?" "Not much. The introductory course is 200,000. Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Anshi and Chen Manqing sighed, confirming their suspicions that Chen Shi had fallen prey to a scam. Chapter 33. Young Master Chen Shi cannot join the table. Despite being the second daughter of the Chen family, Chen Shi possessed the most naive disposition among the trio. Among the 5 sisters, apart from a youngest, Chen Qingxia, who was studying far away in the capital, Chen Shi's mind was the simplest. Perhaps having indulged too much in the trope of domineering CEO romance novels, she had developed a somewhat romanticized perception of love, often harboring unrealistic fantasies. Nevertheless, although Chen Anshi and her companion were well aware that Chen Shi had encountered a fraudster, they opted to remain silent. After all, their foolish sister would not heed their warnings. Furthermore, the amount of money involved was negligible to the Chen family, so they decided to let her pursue her whims. "Eldest sister, second sister, third sister, it's time for dinner." At that moment, Chen Aran's voice echoed from downstairs. "Dad, how is your health? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Chen Manqing inquired with concern, addressing Chen Zhen. After returning from the Chen Shi household, Chen Manqing had taken Chen Zhen for a medical examination. even opting for an X-ray for precautionary measures. After all, Chen Jun was not young, and it was prudent to be cautious. Although the results revealed only some bruising on his abdomen, everything else appeared normal. Chen Manqing could not shake her worry upon seeing Chen Jun's gloomy expression. Chen Jun did not respond to his daughter's question, but instead slammed his hand on the table with force. That scoundrel actually colluded with outsiders to assault his own father. Does he not comprehend who his true kin are? His eyes widened, his voice brimming with unrestrained fury. If this ungrateful wretch were to inherit the Chen family's fortune, what hope would remain for the Chen family? Yang Qian, who was serving food to Chen Hao, was startled by Chen Jun's sudden outburst, causing the food on her chopsticks to tumble onto the table. She retorted angrily, "Can you not be so volatile? If it weren't for your constant beating of Shi, would he have left the Chen family? And you struck him so severely. Didn't you see the bruises on his back that day?" With that, Yang Qian lost her appetite, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Chen Jun, taken aback by Yang Qian's rebuke, felt his temper flare. "Why didn't you stop me when I was disciplining him? I recall you even encouraged me to be a bit harsher at times to correct his bad habits." His accusation brought tears to Yang Qian's eyes. "I was merely saying that in passing. Who knew you would take it seriously? I only wanted what was best for him. If I hadn't been strict, how would he ever learn?" Chen Jun defended himself. Noticing the escalating tension, Chen Shi quickly intervened. "Mom, Dad, please calm down. The situation has already unfolded. Given some time, Xiao Shi will come to his senses and return." "No way. He is not allowed to come back," Chen Ran exclaimed, touching her still slightly swollen cheek. "If he returns, he will only bully Xiao Hao. I won't allow him to set foot in the Chen family home again." Chen Shi's repeated assaults on Chen Hao left the others at the table speechless. "Sister, please don't be like this. I believe that if brother can achieve good results in the upcoming college entrance examination, we should give him another chance," Chen Hao said, looking forlorn. "Aka me aka, fine. I will grant him chance. If he can indeed surpass Xiao Hao this time, I will allow him to return," Chen Iran said, her face brimming with smugness. "Weren't you also so certain that the incident with Xiao Chui was definitely Xiao Shi's doing? What has come of that now?" Chen Manqing felt that Chen Iran's words were a bit excessive and wished to defend Chen Shi. Upon hearing Chen Manqing's remark, Chen Iran's adrenaline surged. "Let my word stand. If he truly can outperform Xiao Hao this time, I will live stream myself eating feces." The others suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as though they had heard this phrase before. "Iran, stop. How could Xiao Shi ever surpass Xiao Hao? Please don't stir up trouble," Chen Anchi said, her patience wearing thin. "Exactly, fourth sister. Although brother may not surpass me, I still hope he can come home," Chen Hao added, furrowing his brow as he placed the uneaten steak back on the plate. Noticing this, Yang Qian asked with concern, "Hao, what's wrong? Is this steak not to your liking?" "It seems a bit stale," Chen Hao replied, pursing his lips. Chen Jun immediately exclaimed, "Wang Ma, what is the matter with this steak? How can you serve something that isn't fresh?" The housekeeper, Wang Ma, hurriedly approached, stammering in response to Chen Jun's inquiry, "Sir, madam, I will go check in the kitchen right away." Before long, Wang Ma returned, flustered. "Sir, madam, young master, I am so sorry. This steak is from yesterday. The chef accidentally took the wrong one. How could such a mistake occur? How many times have I said that Howard only eats freshly slaughtered beef? How could you forget?" Chen Jun scolded, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "You let Howard eat something stale. If he falls ill, who will be responsible? Do you no longer wish to work here?" Yanqian timed in angrily. "Young Master Hao, I am truly sorry. I apologize." Wang Ma kept bowing her head in contrition. "All right, quickly take this steak away. Let this be the last time," Chen Anchi instructed. "Yes, miss," Wang Ma replied, pulling out a plastic bag to dispose of the steak. Upon witnessing this, Chen Jun's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. "Wang Ma, what are you doing?" Without pausing, Wang Ma explained, "Sir, I am packaging it for young Master Shi. If I simply return it to the kitchen, those cooks will certainly eat it." As she spoke, Wang Ma suddenly appeared to recall something, hesitating for a moment before putting the plastic bag away. I must be getting old. I forgot that young Master Shi has been away from home for quite some time." Chen Manqing furrowed her brow, perplexed by Wang Ma's actions. "Even if Xiao Shi were home, he shouldn't be eating what we don't eat." Wang Ma smiled and clarified, Third miss, you must have forgotten. The last time young Master Shi was home, he accidentally splashed soup on young Master Hao during a meal, which caused young Master Hao to cry. At that time, both you and Sir felt that young Master Shi lacked dining etiquette, and to comfort young Master Hao, you temporarily forbade young Master Shi from joining the table. The others at the table paused, their chopsticks frozen in midair. It dawned on them that Chen Shi had not dined with them for quite some time. Perhaps having grown accustomed to it, they had not noticed that their brother was absent during meals. Chen Zhen also recalled the incident. Indeed, it had happened. On that occasion, Chen had been wearing a new outfit, and Chen Shi, being clumsy, had inadvertently stained it, prompting Chen Hao to cry. At that moment, both he and Yang Qian deemed it necessary to restrict Chen Shi from dining with them to instill proper table manners. Subsequently, he completely forgot about the matter. Thus, Chen Shi never again joined them at the dining table. Yet, he found nothing peculiar about this situation. Chen Zhen felt a twinge of guilt, though it was not overwhelming. Regardless, you all prepared meals for him in private. Why indulge in such behavior? Chapter 34. In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Indeed, no matter how one looks at it, the food must surely be better than what one finds outside. Chen Shi, unconcerned, continued to shovel down her meal. She needed to finish quickly. There was an online one-on-one lesson with a master to attend shortly. We did not specifically prepare meals for young Master Shi. Wink mastaited calmly. What do you mean? Chen Manqing furrowed her brow, asking in confusion, if you didn't prepare food for Xiao Shi, then what does he eat? A hint of compassion appeared on Wang Ma's face as she replied, young Master Shi usually eats the leftovers of the master and young ladies. What? As soon as Wang Ma finished her sentence, Chen Manqing sprang to her feet. Shock was evident on the faces of the others as well. Wing Ma, what on earth do you mean? Please clarify. Chen Anshi set her chopsticks down, her expression turning grim. Chen Shi not sitting at the table didn't bother her. After all, he had roamed outside for over a decade, lacking proper etiquette and upbringing. Not dining at the table might, perhaps, be better for both them and Chen Shi himself. However, the notion of eating leftovers struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly astonished. What do you mean, Wang Ma? Hurry up and explain. Chen Zhen urged anxiously. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Shi was still his son, the young master of the Chen family. How could he be reduced to eating the scraps of servants? No, even servants ought not to consume others' leftovers. Faced with the pressing inquiries of the crowd, Wang Ma sighed and glanced at Chen Hao and Chen Yiran before explaining. That day, after young Master Shi was sent away from the dining table by you, he secluded himself in his room and wept. Once you all finished your meal and departed, I had intended to ask the kitchen to prepare another meal for young Master Shi. However, he rejected it outright, heading straight to the table to eat the leftovers. I meant to stop him, but he said Wang Ma's voice caught in her throat at this point. What did he say? Hurry up, Chen Zhen urged, his urgency palpable as he longed for an answer. Wang Ma sighed again and continued. Young Master Shi said that the leftovers from the master, madam, and young ladies were not dirty at all. Eating this food felt like sitting together with everyone else at the table, which made him very happy. As Wang Ma spoke, her voice became increasingly choked with emotion. Chen Zhen stood there as if in a trance, lost in thought. Chen Anshi and the others, upon hearing Wang Ma's explanation, lowered their heads in silence, reflecting on how they had nitpicked and scorned anything related to Chen Shi. Here was a brother they had disdained, yet he harbored no qualms about the meals they left behind. Yang Qian was already in tears, murmuring to herself, Xiao Shi, my dear child. And then, Chen Manqing pressed on. If it was just an occasional leftover meal, it wouldn't be too terrible. However, that time, young Master Shi's actions were witnessed by Fourth Miss and young Master Hao. Fourth Miss remarked that since young Master Shi enjoyed eating leftovers, the kitchen should no longer prepare meals for him. From then on, he would only eat the scraps. Wang Ma cautiously glanced at Chen Yiran before adding. Fourth Miss said she would inform the master and madam. So for the past 3 years, Xiao Shi has been eating what we left behind? Chen Anshi asked in a low voice. Wang Ma nodded. Yes, if you all were home for meals, it would be fine, but when you weren't, young Master Shi had no choice but to go hungry. They have many social engagements daily, and there's rarely time to eat at home in the evenings. Chun Manqing could no longer contain herself. Her trembling finger pointed at Chun Iran as she shouted, "Chun Iran, look at the good you've done." She understood that Chun Iran was close to Chun Hao and was worried that Chun Shi's sudden arrival would take everything from him. Yet, even if her sister despised Chen Shi, this was simply too much. Watching Chun Manqing's fury, Chun Iran appeared flustered and stammered. "He hasn't starved to death. So why are you so angry? Is it the issue? He is the young master of the Chun family, and you let him eat leftovers for 3 years. Did you not notice how thin he has become?" Seeing that Chun Iran had not recognized her fault, Chun Manqing grew even angrier. "And so what? Even if they are leftovers, they are still 100 times better than what he ate before while living outside. A person like him deserves only our scraps." Chun Iran continued to defend herself. Chun Manqing grasped a pair of chopsticks from the table and hurled them at Chun Iran's face. "You think you're justified, don't you?" Chun Iran had not anticipated that her third sister would resort to violence. She did not manage to dodge in time, and her already swollen cheek took another blow. Now enraged, she stood up in a huff. "I was wrong, but what does it matter to you? He has eaten leftovers for 3 years, and none of you noticed." Chun Iran's words left Chun Manqing momentarily speechless. Her voice caught in her throat. After a prolonged silence, she seemed to be drained of strength and sighed as she returned to her seat. Indeed, while Chun Iran was at fault, did the others bear no responsibility at all? For 3 years, how had Chen Shi fared? She knew nothing about it. Or rather, did she care at all? Or why did they now have to blame Chun Iran? In the face of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. "Manqing, do not blame Iran at that time. We saw that brother was eating happily, and fourth sister merely said so. She did not intend any harm." Chun Hao interjected in defense of Chun Iran. "My poor Shi, you have suffered. Yanqian so bitquetly to herself." Chun Jun sighed, suddenly feeling a pang of remorse for his own son, questioning whether he had been too harsh on him before. Chun Shi, however, remained relatively calm. She felt a slight sense of guilt towards Chen Shi now, but did not believe he had suffered greatly. After all, he was merely an ordinary child with nothing, suddenly transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix, brought back to the affluent Chen family, a fate many desired but few could attain. Enduring this minor grievance was inconsequential. Moreover, she believed that Chen Shi would eventually return on his own. His absence from home was simply a strategic retreat. "Very well, Iran, when you have the opportunity, take some time to apologize to Xiao Shi," Chen Shi stated. Chun Iran pouted, initially wishing to refuse, but Chun Jun also weighed in. "Iran, what you've done this time is indeed excessive. You should heed your elder sister's advice and apologize to Xiao Shi." Reluctantly, Chun Iran acquiesced. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, who had been quietly eating, seemed entirely unconcerned with these matters. She swiftly finished her meal, exchanged brief farewells with the others, and dashed straight to her room. Today was the day of the master's first class, and she felt a surge of excitement within. Chapter 35. Why go to his house and not mine? After dinner, Chen Shi sat on the sofa. One hand held an ice pack against his face, while the other manipulated his phone rapidly across the screen. Jiang Nanxing, Jiang Yin, and Qin Xingma gathered around the table, happily enjoying the cake that Qin Xingma had brought. Due to the severe swelling on his face, Chen Shi refrained from visiting his grandmother. Upon learning this, Qin Xingma hurried back over. "Brother, who are you chatting with so animatedly?" Jiang Yin inquired, noticing Chen Shi engrossed in his phone. Without lifting his head, Chen Shi replied, "A net friend." The fact that Chen Shi was not accustomed to chatting online intrigued Jiang Nanxing and the others. Qin Xingma cast a curious glance in their direction. "Is it a female friend? There are many online scammers these days. You mustn't fall victim," Jiang Yin warned gravely upon hearing Chen Shi mention a net friend. "Yes, a female friend," Chen Shi admitted without hesitation. Jiang Yin's demeanor shifted to one of worry. She abandoned her cake and rushed to Chen Shi's side. "Brother, you're not falling in love online, are you?" Her words caused Jiang Nanxing and Qin Xingma to instinctively halt their spoons midair. "Online love? The person is a web novelist," Chen Shi clarified, and a rather foolish one at that. He recounted how he encountered a writer on the Tomato app while reading novels, and unable to resist, he offered some suggestions due to the author's abysmal writing. Eventually, Under her insistence, he reluctantly agreed to provide her with some guidance. "Brother, you can write novels," Jiang Yin exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Nanxing and Qin Qingma exchanged intrigued glances. Over the years, Jiang Nanxing had never realized Chen Shi possessed such a talent. "Well, I dabble a bit," Chen Shi replied modestly. In truth, he had little skill, merely a wealth of experience from having read countless novels during his past life on Earth. Even if he wasn't a professional, he felt more than capable of instructing that foolish author. "But why call that female writer foolish?" Qin Qingma asked, puzzled. "I believe that regardless of the outcome, she works hard at her writing. Even if it's not good, respect is due. We, as readers, should offer encouragement rather than resort to insults." Chen Shi acknowledged Qin Qingma's sentiment, but felt compelled to explain, "You're right, but this author is truly foolish." This remark piqued the group's interest, and they were eager to discover just how poorly the author's writing was to elicit such a reaction from Chen Shi. Taking a moment to compose himself, Chen Shi proposed, "Let me ask you this. If your biological father were murdered by an enemy, wouldn't you seek revenge?" They all nodded in agreement. "If you want vengeance, you would certainly think of how to enhance your abilities to ultimately eliminate that foe, correct?" "Indeed," they affirmed. "Now, can you guess how this foolish writer portrays that scenario? How does she write it?" They inquired, their curiosity piqued. Chen Shi glanced at them before reading aloud from his phone. "Father, may you walk safely on your journey. My current abilities are insufficient for revenge. If I cannot avenge you, what face do I have left to be your son?" "Wait, what?" Jiang Nanxing and Qin Qingma couldn't help but sputter their food. "And then?" they urged, eager for more. Chen Shi continued. "He then draws a dagger, cuts off a lock of his hair, and declares, 'Today, I sever our father-son bond. This vendetta can only wait until the next life.'" Jiang Nanxing and Qin Qingma burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Even a usually composed Qin Qingma was in fits of giggles. After school that day, as the bell rang, Chen Shi dashed to the stairwell, waiting for Jiang Yin to descend. However, after a long wait, Jiang Yin still hadn't appeared. Confused, he ascended to the experimental class to find her. Upon arriving at the door, he spotted Jiang Yin and Qin Qingma exiting together. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed Chen Hao following closely behind. "Qingma, let us go out for dinner tonight. I've already reserved a place," Chen Hao suggested impatiently. "Jiang Hao, will you ever quit? Qingma has already said she needs to study tonight. Why are you being so annoying?" Jiang Yin snapped, harboring significant animosity toward Chen Hao due to Chen Shi's influence. Though Chen Shi had not divulged much, the visits from Chen's family had hinted at many underlying issues. "Qingma, you're doing so well in your studies. Taking one night off won't hurt," Chen Hao persisted, ignoring Jiang Yin's protests. With the college entrance exams approaching, "I don't want to relax for even a moment," Qin Qingmo replied coolly. Chen Hao recalled that during his last invitation to watch a movie, Qin Qingmo had also prioritized studying. Yet, that night, he had seen her at the cinema with Chen Shi. "Qingmo, didn't you go to the movies with brother Chen Shi last time?" As soon as he spoke, Qin Qingma's brow furrowed in displeasure. Just then, Chen Shi arrived on the scene. "Brother," Jiang Yin exclaimed excitedly. Chen Shi acknowledged her with a nonchalant casting a glance at Chen Hao. Despite wearing a mask, the distinct imprint of a shoehorn was visible on his forehead. Chen Shi noticed Chen Hao's eyes adorned with colored contact lenses, giving him a seemingly pitiful appearance. Chen Shi scoffed disdainfully. Sensing Chen Shi's hostile gaze, Chen Hao instinctively lowered his head, meekly calling out, "Brother Chen Shi." However, Chen Shi distinctly caught a flicker of menace in Chen Hao's eyes. Ignoring him, Chen Shi reprimanded Jiang Yin, "Stop dawdling. We're going to miss the bus. Let us hurry." With that, he took Jiang Yin's hand and began to run. Jiang Yin yanked him back, saying, "Brother, there's no need to rush. Qingma is coming to our house tonight. We'll take her car back." "What? But we agreed on 4 nights this week. Why are you still going?" Chen Shi questioned, a hint of disdain creeping into his tone. "Today is Friday. We had agreed on 4 nights during the week and 1 on the weekend. Saturday is occupied with extra classes due to the upcoming exams, so there's no break. How can we still go?" Faced with Chen Shi's reluctant expression, Qin Qingma remained unfazed and simply stated, "Tonight, I just want to study with Nian Nian. I want to be a bother to you. Since Qin Qingma had said so, Chen Shi felt he could not refuse. Qingma, why don't you come to my house to study? I have some questions I'm struggling with and would love your help. Upon hearing that Qin Qingma would be going to Chen Shi's house, Chen Hao grew anxious, realizing that Qin Qingma seemed to visit Chen Shi's place often. Why does Qingma go to his house, but not mine? Chapter 36. Brother, don't push me. I was wrong. Observing Chen Hao on the brink of tears, Chen Shi felt a sudden surge of mischievous delight. The tears brimming in his eyes looked so uncomfortable. They ought to spill forth. In front of Chen Hao, he abruptly pulled Qin Qingma close, draping an arm around her shoulders while cheerfully saying, Qingma has already said she's going to my house. What are you whining about over here? Hurry back home to find your sister. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Shi's unexpected display of affection toward Qin Qingma, particularly the students from the experimental class who had just emerged and witnessed the scene. Qin Qingma is none other than the school belle of number 1 high school, the goddess in their hearts. How could someone of Chen Shi's lowly status dare to sully her? Although they had heard whispers of a betrothal between Qin Qingma and Chen Hao, the latter, being the scion of the Chen family, was someone they could somewhat accept as her eventual husband. But Chen Shi, he was merely the son of a servant, audaciously taking liberties with the future mistress of the household in front of the family. Such an affront was utterly outrageous. Immediately, someone admonished, Chen Shi, what are you doing? Release Qingma at once. Chen Shi paid no heed, his gaze mockingly fixed upon Chen Hao. Before long, Chen Hao's eyes were rimmed with crimson, tears cascading down his cheeks. The sight of Qin Qingma in Chen Shi's embrace, showing no signs of resistance and even displaying a hint of blush, unmistakably indicated her shyness. Witnessing Chen Hao's tears brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Shi, who then turned away with a handsome flourish, one arm around Jiang Yin and the other around Qin Qingma as he made his way towards the stairs. Chen Hao, along with his classmates trailing behind, quickly pursued them. At this moment, Qin Qingma began to struggle, breaking free from Chen Shi's hold, her head bowed as she descended the stairs. Chen Hao caught up and immediately squeezed himself between Chen Shi and Qin Qingma, creating a barrier between them. With glistening eyes, he implored Chen Shi, Brother Chen Shi, Qingma is my fiancé. What you did just now is wrong. The students from the experimental class echoed his sentiments, reprimanding Chen Shi for his actions. Chen Shi, however, was too indifferent to engage. Having acted solely to provoke Chen Hao, he chose silence and continued walking. But Qin Qingma, having heard this, spoke coldly. Chen Hao, we cannot predict the future. Could you refrain from bringing this up incessantly? Realizing that Qin Qingma was evidently upset, Chen Hao panicked. He had not shied away from mentioning their engagement before, yet Qin Qingma had never objected. Today, however, her anger was palpable, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis within him, primarily stemming from Chen Shi's presence. The animosity he harbored towards Chen Shi intensified. This unexpected upstart not only sought to usurp his inheritance, but now appeared to be vying for his fiancée as well. His eyes glinted with a fierce determination, as if he had made a resolute decision. Feigning innocence, Chen Hao stammered, Qingma, please don't be angry. It's just that Brother Chen Shi recently assaulted our family's little maid. I fear he might lose control and do something terrible to you. Boom! The moment Chen Hao's words left his lips, every head on the stairs seemed to be struck by lightning, frozen in place. Chen Shi had assaulted the Chen family's maid. Chen Shi was a predator. How could such a person still be allowed to attend number 1 high school? A flurry of questions raced through everyone's minds. Even Chen Shi himself stood dumbfounded, having anticipated Chen Hao would speak ill of him or play the victim, but he never imagined Chen Hao would publicly slander him, especially since the truth had already come to light. Why was Chen Hao so shameless as to accuse him? Most importantly, Chen Hao's declaration before their classmates was evidently an attempt to ruin him. A surge of fury coursed through Chen Shi, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, he longed to eliminate this pest. Chen Hao, shut your mouth. Yet before Chen Shi could act, Qin Qingma's furious voice rang out. Her sudden outburst startled everyone. Throughout the encounter, Qin Qingma had maintained an aloof demeanor, seemingly indifferent to all matters. They had never witnessed her raise her voice, let alone explode in anger. Her unexpected fury left them utterly astonished. "Do you even realize what you're saying? Apologize to Chen Shi at once." Qin Qingma's brow furrowed, her tone frigid. Chen Hao, taken aback by Qin Qingma's rare display of emotion on Chen Shi's behalf, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His expression darkened, but quickly morphed back into one of pitiful innocence. He hastily turned to Chen Shi, apologizing, "Brother Chen Shi, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned it. It was my fault, and I apologize." Chen Hao's motive for revealing the incident was to completely destroy Chen Shi. The evidence lay solely within the Chen family, and they would never forsake Chen Shi for the sake of this bastard. At most, they would offer a few words of reproach. Thus, he felt no trepidation. His apology only served to further cement Chen Shi's alleged culpability. At this juncture, Chen Shi regained his composure, indifferent to the opinions of others. His sole focus was on how to deal with this interloper. But before he could make a move, he heard Chen Hao's piercing scream as he tumbled down the stairs. "Brother Chen Shi, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't push me." Chen Hao's sudden descent sent several students rushing down to assist him. "Chen Shi, you have gone too far. How would you push Chen Hao? What if he gets hurt?" Given the already crowded staircase, and with Chen Hao standing so close, coupled with the fact that Chen Hao had just offended Chen Shi, there was no doubt in their minds that Chen Shi had pushed him. "Don't blame Brother Chen Shi. It was an accident," Chen Hao grimaced, pretending to defend Chen Shi. "Chen Hao, how can you still speak for him after what he did to you? Wait here. I'm going to find a teacher. Yes, a person like him must be expelled." Jiang Yan, upon hearing the word expelled, immediately grew panicked. Just moments ago, she had acted in a fit of rage without considering whether Chen Shi had truly pushed Chen Hao. However, she unhesitatingly testified on Chen Shi's behalf. He didn't push him. Chen Hao fell on his own. Everyone knew Jiang Yan had a good relationship with Chen Shi. "Jiang Yan, are you still lying through your teeth? If it wasn't Chen Shi who pushed him, did Chen Hao really just fall?" Even if Chen Shi had pushed him, Jiang Yan didn't believe he had done anything wrong. She felt he had been too lenient. Yet, confronted with the facts, Jiang Yan found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Qingma spoke up. "Chen Shi didn't push him. I saw Chen Hao fall on his own." Chapter 37. It was I who kicked him. What of it? Qin Qingma's words astonished everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, she was Chen Hao's fiancée. Why was she not defending her betrothed, but instead protecting this son of a servant? Chen Hao felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He was uncertain whether Qin Qingma had truly seen him fall or not. Even if she had, he was still her betrothed. Her failure to side with him and her defense of Chen Shi left him bewildered. Yet, recalling Qin Qingma's character, he began to feel some relief. She had never been one to stoop to lying, let alone fabricate stories. Perhaps she had indeed witnessed his stage fall. Quick on his feet, Chen Hao immediately responded. "Qingma is right. Brother Chen Shi probably didn't push me. I must have accidentally slipped." He then approached Chen Shi, managing to force a smile, and sincerely apologized. "Brother Chen Shi, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chen Shi merely raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course I won't hold it against you. After all, it was I who kicked you down." Chen Shi's words left Chen Hao momentarily stunned, and even Jiang Yan, Qin Qingma, and a host of classmates were bewildered. They were utterly perplexed by Chen Shi's motives. Having ostensibly cleared his name, it was astonishing that someone would brazenly admit to being the perpetrator. Before anyone could react, Chen Shi abruptly seized Chen Hao by the hair, dragging him to the foot of the next staircase, where he swiftly delivered a forceful kick, sending Chen Hao tumbling down. The anguished cries echoed as the classmates watched Chen Hao crash down to the second floor. Their faces paled in shock as they rushed towards him. But Chen Shi was quicker. In just a few strides, he leaped down the stairs, hauling Chen Hao like a lifeless pig to the next level, repeating his earlier action, tossing Chen Hao down once again. Thus, with Chen Shi's assistance, Chen Hao continued to roll down to the first floor. After a moment, Jiang Yan and the others hurried down. Chen Shi paid no heed to the wretched sight of Chen Hao sprawled on the ground, groaning like a mortally wounded beast. He grasped Jiang Yan's hand and strode towards the school gates. Observing this, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay behind and contact the Chen family. In the Chen family's hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. That scoundrel! That scoundrel! Chen Zhen trembled with rage, his body quaking with fury. When Chen Shi's call reported that Chen Hao was feeling unwell, they brushed it off lightly, instructing the driver waiting outside the school to go inside and collect him. However, when the driver later called, mentioning that Chen Hao was severely injured, Chen Zhen was still in disbelief. It was only upon seeing Chen Hao returned, bruised and battered, that panic set in. Upon learning that Chen Shi was the instigator of this chaos, they were engulfed in a mix of anger and disbelief. It was unfathomable that just a few days into his schooling, Chen Hao had fallen victim to Chen Shi's malevolence. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that Chen Hao had only sustained superficial injuries from his descent down the stairs. Nonetheless, Yang Qian was distraught, her heart aching for her beloved son. As she tended to his bruises, tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, "My poor Hauer, my poor Hauer." She had felt a twinge of guilt when Wang Ma mentioned that he was eating leftover food, intending to make it up to him, only to discover that Chen Shi's true nature remained unaltered, and he had dealt such a cruel blow to her son. Why on earth would he push you down the stairs? He wouldn't do such a thing without reason, Chen Manjing inquired. After receiving Chen Shi's call, Yang Qian had notified Chen Manjing to return and check on Chen Hao's condition. Understanding Yang Qian's concern, she had promptly dropped her work and rushed back. Chen Shi was a homebody, rarely stepping outside, while Chen Aran, aspiring to be a star, had just entered the industry and was quite idle at the moment. She was also at home. As for Chen Anshi, she was the CEO of the Chen Group and was currently occupied with a meeting at the company. What do you mean without reason? He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. It was bad enough he bullied Hao at home. Now he does not spare him at school either. I believe he should not remain at Dijon. Chen Yiran seethed through clenched teeth. Sister, I didn't say anything about brother. I just felt a bit uneasy when I saw him suddenly embrace Qingma and said a few words to him. I never imagined he would get angry and then tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. What did you say? He actually embraced Qingma. Yang Qian exclaimed in disbelief. Qingma is your fiancé. How dare he? Chen Zhen's face was a mask of incredulity. Indeed, I wonder if brother is deliberately approaching Qingma, because she is my fiancé. Lately, Qingma has been visiting his home quite often, Chen Hao said, his tone laden with grievance. Beast, beast, knowing full well you have a betrothal with Qingma, he still dares to covet her. He is worse than a beast. Chen Zhen's fury was palpable as he slammed his hand down in anger. That is to be my future sister-in-law. How could he act this way? Yang Qian wiped her tears, disappointment etched across her face. Chen Manjing stood silently, her expression one of shock. Could it be that he has developed feelings for Qin Qingma? She suddenly felt weary. Why were her two younger brothers such a source of anxiety? The idea of her brother and sister-in-law being involved was morally reprehensible. Chen Yiran's eyes sparkled with indignation mixed with a hint of excitement, for this development resembled the plot of a novel she had been reading. That little rascal. He wants to compete with Chen Hao for everything. I wonder what underhanded tactics he has employed to get close to Qingma. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Chen Yiran's words jolted Chen Zhen and Yang Qian into realizing the gravity of the situation. If Qin Qingma truly fell for Chen Shi, they would have no choice but to reveal his identity. At that point, Chen Hao would not only lose Qin Qingma, but also his status as the young master of the Chen family, leaving him vulnerable to Chen Shi's relentless bullying. The thought filled them with dread. Chen Yiran, however, was not contemplating the implications. Her thoughts were as straightforward as ever, merely expressing whatever came to mind. We cannot allow Qingma to fall victim to that little scoundrel. They must not be allowed to spend time together frequently. Her words sparked an idea in Yang Qian. Should we consider transferring Chen Hao to another school? That way, they won't have the chance to see each other often. Mom, there are only 2 months until the college entrance examination. Changing schools now would adversely affect him. Chen Manjing immediately interjected. What do you propose we do then? If this marriage falls through, Chen Hao will be devastated. You know how he feels about Qingma? Yang Qian retorted in frustration. Enough. It's settled. We will transfer that scoundrel to another school. Chen Shi declared, a resolute tone in his voice. I will call the principal shortly and use today's incident of assaulting Hao as grounds for expulsion. Iran, since you have more free time, find him a new school. He instructed. All right, Dad, Chen Iran replied cheerfully. I won't be going back to Yizhong tomorrow. Whoever is free, please handle the expulsion of Chen Shi at school. Chen Jin looked at his daughters, seeking volunteers. I'll go. Chen Iran shouted excitedly. Mom, Manjing, Shui, do you want to join me? Father, Mother, should we reconsider this matter? Shen Manqing still wished to make one final attempt. After all, Linhai No. 1 High School is the finest institution in the entire Linhai city. And although only 2 months remain until the college entrance examination, the teaching resources of Linhai No. 1 are unparalleled by any other school. Even with just 2 months left, the impact on academic performance is substantial. Manqing, enough of this. Your father and I have already made our decision, Yang Qian stated firmly. Manqing could only let out a resigned sigh and said, I have a surgery scheduled for tomorrow, so I won't be attending. She truly could not bring herself to hurt Chen Shi in front of him again, although she also believed that Chen Shi's involvement with Qin Qingma was inappropriate. I won't be going either. Yang Qian shook her head and replied, Fine. Then tomorrow it will be just me and Sister Shi going to school to expel that little scoundrel from No. 1 High, Chen Iran declared, gesturing animatedly. Chen Shi, however, ignored her as she was entirely consumed by a sudden burst of inspiration for her novel's plot. After having dealt with Chen Hao, Chen Shi felt quite exhilarated. Nevertheless, he reminded Jiang Yin to keep this incident a secret from Jiang Nanqing. He did not wish for Jiang Nanqing to worry about his conflict with the Chen family. Upon returning home, Jiang Nanqing had prepared dinner, waiting for them. Halfway through the meal, Qin Qingma arrived. After dinner, Jiang Nanqing went out to set up her stall while Chen Shi and the others began reviewing their studies. Chen Hao probably isn't seriously injured. You needn't worry. Qin Qingma suddenly remarked. Chen Shi glanced up at the school beauty, then lowered his head to continue explaining the problems to Jiang Yin. I couldn't care less about his fate, Chen Shi thought to himself. As long as the Chen family does not pursue this matter, the school will likely issue only a minor penalty, such as a warning, which won't be recorded in the files and will have no future repercussions for you. Qin Qingma continued. It was then that Chen Shi understood why Qin Qingma reassured him not to worry. This was the implication. But what if the Chen family decides to pursue this? Chen Shi suddenly inquired with interest. Qin Qingma looked at him, her expression turning serious. If the Chen family truly decides to pursue it, then the situation would be grave. In what way is it grave? Jiang Yin asked. If the Chen family investigates deeply, there could be a formal reprimand or worse. The mildest consequence would be probation, while the severest could lead to expulsion. In either case, it would be recorded in the files. Qin Qingma explained earnestly. That shouldn't happen. Jiang Yin sighed in relief. Qin Qingma was unaware of the relationship between Chen Shi and the Chen family. Yet she understood that, despite their disagreements, Chen Shi was still a scion of the Chen family, bound by blood ties. No matter what, the Chen family would not expel Chen Shi over Chen Hao, especially with the college entrance examination approaching. Chen Shi shared Jiang Yin's perspective. Although he had struck Chen Hao, the injuries were likely superficial and would not result in serious consequences. If anything, it was merely Chen Hao's pride that had been shattered, particularly in front of Qin Qingma. Beyond that, it seemed there was no real harm done. I also believe it won't escalate, especially since your relationship seems rather unique, Qin Qingma commented lightly. Chen Shi sensed a deeper meaning in her words. After all, she was not naive and could discern certain nuances. Given that Chen Hao is betrothed to you, shouldn't you be expressing concern for him instead of coming to comfort me at my home? Chen Shi jested casually. The engagement was arranged by the patriarch of the Chen family and my grandfather. I have no say in the matter, Qin Qingma explained, regarding him with a serious gaze. So you do not harbor any affection for Chen Hao, Jiang Yin noted, detecting the undercurrent of resignation in Qin Qingma's tone. I had thought you might be willing. She continued. The patriarch of the Chen family has passed, and my grandfather is quite aged. He likely will not last much longer. Once he is gone, adhering to the engagement will no longer matter, Qin Qingma stated expressionlessly. Chen Shi regarded her with a peculiar look. Do you have a strained relationship with your grandfather? It's quite good, Chen Shi replied, which surprised Chen Shi, as her tone suggested otherwise. It was clear that she harbored a wish for her grandfather's demise. From her words, it seems that if you had a knife, you would not hesitate to end your grandfather's life on the spot. Am I mistaken? Chen Shi inquired. Chen Shi did not deny it. Instead, she nodded. You are not mistaken. That is precisely what I mean. A person who so carelessly arranges an engagement for an unborn grandchild is irresponsible and deserves to repent sooner rather than later. Chen Shi was taken aback by the depth of Chen Shi's aversion to the engagement and her intense resentment. He suddenly felt relieved that his identity had not been revealed, allowing the engagement to fall upon Chen Hao instead. Otherwise, he would surely have garnered Chen Shi's ire. So, you wish to wait for your grandfather's death to annul the engagement? Jiang Yin inquired. Yes, that is my plan, Chen Shi admitted without reservation. What if your grandfather remains steadfast? Jiang Yin asked bluntly. This question caught Chen Shi off guard. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yin added, why not elope? That way, they would have no power to coerce you. Just as she was about to elaborate, Jiang Yin suddenly covered her mouth, falling silent. Chapter 39. Qingma. How dare you speak falsehoods with your eyes wide open? The following morning, as Chen Shi arrived at school, he was summoned to the principal's office. Inside, he encountered Chen Shi, Chen Iran, and a seemingly frail Chen Hao, who appeared as if he might collapse at any moment. Chen Shi, regarding your actions yesterday in pushing Chen Hao down the stairs, do you have anything to say? Principal Kai's son of number 1 high school inquired. I have nothing to say. I did push him, Chen Shi admitted outright, knowing that many had witnessed the incident and denying it would be futile. Old Huang, look at him. Having committed such a heinous act, he remains completely unfazed. How can we not impose severe punishment for such an attitude? Spocky Zunda, the homeroom teacher of the experimental class. Chen Hao was a top student in the experimental class, coming from a prominent family, and was an excellent candidate for Tsinghua University or Peking University. To their astonishment, he had been assaulted by the notorious Chen Shi from the underperforming class the previous night. Should any lasting damage occur, preventing him from participating in the college entrance examination, it would severely impact his class's acceptance rate at Tsinghua and Peking University. Haha, old Zhang, you're being overly dramatic. Isn't it understandable for students to engage in a bit of roughhousing? Besides, Chen Hao isn't seriously hurt. A mere warning should suffice, chimed in old Huang, the homeroom teacher of the underperforming class, with a smile. Mediterranean, what are you even saying? Little Hao is severely injured, yet you claim it's nothing. Chen Iran retorted angrily, launching a personal attack on old Huang. Chen Iran's demeanor caused old Huang to feel uneasy. The primary concern in such matters was the attitude of the opposing party's parents. Although Chen Shi appeared to be an average student, sometimes skipping classes, he was, in fact, a good child. Once, while casually walking down the street, old Huang had encountered Chen Shi delivering takeout and learned that he had been skipping class to earn money to buy items for a welfare home. He did not wish for today's incident to tarnish Chen Shi's record and burden him with a formal reprimand. Isn't Chen Shi the child of your family's maid? Perhaps, considering his mother's situation, we could let him apologize this time and let it go. Huang Minghui's tone bore a hint of pleading. No, he must be severely punished. Zhang De and Chen Iran spoke in unison, their voices resolute. Chen Shi remained silent on the sidelines, as the decision had already been made. Further discussion was futile. Deep down, she too felt that her parents' decision was somewhat excessive towards Chen Shi. However, for Chen Hao's sake, there seemed to be no alternative. Enough of the commotion. After thorough deliberation, the school has decided to expel Chen Shi, Principal Kai-sun announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huang Minghui sprang to his feet. What did you just say, Principal? Huang Minghui thought he had misheard. Although Chen Shi's actions were reprehensible, expulsion seemed an extreme measure. Moreover, with the college entrance examination approaching, what would happen to Chen Shi now? Zhang De was equally taken aback. He had merely intended to seek justice for Chen Hao, not anticipating such a grave punishment from the school. Nonetheless, he shrugged it off, reasoning that he was just a poor student. If he was expelled, so be it. Kai-sun reiterated the school's decision. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that his own parents and sisters would prioritize a foster child over his future, compelling him to leave school. His gaze turned icy as he directed it towards Chen Shi and the others, causing them to instinctively take a step back. What do you intend to do? Chen Shi stammered. After being struck by Chen Shi twice, she had developed an aversion towards him. I have already found you another school. After all, your grades are mediocre, so it matters little where you are, Chen Shi hastily explained, fearing Chen Shi's wrath. Principal, this is not a trivial matter. I urge you to reconsider your decision, Huang Minghui pleaded anxiously. Chen Shi is not a violent person. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be? Many students in my class witnessed it last night. Should I call them in for a confrontation? Zunda hitortid, jizmisivedi. Huang Minghui was determined to make one last effort. He could not believe that Chen Shi would attack without reason. Surely there was more to the story. All right, Lao Zhang, bring those students in. I want to ask them face to face. Soon, the students from the experimental class who had witnessed the incident were summoned, including Jiang Yin and Qin Qingma. Upon hearing that Chen Shi was to be expelled, Jiang Yin immediately lost her composure. She recounted everything that had transpired the previous night, including Chen Hao's slander against Chen Shi, accusing him of assaulting the family's young maid, as well as Chen Hao's feigned fall. However, she refrained from mentioning how Chen Shi had pushed Chen Hao from the third floor to the ground floor. As the other students filled in the gaps with their accounts, the truth began to unfold. Not to mention Kai's son and the others, when Chen Shi and Chen Shi learned that Chen Hao had publicly defamed Chen Shi. Their eyes widened in disbelief. If it were indeed Chen Shi's doing, while revealing it would tarnish his reputation forever, it would be deserved. Yet, the truth was now evident. Chen Hao had audaciously accused Chen Shi. They found it hard to believe, faced with the accusatory gazes of his two sisters. Chen Hao quickly panicked and claimed it was a momentary lapse, an unintentional slip of the tongue. Chen Shi, being a fervent supporter of Chen Hao, believed every word he said. After all, it was Chen Shi who had first embraced Qin Qingma, and it was understandable that Chen Hao, in a moment of haste, would say such things. Chen Shi, however, was different. She was struck by a profound shock and suddenly felt the urge to speak the truth on Chen Shi's behalf. But she hesitated. If she revealed the truth, what would become of Chen Hao? How could he possibly show his face at school again? Moreover, with Qin Qingma present, the matter must remain concealed from her. Well, the truth about Chen Shi pushing him has become quite clear. There is nothing more to discuss, Kai-san stated, unwilling to delve into other matters. Furthermore, given Chen Shi's actions, even if he were expelled, it would be justifiable, as the situation seemed to solidify. The previously silent Qin Qingma suddenly spoke up. Chen Shi did not push Chen Hao. He fell on his own. Qin Qingma's declaration left everyone in stunned silence. The events of the previous night were clear. Chen Shi had indeed shoved Chen Hao, and everyone had witnessed it. How could she assert that Chen Hao had merely tumbled? Did he have some sort of mental affliction that caused him to climb back up after falling to the first floor and roll down again? Qingma, how can you lie with your eyes wide open? Qingma, what are you saying? Chen Shi exclaimed, momentarily a loss for words. Everyone had seen Chen Shi push Chen Hao. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Qin Qingma, a model student and exemplary leader, was known for her integrity. It was inconceivable that she would lie, and her blatant fabrications left everyone incredulous. I am not lying. If you doubt me, ask the others, Qin Qingma replied coolly, casting a glance at the students from the experimental class. The students felt their resolve waver under her piercing gaze. As the class leader with high regard, her sudden reversal of truth silenced them. If Chen Shi did not push Chen Hao, then naturally he should not be expelled, Qin Qingma stated expressionlessly. But Chen Shi himself admitted to it. Kai-san said, awkwardly wiping the sweat from his brow. Qin Qingma turned to Chen Shi, asking, did you push Chen Hao? I don't think I did, Chen Shi stammered, staring blankly at the young lady from the Qin family, momentarily at a loss for words. Even he felt a flush of embarrassment at her distortion of the truth. Qingma, why are you helping him? The once silent and pitiful Chen Hao could no longer contain himself and trembled as he questioned her. His fiancée, who had never lied. was now fabricating stories on behalf of Chen Shi, leaving him heartbroken. I am not helping him. I am merely stating the facts, Qin Qingma replied calmly, as if she were speaking the undeniable truth. Qingma, do you even realize what you are doing? Chen Iran was now thoroughly enraged. It was one thing not to support Chen Hao, but for Qin Qingma to concoct lies on behalf of Chen Shi was utterly incomprehensible. Ignoring Chen Iran, Qin Qingma addressed Kai's son. Principal, do you have any further questions? If not, I urge you to retract Chen Shi's expulsion decision. No, Chen Shi must be expelled today. Chen Iran shouted. Seeing Qin Qingma publicly defend Chen Shi intensified Chen Iran's sense of crisis. She was unaware of how far their relationship had progressed, but if this continued, Chen Hao's engagement with Qin Qingma would surely be usurped by Chen Shi. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Chen Shi quickly grabbed her, urging her to remain calm. Chen Shi, why not just withdraw? It will be best for everyone. Chen Shi felt conflicted. She believed it unnecessary to drive Chen Shi to the point of expulsion. However, since the family had made a decision, she felt she could not voice her dissent. Chen Shi regarded Chen Shi with a cold smile and replied, "This best for everyone certainly doesn't include me. Does it? Chen Shi, regardless of your willingness, you shall not remain at Yizhong," Chen Iran declared resolutely. "What can you do if I refuse to withdraw?" Chen Shi retorted with derision. "Regarding the incident where Jiang Nanxing struck us, do you think we are powerless against her? It is solely due to our elder sister and third sister's intervention that Jiang Nanxing has not yet been imprisoned. If you do not withdraw from school today, I shall immediately report to the authorities and have Jiang Nanxing apprehended. Do you believe me?" Chen Iran threatened. "You dare?" Chen Shi's voice emerged with a fierce intensity, as if squeezed through clenched teeth, brimming with anger. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The situation surrounding his withdrawal from school clearly indicated that he had lost all standing within the Chen family. Should he choose to remain at Yizhong, he might inadvertently endanger Jiang Nanxing. After all, with the Chen family's influence in Lehigh, dealing with them would be a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Very well, I am willing to withdraw." "Chen Shi, that is unacceptable," Huang Mingwei interjected immediately. Zhang De, however, offered a comforting remark. "Calm down, Lao Huang. There are merely 2 months left. Regardless of where he studies, his grades are unlikely to change significantly." Yet, his tone carried a hint of mockery. "Once he leaves, he might even enhance our acceptance rate for the 985 universities." Principal Kai's son seemed to concur with Zhang De, nodding subtly. Jiang Yin, watching Chen Shi on the verge of expulsion, appeared anxious. "Brother, are you truly going to withdraw?" Chen Shi gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Others may not understand. But do you not see? With my academic standing, it matters not where I study." Jiang Yin nodded silently, refraining from further comment. In truth, her sadness stemmed from the prospect of no longer attending school with Chen Shi. Chen Iran overheard their exchange and seized the opportunity to taunt. "At least you possess some self-awareness, recognizing your own limitations. Chen Shi, strive diligently and aim for a spot at a 211 university." Chen Shi felt a pang of guilt. While Chen Shi's actions against Chen Hao were wrongful, Chen Hao's conduct was even more disgraceful. It resembled the behavior of the scheming female antagonists she had encountered in novels. Nevertheless, Chen Hao was her younger brother, who had always been obedient and sensible. It must have been unintentional. Upon hearing Chen Shi's suggestion for Chen Shi to aim for a 211 university, Qin Qingma cast a sidelong glance at her, her eyes glimmering with barely perceptible disdain. "Principal Kai, I hope you do not regret today's decision 2 months from now." With that, Qin Qingma shot a meaningful look at Chen Shi before turning and departing the office. Principal Kai was taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of her words. "What is wrong? Is there an issue with my decision today?" After leaving the office, Chen Shi headed directly to the school Chen Iran had arranged for him, Shizhong. He was uncertain about the quality of this institution and had no desire to inquire. For him, the only requirement was to participate in the college entrance examination smoothly. After completing his enrollment, he promptly skipped class, utilizing the funds from his new house loan, as well as the $20,000 for the foolish author's tuition, and made his way to the nearby urban village. Based on Chen Shi's estimates, This urban village would soon be incorporated into city planning and face demolition. Thus, he intended to acquire properties here before the news became public, while the prices were still low. Should he secure sufficient capital, he would not hesitate to purchase the entire village. It appeared he would need to source additional funds. Upon returning home, he recounted his transfer to Jiangnan, albeit under the pretense of being troubled by Chen Hao and preferring not to remain at Yizhong. Jiangnan did not press for further details. As long as Chen Shi promised to take the college entrance examination seriously, she would not interfere. Rest assured, Sister Nanqing, I will approach the college entrance examination with utmost diligence. After all, I have a 10% stake in the Chen group. It would be foolish to let go to waste. Chen Shi assured Jiang Nanqing earnestly, although the shares were secondary to him. His primary concern was alleviating Jiang Nanqing's worries. Who could say whether the Chen family would genuinely relinquish their shares in the future? Chapter 41. Will you go out with me? As Shijiuzhong was relatively distant from home, Chen Shi arrived home just before 7 o'clock. Jiang Nanqing had already prepared dinner for him. Qin Qingma was also present. Originally, they had agreed to meet 4 evenings a week, plus 1 weekend. However, for reasons unknown, the delicious meals at home had compelled Qin Qingma to visit almost every day after school. Chen Shi, there is something I would like to ask of you. Though I'm uncertain if you can. Qin Qingma began, but before she could finish, Chen Shi interjected decisively, no. If it is something that you, the daughter of the Qin family, cannot resolve, it must surely be troublesome. Qin Qingma's fair cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, and she lowered her head, silently resuming her meal. Jiang Nanqing shot a reproachful glare at Chen Shi. Qingma hadn't even finished speaking. Why did you cut her off? Indeed, brother. That was quite rude of you. Jiang Yin chimed in to defend Qin Qingma. Jiang Nanqing smiled, addressing Qin Qingma. Qingma, what do you need help with? Speak up. If he can assist, I will ensure he does. Qin Qingma lifted her gaze to Chen Shi, her cheeks reddening further. She opened her mouth, attempting to voice her request. Yet the words remained unspoken for the longest time. Unable to bear the tension, Jiang Yin urged, Qingma, what is it? Hurry and tell us. Chen Shi felt a surge of anxiety as he observed Qin Qingma's hesitance. It was evident that the matter at hand was not trivial. Qingma, it's all right. Please share what you need, Jiang Nanqing encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qingma focused her gaze on Chen Shi and asked, would you go out with me? Jiang Nanqing's chopsticks froze in midair. Jiang Yin also stiffened, but she quickly erupted into a shrill scream. I refuse. Qingma, how could you have designs on my brother? Our friendship is over. Do not come to my house again, Jiang Yin declared, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Qin Qingma hastily waved her hands, flustered and at a loss. No, it's just temporary. Jiang Yin shot a sidelong glance at her, her arms flailing. You actually want to toy with my brother's feelings? Ugh, this infuriates me. No. Yin Yin, please let me explain. Qin Qingma pleaded, flustered. Jiang Nanqing intervened. All right, stop causing a ruckus and let Qingma speak properly. Qin Qingma paused, took a deep breath, and continued, I wish to have a marriage contract with the Chen family annulled. So, you intend to use me as a shield? Chen Shi immediately deduced her intentions as soon as she finished speaking. Qin Qingma nodded, her face flushed. As long as the contract is successfully annulled, we will break up immediately. Chen Shi shot her a perplexed glance, sensing something odd about her statement. No, il refusa. Chen Shi had no desire to be entangled with the Chen family, especially since the marriage contract was originally his. If he assisted Qin Qingma, the Chen family might mistakenly believe he coveted their possessions. Chen Hao's birthday is next weekend. I plan to announce this matter at his birthday banquet. All I need is for you to provide a distraction for just 1 day, Qin Qingma quickly added. I refuse, Chen Shi began, but was abruptly interrupted as Jiang Nanqing tapped him on the head with her chopsticks. What is wrong with helping Qingma? You're quite free anyway, Jiang Nanqing remarked. Chen Shi's gaze lingered peculiarly on Jiang Nanqing for an extended period. He sensed that something was amiss with her today. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have preferred to sever all ties with the Chen family completely, wishing even to refrain from sending text messages. What could have compelled him to assist Qin Qingma in dissolving her engagement with the Chen family? In a hurried motion, Chen Shi reached out to touch Jiang Nanqing's forehead. Sister Nanqing, you're not running a fever today, are you? Jiang Nanqing swiftly swatted Chen Shi's hand away, feigning indignation. Are you itching for scolding? She decisively proclaimed. It's settled then. I shall assist Qingma in nullifying her engagement. Observing Chen Shi's reluctant demeanor, Qingma quickly interjected, I can offer you money. It wasn't merely a matter of finances. Chen Shi was genuinely conflicted. Would 500,000 suffice? If not, deal. Chen Shi readily acquiesced. Some individuals begin their journey where others conclude, casually tossing around sums of 50,000. In truth, it was not about the money. Had it not been for Jiang Nanqing's request, he would never have agreed to such a matter. After dinner, Jiang Nanqing, as per usual, ventured out to set up her stall. Due to Chen Shi's late return, the task of washing dishes was left to them. To everyone's surprise, Qingma voluntarily offered to help with the dishes. Chen Shi, unable to refuse her, relented. However, after she accidentally shattered 2 bowls, Chen Shi had no choice but to gently guide her back to the living room. I'll compensate you for bowls, Qingma exclaimed, her face awash with embarrassment. No need. They're hardly worth anything, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Jiang Yan leaned against Chen Shi's shoulder, her expression earnest as she addressed Qingma. Qingma, my brother can only be your boyfriend for a day, so you mustn't take advantage of the situation. I want tea, Qingma replied, maintaining her cool demeanor, though her cheeks had already turned crimson. The following day, the Chen sisters gathered in the living room, while Chen Zhen was out for a social engagement. Chen Hao's birthday was approaching, and Yang Qian had taken him out to choose a gift. Ilian, have you enrolled Xiao Shi in that school? Chen Manqing inquired. Upon returning home the other day, Chen Ilian had only mentioned that Chen Shi's situation had been resolved, without disclosing which school he attended. With her recent busyness, she hadn't had the chance to inquire further. Now that she found herself with some free time, she was eager to learn more, even expressing a desire to visit Chen Shi. Chen Ilian hesitated for a considerable time before finally responding, 15 middle school. Chen Shi stated flatly. They were aware of the more prestigious schools known for their high rankings, but were unfamiliar with the specifics of 15 middle school. However, it was clear that 15 middle school was not an esteemed institution. Otherwise, they would have known about it. Ilian, why didn't you enroll Xiao Shi in a better school, like 3rd middle school or something? Chen Manqing frowned, evidently displeased. With his grades, a better school might not accept him, Chen Ilian explained, a hint of guilt in her voice. You know, he got into 1st middle school through connections, she added, acknowledging the validity of her own argument. What kind of school is 15 middle school? Chen Anqi asked. It's a decent school, Chen Ilian replied, casting glances around nervously. Sensing something amiss in Chen Ilian's expression, Chen Manqing immediately pulled out her phone to investigate. Upon discovering the truth, she nearly suffered a stroke. Ilian, you fool. How could you enroll Xiao Shi in the worst school in the city? Chen Manqing exclaimed furiously. This revelation even caused Chen Anqi's expression to darken. Ilian, you have gone too far. Chen Manqing shot a furious glare at Chen Ilian, snatched her bag, and stormed outside. Chen Anqi quickly followed suit. Chapter 42. Are you mute? Wasn't it your choice? As Chen Shi was attending class, the homeroom teacher unexpectedly appeared and called him outside. In the corridor, the teacher gently gestured towards the entrance, saying, Chen Shi, someone is looking for you. The admission rate for 15 middle school had consistently ranked at the bottom in Linhai City. Not to mention, even regular undergraduate programs had extremely low acceptance rates in previous years. Chen Shi's arrival was akin to a wild chicken entering a nest of sparrows, instantly transforming him into a phoenix. School leaders and teachers treated him like a treasure, for he had the potential to become the first student in 15 middle school's history to gain admission to a 211 university. Confused, Chen Shi wondered who would come find him. As he descended the stairs, nearing the school gate, he spotted Chen Manqing's Maserati. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. Xiao Shi, wait up. I need to talk to you. Chen Manqing called out, jogging after him, breathless as she grasped his wrist. Chen Shi attempted to pull away, but was unsuccessful. At that moment, Chen Anqi also approached from behind. Irritated, Chen Shi asked, what do you want this time? Haven't you had enough? Just tell me what it is. I still have class. Xiao Shi, we're not staying at this place anymore. I'll arrange for you to transfer to another school, Chen Manqing stated seriously. Chen Shi scoffed. You two just kicked me out of first middle school a couple of days ago, and now you want to transfer me again? What's going on? This school is the worst in Linhai City. If you remain here, you might not even make it to 211, Chen Manqing urged anxiously. It was then that Chen Shi realized 15 middle school was indeed the most disreputable school in the city. His expression turned icy. Wasn't this your choice for me? Now, you're acting all concerned? No, we didn't know Ilian had found this school, Chen Manqing defended, her face full of shame. Chen Shi scrutinized her for a moment, then glanced at Chen Shi, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So you knew when you kicked me out of first middle school, didn't you? Chen Manqing lowered her head, speechless. Although the decision hadn't been her intention, she had played a role in it. Xiao Shi, the decision to withdraw you from first middle school was indeed a joint discussion, but we had our reasons, Chen Shi explained. Chen Shi, perplexed, wondered why the Chen family was so insistent on ousting him from first middle school, even if he had clashed with Chen Hao. As long as Chen Hao didn't provoke him, he wouldn't pay him any mind. Can I hear your reasons? Chen Shi asked with curiosity. You were getting too close to Qingma, and Xiao Hao was unhappy, Chen Shi admitted, revealing her lack of intention to hide the truth. She had been searching for an opportunity to subtly warn Chen Shi to distance himself from Qingma. So, for foster son's feelings, you disregarded whether my college entrance examination would be affected and expelled me from first middle school? Chen Shi was astonished, his anger boiling within him. The Chen family had completely disregarded the impact on his future simply to appease Chen Hao, only to cast him into the depths of 15 middle school. However, upon reflection, he felt a sense of resignation. After all, if they could so easily dismiss the matter of donating a kidney, expelling him from school was trivial by comparison. What foster son? Xiao Shi, Chen Hao is your brother. Please refrain from using the term foster son. If he hears you, it will hurt him, Chen Shi admonished. Chen Shi slowly nodded, a smile creeping onto his face as he fixed his gaze on Chen Shi. Very well, if Chen Hao is my brother, then who am I? Pray tell? Chen Shi felt a wave of discomfort under Chen Shi's penetrating gaze. You are undoubtedly our brother, aren't you? Chen Shi stepped forward, then suddenly turned around and shouted at Chen Shi in anger. If we are all brothers, why is there such a disparity between us? Chen Shi, startled by Chen Hao's abrupt action, instinctively took a few steps back, nearly losing her balance. Observing this, Chen Manqing quickly grasped Chen Shi's arm. Calm down, Xiao Shi. We treat you all equally. Do not let your thoughts run wild. Equal, Chen Shi retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Manqing's chest. How dare you utter the word equal? Have you ever treated me as such? Ask yourselves honestly. Indeed, we have overlooked your feelings in certain aspects, but Xiao Hao has his own struggles. He is not only physically frail, but also unaware of the whereabouts of his biological parents. And you, on the other hand, have parents, me. In Manqing, everyone is here for you. What more could you desire? Chen Shi implored earnestly. I have relinquished my status, my familial ties, even my engagement for him. Tell me, what more can I concede? Chen Shi demanded. As long as you can articulate it, I shall comply immediately. At that moment, Chen Shi understood that the grievances he faced were deemed justifiable in their eyes, while Chen Hao's minor discontent was treated as catastrophic. Chen Shi's words left Chen Shi and Chen Manqing speechless. And you, Chen Shi, I will reiterate this once more. You are not my sister. You are not. You are not, and you will never be. Do you comprehend? Chen Shi said, enunciating each word with precision. Chen Shi's body seemed struck by lightning, trembling slightly as she stood in shock. Xiao Shi, do not speak so callously. You will always be our brother, and your elder sister loves you. Chen Manqing's voice began to tremble with emotion. Love is not merely a matter of words, Miss Chen-san. Chen Shi scoffed coldly. And do you know why I push Chen Hao? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's eyes widened in surprise. They had previously inquired about the reason from Chen Hao, who had stated that Chen Shi pushed him down the stairs in a fit of anger after he publicly embraced Qingma. Yet, Chen Shi's tone suggested there was more to it. Your precious little brother accused me of forcibly taking advantage of the Chen family's maid in front of everyone. Chen Shi stated calmly, observing the astonished expressions on Chen Manqing's faces. He quickly deduced that Chen Hao had not revealed the complete truth when he returned home. If I could dismiss it as unintentional before, the truth is now laid bare, yet he still slanders me. What is his intention? Can the two young ladies provide me with an answer? Now, I have become the subject of scorn, a so-called perpetrator of heinous acts. And this stigma may haunt me for a lifetime. I wonder if the esteemed young ladies could extend their kindness and publicly disclose the test results to vindicate me? Chen Shi smiled as he gazed at the ashen faces of Chen Shi and Chen Manqing. Did you not claim to love me? Did you not profess to be my sisters? If you truly care for me, should you not assist me in such a significant matter? Why have you fallen silent now? Have you lost your voice? The last sentence was shouted. I understand that you have your difficulties. You undoubtedly will not act. If you were to reveal the results, your precious Xiao Hao would face eternal disgrace. But is that not justified? After all, I, your own brother, am the one who has been wronged. Surely you comprehend? As he spoke, Chen Shi grasped Chen Anqi's chin, staring at her for a moment before releasing her and turning to leave. Let me remind you, regardless of which school I attend, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination will be me. Your worthless brother wishes to compete with me? What a foolish dream. Chapter 43. I have only one brother. The two sisters stood there, gazing blankly at Chen Shi's receding figure until it faded from view. Along with his departure, seemed to vanish that familiar, yet often overlooked term, sister. Indeed, as Chen Shi had stated, they could not possibly disclose evidence to clear his name. What would become of Chen Hao then? Even if they were willing, Chen Zhen and Yang Qian would undoubtedly oppose it. They truly did not know what to do. Were they really to allow Chen Shi to bear this unjust burden and suffer a lifetime of grievance? They were loath to do so, yet had no alternative. The last words Chen Shi left echoed in their minds, lingering long after he had gone. Top scorer in the college entrance examination. How could that be possible? Yet Chen Shi spoke with such unwavering resolve and confidence that they began to entertain the notion that he might indeed become the top scorer in the upcoming college entrance exams in Linhai City. Suddenly, they felt a profound unfamiliarity towards their own brother, as if he had become a stranger. They recalled how timid he had been upon returning to the Chen family, too afraid to speak above a whisper, refusing assistance from the servants. He had been a timid soul, lacking in self-assurance, much like a sheep wandering into a den of wolves. Over time, they had never heard him make any demands of his family, unlike Chen Hao, who would always come to them, pouting and charming them into granting his wishes. Instead, they often directed Chen Shi to perform various tasks, and he never uttered a word of complaint, seemingly content to oblige. Gradually, they had grown accustomed to this dynamic, and when they had matters to attend to, they would not call for servants, but would instead command Chen Shi directly. When Chen Hao was happy, they would sometimes take him out to play, but when he was upset, he would take it out on Chen Shi. Of course, they never thought much of it, dismissing it as mere brotherly play. But if Chen Hao were to stumble or become unhappy, they would immediately blame Chen Shi. They would question why he had not protected his brother, why he had bullied him. Thus, whenever Chen Hao encountered trouble, Chen Zhen would inevitably retaliate against Chen Shi. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed that in every instance, whether trivial or significant, whenever faced with a choice between Chen Hao and Chen Shi, they had invariably chosen Chen Hao. They stood by the school gate, lost in contemplation of their brother, until the bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Chen Shi exited the school, passing by them without so much as a glance. His expression was one of cold indifference, devoid of warmth, like ice and snow in the depths of winter. Upon returning home, they found Yang Qian and Chen Hao already finished with their shopping. The group was gathered together, animatedly discussing the details of Chen Hao's upcoming birthday celebration. Mom, I want to propose to Qingma on my birthday. What do you think? Chen Hao asked, feigning innocence. That sounds wonderful. We were planning to finalize your engagement after your college entrance exams anyway. Proposing at your birthday party would be perfect, Yang Qian replied with a beaming smile. Thank you. Mom, you are the best, Chen Hao exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Yang Qian's arm joyfully. You are my son, so no need for thanks, Yang Qian said, affectionately patting Chen Hao's head. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing exchanged glances, their hearts suddenly heavy with sorrow. They realized they had never witnessed Chen Shi display such affection towards Yang Qian, nor had Yang Qian ever shown Chen Shi such tenderness. Upon the return of the two individuals, Yang Qian promptly instructed the servants to serve the dishes. "Anshi, Manqing, what seems to be troubling you both? You appear somewhat unwell. Is there something amiss?" Yang Qian inquired with genuine concern. "Mother, we are fine. There's no need for you to worry." Chen Shi managed to muster a faint smile. "I won't be eating. I'll head to my room first," she stated. "Shui Yiran, please follow me," Chen Shi beckoned. The two responded with an "oh" and followed Chen Shi and Chen Manqing upstairs. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of Chen Shi and her companion, Chen Yiran sensed that something was amiss. She suspected it was likely related to Chen Shi, yet she felt unperturbed, for Chen Shi held little authority in this household. Regardless of the fact that she had arranged for him to attend a subpar school, would her two sisters truly retaliate against her for this? The group entered Chen Shi's room, with Chen Yiran closing the door at the rear. Just as she turned around after shutting the door, an unexpected slap struck her face. "Chen Yiran, you have gone too far," Chen Manqing cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Yiran stood dazed, leaning against the door, motionless. As Chen Manqing sobbed, she raised her hand to deliver another slap, only to be stopped by Chen Shi and Chen Shi. "Manqing, calm down. The deed is done, and this approach is futile." Chen Shi consoled. Chen Shi, confused about the situation, joined in comforting Chen Manqing. "Shi, please recount what transpired that day at school," Chen Shi instructed in a solemn tone. Chen Shi cast a glance at Chen Yiran before recounting the events that had unfolded in the principal's office. However, when it came to the reason behind Chen Shi pushing Chen Hao, she conveniently omitted that detail. "Well, that's the gist of it," Chen Shi concluded, her eyes shifting subtly towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi's expression darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table in frustration. "Are you still withholding the truth? Was it not Chen Hao who falsely accused Xiao Shi, prompting Xiao Shi to push him?" Chen Shi's words left Chen Shi and Chen Yiran exchanging glances. They had initially thought that if they remained silent about the incident, no one in the family would discover it, thus shielding Chen Hao from blame. "Yiran, the fact remains that it was Chen Hao's wrongdoing, and yet you went and enrolled Xiao Shi in a wretched school. What exactly do you wish for Xiao Shi to endure before you are satisfied?" Chen Shi asked despondently. Chen Yiran, already impulsive by nature and now agitated from being slapped by Chen Manqing, shouted at both Chen Shi and Chen Manqing. "I wish he would never return to the Chen family, to vanish from our lives forever. I will not allow him to take anything from Chen Hao, including wealth and Xingma." The other three were taken aback, surprised by Chen Yiran's extreme stance regarding Chen Shi. "But Xiao Shi is your brother as well. He is the heir of the Chen family. Do you not understand?" Chen Manqing exclaimed, tears staining her cheeks, her face a mask of shock. "And so what? I have only one brother, and that is Chen Hao." With that declaration, Chen Yiran flung the door open and stormed out. Chen Shi, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, "I have an appointment tonight, and am running late. Eldest sister, Manqing, I must take my leave as well." Chapter 44. Is it wrong to have a blood relationship? After finishing his meal, Chen Shi made his way to Starbucks. He ordered a caramel macchiato and settled into a window-side seat. This evening, he was to meet a rather foolish author with whom he had conversed online not long ago. Previously, he had successfully persuaded the individual to purchase his introductory online writing course for 200,000. Today, he aimed to exert additional effort to entice them into acquiring his intermediate course as well. He was in dire need of funds. Although Qin Xingma's 500,000 had already been deposited into his account, he believed that having more money was never a burden. Moreover, the individual appeared to be quite affluent, as the price for the course had been suggested by them. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi had immediately concluded that the author was not only foolish, but somewhat mentally incapacitated. After waiting for an extended period, nearly depleting his macchiato, the author had yet to arrive, which left Chen Shi feeling displeased. He perceived the tardiness as a sign of disrespect. Shouldn't a distinguished guest arrive early and be punctual? Furthermore, the prices at Starbucks were exorbitant. This small cup cost over 30 yuan. In contrast, During his time at the Chen household, 30 yuan would have sufficed for several hearty lunches. Once that foolish author arrived, he intended to demand reimbursement for the coffee as well. Finally, just as he was about to finish his second macchiato, an unexpected figure appeared within his line of sight. Through the window, he spotted Chen Shi hastily approaching. Today had indeed been rather unfortunate. Earlier, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing had come to the school to seek him out, and now, encountering Chen Shi while meeting an online acquaintance only exacerbated his displeasure. Uncertain of the reason behind Chen Shi's urgency, he hoped she was not intending to enter Starbucks. He had no desire to cross paths with her. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the foolish author, inquiring about their whereabouts and warning them that he would leave if they did not appear soon. As he set his phone down, he noticed Chen Shi, upon reaching the traffic light across the street, was glancing at her phone, her fingers rapidly tapping the screen. She appeared restless, as if contemplating crossing the street against the light. Moments later, Chen Shi rushed through the door of Starbucks. As she entered, her phone in hand, she scanned the area. Fortunately, the CAF was not overly crowded, allowing her to quickly spot Chen Shi by the window. Their eyes met briefly, and Chen Shi's face registered surprise. Chen Shi inwardly cursed and quickly turned his gaze back to the outside, intentionally ignoring her. Chen Shi approached his table, tapping the surface lightly. Chen Shi, having seen your sister, why did you not greet her? How rude, she admonished. Chen Shi turned to give her a sidelong glance. I have severed ties with your family. You're no longer my sister, so why should I greet you? Chen Shi scoffed. Do not put on an act. I know you secretly wish to return to the Chen family. Chen Shi's expression turned incredulous, bewildered by Chen Shi's assumptions. Are you overthinking this? The Chen family is no longer my concern. Still denying it? If you truly did not want to return, why did you tell eldest sister and Manqing about Chen Hao's accusations against you? Chen Shi's face displayed a hint of anger. That evening, when Chen Shi and Chen Manqing returned, the reason behind their fury was clear. They had learned about Chen Shi pushing Chen Hao. Chen Shi immediately suspected that it was Chen Shi who had reported the incident. If he truly had no intention of returning, there would be no need to complain, causing turmoil within the family and resulting in Chen Iran being punished. Seeing Chen Shi now only fueled Chen Shi's internal rage. What of it? Your brother can accuse me falsely, yet I cannot speak the truth? Chen Shi found Chen Shi utterly unreasonable. How could Chen Hao lie with impunity and slander him in front of others, while merely stating the truth rendered him at fault? That is not acceptable. Your actions have caused great harm to the family. If you truly cared about them, you would refrain from stirring up further trouble, Chen Shi countered vehemently. Chen Shi furrowed his brow and stared at Chen Shi for a moment before reaching out to touch her forehead. Her temperature was normal. She wasn't feverish. What peculiar thoughts she had. Could it be that she was mentally deficient? Chen Shi chuckled mockingly. Then his expression darkened. None of you have considered my perspective. Why should I concern myself with yours? I'm not a saint. I'm not that magnanimous. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, stammering as she attempted to argue. We are blood relatives. Isn't it natural to make some sacrifices for one's family? Why don't you ask your illegitimate child to make sacrifices instead? Just because I share blood ties with you, does that make me the one in the wrong? Chen Shi retorted blandly. Chen Shi, how can you speak so harshly? Xiao Hao is already without parents. How can you say such things to him? You are being unreasonable. Chen Shi's delicate brows knitted together as she admonished him loudly. Yes, my lady, he is without parents, while my own are healthy and my sisters are all alive. I'm the happiest person in the world, isn't that right? Chen Shi responded with sarcasm. Faced with his derision, Chen Shi was momentarily speechless, at a loss for how to counter. Chen Shi, growing impatient, said, all right, hurry and leave, or Chen Iran will be your fate. Why you want it me? Chen Shi trembled with anger at Chen Shi's threat. Chen Shi dismissed her fear with a scoff. What of it? I dare to strike Chen Iran. You can't hit me. Just leave. Chen Shi's sudden change in demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Chen Shi. It then dawned on her that she had come to find the great deity today. Already late, she had wasted a considerable amount of time with Chen Shi. The deity would surely be displeased. In fact, even during her journey, She had sensed a hint of discontent in his voice from the audio message he had sent her. Ignoring Chen Shi, she continued her search for the deity, recalling that he had mentioned sitting by the window. Yet, aside from Chen Shi, there was no one else in that vicinity. Just as she pondered this, she heard Chen Shi's impatient reprimand. "Idiot, if you don't show up soon. Our bond will be severed, and you need not call me master anymore. I will not acknowledge you as my wayward disciple." Upon hearing Chen Shi's scornful words, Chen Shi instinctively turned to him, her expression one of disbelief. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll slap you, believe it." Seeing Chen Shi glance back at him, Chen Shi assumed she was about to resume her incessant chatter, and his irritation flared. At that moment, a notification chimed. Chen Shi opened her phone to find another voice message from a deity. She hastily played it. "Idiot, if you don't show up soon. Our bond will be severed, and you need not call me master anymore. I will not acknowledge you as my wayward disciple." The message was not loud, but it was sufficiently clear for those in the establishment to hear. Chapter 45, You No Longer Owe Me. Boom! The two were as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, unable to move. Chen Shi's mouth hung agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Her expression was one of utter disbelief as she asked Chen Shi, "Why you are the great deity?" At that moment, Chen Shi's face mirrored her astonishment. He had never anticipated that the foolish author was, in fact, Chen Shi. He was aware that she dabbled in online literature, but due to a lack of confidence, she had never revealed her author ID or book titles to her family. Consequently, he was oblivious to this fact, though he had her WeChat. Who would have guessed that she had used a pseudonym to add him? Chen Shi did not answer her question. He merely shot her a glance and muttered "fool" before standing up and heading towards the door. Chen Shi was still reeling from the sudden turn of events. She had never imagined that the deity she revered so greatly was her own younger brother, Chen Shi. When she resigned from her job to fully devote herself to the noble pursuit of writing, her family had opposed her, believing she lacked the talent for it. After a year of practice, it seemed to confirm their suspicions about her abilities. The insults and ridicule from readers had nearly driven her to abandon her dream. However, the emergence of the great deity had brought a glimmer of hope into her bleak writing career. While others derided her, the deity praised her when others doubted her. Only the deity firmly believed in her, even vowing to help her dominate the online literature sphere and become a new legend in the world of web novels. In that moment, the flickering flame of her aspirations reignited, filling her with motivation. Of course, the primary reason was that the deity was indeed extraordinarily talented, and he frequently provided her with unexpected plots and storylines. Since receiving his guidance, her writing skills had soared, and her data had skyrocketed. The days of laboring for 5 hours to produce a mere 500 words were long gone. She had not missed a single update since, and, at times, she even exceeded expectations. The number of readers threatening her and coming to her door had dwindled significantly. Yet, she never imagined that this deity was none other than her despised younger brother, Chen Shi. Even when she listened to the deity's voice, she had felt an inexplicable familiarity. But she had dismissed it. Now, reflecting on it, everything made sense. In a rush, she opened her phone, eager to find Chen Shi's account, only to realize she could not recall which account or avatar belonged to him. It struck her that since Chen Shi returned to the Chen family, she had never privately conversed with him. She quickly switched to her main account and searched for the deity's ID, and immediately, the deity's avatar appeared on her screen. To her astonishment, the deity's account was indeed Chen Shi's. She suddenly realized that she had never cared for her younger brother in the slightest. Seeing Chen Shi leave, Chen Shi hurriedly chased after him. "Xiao Shi, wait." She quickened her pace to catch up with him, grabbing his arm. Chen Shi shrugged her off with irritation in his voice. "What do you want?" Chen Shi was equally frustrated. He had never expected that the foolish author was Chen Shi. What troubled him more was how, despite sharing the same parents, they could produce a daughter with such a bizarre thought process as Chen Shi. Even if he hadn't severed ties with the Chen family, he had no desire to be entangled with her. "Xiao Shi, come home with me. I apologize for what happened before," Chen Shi insisted, trailing closely behind him. Chen Shi scoffed dismissively. "Apologize? For what? I shouldn't have treated you poorly. I shouldn't have used you like a servant. I shouldn't have been indifferent to you. Sorta. I was wrong. Chen Shi hurriedly explained. Do you genuinely believe you were wrong? Or is it because I am the great deity that you are apologizing? Chen Shi interrupted her. His question caused Chen Shi to pause in contemplation. If Chen Shi were not the great deity, would she sincerely feel remorse for her treatment of him? This thought prompted her to question her own intentions. Observing her silence, Chen Shi simply smiled faintly. Huh. It seems that my identity as your brother is worth less than that of a stranger, let alone Chun Hao. That's not true. Xiao Shi. Both you and Xiao Hao are equally important to me. Chen Shi's voice cracked with emotion as they paused at a traffic light. Last night, a torrential downpour left considerable puddles on the streets. At that moment, two individuals stood before a particularly large accumulation of water. How dare you say that? Chen Shi remarked with an impassive expression. You sisters are quite amusing. Your words are so sweet, yet your actions are utterly lacking. Xiao Shi, please do not say that. Whatever you desire, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you at once, Chen Shi urged eagerly. Xiao Shi, inform me of your wishes, and I shall grant them. Come back with me. We will make it up to you, she continued. Chen Shi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the traffic light, fervently wishing for it to turn green so he could escape Chen Shi's presence. As the countdown of the red light approached its conclusion, a BMW suddenly appeared, speeding towards them. Although running a yellow light is not illegal, the velocity was perilously excessive, Chen Shi mused. In the instant the light turned green, the BMW crossed the stop line, halting before Chen and Chen Shi. At that very moment, Chen Shi appeared to have made a startling realization, uttering a curse under his breath. However, it was too late. The BMW sped past, its tires splashing the stagnant water, sending a torrent of filthy liquid cascading over both Chen Shi and Chen Shi. Instinctively, Chen Shi let out a scream and attempted to retreat. But the scene unfolded too rapidly for either of them to evade. With swift reflexes, Chen Shi grasped Chen Shi's arm. She gasped in astonishment, yet in that fleeting moment, she understood his intention. A warm sensation coursed through her heart, bringing with it a comforting glow. Despite his words of severing ties and denying her as his sister, in this critical moment, he still cared for her well-being. She leaned instinctively against him. However, the ensuing scene left her utterly dumbfounded. Rather than shielding her behind him, Chen Shi pulled her in front of him. The torrent of dirty water drenched her completely, soaking her clothes and hair. She stood there frozen, her eyes vacant and her mind in a daze. Chen Shi stepped out from behind her, patting his chest with an expression that conveyed a narrow escape. As the green light began its countdown, he glanced at the disheveled Chen Shi and remarked, Consider this your compensation for what you owe me. You no longer owe me anything. The mountains are high, and the rivers are far. Do not seek me out again. Thank you. With that, he hurriedly dashed across the street. Chapter 46. The Heartbroken Chen Shi. Chen Anchi returned home after a long day, her weary body dragging behind her. She found her family gathered joyfully around the dining table. Anchi, did you not say you had social engagements tonight? Why are you home so early? Yanqian inquiret. The engagement was cancelled, so I returned, Chen Anchi replied, her face displaying fatigue. We were supposed to sign the contract today, but for some reason, the investors suddenly changed their minds and backed out. This funding was significant for the Chen Group, making the abrupt shift all the more distressing for Chen Anchi. At that moment, she felt a surge of annoyance. Sis, you must be hungry. Come and join us for dinner, Chen Hao said with genuine concern. His thoughtfulness lifted Chen Anchi's spirits somewhat, and she felt grateful for having such a brother. She smiled, intending to join them. But then the image of Chen Shi flashed through her mind, reminding her of how Chen Hao had publicly wronged him. Gazing at her sincerely smiling, kind-hearted brother, she felt a pang of pain at the thought of his despicable actions. She believed that Chen Hao had not intended for any harm, yet her mood grew increasingly troubled. I'm not hungry. I don't feel like eating, Chen Anchi said weakly. What's wrong with you sisters these days? You're all so glum. Hardly leaving your rooms or coming down for meals. I had Wang Ma deliver food to their rooms, but they wouldn't even open the door. Are they trying to starve themselves? Yang Qian sighed, her tone tinged with reproach. It was then that Chen Shi noticed the absence of Chen Shi and Chen Manqing at the dining table. She was aware that Chen Manqing was feeling down due to Chen Shi's situation, but what could be the matter with Chen Shi? Typically, she would remain in her room working, but she always came down for meals. Today, however, she was nowhere to be found, which struck Chen Shi as peculiar. "Mom, you all eat without me. I'm going to check on them," she declared, ascending the stairs and knocking on Chen Manqing's door. Upon learning it was Chen Shi, Chen Manqing quickly opened the door. "Manqing, are you still upset about Xiao Shi?" Chen Shi gently sighed. Chen Manqing's eyes were red and swollen, her eye bags deep, clearly indicating she had been crying and not sleeping well. "Well, since it has happened, there's no use dwelling on it. We can only find a way to make amends." Chen Shi said this, yet she too found it difficult to conceive a solution. After all, they could not simply present the evidence that Chen Shi was innocent and that it was Chen Hao who had truly wronged the maid. Moreover, they had no intention of informing Chen Zhen and Yang Qian. She could not bear to add to their worries. If anyone were to be blamed, it was undoubtedly Chen Hao, and she found it hard to accept that he had let such a scandal unfold. Chen Manqing remained silent, taking a deep breath. Chen Shi spoke again. "Manqing, do you know what has happened to your second sister? I heard Mom say she has been locked in her room all day, refusing to eat." Chen Manqing shook her head in surprise. In their memories, Chen Shi had always been innocent and rarely harbored any burdens. The thought of her secluding herself in her room all day was almost unimaginable. As they approached Chen Shi's door, they knocked and called out, but received no response. Growing anxious, they hurriedly called for help to force open the door. The commotion attracted the attention of Yang Qian and the others, who rushed to investigate. When the door finally swung open, the sight within startled everyone. The room was shrouded in darkness, the lights off, bathed in the faint glow from outside. They could barely make out a figure sitting at the edge of the bed. Chen Shi hurriedly flicked on the light. They saw Chen Shi dressed in pajamas, her hair disheveled, curled up on the bed. She clutched her phone, her complexion haggard, and her gaze blank as she stared out the window, lost in thought. Yang Qian rushed over, embracing her with concern. "Shi, what is wrong? What happened? Please tell me." Chen Shi merely glanced at Yang Qian before returning her gaze to the window. "Yes, second sister, has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I will avenge you," Chen Hao said, his concern evident. Chen Shi's body trembled, and she finally spoke slowly. No one is bullying me. Perhaps due to having cried. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. "You say no one is bullying you? Just look at how swollen your eyes are." Chen Zhen exclaimed in anger. "Lower your voice. Why speak with such intensity? This is precisely why Xiao Shi does not wish to return," Yang Qian scolded, shooting a glare at Chen Zhen. He promptly fell silent. Yet at that moment, Chen Shi's tears suddenly cascaded down like a string of pearls that had come undone. This sent the entire family into a panic. As the inquiries grew more insistent, Chen Shi remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Shi sensed that something was amiss. "Mom, Dad, please take Xiao Hao outside for a moment. We need to have a talk with Shui and see if we can uncover anything." In this situation, their presence was of little use. Perhaps the sisters could elicit a more open conversation. Chen Zhen and the others quietly exited the room. Chen Shi sat at the head of the bed, embracing Chen Shi gently, and asked softly, "All right, now is the time to share whatever is troubling you with your sister." "Yes, second sister, you must speak your mind. Keeping it bottled up will only suffocate you," Chen Iran urged anxiously. Chen Manqing silently sat nearby, offering Chen Shi a tissue to wipe her tears. They waited for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Chen Shi blurted out, "Xiao Shi is a master." "What do you mean, Xiao Shi? What master?" The sisters looked at each other in confusion, unable to comprehend Chen Shi's words. "Shi, what do you mean? Who is Xiao Shi?" Chen Manqing's mind raced with thoughts of Chen Shi, and upon hearing her sister mention his name, her reaction was particularly intense. Upon hearing Chen Shi mention Chen Shi, both Chen Shi and Chen Iran's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that Chen Shi had bullied Chen Shi? This was the first thought that crossed their minds. After all, Chen Shi had not exactly been cordial to them. Whenever they crossed paths, he would undoubtedly wear a disdainful expression. "Second sister, did that scoundrel do something to you?" Speak up, and we can tell Dad to teach him a lesson and demand an apology. Chen Ran, like Chen Manqing, reacted strongly at the mention of Chen Shi. But unlike her sister, her feelings were solely ones of deep disdain. After she spoke, Chen Manqing shot her a glare. The sting from the slap she received from Chen Manqing yesterday still throbbed, and seeing her sister's anger flare up again made her touch her cheek and quickly lower her head, silencing herself. Xiao Shi is the master who teaches me writing online. Chen Shi sniffled, her voice choked with emotion. What did you say? The three of them exclaimed in unison, startled by her revelation. Initially, they had learned from Chen Shi that she had met a master online who was teaching her writing, and they had all unanimously thought she was being scammed. After all, the tuition for a single course was 200,000, a blatant act of fraud. However, when Chen Shi showed them her newly written book, they suddenly felt that the 200,000 seemed somewhat justified. Her writing was simply captivating, drawing in even those among them who rarely read. They quickly became her devoted fans, urging her to write more and not to slack off. At times, Chen Shi would specifically tell them which chapters were penned by her and which were crafted by the master. After reading the master's work, Chen Shi and the others couldn't help but exclaim how lucky Chen Shi was, claiming she had found her patron. Consequently, Chen Shi's book soared to the top 3 on the Tomato Novel website. You mean the master who teaches you writing is Xiao Shi? Chen Shi could hardly believe the coincidence. Most importantly, they had no idea that Chen Shi possessed such talent and literary skill. They recalled a time when they heard Chen Hao boast about his achievements, mentioning that Chen Shi had received a 0 on a Chinese essay. Yes, Chen Shi nodded. She then recounted the events of the previous night, when she unexpectedly ran into Chen Shi while meeting an online acquaintance and later discovered he was the master. Now, everyone was on edge. Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief, looking almost foolish. You should be happy about this, Chen Manqing remarked. Her confusion mingled with a sense of joy. At least Chen Shi was not as utterly inept as they had previously thought. At Starbucks, Xiao Shi ignored me. I intended to reach out to him afterward, but I found he had blocked me, Chen Shi sobbed. Not long after, my novel was reported for inappropriate content and subsequently taken down. Woe is me. She broke down even further, tears streaming down her face. Chen Shi's novel did contain some risky elements, but according to Chen Shi's perspective, readers were often eager for such content, and adding a bit of spice would attract more attention. They believed that incorporating such plot lines certainly made Chen Shi's book more exciting, openly encouraging her to include more of those elements. However, it dawned on them that it was likely Chen Shi who had reported Chen Shi's book. The sisters exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to comfort her. It's just a book that got banned. You can always write another one, Chen Shi consoled. Chen Ran, fuming, exclaimed, What a jerk! How would he do something like this? I knew he was no good, but without Xiao Shi's guidance, I can't write well. Chen Shi cried out, her sobs intensifying. Chen Shi, I don't quite understand this problem. Could you help me explain it? Qin Xingma sought assistance from Chen Shi, who was diligently working on his own problems. Sure, which problem? Chen Shi stood up and approached Qin Xingma, leaning slightly to get a closer look. This one, Qin Xingma, tense and stuttering, pointed at a geometry problem. Chen Shi glanced at it and immediately grasped the solution approach. He bent down, took the pen from Qin Xingma's hand, and drew a guiding line. See, first do this, then that. Finally, do this, and the answer will emerge. He began to elaborate. Hey, why aren't you responding? Why are you silent? Chen Shi called out, noticing Qin Xingma's lack of response as he continued explaining. Qin Xingma involuntarily shivered at his voice. Oh, I understand now, she replied, a hint of nervousness in her tone. Chen Shi observed her with suspicion, feeling that she had been acting strangely lately. It's just a problem. Why are you so nervous? Xingma, what's wrong? Your face is as red as an apple. Are you feeling hot? Jiang Yin inquired. Though summer was approaching, it wasn't particularly hot to warrant such a reaction. A little bit, but it's nothing serious, Qin Xingma replied, her expression flustered. If it's too warm, I can turn on the fan for you, Chen Shi offered, patting her shoulder. After a moment of silence, Qin Xingma suddenly spoke up. Chen Shi, let's go on a date. Huh? Chen Shi's hand froze mid-air, perplexed, as he turned to look at Qin Xingma, with bewilderment. Jiang Yin, who had been focused on her studies, also looked up, staring at Qin Qingma as if she had seen a ghost. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny, Qin Qingma lowered her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Gathering her resolve, she raised her head, her gaze steady as she looked at Chen Shi. Chen Shi, let's go on a date. This time, both Chen Shi and Jiang Yin understood her clearly. Chen Shi remained in a state of shock, while Jiang Yin jumped up, rushing to Qin Qingma, and covered her mouth with her small hand. Qingma, don't say such things. Qin Qingma was not angry. She simply gently pushed Jiang Yin's hand away. Yin Yin, stop messing around. Don't be ridiculous. You want my brother to be your boyfriend, and now you want him to go on a date with you? Honestly, do you have a crush on my brother? Jiang Yin huffed, her cheeks puffing out adorably like a blowfish, a comical yet endearing sight. Qin Qingma turned to Chen Shi with a serious expression, explaining, in just a couple of days, it will be Chen Hao's birthday party. To make our act more convincing, I believe it is essential for us to rehearse. A date is the simplest way for couples to deepen their feelings, so I think this approach is the most effective. Chen Shi appeared troubled once more. Isn't dating just about shopping and dining? It's rather dull and exhausting. I'd rather stay home and play video games. He was quite reluctant to participate. However, Qin Qingma's reasoning was not without merit. If they truly wished to deceive others, a rehearsal was indeed necessary. Regardless, he had accepted Qin Qingma's payment. He maintained his integrity. After all, one must honor their commitments. I can offer additional compensation. Qin Qingma suddenly interjected just as Chen Shi was about to agree. Moments later, Chen Shi received another 100,000 yuan from her, leaving him feeling somewhat akin to a kept man, a sensation that pierced his heart slightly. If you two are going on a date, I want to join, Jiang Yin exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of anxiety upon witnessing their transaction. What you two have is a date. What do I count as? Chen Shi retorted, playfully tapping her forehead, causing Jiang Yin to yelp in surprise. What time? He inquired. Tomorrow evening after school. All right. Chapter 48. You two be quiet. At Wanda Mall, by the fountain at entrance 1, Chen Shi stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze scanning the surroundings for Qin Qingma's figure. After agreeing on a time and place with her the night before, he had rushed here immediately after school. Given that he took the bus while Qin Qingma was driven, she should have arrived long before him. Yet, after waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no sign of her. Surely she wouldn't stand me up, he mused. These pampered young ladies often acted on whims, much like his own sisters, none of whom were particularly reliable. If she didn't show up, Chen Shi would be quite pleased. He wouldn't need to humble himself for a few grains of rice, though he had no intention of returning those grains either. Just then, someone gently tapped his shoulder. Chen Shi turned and was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. There stood Qin Qingma, clad in a knee-length light-colored dress, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, a gentle smile gracing her face. Even in her school uniform, her beauty was undeniable, but today, it was evident that she had made an extra effort with her makeup and attire. Her complexion glowed under the lights, radiating an enchanting brilliance that made her appear as if she had stepped out a comic book. Chen Shi was momentarily mesmerized. Had he been waiting long? Qin Qingma asked with a smile. Chen Shi quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat awkwardly, and replied, Not for long, just about an hour. Oh no, I'm so sorry for making you wait. Qin Qingma's expression shifted to one of remorse. It was only 7 in the evening, considering a typical dismissal time of 6. Even with the rush hour traffic, there was no way he could have waited that long. Thus, Qin Qingma assumed that he had deliberately left class early for their date, which touched her heart. Don't just apologize, show some tangible appreciation. It was a trivial matter. After all, time is money, and sacrificing a bit of it for her was no great burden. Chen Shi thought to himself, subtly hinting at his expectations. Oh, Qin Qingma replied, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink as she lowered her gaze. Chen Shi sighed, realizing that while she was quite intelligent, she seemed a bit slow on the uptake in certain areas. Chen Shi, do you know how to date? Qin Qingma inquired, lifting her head. What is so difficult about dating? It's merely about dining, watching movies, and perhaps a hotel stay. The trifecta. He knew this to be true, but refrained from saying it, feigning confusion instead. It's my first date too. I have no experience. No worries, I can guide you, she reassured him, nodding as she pulled out a notebook from her bag. Flipping it open, she began to read intently. Chen Shi peered over, puzzled. The notebook was filled with neatly written notes. After a moment, Qin Xingma closed the notebook with a serious expression, stating, "At this time, we should go eat." "No. At this hour, eating is a given. It shouldn't relate to the date. Why did you even pull out the notebook and study it for so long?" Chen Shi frowned, casting a sidelong glance at the heiress. Also, during a date, couples must hold hands. Without waiting for Chen Shi's reaction, Qin Xingma took his hand and led him into the mall. "Now open your mouth." Chen Shi stared in disbelief as she held up food to his lips, urging him to eat. "Xingma, this isn't appropriate in public," he whispered, glancing around nervously. Moreover, the lack of affection in her tone made it seem less like a romantic interaction and more like a mother feeding her child, as if he would be scolded if he didn't comply. "I read online that feeding each other can strengthen a relationship," she insisted, her gaze unwavering as she pushed the food toward his mouth. Chen Shi felt torn between laughter and exasperation. Wanted to tell her that much of what's online is misleading. However, seeing her so earnestly engrossed in her notes, he couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm. As her chopsticks reached for him again, he finally said, "I don't like being fed." "Oh," she replied, putting down the chopsticks, no longer insisting. What a pretentious act. Who wouldn't want to be fed by such a beautiful girl? If I had such a stunning companion, I'd be smiling in my dreams, he thought bitterly, realizing he was at the peak of his life and should cherish it, lest he regret it later. Glancing to the neighboring table, he noticed 4 men glaring at him with disdain and anger. They had been fixated on Qin Xingma since the moment Chen Shi and she entered the restaurant. It was understandable to steal glances at a beauty, but now they were openly insulting him, which Chen Shi could not tolerate. He promptly picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Qin Xingma, saying, "I may not like being fed, but I love feeding others. Come on, open wide." As Qin Xingma looked up, her beautiful star-like eyes widened in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson as she obediently opened her mouth. "Thank you. You're welcome." Chen Shi put down his chopsticks, provocatively raising an eyebrow at the 4 men at the adjacent table and grinning. "Guys, this jerk is deliberately mocking us." One of them exclaimed, "Why am I so handsome? My goddess ignores me while this ugly loser manages to date such a beautiful girl. I can't eat another bite. Let us leave." After dinner, Chen Shi asked Qin Xingma about their plans for the evening, feeling it was about time to head home. After stowing away her notebook, she replied, "Next, we should go watch a movie." Chen Shi glanced at Qin Xingma with a peculiar expression and could not help but inquire, after watching the movie, "Shall we proceed to a hotel?" Qin Xingma shook his head, asserting that it was still too early for such an endeavor. According to the customary sequence of events, it would require at least 3 to 4 more dates before that could occur. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief. The day after tomorrow marked Chen Hao's birthday celebration, and once Qin Xingma and the Chen family dissolved their engagement, he would have little involvement. "Let us skip the movie and just wander about instead," Chen Shi suggested. "Agreed." Qin Xingma nodded, pulling out his phone to make a few adjustments. Moments later, Chen Shi's phone chimed with a notification of a 100,000 yuan deposit. Upon seeing this, he stared at Qin Xingma in bewilderment, wondering if he had finally grasped his hint and was compensating for his tardiness. Yet, was this realization not a tad delayed? During a date, it is customary for the young man to present gifts to the lady. "You should do the same for me later," Qin Xingma stated earnestly, his gaze lowered. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. "As long as you are pleased," he replied with a resigned shake of his head, continuing forward, while Qin Xingma quickly caught up and clasped his hand. At that moment, Chen Shi felt an irritating sensation in his eye, prompting him to stop and rub it vigorously. But to no avail. Noticing his discomfort, Qin Xingma rose on tiptoe, leaning closer to inspect, when a sudden sharp voice interrupted. "Stop right there." Chapter 49. Let's go to a hotel. The unexpected exclamation startled both individuals into stillness. They exchanged awkward glances before hastily averting their eyes. Their flustered demeanor resembled that of 2 lovers caught in the act of infidelity, momentarily at a loss. They turned to face the source of the voice. Nian Nian. Upon seeing Jiang Nian storm over in a fit of rage, Chen Shi and Qin Qingma instinctively called out. "What you two up to?" Jiang Nian demanded, her expression a mixture of fury and disbelief. Chen Shi remained remarkably composed. He had long since noticed Jiang Nian trailing behind them, but chose to let her be. Qin Qingma, however, appeared somewhat tense, stammering, "I was merely checking Chen Shi's eye." "Oof. You two are holding hands and expect me to believe that? And does inspecting an eye require you to be so close? Your lips are almost touching." Jiang Yin was unconvinced by Qin Qingma's explanation. Having clearly observed Chen Shi with his eyes shut and Qin Qingma on tiptoe, both seemingly preparing for a kiss, they had not actually touched. It was still too premature for such intimacy, likely reserved for their next date. Qin Qingma's expression returned to normal as he calmly clarified. "What? You truly intended a kiss?" "Oh no," Jiang Yin exclaimed, flailing her arms in a panic. Chen Shi, unable to bear her hysteria, grasped her shoulders, urging her to calm down. "This is all mere pretense. Once Qin Qingma's engagement is successfully annulled the day after tomorrow, we will merely be ordinary friends." "What are you so worried about?" Jiang Yin's gaze shifted between the two, her expression skeptical. "All right, let us go shopping. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? What would you like to eat? I'll treat you." Thus, their date transformed into a shopping excursion for three. Chen Shi purchased some cosmetics and jewelry for both Qin Qingma and Jiang Yin, all funded by the 100,000 yuan Qin Qingma had sent him. Feeling fatigued from their outing, the trio settled on a long bench to rest before preparing to head home. "I need to use the restroom," Chen Shi announced before heading off. At that moment, Jiang Yin scrutinized Qin Qingma, deep in thought. "Qingma, do you harbor feelings for my brother?" she inquired. Qin Qingma, who had been diligently reviewing her notes and occasionally scribbling, involuntarily shuddered at Jiang Yin's question. Her pen slipped, leaving a long arc on the page. "And no," she stammered. Jiang Yin continued to observe the downcast Qin Qingma for a moment before exhaling in relief. "That's good. Excuse me, beautiful ladies, are you waiting for someone?" A young man clad in streetwear, adorned with earrings, a cap, and a mask, plopped down beside Qin Qingma, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Given their beauty, being approached was a common occurrence for them, and they were accustomed to it. Qin Qingma furrowed her brow slightly, not bothering to turn and reply. Instead, quietly shifting closer to Jiang Yin. The young man, undeterred, leaned in closer, unabashedly invading Qin Qingma's space. Jiang Yin, witnessing this, sprang to her feet, dragging Qin Qingma away. However, the young man swiftly blocked their path. "Ladies, what a fortuitous encounter. Why not exchange WeChat details?" "Sorry, we don't have phones," Jiang Yin replied bluntly. Such a statement was a clear rejection, and a sensible person would typically retreat at this point. Yet the young man not only remained seated, but took a step closer. "Are you sure you don't want to swap contact information? You might regret it later." Qin Qingma cast a sidelong glance at the young man, her eyes cold and composed, before turning to leave. The young man, now displeased, sensed an air of superiority and disdain emanating from her gaze. "Wait a moment, do you know who I am?" His voice failed to halt their departure. He quickly stepped in front of them, blocking their way, then removed his cap and mask. "Do you recognize me now?" The young man's expression was one of irritation. Qin Qingma remained unfazed, tranquil as water. Jiang Yin studied him for a moment before exclaiming, "Mei Jibwa? Is that you, Mei Jibwa?" Mei Yibo nodded, a hint of smugness in his demeanor. Qin Qingma looked at Jiang Yin in confusion, awaiting her explanation. Jiang Yin swiftly introduced the young man before them. It turned out that Mei Jibwa was a renowned singer, a hot commodity in the entertainment industry. He had once participated in a global audition by a Korean entertainment company, becoming a trainee, and now he was incredibly popular. Qin Qingma had no interest in such matters. She was indifferent to entertainment stars. Jiang Yin's awareness was not due to idol worship, but rather because Mei Jibwa was so famous that he frequently appeared on television, making it impossible for her not to know. Qin Qingma simply acknowledged with an O, making no further inquiries, and attempted to walk past the obstructing Mei Jibwa. Jiang Yin, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly returned to her senses and followed Qin Qingma's lead. Their actions left Mate Jibwa momentarily stunned. He was currently the hottest celebrity, and countless girls would go to great lengths just to catch a glimpse of him. He had even garnered a considerable fan base for free. Today, while out shopping with his assistant, he had fortuitously encountered two stunning beauties, which thrilled him. He thought to first approach them as an ordinary person to obtain their contact details, then later leverage his fame to attract fans. However, he was taken aback when they clearly recognized his identity and still chose to reject him. This severely bruised his ego. His assistant, witnessing the spectacle, mirrored his astonishment as they hurriedly pursued the two women. Ladies, why not add each other on WeChat? With your beauty, if you ever consider entering the entertainment industry, our brother Jibwa could assist you. The assistant smiled, well aware of contemporary young women's psychology, often employing such tactics to help Mei Jibwa secure promising fans. At this moment, numerous patrons in the shopping mall recognized Mei Jibwa, and they eagerly gathered around, hoping to capture a photograph with the illustrious star and obtain her autograph. When they overheard someone refusing Mei Jibwa, their expressions were filled with disbelief. Such a renowned celebrity. How could anyone turn down even a simple request for a photograph? A single snapshot could elicit envy from countless admirers once shared on social media. Although the two girls were indeed beautiful, their lack of appreciation was astonishing. Immediately, some of Mei Jibwa's fans began to reprimand Chen Shi and Jiang Yan. With a smug expression, Mei Jibwa presented the QR code from her phone to the two girls, urging them to scan it promptly. Just then, she felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find a handsome young man grinning at her. That's not how you attract attention. His comment irked Mei Jibwa, who had flirted with countless suitors. How dare he imply that she lacked charm? Unable to even secure a contact number, she thought, let me take decisive action. Chen Shi chuckled as he approached Chen Shi and Jiang Yan. To the astonishment of onlookers, he grasped their hands earnestly and declared, let's go. We're booking a room. The two, blushing, nodded in agreement. Chen Shi then led them, parting the crowd as they exited. As they left, he glanced back, shooting Mei Jibwa a contemptuous smile. Chapter 50. Chen Manqing's unexpected discovery today marks Chen Hao's birthday celebration. After finishing his class, Chen Shi took the bus directly to the Chen residence. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a sight of luxury cars lining the yard, indicating that the Chen family had invited numerous affluent guests. This surprised Chen Shi, as in previous years. The Chen family would either take Chen Hao on a trip or host a modest birthday gathering at home or in a hotel. This extravagant display was unprecedented. From a distance, he spotted Chen Shi and others welcoming guests at the entrance. Choosing not to enter through the front door to avoid attracting attention, Chen Shi had his reasons for agreeing to Qin Qingma's request, besides Jiang Nanqing's demands and Qin Qingma's compensation. He was motivated by the false accusations from Chen Hao and the indifferent attitude of the Chen family. Since they had shown no compassion, he felt justified in reciprocating with a lack of loyalty. He was indifferent to the engagement with the Qin family. Yet he would not allow Chen Hao to easily win Qin Qingma's heart. If he wished to play the sycophant, Chen Shi was determined to thwart him. Quietly, he slipped in through the back door when suddenly he heard someone call out to him. Young Master Shi, you've returned. Turning, he saw Wang Ma. Chen Shi immediately placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Wang Ma lowered her voice and approached him, her expression filled with concern. Young Master Shi, have you been well during your time away? Have you suffered? Chen Shi smiled, raised his arm, and flexed his bicep, responding with a light-hearted tone. I've been doing splendidly. Just look at how much stronger I've become. Wang Ma's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh, silly child. I've missed you dearly during your absence. While living at the Chen estate, Chen Shi often assisted the servants, even taking the blame for their mistakes at times. Having once come from a poor background, he empathized with the servants who faced penalties for minor errors or were dismissed outright. As long as the mistakes were not grave, he would bear the consequences himself, knowing that as the young master of the Chen family, the worst he would face would be a beating from Chen Zhen. For the servants, losing their jobs was a catastrophe. Thus, he maintained a good rapport with them. All right, Wang Ma, don't be sad. Hurry back to your duties. I'll be leaving shortly after gathering my belongings, Chen Shi reassured her. Yes, of course, Wang Ma replied, wiping her reddened eyes. Young Master Shi, are you hungry? I could sneak you some food. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Shi gently pushed her away. Entering the grand hall, he found it bustling with elegantly dressed guests, each holding high their glasses, mingling and laughing. Aside from Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, who were at the entrance greeting guests, he did not recognize anyone else. Stealthily, he ascended the staircase and made his way to his room. Manqing, it's little How's birthday today. Why do you still look so sullen? Chen Shi remarked to her younger sister after finishing a conversation with a guest, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Chen Manqing sighed, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Just a reminder that today is also Xiao Shi's birthday, which makes me feel a bit down. Taken aback, Chen Shi patted her shoulder. There will be other opportunities. Yes, next time we must celebrate Xiao Shi's birthday properly. Chen Manqing nodded, glancing towards Chen Shi's room. From her vantage point, she could see into his room. Suddenly, she froze, doubting her own eyes, rubbed them, and looked again. Xiao Shi, she called out in confusion. After most guests had been welcomed, Chen Manqing ascended the stairs to verify her observation. She was certain she had seen Chen Shi enter his room. Confused, she pondered why he had returned to the Chen residence at this time. Had he forgotten something? However, she had already searched his room thoroughly, even retrieving the diary locked in his drawer. What else could he possibly need? Soon, she stood before Chen Shi's door, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed it open. There, she found Chen Shi sprawled across his narrow bed, sound asleep. Stepping lightly, she approached the bedside and gazed at her slumbering brother. For reasons unknown, an impulse surged within her, and she sat at the edge of the bed, leaning down to observe the brother she had lost for years, only to find again, now separated once more. She had never paid close attention before, but now she noticed that her brother was quite handsome. Yet his sleeping posture left much to be desired. Lying on his back with limbs sprawled, drool had pooled at the base of his ear. Chen Manqing couldn't help but chuckle silently, reaching out to wipe away the drool. However, as her fingers brushed his cheek, Chen Shi turned over, causing her to retract her hand in surprise. His movement lifted his shirt, revealing the myriad of whip marks etched across his lower back. A wave of anguish washed over her as she beheld the scars. The siblings had grown up under the care of Chun Jun and Yang Qian, never having faced hardship or punishment. Yet her own brother had endured 15 years of suffering alone in the world, only to return to the Chun family and be subjected to such treatment. Regardless of his numerous faults, he deserved better than this. Tears welled in her eyes as she gently lifted Chen Shi's shirt, unable to contain her sorrow any longer, and wept freely as she beheld the cruel marks that marred his back. She had never cared about Chen Shi before, only remembering that whenever it involved Chen Hao, if it was even remotely suspected that Chen Shi was involved, he would inevitably endure a brutal beating at the hands of Chen Jun, regardless of the evidence. Although Chen Hao appeared to be rescuing Chen Shi, his intervention only resulted in Chen Jun's violence escalating further. Chen Manqing wiped away her tears, her heart aching as she cast a glance at Chen Shi's back. As she prepared to pull down his shirt, a scar suddenly caught her attention. The scar was positioned on the outer side of his back, mostly obscured as he lay on his side, and was roughly the size of a palm. Its surface was uneven, a deep brown hue marking its presence. Being a doctor, Chen Manqing recognized at once that this was a clear indication of a severe burn, a remnant of a fire, and the condition of the scar suggested that it had been there for quite some time. Chapter 51. I Care About Xiao Shi. Chen Manqing stared blankly at Chen Shi's scar. Manqing, I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing in Xiao Shi's room? At that moment, Chen Shi pushed the door open. Chen Manqing hastily lowered Chen Shi's shirt and wiped away her tears. Xiao Shi, how could you be here? Chen Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the sleeping Chen Shi, her expression one of shock. I don't know, Chen Manqing stammered, rising from the bed, her demeanor slightly flustered. Chen Shi's voice was raised, naturally waking Chen Shi, who was not fully asleep. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and blinked in confusion. Upon seeing the two before him, he instinctively cursed under his breath. Even trying to sneak in a brief rest was met with discovery. He felt a certain discord with the Chen sisters. The familial ties had to be severed cleanly. Xiao Shi, you're awake. As soon as Chen Shi sat up, Chen Manqing hurriedly took a tissue and wiped the drool from his mouth. Chen Shi instinctively pushed her away, his face contorted in distaste. Xiao Shi, did you come back today for something specific? Chen Shi asked anxiously. It's nothing, just passing by. I wanted to see if there was anything I forgot to take. Chen Shi replied, puzzled by Chen Shi's concern, as if he were planning to cause trouble that day. Though, truth be told, he was indeed there to stir things up. Oh, in that case, if you find what you're looking for, you should leave quickly, Chen Shi said, her expression anxious and somewhat guilty. Sister, let Xiao Shi have a meal before he leaves, Chen Shi remarked, somewhat displeased by Chen Shi's urgency to usher Chen Shi away. Though she did not wish to remain at the Chen household, Chen Shi's words displeased Chen Shi. Previously, he was encouraged to return for any reason, but now, just for a matter of importance, they were so eager to hasten his departure. Were they afraid he would disrupt Chen Hao's birthday banquet? Chen Shi scoffed. What? So eager to send me away, because you're worried that I might expose my true identity as the real young master of the Chen family? Or perhaps you fear that your little brother, Hao, might be upset? No, it's not like that at all. Chen Shi seemed to realize her words had been too much, stammering as she sought to explain. Today was not only Chen Hao's birthday banquet, but also the pivotal day he planned to propose to Qin Qingma. Recently, Chen Shi had been getting closer to Qin Qingma, and she feared that if he witnessed Chen Hao's proposal, given his current temperament, he might react unpredictably. Chen Shi wanted to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Though she felt guilty about directly sending Chen Shi away for the greater good, she felt she had no choice. After all, Chen Shi was a ticking time bomb. Keeping him in the Chen household was perilous. Since it's not as you think, then me having a meal at your home shouldn't be too much to ask. Chen Shi replied coolly. Your little Hao is having such an extravagant birthday celebration, yet it seems my birthday is today as well. Just wanting a meal, and you're rushing to send me away. My heart does feel a twinge of pain. Chen Shi glanced at the two, his smile growing more pronounced. That's not our intention. Xiao Shi, please don't misunderstand, Chen Shi hurriedly explained. All right, I'm a bit hungry now. Please send some food to my room. Once I'm full, I'll leave and won't appear before your family, sparing you any embarrassment. Chen Shi raised his hand, silencing Chen Shi from continuing. If he was forced to leave now, it would indeed become troublesome. Chen Shi nodded in agreement. Elder sister, third sister, we've been looking for you. What are you doing in this guy's room? Chen ran, and Chen Shi walked in. They had searched for the two throughout the Chen household, and, upon seeing the light in Chen Shi's room, decided to check in. To their surprise, they found them there. Chen had intended to say something more, but upon seeing Chen Shi, her eyes widened in shock. You little rascal. Why are you here? Chen Shi, spotting Chen Shi, suddenly brightened, her previously dull eyes sparkling with life. Chen Shi took a couple of steps forward, raised his hand in a mock gesture to strike. Chen instinctively stepped back. Having been hit by Chen Shi twice before, she had developed a certain fear. Yet, remembering this was her home, her courage returned. Didn't you say you would never step into the Chen household again? Why the sudden lack of resolve, sneaking back today? Chen tone dripped with sarcasm. Well, I'm not dead yet. Chen Shi waved dismissively. Xiao Shi, are you planning to stay this time? Chen Shi, eagerly awaiting his response, looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Impossible. If he doesn't score higher than Hao in the college entrance exam, he can never return, Chen stated firmly. Iran, get out. Chen Shi shouted angrily. Everyone knew Chen Shi's grades. If it were to follow the previous agreement, he would not be able to return to the Chen household at all. Chen tossed her head defiantly and stormed out of Chen Shi's room, leaving the atmosphere thick with silence. Shortly after, Chen returned with Chun Jun and Yang Qian. Dad, Mom, this little rascal suddenly shows up at home today. He must be here to ruin Hao's birthday party. As soon as she entered, Chen pointed an accusing finger at Chen Shi. Chun Jun and Yang Qian exchanged complex glances upon seeing Chen Shi. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Qian approached and took Chen Shi's hand, saying, Xiao Shi, what did you come back? Why didn't you tell Mom? She has missed you dearly. Chen Jun added in a deep tone, since you're back, don't leave. Dad, Mom, that's not right. He came back today, knowing Hao is proposing to Qingma, intending to cause chaos. Chen Iran cried out anxiously as she saw Chen Shi might be allowed to stay. Chen Hao's proposal to Qin Qingma was something Chen Shi had not anticipated. It was quite the coincidence. He shot a curious glance at Chen Iran. You guessed correctly. Upon hearing Chen Iran's words, the expressions of those present shifted, particularly Chen Zhen and Yang Qian, whose gazes toward Chen Shi turned unfriendly. Yang Qian hesitated before saying, Xiao Shi, why don't you come back tomorrow instead? You should leave today. Chen Zhen's expression darkened as he remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Yang Qian's decision. Chen Shi extended his other hand, gently removing Yang Qian's grasp from his wrist. If I leave today, I shall never set foot in the Chen household again. Are you willing to accept this? His words rendered Yang Qian momentarily speechless, her body stiffening in response. Love is fickle. After all, no one here truly cares for you. All that matters is Xiao Hao. Chen Iran remarked dismissively. Before anyone else could speak, Chen Shi cautiously raised her hand. I care for Xiao Shi. I hope he can stay. Chapter 52. Your double standards are quite impressive. Second sister. Chen Iran called out helplessly. Consider this carefully. Why does he choose to return today, pretending to be absent until now? Suddenly transforming into a detective, Chen Iran began her analysis. Firstly, he resents the grand birthday celebration we're throwing for Xiao Hao. Jealousy, perhaps, for no one has ever celebrated his birthday so lavishly. Secondly, he harbors feelings for Qin Qingma. His return must surely be to reveal his identity before everyone, pressuring Qingma to forsake Xiao Hao for him. Upon hearing Chen Iran's explanation, the others exchanged grave glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Yang Qian's face fell in disappointment. She had come to fully believe Chen Iran's words. They had previously observed Chen Shi's interest in Qin Qingma when conflicts arose between him and Chen Hao. Their decision to send Chen Shi to another school was predicated on the hope that he would willingly relinquish his feelings, yet he remained unyielding. Now, at this crucial moment, he returned to create chaos. Chen Zhen was seething with anger. You foolish child, do you not realize that Qingma is your brother's fiancée? It is one thing to compete with Hauer in other matters, but to covet his betrothed? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Chen Anqi's expression mirrored his despair, disappointment radiating from her demeanor. Xiao Shi, Qingma has been Xiao Hao's childhood friend. He dreams of marrying her. Your actions are utterly excessive, and I am profoundly disappointed in you. Chen Shi and Chen Anqi silently averted their gazes, their agreement with Chen Anqi evident. Chen Shi chuckled. But this betrothal was originally mine. What wrong is there in returning it to its rightful owner? If Chen Shi truly valued the engagement, he would have announced it long ago. His current statement was merely an attempt to gauge their reactions. Xiao Shi, although the engagement rightfully belongs to you, your brother is in love with her. Cannot you simply yield it to him? Moreover, Qingma's affections lie with Xiao Hao. There is no need for you to pursue this any further, Chen Anqi implored. I know Qingma well. She is not a superficial girl. She is drawn to exceptional young men like Xiao Hao. Though my words may sting, you cannot compare to him, and Qingma would never develop feelings for you. Take my advice and refrain from causing further disruption. Perhaps she harbors some fondness for you, but I do not believe she would truly fall for you. At most, you would remain friends. Indeed, if you could genuinely win Qingma's heart, we would have no objections. But to resort to such despicable tactics as leveraging the engagement to coerce her is utterly shameful. Chen Iran expressed her disdain for Chen Shi with fervor. Chen Shi smiled. Rest assured, I do not covet this engagement. I shall gift it to your Hauer, hoping he will cherish it. What do you mean, gift it? Have you no shame? This was always meant for Xiao Hao. Chen Iran exclaimed. Undeterred, Chen Shi made to exit, but Yang Qian seized him by the arm. Xiao Shi, you cannot leave now. The others froze for a moment before realizing the implications. No, we cannot allow him to leave. What if he sneaks back and wreaks havoc? Chen Iran pointed toward the door. Mom and Dad, please do not act this way. I believe Xiao Shi will not resort to such actions. Chen Manqing implored anxiously on Chen Shi's behalf. Chen Shi nodded vigorously in agreement. Do not imprison Xiao Shi. I trust he has come to a resolution. Enough. No more discussion. Until the birthday party concludes, he shall remain here, Chen Jin declared, calling out, Uncle Fong, come here. Soon, Butler Fong hurried in. Until the end of the event, do not allow him to step foot outside this room. Have a few people keep watch over him, Chen Shi instructed. Butler Fong could only agree with a conflicted expression. Seeing Chen Shi's seriousness ignited Chen Shi's anger. Chen Shi, you old fool. He cursed as he attempted to push through. The others were taken aback by his profanity. To address Chen Shi by name was one thing, but to dare insult him was unprecedented. Chen Shi was infuriated. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you curse your own father? This is insurrection. At that moment, several security personnel rushed in, blocking Chen Shi's path. He instinctively prepared to retaliate, but suddenly reconsidered the consequences of his actions. He did not wish to create unnecessary trouble that might jeopardize Qin Qingma's plans or expose his own identity, leading to the engagement falling upon him. Consequently, Chen Shi relinquished his resistance and was subdued by the security personnel. In truth, even if confined to the room, he felt no concern. He could simply call Qin Qingma for assistance when the time came. The guards gently deposited him onto the bed. After cautioning Butler Fong to keep a close watch on Chen Shi, the others departed. Had it not been for Chen Manqing and Chen Shi's intervention, and the guests awaiting below, Chen Shi might have given in to the urge to physically reprimand Chen Shi once more. After a while, Chen Manqing returned with a plate of food. Xiao Shi, you must be hungry. Please eat something. Once the guests leave, your father will release you. Chen Shi wasted no time, devouring the food voraciously in front of her. Xiao Shi, do you truly have feelings for Qingma? Chen Manqing suddenly inquired. Chen Shi did not look up as he replied, if I were to say I did, would you return her to me? Chen Manqing paused, momentarily lost in thought. Before responding, Xiao Shi, though the engagement was originally yours, Qingma's heart belongs to Xiao Hao. There is no changing that. Ah, but if she were to favor me, what then? Chen Shi casually posed the question. Chen Manqing fell silent, unable to provide an answer. Why the silence? According to your logic, if Qin Qingma prefers me, should you not return her to me? Chen Shi smirked, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. These words were spoken in jest. He did not genuinely believe that Qin Qingma would harbor feelings for him, nor would he choose her. After all, they belonged to entirely different worlds, a fact ordained from the moment of their births. His situation was unique, born into affluence, yet cast aside by fate into obscurity. No, Xiaoxi. Xiao Hao has loved Qingma since childhood. Marrying her has always been his dream, Chen Manqing stammered, attempting to explain. Your double standards are quite remarkable. Chen Shi's expression darkened. Now, be gone, foolish woman. I'm most vexed by your insincere pretense. He chastised Chen Manqing. She stood there, stunned into silence, tears streaming down her cheeks as she grappled with his unexpected words. Chapter 53. Do not appear before outsiders. After Chen Manqing's departure, Chen Shi took out his phone and attempted to call Qin Qingma, hoping to explain his predicament and request her assistance. However, after numerous attempts, he found himself unable to get through. What a mischievous girl, not answering her phone at such a critical moment. Just then, the door creaked open once more. Peering cautiously through the crack was Chen Shi, her head tentatively emerging. Chen Shi shot her an irritable glare, causing her to immediately withdraw. Moments latte. Chen Shi opened the door and timidly stepped inside. Is your sisterhood never-ending? What do you want now? Chen Shi cast a disdainful glance at Chen Shi, his impatience palpable. What? Are you here to play the Good Samaritan? Not at all, Chen Shi murmured, her gaze cast downward, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. I'll be direct with you. I reported your book. I know. Furthermore, when I previously claimed you possessed a talent for writing, that was merely a ruse. In truth, you are utterly talentless. I could even train a dog to write better than you. Her words were undeniably hurtful, particularly to someone who had recently endured a blow to their confidence and was striving to rekindle their dreams. But what of it? Chen Shi had never been on his side, not even now. Should he concern himself with her feelings? I understand, Chen Shi whispered. Her lips pressed together as tears brimmed in her eyes, and she began to sob quietly. If you wish to cry, do it outside. Who are you trying to garner pity from by weeping here? Chen Shi's words startled Chen Shi into silence. After a moment's pause, she spoke again. Xiao Shi. I actually came to let you go. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, but then strode toward the door without courtesy. However, you must promise not to disrupt Xiao Hao's birthday party tonight. Chen Shi hurriedly grasped his arm, her tone pleading. It's evident how much your younger brother means to you. You truly are a devoted sister. Chen Shi mocked with a cold laugh. As Chen Shi attempted to explain, Chen Shi raised his hand to silence her. Fine, if you're so anxious, I won't leave. But I refuse to be confined to this room. It's stifling. I'll remain in the hall, and you can watch over me. Only then did Chen Shi visibly relax and nod. If she were to leave now, it was uncertain whether she could return without issue. Chen Shi ultimately decided to stay, but with Qin Qingma's call still unanswered. He had no choice but to accept the situation as it was. The security guard stationed outside did not impede him as he emerged. Upon returning to the Chen residence, Chen Shi had quickly forged a rapport with them, maintaining a pleasant relationship. Unlike many of the privileged heirs and heiresses, he had never regarded them as mere subordinates. They felt a profound gratitude towards Chen Shi and were indignant at the unfair treatment he received, for he was the true heir of the Chen family. Yet faced such discrimination. Rest assured, it was she who released me. You need not concern yourselves with the matter. Simply place the responsibility upon her when the time comes. Chen Shi assured, patting the shoulder of a security captain and gesturing towards Chen Shi. Young Master Shi, there's no need to worry about us. If it comes to it, we can handle dismissal. We're not afraid. The captain replied with a nonchalant smile. Chen Shi, you're the one who facilitated my release, and it is solely your responsibility. You must guarantee that they will not face repercussions. If today's events unfold without issue, all will be well. If not, this group of guards will surely face accountability, and I cannot allow my actions to jeopardize them. Chen Shi nodded earnestly. I promise. I forced them to let you go. They will not suffer any consequences. The guards, touched by Chen Shi's concern for their welfare, found their eyes moistening with gratitude. Thank you, young Master Shi. Enough with the young master. I have severed all ties with the Chen family, he replied, before descending the stairs to find a secluded corner to sit. Chen Shi followed closely at his side. Were your previous birthday parties held in such a manner? Chen Shi inquired, observing the opulent crystal chandelier casting its radiant glow over the elegantly attired guests, toasting and celebrating. Of course, we meticulously prepare for Xiao Hao's birthday every year. Sometimes we take him on trips, other times we book an entire hotel floor, or even celebrate on a yacht. As she spoke about matters that piqued her interest, Chen Shi's earlier despondence dissipated, replaced by excitement. Except for once. His 15th birthday was rather simple. We celebrated together with just family at home, blowing out candles, which was quite dull. Suddenly, she paused, glancing cautiously at Chen Shi. A faint smile lingered on Chen Shi's face, seemingly unperturbed by her comments as he stared vacantly ahead. The mundane birthday Chen Shi referred to was the only one the Chen family had ever held for him, deliberately low-key to conceal his identity. It had been a ruse to ensure he would sign the donation agreement while celebrating alongside Xiao Hao. The exquisite melodies played by the band momentarily swept Chen Shi into a reverie, leading him to mistakenly believe that this was a birthday celebration arranged for him. He slapped his own face, chuckling to himself, reflecting on how superficial and vain he had become, allowing a birthday party to evoke such emotions. Sister, why did you let that scoundrel out? While Chen Shi was lost in thought, an irksome voice broke through. He looked up slightly to see Chen Yiran glaring at him. Flanked by Yang Qian, Chen Manqing, and today's guest of honor, Chen Hao, clad in a suit and tie. Chen Hao exuded the air of a young nobleman, a stark contrast to his usual frail demeanor, wearing a confident and composed smile. Xiao Shi was feeling stifled in the room, so I brought him out for some fresh air, Chen Shi explained, glancing at Yang Qian. That is unacceptable. Someone like him has no right to be here. He must return to his room, Chen Yiran declared, raising an eyebrow and casting a disdainful look at Chen Shi. Ignoring Chen Yiran, Chen Manqing turned to Yang Qian. Mom, why not let Xiao Shi stay here? I'll remain with him. I trust he will not cause any trouble. Sister, have you forgotten what day it is? With so many guests present, if his identity is revealed, Xiao Hao will be doomed. He cannot remain here. Chen Yiran pouted, disapproving of Chen Manqing's suggestion. Young Qian, now uncertain, was interrupted by Chen Hao, who had remained silent until now. He grasped Yang Qian's arm, worry etched across his face. I hope my brother can stay. Today is difficult for me because I'm worried about Qingma. I fear it will upset him, and he might lose control. Though he did not finish his thought, everyone understood his implication. Yang Qian, no longer hesitant, turned to Chen Shi and Chen Manqing with a serious expression. Return Xiao Shi to his room. He is not permitted to appear before outsiders without my consent. Chapter 54. Uncle, I have finally found you. Mom, please don't do this. Xiao Shi promised he wouldn't interfere with Xiao Hao. Chen Shi pleaded, grasping Yang Qian's arm. Sister, you actually believe the words of that little brat? He swore he would never return. Yet here he is, sneaking back today, Chen Iran retorted, pointing at Chen Shi. Enough, all of you. Young Qian admonished. Take Xiao Shi back to the room. Xiao Shi, bear with it for a while. Once the birthday banquet concludes, Mother will let you out. Do not hold it against me. Everything I do is for your own good. Her tone softened as she addressed Chen Shi. Another instance of it's for your own good. Chen Shi mused, struggling to comprehend the merit of Yang Qian's intentions. Uncle Xiao Shi, is that you? A voice abruptly pierced the air, leaving Chen Shi momentarily bewildered. The voice was vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. He scanned the crowd for the source. Just then, a stout figure pushed through the throng, rushing towards him. Upon spotting Chen Shi, the figure's face lit up with urgency, and he hastily grasped Chen Shi's shoulders, shaking him excitedly. Uncle Xiao Shi, it's really you. It's truly you. Wait, who are you? Chen Shi was taken aback, utterly confused as to why this rotund individual had suddenly emerged, calling him Xiao Shi. It's me. Don't you remember, fatty? The chubby man exclaimed, noticing Chen Shi's blank expression. Yiping Village. Chen Shi regarded the plump figure for a moment, scrutinizing him closely, and then his eyes brightened with recognition. Fatty, it really is you. Yes. Uncle Xiao Shi. I've finally seen you again. The man, whose name was Zhu Yingjun, rejoiced. He had been sold to Yiping Village at a young age and had shared a close bond with Chen Shi. In their youth, Zhu Yingjun had been teased by other children due to his short stature and plump physique, while Chen Shi, brimming with a sense of justice, often intervened on his behalf. Henceforth, Zhu Yingjun regarded Chen Shi as his closest brother, obediently following his lead. When Zhu Yingjun was 9, his biological parents found him and took him away. During their farewell, he clutched Chen Shi's clothing, weeping sorrowfully. The following year, after the passing of Chen Shi's guardians, his grandparents, he was sent to an orphanage, and he never saw Zhu Yingjun again. Zhu Yingjun referred to Chen Shi as uncle because his adoptive parents were distant relatives of Chen Shi's, thus placing Chen Shi in a higher generational status. Fatty, how did you end up here? Chen Shi inquired, puzzled. As far as he knew, everyone present at this gathering belonged to the upper echelons of society, while Zhu Yingjun's family could only be classified as middle class, seemingly out of place. Mother, sister. Look, this scoundrel not only sneaked back home, but also brought along a dubious character. Before Zhu Yingjun could respond, Chen Iran pointed at him and began berating him. Zhu Yingjun attempted to explain, but Chen Iran would not grant him the opportunity. What do you mean I? Get out of the Chen household immediately, or I'll call security. Chen Shi glanced at Zhu Yingjun and realized that Chen Iran's misunderstanding was somewhat justified. After all, Zhu Yingjun's attire was rather casual for the occasion. The guests, particularly the women, were dressed to the nines, and even the men, regardless of their formality, wore appropriate attire. In stark contrast, Zhu Yingjun was clad in flamboyant capri pants and flip-flops, wholly incongruous with the atmosphere. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I enjoy coming to this wretched place? If it weren't for your incessant pleas, I wouldn't have shown up. Zhu Yingjun scowled, shaking off Chen Iran's accusatory finger. Why are you calling my uncle a scoundrel? I warn you, if you dare insult him again, I'll make you regret it. Zhu Yingjun's words provoked Chen Iran's ire, for she was accustomed to being pampered and had rarely encountered anyone who dared speak to her like that. You little brat, just like this scoundrel, you're both worthless creatures born of a mother, but raised without one. If you don't leave, I will call security. The moment Zhu Yingjun was insulted, his eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Shi observed as Zhu Yingjun's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, as if he were about to strike Chen Shi. To his astonishment, after all these years, the once timid and meek Zhu Yingjun now possessed such a fiery temper. Just as Zhu Yingjun raised his fist to retaliate, Chen Shi restrained his shoulder. Instantly calming down, Zhu Yingjun turned to Chen Shi, confusion etched on his face. "Uncle, can I hit her? She is a young lady of the Chen family. Do you know?" "I know. Is there a way to salvage this?" "Yes. Hit her harder." "All right." Chen Shi patted Zhu Yingjun on the shoulder before releasing him. Although Chen Shi's remarks were rather harsh, Yang Qian and the others did not find them inappropriate. Chen Shi's transformation into his current self was indeed influenced by his upbringing, having been surrounded by unsavory characters, such as Jiang Nanxing. The presence of such a disorderly individual at Chen Hao's birthday banquet incited their anger, especially given that Chen Shi had merely spoken a few words to Zhu Yingjun, and he had dared to retaliate. As Chen Shi felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of being struck, she instinctively took a step back. Being hit in front of so many people would be embarrassing, and her exquisite evening gown, tailored specifically for this occasion, was one of a kind. If it were ruined, it would be a disaster. Upon seeing Chen Shi restrain Zhu Yingjun, Chen Shi exhaled in relief. "Fourth sister, don't worry, I'll protect you." Chen Hao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chen Shi. His sudden appearance left Zhu Yingjun momentarily at a loss, as he had never before been reprimanded by Chen Hao. "Brother Chen Shi, please don't hit fourth sister. If you must hit someone, hit me instead." When others were present, Chen Hao cleverly altered his address to Brother Chen Shi. Chen Shi regarded Chen Hao with a hint of admiration. Indeed, some individuals could ascend to great heights and distance themselves effectively. Just put on an act. "Chen Shi, I warn you, if you dare lay a finger on Xiao Hao, I swear you will regret it." Chen Shi threatened from behind Chen Hao. "Xiao Shi, don't act impulsively. You know Iran has a straightforward temperament. Don't take her words to heart," Chen Manqing gently advised, genuinely concerned that Chen Shi might act rashly in such a crowded setting. "Xiao Shi, I'll warn you one last time. You're not allowed to hit your brother Xiao Hao. Otherwise," Yang Qian began, her teeth clenched. But she did not finish her thought. Chapter 55. Do you believe I dare to bury you all? Zhu Yingjun stood bewildered at the unfolding scene. The tension in the air having dissipated to some extent, he turned to Chen Shi, silently inquiring whether he should continue his aggression. Chen Shi did not wish to escalate matters further, aiming to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just as he was about to signal Zhu Yingjun to cease, Chen Hao suddenly lunged forward, seizing Zhu Yingjun's arm. "Fatty, watch out!" Chen Shi shouted. Zhu Yingjun felt his arm being grasped and instinctively turned around, swinging his arm in reflex. A scream echoed through the air as Chen Hao flew backward in an exaggerated manner. Zhu Yingjun stood in stunned silence, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He could not comprehend why this well-dressed, effeminate individual had suddenly rushed at him, nor could he fathom how his light-hearted swing had sent Chen Hao soaring so far while eliciting such a pain cry. Was his body truly so feeble that it could not withstand a mere flick? Chen Shi face-palmed, muttering an expletive under his breath. This was the third time he had been so blatantly set up. Did this guy never tire of employing the same trick? Yet this tactic proved remarkably effective. Witnessing Chen Hao being flung away by the rotund figure before him, several women from the Chen family immediately erupted into shrieks, rushing frantically to Chen Hao's side. "Xiao Hao, are you all right? Xiao Hao, where are you hurt? Let me take a look, dear brother. My poor Hao, let mother see where you've been hit." The scene unfolding before the corpulent man left him questioning his very existence, as he waved his arm and then delivered a heavy punch to Chen Shi's shoulder. Chen Shi, apart from instinctively exclaiming a curse, exhibited no other reaction. Zhu, the plump individual, approached Chen Hao, squatting down with curiosity to inspect where he might be injured. However, to his astonishment, Chen Hao recoiled as if confronted by a specter, seeking refuge in Yang Qian's embrace, and began to wail at Chen Shi, "Brother Chen Shi, please don't hit me. I beg you, spare me. You scoundrel. Tell this fatso to cease at once, or I shall make you regret it. Chen Iran was on the verge of losing her mind, forgetting the significance of the day, consumed by her frantic cries. The commotion had already been considerable, but with her shouts, it instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Chen Shi, did I not warn you just now to refrain from striking Xiao Hao? Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? Chen Hao's injury sent Yang Qian into a frenzy. Her gaze shifting from the tenderness she had shown Chen Hao to a cold ferocity, her voice sharpened by fury. She stepped before Chen Shi, unexpectedly raising her hand to slap him across the face. Mother, no! Chen Manqing and Chen Shi gasped in horror, shouting out in alarm. Yet, surprisingly, Yang Qian's hand was caught firmly by Chen Shi before it could land. Yang Qian was momentarily stunned, as were Chen Manqing and the others. Although Chen Shi had struck Chen Iran, he had never before resisted Chen Zhen and Yang Qian. With an air of nonchalance, Chen Shi released Yang Qian's wrist. She stumbled back a few steps, supported by Chen Shi and Chen Manqing. Yang Qian was bewildered, though it had merely been a light flick. It felt as though she had been struck in the chest with great force. Her own son had dared to strike her. Indeed, for her, that action by Chen Shi was tantamount to a blow. She could not comprehend why he had transformed in this manner over recent days. Though he had previously made mistakes and faced their admonishments and teachings, he had always been obedient in their presence, never once voicing complaints or rebellion. Recently, not only had his temperament changed drastically, but he had also begun to strike his parents, an utterly irredeemable state. She admitted to a certain bias towards Chen Hao, yet she had never treated Chen Shi poorly. At the very least, he had always been well-fed, clothed, and educated, which was far more comfortable than suffering outside. Now, he was ungrateful to the parents who had given him life and raised him, and instead turned to violence against them, completely lawless. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a surge of anger filled her. Chen Shi, you dare to strike me now? If I do not teach you a lesson today, who knows what you might do in the future? Yang Qian's voice became hoarse and low. Chen Shi merely smiled indifferently. Come at me again, and I shall bury you. Do you believe it? The reason he was still enduring this situation was largely due to his current limitations. Before the Chen family, he was but a small fry, truly unable to contend with them. After all, he had only been reborn for less than a month, and development required time. Chen Manqing noticed that more and more people were gathering around and quickly tugged at Yang Qian's sleeve, whispering, Mother, today is Xiao Hao's birthday banquet. It would not be good to make a scene. It was only upon Chen Manqing's reminder that Yang Qian realized she had lost her composure. Very well. We shall address this matter after the birthday banquet. First, confine Chen Shi to a room. As for this individual, Yang Qian glanced to the rotund man, contemplating for a moment before stating, take him outside to keep watch, and then call the police, reporting him for inciting trouble and malicious injury. Chen Shi's expression darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of the plump man. Yang Qian, if you dare to lay a hand on him, then do not expect to hold today's birthday banquet. He was perplexed as to why the rotund man had appeared at the Chen household, but regardless, he could not allow the man to be apprehended due to his own issues. Chen Shi's threat had its intended effect, halting Yang Qian and the others who were about to call for security. As for you, go about your business and refrain from provoking me. Allow us to remain here in peace, Chen Shi continued. Indeed, Mother, look, Xiao Hao is unharmed. Let's not escalate this further. If you're still worried, I shall stay behind and watch over Xiao Hao with second sister. Chen Manqing offered her worried counsel. Yang Qian hesitated for a moment, deep in thought. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Chen Shi. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, the plump man suddenly shouted out, No way. This brat dares to play me for a fool. This matter is far from over. Zhu Yingjun had now come to his senses, clearly realizing that the impeccably dressed dandy before him intended to entrap both him and Chen Shi. The others stared at Zhu Yingjun in astonishment. They had initially considered letting him off the hook, but unexpectedly, this rotund man had become emboldened, showing no sense of gratitude. Chen Shi tugged at the plump man's sleeve. Speaking softly, Fatty, do not stir trouble. Seek your vengeance privately. Here, we cannot deal with them. Do not end up in a worse situation. The man, however, patted Chen Shi's shoulder with a carefree demeanor. Uncle Xiao Shi, do not worry. If we do not settle this with that brat today, I shall not be able to swallow my anger. Saying this, he took out his phone and began to dial. In the study, Uncle Qin, Uncle Zhu, I will have the specific contract details drafted tonight. Tomorrow, I will treat you both to dinner. Chen Shi rose and bowed with a smile. Just days ago, an investor had abruptly pulled out, leaving Chen Shi in a state of despair. With the inclusion of Qin Yushan and Zhu Wanjin, a weight had finally lifted from her heart. Qin Yushan nodded with a smile, addressing Chen Jun, Brother Chen, with such a capable daughter as Anshi, you may retire early. Chen Jun chuckled, Brother Qin, you flatter me. The Qingma girl is also quite exceptional, no less than Anshi. What does it matter how excellent she is if ultimately she must marry? Qin Yushan sighed, casting a glance at Chen Jun. The two shared a moment of understanding as they burst into hearty laughter. By the way, there is something I must mention to Brother Qin beforehand. Chapter 56. Someone is hitting my son. Chen Jun's smile grew even more pronounced. Tonight, Xiao Hao intended to propose to Qingma during the birthday banquet. I wonder, Brother Yushan. Qin Yushan paused for a moment, then smiled dismissively. The engagement was settled long ago. It was only a matter of time. As long as the two children are willing, we, as adults, will certainly respect their wishes. If Brother Yushan has no objections, then this matter is settled, Chen Jin replied, somewhat excitedly, clapping his hands. Yet, Qin Yushan sighed, Brother Chen, I truly envy you. Not only is your daughter capable, but even Xiao Hao is so outstanding. Unlike my own son, who is completely useless, indulging only in revelry and vice, showing no sign of improvement. Chen Jun was momentarily taken aback, a surge of pride swelling within him. Yet, he feigned extreme humility, saying, Brother Qin, you flatter me. Apart from his daughter Qin Qingma, Qin Yushan also had a son named Qin Hao, who had always been disreputable, good for nothing except causing trouble and spending money, a classic example of a second-generation rich kid who would squander the family fortune in no time. Compared to Qin Hao, he is an entirely different caliber. Upon mentioning Qin Hao, the figure of Chen Shi instantly materialized in Chen Jun's mind. The smile on his face vanished in an instant. Wasn't Chen Shi merely another incarnation of Qin Hao? Their similarities were striking. As this thought crossed his mind, an uncomfortable sensation arose within Chen Jun. He could not comprehend how his biological son could be so inept. In contrast, this adopted son, who had been mistakenly taken in, was exceptionally outstanding. He was pleasing to the eye in every regard. Consequently, he garnered countless envious glances from others. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Why not treat Chen Hao as his own flesh and blood? As for Chen Shi, he would ensure his well-being, and everything else could be left to his happiness. Their identities could remain a secret, never to be disclosed. After all, their families were soon to be united in marriage. Wasn't his son also the son of Chen Shi? What was there to be envious about? After being sidelined for quite some time, Zhu Wanjin could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. What Brother Zhu said is true, ha! Qin Yushan and Chen Jun both chuckled in agreement. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhu, where is your son? Is he here today? Qin Yushan suddenly recalled and inquired. They had heard that Zhu Wanjin had a precious son who had been abducted as a child, but after much hardship, Zhu Wanjin had managed to find him. Zhu Wanjin was incredibly fond of this son. To shield him from any misfortunes, he had sent the son he had with his new wife abroad. Initially uninterested in the mutual flattery between Qin Yushan and Chen Jun, Zhu Wanjin perked up at the mention of his son. That rascal just called me to say he has arrived. He should be downstairs playing right now. I've heard from Brother Zhu that your nephew is quite the handsome lad. I would truly like to meet him, Chen Jin remarked, feigning great interest. Zhu Wanjin clapped Chen Jun on the shoulder, his face unflushed and his heart steady, laughing. I am not exaggerating. My son is exceptionally handsome, and the girls at school line up to pursue him. Then let us hurry downstairs. The time is drawing near. Qingma should be arriving soon, Qin Yushan said with a smile. The group rose and walked towards the door, where Chen Shi stood waiting. Just then, Zhu Wanjin's phone rang. Upon answering, his previously cheerful expression darkened instantly. What did you say? Someone is bullying you. Wait for your father. I will be there shortly. Brother, what's going on? Seeing Zhu Wanjin's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Shi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Someone attacked my son," Zhu Wanjin said, his face filled with rage. "What? I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Chen family." Chen Shi's brows furrowed in anger as he slammed his thigh. "That fatso! Today is Xiao Hao's birthday. I had no intention of holding a grudge against you, but since you refuse to be reasonable, do not blame me for being rude." Chen Iran stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of intimidation. "Fourth sister, I have already sent someone to call security. They will take them directly to the police station," Chen Hao said, grasping Chen Iran's arm. At that moment, the security personnel arrived. "Bind these two and take them to the police station," Chen Iran directed the guards. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing attempted to intervene, but were halted by Yang Qian, who believed that tonight, Chen Shi deserved a lesson for being so inconsiderate on such an important occasion, stirring trouble and disrupting the birthday celebration. Seeing the guards hesitate, Yang Qian shouted angrily, "What are you waiting for? Get moving. How dare you touch my son? I will make sure you pay dearly." A coarse voice suddenly echoed, leaving the security guards momentarily stunned. Chen Shi turned to see a middle-aged man, even heftier than the fatso, striding forth from the crowd, his large gold chain swinging wildly around his neck. The hefty man quickly approached Yang Qian and raised his hand, preparing to strike her. "Brother Zhu, stop!" Qin Yushan and Chun Jun shouted in alarm from behind. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Yang Qian's expression changed drastically, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Hearing the shouts from behind her, Zhu Wanjin's hand paused in midair before he ultimately struck. The loud slap resonated, followed by Yang Qian's piercing scream as she fell to the ground. The suddenness of it all left Chen Manqing and the others unable to catch Yang Qian in time. The once lively atmosphere turned abruptly silent. Chun Jun, arriving on the scene, was rendered speechless as he beheld Yang Qian sitting on the ground, her face swollen and her eyes red. At that moment, Zhu Wanjin took a serious look at Yang Qian and gasped, "What? How could it be my sister-in-law? I am so sorry." He hurried over to help her up. "Sister-in-law, I truly apologize. In my haste, I did not recognize you. I am utterly in the wrong." Zhu Wanjin apologized profusely, even slapping his own face a few times in remorse. Yang Qian pushed Zhu Wanjin away, glaring at him. Seeing her anger, Zhu Wanjin approached Chun Jun with a sincere expression, saying, "Brother Chun, I am truly sorry. I was just anxious to see my son being bullied, and, in my panic, I failed to recognize it was my sister-in-law. I sincerely apologize." Chen Shi observed this scene and could not help but tug at the fat man, asking, "Did your father previously attend a drama school?" Zhu Wanjin laughed awkwardly. From the moment Zhu Wanjin appeared and took action, Chen Shi had been watching intently, particularly the moment his hand hesitated in mid-air. His expression clearly indicated recognition of Yang Qian's identity. Moreover, anyone present was not of simple status, yet he still struck her. Given that his wife had been assaulted, and in front of so many witnesses, how could Chun Jin remain calm? Although Zhu Wanjin's explanation was reasonable, he had nonetheless lost face. Ignoring Zhu Wanjin, he turned to Chen Iran and the others, asking in a deep voice, "What on earth happened?" Chen Iran pointed angrily at Chen Shi and the fat man. Fuming, they attacked Xiao Hao. Chapter 57. Who is my mother? Chen Jun and Qin Yushan simultaneously gazed in the direction pointed out by Chen Iran. They saw a chubby boy, quite resembling Zhu Wanjin, swinging his fists at Chen Iran. This must be Zhu Wanjin's precious son, the one he described as handsome and charming to countless girls. Next to the fat boy stood a rather dashing young man, whom Qin Yushan did not recognize, but Chen Jun's brows furrowed deeply. Upon hearing Chen Iran accuse his son, Zhu Wanjin immediately pulled the fat boy in front of him and sternly reprimanded, "Ing Jun, how could you hit someone?" The fat boy appeared aggrieved and quickly recounted how Chen Hao had pretended to fall and frame him, pointing at Chen Hao while shouting, "It's this brat. He's the one who set me up, and they want to call the police on me." No, that. It was that bastard Chen Shi. He instigated this fat boy to attack Xiao Hao. Chen Iran retorted defiantly. Both sides held firmly to their narratives, leaving everyone uncertain as to whom to believe. At that moment, All eyes turned to the true instigator, Chen Shi. Aren't you supposed to be in your room? How'd you end up here? Chen Shi, in a fit of rage, nearly exclaimed, ungrateful son, but quickly caught himself and amended his words. Confronted by the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Chen Shi merely sighed and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Mr. Chen, given the circumstances, the question of right or wrong has become irrelevant. It would be more prudent to soothe the guests. After all, preparing for young Master Chen's birthday banquet takes precedence. Indeed, Chen Shi was disinclined to squander further words, recognizing the futility of continuing the argument without substantial evidence. It was impossible to prove Chen Hao's feigned fall. Moreover, Yang Qian had also received a slap. He had not emerged unscathed. His purpose today was solely to assist Qin Qingma in terminating her engagement, and he had little desire to waste time in trivial disputes. Chen Shi's words were met with immediate approval from Zhu Wanjin and Qin Yushan, particularly for Zhu Wanjin, whose son had escaped injury and even managed to retaliate against Yang Qian. He felt his frustrations had been duly addressed. The truth of the matter was of no consequence to him. He simply wished for the situation to pass swiftly. The two men regarded Chen Shi with admiration, impressed by the maturity that belied his youthful appearance. Your name is Chen Shi? Qin Yushan inquired with newfound interest, a smile gracing his features. Chen Shi, uncertain of the identity of this middle-aged gentleman, yet noting his apparent connection to Chen Zhen, surmised that he was likely a figure of some stature. The name sounds somewhat familiar, Qin Yushan mused, his brow furrowing as he murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, You are Qingma's tutor? Chen Shi paused briefly before deducing that this man before him was likely Qin Qingma's father. He nodded in affirmation. Qingma's academic performance is commendable. It is quite impressive that you are able to tutor her, Qin Yushan remarked, his gaze surveying Chen Shi with growing interest. The revelation left the Chen family in shock, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. They were acutely aware of Chen Shi's academic standing. It was inconceivable that he could serve as a tutor for Qin Qingma. Uncle Qin, you must be mistaken, Chen Anshi interjected, her voice tinged with skepticism. Chen Shi's grades barely qualify him for a 211 university. There is no way he could tutor Qingma. Brother Qin, you are certainly mistaken. He is not capable of tutoring Qingma, Chen Zhen asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. Seeing their certainty, Qin Yushan began to question whether he had misheard or if his daughter had misspoken. Well, perhaps I misinterpreted. However, Qingma has praised this young man in my presence on several occasions. What merits could he possibly possess? It would be a blessing if he didn't create trouble. Chen Iran scoffed dismissively, her expression one of disdain. Upon hearing that Qin Qingma had spoken highly of Chen Shi, Chen Hao felt a surge of discomfort. Fourth sister, despite Chen Shi's many flaws and his occasional penchant for pilfering from our home, he possesses a good nature at heart. You insufferable weakling, what nonsense are you spouting? Uncle Xiao would never engage in such petty thievery. Chen Hao disparaged Chen Shi, igniting the ire of Zhu Yingjun, who clenched his fists in anger. Yet, Chen Shi remained composed, gently restraining Zhu Yingjun's fist to prevent impulsive actions. He then turned to Chen Hao with a teasing smile, saying, Just enjoy yourself for now. I hope you won't end up weeping alongside your mother later. The attendees were puzzled by Chen Shi's remark, yet through the exchange, Qin Yushan discerned a deeper connection between Chen Shi and the Chen family, piquing his interest further. You seem to be quite familiar with this young man. Qin Yushan casually inquired. Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun shared expectant glances, eager for insights into Chen Shi. Having learned from Zhu Yingjun that Chen Shi was the beloved Uncle Xiao of his son, they were even more curious. Faced with the collective inquiries, the Chen family fell into a prolonged silence, unsure of how to respond. Finally, it was Chen Iran who broke the stillness. He is the son of our family's nanny, she stated with conviction, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. The others in the Chen family nodded in tacit agreement, having no better explanation for Chen Shi's identity. I see, Qin Yushan acknowledged with a slight nod. Zhu Yingjun's eyes glistened with tears as he said, Uncle Xiao, It appears your life has been quite difficult. No wonder you were bullied by them. With a serene demeanor, Chen Shi scanned the Chen family members before suddenly asking with a playful smile, "May I inquire where my nanny mother is? What's her name?" The unexpected nature of Chen Shi's query left the Chen family momentarily speechless, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to reply. "Since I am the son of your nanny, it would be courteous to summon my mother," Chen Shi pressed, locking eyes with Yang Qian and offering a cold smirk. Yang Qian, having regained her composure after the earlier slap, now appeared slightly disheveled but had managed to restore her poise, aside from a mildly swollen cheek. The guests were equally perplexed by Chen Shi's inquiry. How could one be oblivious to their own mother's whereabouts? The more unsettling aspect was the Chen family's reluctance to respond. The curious stares from the guests heightened the tension within the Chen family, as they sensed that something significant lay beneath the surface. At that moment, no one stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. All eyes were on the Chen family for their response, sensing that a revelation was imminent. Chen Shi arched an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the Chen family before settling on Yang Qian's face. His expression darkened as he approached her, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Then, donning a smile, he leaned closer and asked in a particularly gentle tone, "Madam Yang, you must know who my mother is. Could you kindly bring her to me?" Chapter 58. Is Wangma my mother? Chen Shi's voice was soft and soothing, devoid of any accusatory tone, as though he were merely making a benign inquiry. Yet, Yang Qian found herself instinctively retreating 2 steps, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Chen Shi's eyes. After a moment of silence, Chen Shi suddenly lunged forward, seizing Yang Qian by the collar and drawing her close, his voice rising to a thunderous shout. "Speak up. Have you lost your tongue? Where's my mother? Bring her out." As he neared the end of his question, Chen Shi's tone shifted back to a whisper. "Is she dead?" Yang Qian's face contorted in terror as she stammered, She is not dead." Chen Shi chuckled ominously, his voice chilling. "If she is not dead, then why has she not come forward to see her son being bullied? Or is it that she has no place for me in her heart?" "No, that is not true. She cares for you deeply. She loves you very much," Yang Qian exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears that soon cascaded down her cheeks. Chen Shi reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of Yang Qian's eyes, rubbing them between his fingers with a smile. These tears seemed devoid of warmth. "I wonder for whom they were shed." Chen Jin observed this exchange with furrowed brows, feeling an unsettling agitation within, as if he were also facing Chen Shi's inquiries. He, too, found himself at a loss for answers. Chen Shi and the others bowed their heads in silence, acutely aware of the sorrow and helplessness embedded in Chen Shi's tone, a profound sense of abandonment. At that moment, Chen Shi and Chen Manxing felt an overwhelming urge to announce to everyone that Chen Shi was, in fact, the young master of the Chen family, their brother. However, when they caught sight of Chen Hao's forlorn expression, that impulse was swiftly stifled. If the truth were to be revealed, the life of their other younger brother would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Everything that belonged to him would vanish in an instant. At the very least, the betrothal with Qin Qingmao would no longer pertain to him. Such a fate would be exceedingly cruel. Just then, Wang Ma squeezed through the crowd. "Master, madam, all the guests have arrived, and the time is ripe. Shall we commence the banquet?" The Chen family members were at a loss as to how to conclude the gathering. If this continued, Chen Shi's identity might be unveiled, and Wang Ma's arrival was indeed timely. Chen Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to announce the commencement of the banquet, thus bringing an end to this farce. Yet at that moment, Chen Hao, before anyone could react, pulled Wang Ma to stand before Chen Shi. "Brother Chen Shi, your mother has arrived." The guests displayed little reaction to Chen Hao's actions, their faces merely reflecting a hint of disappointment. It appeared that Chen Shi was truly the child of the nanny, and there was no significant scandal to uncover. However, the Chen family was far from composed. Chen Jun, in particular, bellowed at Chen Hao, "What are you doing?" The sudden fury of Chen Jun startled not only Chen Hao, but also left the guests perplexed. "Brother Chen, what is the matter? Is this not Chen Shi's mother?" Qin Yushan inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. This left Chen Jun momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Shi was his son, a scion of the Chen family. The announcement of his identity was inevitable. And how could he acknowledge someone else as his mother, especially a mere nanny? Now, with Chen Hao's meddling, he found himself at a loss for a graceful exit. Uncle Qin, Wang Ma is indeed Chen Shi's biological mother. However, due to her status as a nanny, Chen Shi has always been reluctant to acknowledge her. My father did not wish to put him in a difficult position, which is why it has come to this, Chen Yiran interjected. Although Chen Yiran was lacking in many respects, she possessed a quick wit when it came to matters concerning Chen Shi. Previously, she had been concerned about the potential exposure of Chen Shi's identity. But upon recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, she sought to solidify Chen Shi's status once and for all. This would ensure his total expulsion from the Chen family, allowing Chen Hao to live without worry henceforth. Chen Yiran, could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Chen Manqing's voice was laced with fury. Her gaze turned to the innocent and pitiful-looking Chen Hao, and a sudden wave of disdain washed over her. Clearly, Chen Hao's actions were deliberate and filled with ulterior motives. Just when the matter seemed to be resolving itself, he chose to stir the pot. Sensing Chen Manqing's hostile glare, Chen Hao lowered his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. He then spoke again, "Third sister, today is a significant day for me. Do you know how long I have awaited this moment? I am genuinely frightened that some unforeseen circumstance might arise and thwart my wishes." As he spoke, he glanced at the Chen family members, his tone heartfelt. By the end of his speech, his voice quivered and genuine tears streamed down his cheeks. This softened the hearts of the Chen family members, who had initially intended to reprimand him, their anger dissipating considerably. They even felt a pang of sympathy. Ultimately, Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing fell silent. Bowing their heads, Chen Zhen merely sighed, refraining from further rebuttal, tacitly accepting the situation. As Chen Shi observed the reactions of his relatives, he merely smiled, pushing Chen Hao's head aside to clear his line of sight. "Are you certain that I am Wang Ma's son?" Chen Shi's inquiry rendered them all unable to meet his gaze. Not only had they failed to restore Chen Shi's identity, but they had also publicly labeled him as the son of a nanny before the elite of Haiqing. Regardless of their previous disdain for Chen Shi, they now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. However, the situation had progressed too far. They could only follow through to the end. Today was Chen Hao's important day for proposing to Qin Qingma. In the end, after weighing their options, they still chose to side with Chen Hao. "Yes, you are the son of a nanny and will forever remain so. Do not harbor any impractical thoughts. Do you understand?" Chen Yiran taunted. Chen Shi merely smiled serenely at them, stating, "Since you all insist on saying so, I shall acknowledge it. I hope you remember the words you spoke today. Engrave them upon your hearts. Do you understand?" Chen Shi's words caused the Chen family members to tremble, standing there in a daze. "Little girl, what you say is quite harsh. What is wrong with being the child of a nanny? Do you have no respect for others at all?" Zhu Wanjin could no longer bear it and stepped forward, placing a reassuring arm around Chen Shi's shoulders. "I see this young man is talented. He will undoubtedly excel in life, far surpassing your ailing brother." Zhu Wanjin's nature was that of a straightforward, boorish man, at least on the surface. He was unafraid of confronting anyone, even Yang Qian, let alone these younger generations, speaking as candidly as he pleased. However, Chen Yiran wore an expression of disdain, clearly disagreeing with Zhu Wanjin's words. In her eyes, Chen Shi was not even worthy of comparison with Chen Hao. "You speak nonsense. He cannot hold a candle to Chen Hao in any aspect, not even academically, let alone in winning over girls." With such thoughts, she belittled Chen Shi's aspirations toward Qingma, likening them to a toad wishing to feast upon a swan. Earlier, Zhu Wanjin had publicly slapped Yang Qian, and Chen Yiran held no respect for him, retorting without reservation. "What? He also likes Qingma?" Qin Yushan's brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 59. The gift is to wish you a happy birthday. "Indeed, Uncle Qin. Brother Chen sure also harbors feelings for Qingma. He frequently seeks her company," Chen Hao added. "A graceful lady, a gentleman's pursuit, is it not?" Zhu Wanjin chuckled nonchalantly. Qin Yushan's brows relaxed at once. His daughter was beautiful, with many suitors, and Chen Shi was just an ordinary boy, merely going through adolescence. It was entirely normal for him to develop a crush on Qingma. Indeed, however, Chen Shi, after today, I advise you to relinquish your hopes. Everyone understood the implication behind Qin Yushan's words. Tonight, the betrothal between Chen Hao and Qin Qingma would be formally enacted. After tonight, Qin Qingma would officially become Chen Hao's fiancée. In elite circles, inter-family marriages seldom faced alterations unless extraordinary circumstances arose. I see Brother Chen Shi is not so easily willing to let go. Previously, he even confessed to Qingma, and after being rejected, he continued to cling to her. Chen Hao embellished. Chen Shi and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not heard of this incident, yet they trusted that Chen Hao would not deceive them. Chen Shi, too, appeared astonished. He had confessed to Qin Qingma, yet he was unaware of it, and this brat was once again spinning tales. Nevertheless, he did not care. Let him continue his antics for a while longer. Soon enough, there would be tears to shed. Chen Hao's words caused Qin Yushan, as previously relaxed brow, to furrow once more. Sighing deeply, he spoke earnestly. The relationship between men and women is not solely about love. In the end, it must also consider social standing. I hope you can comprehend this principle. Chen Shi did not take offense at Qin Yushan's words. It was evident from his tone that he was offering sincere advice. Moreover, Chen Shi wholeheartedly agreed with him. Individuals from different worlds would never find happiness together, even if they were forced to unite in the end. To others, he was merely the son of a servant. A wild chicken had no right to stand alongside a phoenix. Chen Shi smiled and replied, "I understand." Satisfied with Chen Shi's perceptiveness, Qin Yushan nodded approvingly. Zhu Wanjin merely patted Chen Shi's shoulder in consolation, saying, "Chen Shi, there are plenty of fish in the sea. When you have wealth, women will be abundant." Zhu Wanjin's words drew a chorus of eye rolls from the female guests. Zhu Yingjun also leaned in, whispering, "Young master, do not be disheartened. I shall introduce you to some, even more beautiful than that one named Qin Qingma." "Have you seen Qin Qingma?" "And more than one?" Chen Shi inquired. Having seen her photograph online, one might be tempted to describe her as a celestial beauty. However, as I observed, the image was somewhat misleading. She appeared rather ordinary. Zhu Yingjun dismissed it nonchalantly. "Chen Shi, I hope you can promise me that starting tomorrow, you will cease pursuing Qingma." Chen Hao, in front of the gathered guests, saw Chen Shi's commitment. Chen Shi cast a curious glance at Chen Hao, contemplating that he might not have a tomorrow. With a swift agreement, he stated, "As long as Qin Qingma does not pursue me, I shall certainly refrain from seeking her out." The moment Chen Shi's words escaped his lips, laughter erupted among the guests, who suddenly found the caretaker's child rather amusing. The notion that Qin Qingma would chase after him was preposterous. After all, she was a princess of a prominent family. Qin Yushan shook his head, thinking to himself that this little fellow had quite the inflated ego. Utterly shameless, Chen Iran remarked, casting a mocking glance at Chen Shi. Zhu Yingjun's face flushed slightly, and he could not help but give a thumbs up, whispering, "Uncle Xiao, impressive." At that moment, someone announced, "The young lady from the Qin family has arrived." The crowd parted to make way. Chen Shi spotted Qin Qingma standing at the entrance, her presence instantly captivating everyone. She wore an elegant long gown, predominantly red with white embellishments, her long black hair gently cascading down her back in soft waves. The flowing skirt swayed gracefully with her steps, reminiscent of a blooming red flower, exuding elegance and nobility. Her arrival rendered the other female guests momentarily overshadowed. Zhu Yingjun widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "She looks even more stunning than in the photographs." Amidst the envious gazes, Chen Hao's face radiated pride as he hastily approached, eager to take Qin Qingma's hand, only to be evaded by her, leaving him feeling acutely embarrassed. "Qingma, you've arrived," Chen Hao greeted, but Qin Qingma ignored him, instead casting a glance toward Chen Shi. Chen Shi, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Subsequently, Qin Qingma greeted the elders one by one. Feeling bored, Chen Shi settled into a corner. "Uncle Xiao, you have quite the discerning eye," Zhu Yingjun remarked beside him. Alas, that effeminate fellow gets to benefit from it. Noticing that Chen Shi had not responded, Zhu Yingjun continued to speak to himself. But honestly, Uncle Xiao, even without that fop, I doubt she would look your way. Considering her status. He waved his hand dismissively. It probably has little to do with wealth. After all, she is not lacking in that regard. Truly, it is like flowers being placed in cow dung. Zhu Yingjun cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hao, sighing as if in lament for his parents. "Qingma, you look absolutely stunning today," Yang Qian exclaimed, holding Qin Qingma's hand with excitement. After all, she was to be her daughter-in-law, beautiful and exceptionally talented, hailing from a prestigious family without a trace of entitlement. Her grace and poise in social interactions were indeed rare. She felt immensely grateful that the elder of the Chen family had been wise enough to arrange this engagement. Chen Zhen and several sisters of the Chen family gazed at Qin Qingma with smiles that could light up the room. Particularly, Chen Aran, sitting beside Qin Qingma, lavished praise upon Chen Hao, even planning their future married life for them. Meanwhile, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's attention was drawn to Chen Shi. To their surprise, Chen Shi maintained a calm demeanor, laughing and chatting with Zhu Yingjun, showing no signs of distress. They began to suspect that perhaps Chen Shi held no romantic feelings for Qin Qingma. As the time approached, the host announced the commencement of the birthday celebration. Chen Hao stood on the staircase platform to deliver a speech, expressing gratitude to the guests. This was followed by the family gift-giving segment, where several sisters presented necklaces, paintings, and watches. Chen Zhen gifted him a villa, while Yang Qian bestowed upon him a Ferrari sports car. Finally, the host approached Qin Qingma, inquiring about her gift. After all, no gift could compare to that of a fiancé. Qin Qingma hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Happy birthday." The guests waited in anticipation. But Qin Qingma did not produce a gift. The host stood awkwardly, unsure what to do next. Surely, she had not come unprepared for a gift. The crowd found it hard to believe that she would arrive at her fiancé's birthday without a present. It seemed rather outrageous. Noticing the awkwardness, Qin Yushan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Qingma has prepared a gift. She simply forgot it in her haste. He recalled that Qin Qingma had previously sought his advice regarding birthday gifts, so it was reasonable to assume she had something ready. Had she genuinely left it at home? Chen Hao, unfazed, declared, "I need nothing else. Qingma is the best gift I could ask for." His overly sentimental words evoked enthusiastic applause from the guests. He gestured for silence, stating, "Today, in addition to being my birthday, there is another matter of great significance I wish to address." Chapter 60, The Annulment of Engagement. With heartfelt sincerity, Chen Hao knelt before Qin Qingma, presenting a ring he had prepared in advance. "Qingma, I like you. Will you marry me?" Taken aback by Chen Hao's unexpected proposal, Qin Qingma paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure. With an expression devoid of emotion, she replied, "No." Chen Hao's hand, clutching the ring, froze in midair, his expression shifting to one of anxiety. The guests, however, were not surprised, as the two were already engaged. Yet, it was only proper for a young lady to maintain a sense of decorum, not simply acquiescing to a proposal. Especially a princess like Qin Qingma. Chen Hao shared this sentiment, and thus he recalibrated his emotions, preparing to recite the heartfelt proposal he had meticulously crafted. The guests cheered him on, chanting, "Marry him! Marry him! Brother Chen, it seems Little Hao's proposal may not go as smoothly as he hopes tonight." Qin Yushan remarked half-jokingly. "Indeed, Qingma is no ordinary girl. If she were to agree so readily, I would be astonished," Chen Zhen replied, feeling quite content and not the least bit worried. He held absolute confidence in Chen Hao, as it was challenging to find another young man of such excellence in all aspects within the same age group in Linhai City. He believed that aside from Chen Hao, Qin Qingma would hardly look at anyone else. Given Qin Qingma's proud nature, it was certain that she would require some coaxing before she would agree. With this thought, he unconsciously glanced in Chen Shi's direction, sighing at the notion that it would have been wonderful if his own son were like Chen Hao. Qin Yushan nodded, somewhat helplessly acknowledging the truth in that observation. Indeed, his daughter was exceptional in every way, yet she possessed a natural aloofness, much like her mother. Even a boy as outstanding as Chen Hao would need to exert considerable effort. Otherwise, he might face rejection today. Brother Chen, my sister wishes to wait until after the college entrance examination to arrange their engagement and then hold their wedding right after graduation. What do you think? Yang Qian inquired, her face beaming with a smile as she sought Qin Yushan's opinion. Qin Yushan paused for a moment, pondering before he spoke. I have no objections. As long as Qingma is willing, we could hold the wedding right now. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, you know that my most cherished possession in this life is my daughter. Once she marries into your Chen family, little Hao must not bully her. Uncle Qin, you can rest assured 1,000 times over. Our little Hao is well-behaved and sensible. He will certainly treat Qingma with utmost care. Chen ran assured, patting her chest. I am well aware of little Hao's character. The group then shifted their attention back to the two protagonists of the day, eager to see how Chen Hao would proceed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hao accepted the microphone from the host. The crowd fell silent, anticipating Chen Hao's heartfelt declaration. However, just as he was about to speak, Qingma interjected. Don't speak yet, she said emotionlessly, taking the microphone from Chen Hao's hands. He stood there, momentarily stunned, as did the guests. I have something to announce. Immediately, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. It turned out that the female lead was taking the initiative to confess her feelings. This unexpected twist caught everyone off guard. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Qin family possessed such a spirited disposition? The guests quickly deduced her intentions, initially believing that Qingma had declined Chen Hao out of shyness, only to realize the situation was developing in an entirely different direction. Don't be fooled by her indifferent demeanor. She may seem dispassionate and unambitious, but when it comes to someone she genuinely likes, she can be quite stubborn. Little Hao, you are in for it. Qin Yushan chuckled. Let him have it. Marrying someone like Qingma is a privilege, and he ought to accommodate her, Chen Jin remarked nonchalantly. Kesting atender glunte et Yang Qian. He reminisced about the lengths he had gone to win the heart of his beautiful wife, recalling that she had admirers back then as well. Yet, through perseverance, he emerged victorious in the end. Realizing the implications of Qingma's impending confession, Chen Hao felt a surge of astonishment. Until now, she had always treated him with indifference. Her sudden assertiveness suggested that perhaps she had been concealing her true feelings. His heart raced with excitement, a radiant smile blossoming on his face as he prepared for her declaration. Qingma, please go ahead, he urged, chest out, nervously adjusting his tie. Qingma nodded earnestly, raising the microphone to her lips. I hereby officially announce that I intend to dissolve our engagement with Chen Hao. Silence. A profound silence enveloped the once vibrant hall, which had suddenly descended into an eerie stillness. After a prolonged moment, the audience began to stir, murmuring in disbelief. Did I hear incorrectly? Did she just say she wants to dissolve the engagement? The members of the Chen family stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Chen Jun, bewildered, turned to the equally stunned Qin Yushan and inquired, Yushan, what is happening? Qin Yushan remained silent, equally perplexed. His daughter wished to annul the engagement? This was a matter he had never heard Qingma express. Elder sister, second sister, third sister, did I hear wrong? Qingma said she wants to dissolve the engagement? Chen Iran murmured, disbelief etched on her face. Uncle Xiao, did you hear? Miss Qin just said she wants to annul the engagement with the feminine man. Zhu Yingjun exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Chen Shi's hand. That's difficult. Even if they annul the engagement, Uncle Xiao won't have a chance. The disparity in status is too great, and the Qin family would never allow it. Zhu Wanjin sighed. Qin Yushan and Chen Jun had been boasting about their children's excellence, but Zhu Wanjin, tired of the conversation, made an excuse to use the restroom and sat down beside Chen Shi and Zhu Yingjun. Little brother, why not come mine for minerals in the Sanjin region after you graduate? By then, you'll have the money to pursue that girl, Zhu Wanjin suggested, quickly becoming familiar with Chen Shi, who had aided Zhu Yingjun. Dad, by then, that girl might have children of her own. It's too late. Zhu Yingjun glanced at his father, dismissing the suggestion. I don't like her, Chen Shi replied, touched by their genuine concern for him. They said you confessed to Miss Qin. Zhu Yingjun asked, puzzled. That was that fool's scheme against me. I have no interest in Miss Qin, and she wouldn't like me either. As Uncle Zhu said, we belong to different worlds, Chen Shi explained. Zhu Wanji nodded, half convinced. In the center of the hall, Chen Hao stood frozen, his eyes wide, staring at his fiancée, Yi. He instinctively asked, Qingma, what did you just say? I said, I want to dissolve our engagement. From now on, we shall have no further relations. Initially uncertain, Chen Hao's disbelief solidified with Qingma's reiteration, confirming that the eldest daughter of the Qin family was indeed severing ties with the Chen family. Chapter 61. You are unworthy. Qin Yushan abruptly stood, his voice grave. Qingma, do not jest. His expression mirrored the confusion of everyone present. This engagement had been arranged before Qingma's birth, and over the years, she had never voiced any opposition. Although she had never shown any affection for Chen Hao, at least on the surface, Qin Yushan had assumed her reticence was simply her nature. After all, Chen Hao was a standout among the wealthy heirs, even if she did not harbor feelings for him. One would expect a discussion before annulling the engagement, rather than making a public spectacle of it, thereby humiliating the Chen family. His daughter should possess a better understanding of propriety. My dear daughter, let us resolve this matter privately, Qin Yushan thought, discreetly winking at Qin Qingma. However, Qin Qingma disregarded her father's subtle signal, her tone resolute as she declared, Dad, I am not joking. I am quite serious. Qin Yushan sighed in resignation. He understood his daughter well enough to know that once she made up her mind, not even the mightiest forces could sway her. He wondered what grievance the Chen family had committed against her. Chen Hao, who had been so full of life moments ago, now appeared like a butchered pig, devoid of any spirit. He slowly raised his head, his expression one of profound desolation, staring blankly at the stunning woman before him, who now seemed so cold. Why? He asked, bewildered. You are unworthy. Qin Qingma's response shattered Chen Hao's proud ego, and tears welled up in his eyes. Born into privilege, he had enjoyed a life of luxury, excelling in all pursuits and basking in affection, shining brightly in the eyes of all. His fiancée, the princess of the Qin family, was his most coveted treasure. Yet now, in front of the distinguished guests of Linghai City, he faced disdain and humiliation from his betrothed, a blow that left him utterly devastated, tears streaming down his face. Qin Qingma, you have gone too far. Witnessing Chen Hao's public humiliation at the hands of Qin Qingma transformed the astonished expressions of the Chen family into one of unbridled fury. Chen Iran stormed directly in front of Qin Qingma, indignantly accusing her, Qingma, how could you speak of Xiao Hao in such a manner? Auntie is truly heartbroken. The atmosphere was inappropriate, compelling Yang Qian to suppress her rising anger and feign a sorrowful expression. Qingma, did Xiao Hao do something to upset you? After all, Chen Shi, as the CEO of the company, maintained a level head and refused to be blinded by rage, sensing that there must be some underlying issue. Indeed, Qingma, if Xiao Hao has wronged you in any way, please tell us, and we shall certainly give him a proper lesson, Chen Manqing added with a worried expression. Xiao Hao, you rascal. Hurry and apologize to Qingma. Chen Zhen chastised the sobbing Chen Hao. He too believed that Chen Hao must have committed some transgression. Otherwise, Qin Qingma would not be so inconsiderate as to publicly sever their engagement without a shred of respect for the Chen family. Qingma, whatever the matter, you two youngsters ought to communicate properly and refrain from uttering such harsh words, Qin Yushan gently admonished, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. This girl truly wounds one's pride, Zhu Wanjin remarked, as he and his son exchanged glances. The words spoken by Qin Qingma were indeed deeply humiliating. Even the most robust of men would struggle to endure such affront, akin to telling a man to his face that he is inadequate. Chen Shi was somewhat taken aback, pondering why Qin Qingma harbored such disdain for Chen Hao. He has not wronged me. He simply does not match my standards, Qin Qingma replied calmly, gazing at her father. Qin Yushan momentarily froze, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to rush forward and silence his daughter, as if she were intent on bringing ruin upon him. The words of Qin Qingma incited fury within the Chen family. Yang Qian could no longer maintain her facade, as her beloved son faced repeated insults. She felt unworthy of the title mother, if she remained silent any longer. Qingma, silence yourself. Xiao Hao, in terms of either appearance or capability, possesses no shortcomings. How could you utter such words? Chen Jun, noticing Yang Qian's escalating fury, anxiously tugged at her. What kind of occasion is this? As the matriarch of the Chen family, you should not disregard your dignity and engage in a quarrel with the younger generation. Yang Qian shrugged off Chen Jun's restraint and retorted angrily. Since you claim Xiao Hao is beneath you, then tell me, who among us here is worthy of your regard? Go on, find someone who surpasses Xiao Hao. The crowd turned their curious gazes toward her, believing this was merely a pretext for Qin Qingma to dissolve her engagement, without considering that she might have someone in mind. After all, Chen Hao was quite renowned among the affluent families of Lingjiang City, known for his exceptional character, unlike typical wealthy second-generation heirs who indulged in hedonism. He devoted himself entirely to his studies. It was a foregone conclusion that he would gain admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. They did not believe there was anyone present who could rival Chen Hao. Yet, to their astonishment, Qin Qingma suddenly pivoted, pointing in a particular direction. The crowd, puzzled, parted to allow her passage, their gazes following her finger. The trio of Chen Shi watched with anticipation, eager for Qin Qingma's forthcoming revelation. At that moment, Zhu Wanjin and his son noticed the attention of all guests suddenly shift toward them, leaving them bewildered. Zhu Wanjin's eyes lit up as he joyfully exclaimed, "You rascal! Such a significant matter, and you kept it from your father. Honestly, tell me, when did you and that girl from the Qin family become close?" He boasted about his son. "I always said my son was exceptional. That ailing lad cannot possibly compare to you. Can he, Uncle Chen?" Zhu Wanjin turned to flaunt his son's achievements. Chen Shi shot a curious glance at Zhu Wanjin, nodded in agreement, and returned to his research. Zhu Yingjun, overwhelmed, chuckled wryly, "Dad, if you ask me, I wouldn't know either. Maybe it was in a dream." Just as the three continued their discussion, Qin Qingma approached them. "What? It can't be that rotund fellow, can it?" Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, while the Chen family wore expressions of utter incredulity. Qin Yushan stood up in alarm. Although the Zhu family was affluent, they were still newly wealthy, lacking the depth of heritage, and he certainly did not wish for his future grandchildren to be overweight. Moreover, Zhu Yingjun, the plump lad, was not to his liking. Setting aside their status, he found Chen Shi much more appealing. However, he was perplexed as to when his daughter had become involved with Zhu Yingjun, having been completely unaware. As the Chen family stood in the direction pointed out by Qin Qingma, their hearts were already tumultuous with speculation. Chapter 62. He is a beast, but are you not? As expected, just as the Chen family and Qin Yushan had speculated. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Qin Qingma approached Chen Shi, extending her delicate hand towards him in invitation. "Oh, is it my turn to take the stage?" Chen Shi remarked, pocketing his phone and taking her hand, allowing her to assist him in rising. As they walked away together, Zhu Wanjin and Zhu Yingjun stood in stunned silence. Zhu Yingjun, resembling a bewildered pig, muttered, "Dad, Uncle Chen can act better than you. We were all fooled by him." Meanwhile, Zhu Wanjin's face beamed with delight as he recalled the earlier insults directed at Chen Shi by the Chen family, saying now, "This is going to be entertaining." Qin Qingma led Chen Shi to the center of the hall, her gaze sweeping over the Chen family before finally resting upon Yang Qian. "He is the one deserving of my affection." At that moment, apart from Qin Qingma's words, there was an utter silence in the room. As they observed Qin Qingma firmly grasping Chen Shi's hand, the onlookers recalled that not long before, they had mocked this son of a caretaker, deriding him as a toad, desiring to feast upon a swan, questioning how the esteemed daughter of the Qin family could possibly take an interest in a servant like Chen Shi. Now they were being resoundingly slapped in the face. The Chen family, rendered speechless in shock, found Chen how it collapsed to the ground. Their greatest fears had materialized. Upon learning from Chen how that Qin Qingma had grown close to Chen Shi, they had attempted to force Chen Shi to transfer schools, hoping to separate him from Qin Qingma. It was not because they doubted Chen Hao's capabilities or feared he could not compete with Chen Shi. In their minds, Chen Shi could never measure up to Chen Hao, and they believed Qin Qingma would never favor him. Their concern lay in the possibility that Chen Shi might develop feelings for Qin Qingma and reveal his true identity, which would undoubtedly prevent the Qin family from marrying her to Chen Hao, ultimately leaving the engagement to fall upon Chen Shi. Yet the truth was that Qin Qingma not only chose to dissolve her engagement for Chen Shi, but also publicly humiliated Chen Hao. It was unclear what sort of enchantment Chen Shi had cast upon Qin Qingma. Yang Qian, confronted with this reality, still refused to believe that her son could be bested by Chen Shi. She was convinced that Chen Shi had employed some underhanded tactics. Slamming her hand on the table in fury, she demanded, "Chen Shi, you think I wouldn't know your worth? Speak plainly. What unscrupulous means did you employ?" Yang Qian's gaze fell upon Chen Hao, who sat on the ground, despondent, and her heart ached for him, causing her to lose all sense of reason. She even overlooked the fact that Chen Shi was her own son. The crowd resonated with Yang Qian's sentiments. Unable to fathom why a distinguished heiress would abandon Chen Hao, only to turn towards a servant's embrace. It was likely that some underhanded trickery was at play. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Shi's eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on Yang Qian. He simply could not fathom why his own mother would consistently target him. At times, she could exhibit a semblance of tenderness towards him. Yet, whenever matters concerning Chen Hao arose, she would unhesitatingly cast him aside, even at the cost of her own well-being. What purpose does such a mother serve? Is she merely to be retained for the festive seasons? Yang Qian, your precious son has merely lost his engagement, and yet you are in such despair. Should he perish, would you not accompany him in death? Chen Shi remarked with a sardonic smile. The crowd was left aghast. Was Chen Shi truly the son of the Chen family? As housekeeper? How dare he speak thus to his master? Beast! Chen Jin bellowed. How could you utter such sacrilegious words? Huh, you're not my parents. What? Am I not allowed to speak my mind? Chen Shi replied with a smirk. You. Chen Jin trembled in indignation. It was at a loss for words. Chen Iran, closest to the two, could no longer contain herself. Qingma, listen to what this little beast has to say. You have developed feelings for such scum? You can still turn back. Xiao Hao will forgive you. Slap. Qin Qingma struck Chen Iran across the face. If he is a little beast, then what does that make you? Is the entire Chen family not comprised of beasts? Qin Qingma, who had maintained a poker face throughout, finally displayed a hint of anger. And whom I choose to like is none of your concern, Chen Iran. It has nothing to do with your family. Nor do I require anyone's forgiveness. Do you understand? Chen Shi gazed at Qin Qingma in astonishment, sensing through their exchange that she seemed to be aware of something. The shock of Qin Qingma's slap reverberated through the crowd. No one had anticipated that she would resort to violence on behalf of Chen Shi. It became evident that Miss Qin harbored extraordinary feelings for him, and the onlookers regarded Chen Shi with heightened curiosity. Chen Iran was utterly flabbergasted. She could hardly believe that Qin Qingma, who typically addressed her as Sister Iran, would strike her for Chen Shi's sake. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing hurried forward to restrain Chen Iran, seeking to prevent the situation from escalating further. At that moment, Qin Yushan wished to vanish from sight. This chaotic scene was overwhelming. It was a mess his beloved daughter had created, and he needed to find a way to manage it. He feigned anger, bellowing, "Qingma, how could you strike your sister, Ran? Apologize at once." Qin Qingma remained silent, merely shooting him a fierce glare, refusing to acknowledge him. Qin Yushan was taken aback. Recognizing his daughter as Fury, he awkwardly cleared his throat and sternly admonished, "Next time, do not strike so hard. What if you injure her?" "Understood," Qin Qingma replied, conceding to her father's wishes. Observing Qin Yushan's demeanor towards his daughter, the assembled crowd understood that the engagement with the Chen family was effectively over. Unless the elder of the Qin family intervened, no reconciliation was forthcoming. "Qingma, let's pause this matter here. As for the engagement, we shall discuss it privately with your Uncle Chen. How's that sound?" Qin Yushan sought to swiftly conclude the farce, recognizing his daughter's stance necessitated setting the Chen family alliance aside for the time being. As for Chen Shi, they could allow the two to date, but he could never consent to marriage. A parent's love for their child is indeed profound and far-reaching. He could not permit Qin Qingma to wed a servant. At present, The two were likely in the throes of young love. With time, they might part ways without his intervention. No, the engagement must be dissolved immediately. Chen Shi declared resolutely. Chen Yushan felt utterly helpless. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not publicly annul the engagement. What would that mean for the Chen family? Moreover, the two families shared a significant bond. Meanwhile, Chen had already given up, his expression vacant and devoid of life. His heart brimmed with resentment towards Chen Shi, wishing nothing more than for him to vanish. I recall that Chen Shi had previously assaulted the Chen family's little maid. A voice unexpectedly interjected. This voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Chen Hao, previously despondent, suddenly brightened with excitement. Today was his birthday banquet, and many classmates had gathered. The incident involving Chen Shi and the maid had, through his own machinations, already spread throughout the school. At that moment, Chen Hao felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his spirits soaring. The Qin family would never allow Qin Xingma to be with a known assailant. They would have to be out of their minds to permit that. He still had a chance. Chen Hao rushed to Qin Yushan, exclaiming, "Uncle Qin, Brother Chen Shi has assaulted our maid. You cannot allow Qingma to be with such a person." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Qin Yushan was utterly stunned. Turning to Chen Zhen and the others to inquire, "Brother Chen, is what Xiao Hao said true?" If Chen Shi had truly committed such an act, it transcended mere issues of character. He could never allow his beloved daughter to associate with such a person. Chen Zhen and the others were bewildered, their expressions a mixture of disbelief as they regarded Chen Hao. They could not fathom how their prideful son would dare to distort the truth and slander Chen Shi before them. No matter how much he fancied Qin Xingma, he should not have spread such a rumor, especially in such a setting. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? As he faced the accusatory gazes of his parents and sisters, Chen Hao's tears began to flow freely, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Yang Qian's heart ached upon witnessing this, and she could only let out a resigned sigh. "Hey, Chen Zhen, Yang Qian, Uncle Qin is inquiring for your response. Why do you remain silent?" Chen Shi remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the Chen family. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of palpable tension. While Chen Shi should have appeared anxious, he instead wore an air of nonchalance. The Chen family, however, looked increasingly grim, as if the one who had assaulted the maid were among them. Seeing that Chen Zhen remained silent, Chen Hao quickly turned to Chen Shi, saying, "Brother Chen Shi, I sincerely apologize for bringing up your past, but I believe Uncle Qin has the right to know the truth." Once again, Chen Shi found himself astounded by Chen Hao's shamelessness. "Get lost. What right have you to speak here?" Chen Shi barked at him, causing Chen Hao to scurry back to Yang Qian's side. You, and you, do not remain silent. Everyone is waiting for your response." Chen Shi pointedly addressed the Chen family members one by one. "Who truly assaulted the maid?" Chen Shi's gaze swept over his parents and sisters. "This is your final opportunity to choose. Please tread carefully." The entire Chen family fell into silence, hesitant to speak. Regardless of which side they chose, the other would undoubtedly face dire consequences. They could also deny the assault ever occurred, attributing it to a misunderstanding. But given Chen Hao's repeated allegations against Chen Shi and Chen Shi's current insistence, such an excuse was clearly untenable. At that moment, Chen Yiran stepped forward, her demeanor betraying her unease as she threatened Chen Shi. "You need only abandon Qingma, and we shall let this matter slide. Otherwise, you are committing a crime, and we have ways to bring you to justice." With the Chen family's influence, if they were determined to target Chen Shi, it would be a simple matter. Even if he were innocent, the Chen family could easily fabricate evidence against him if they so desired. Chen Shi cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yiran before turning his attention to Chen Manqing. "Miss Chen-san, your repeated expressions of concern and guilt towards me have genuinely touched my heart. This splendid opportunity presents itself for you to demonstrate that your feelings for me are not mere pretense. Should you not seize it with both hands? Quickly present the evidence that will vindicate my innocence." Chen Manqing trembled slightly, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Chen Shi's eyes. "Remember, you owe me a life, and while I have not demanded repayment, I merely wish for you to affirm my innocence. Such a request is hardly burdensome, is it? Chen Shi teased with a beaming smile. Chen Manqing raised her head, her eyes now red-rimmed, gazing at Chen Shi with a profound internal conflict. She could not fathom why her two brothers had to reach this impasse, why they could not coexist harmoniously as a family. Why must it escalate to this point of no return? Why must she be forced to choose? Regardless of the option, she did not wish to abandon either. Yet, whichever path she took would mean the potential loss of the other. She owed Chen Shi a life, but Chen Hao had also saved her. In that moment, she glanced at Chen Hao, who was now in tears, his eyes filled with helplessness and yearning. She felt on the verge of collapse. Seeking solace, she turned to her family, hoping for guidance and support. Manqing, Chen Anqi called her name, shaking her head disapprovingly. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. The meaning exchange between them was unmistakable. Both were torn, yet considering the Chen family's reputation and Chen Hao's future, they ultimately made their choice. Chen Shi, on the other hand, seemed to struggle for words, opening her mouth and then closing it again, as if she had something to say, but was at a loss for how to articulate it. Yang Qian, however, displayed unwavering determination, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder. Chen Shi, we of the Chen family shall not pursue this matter further. You may leave. With that, she turned her head away, refusing to meet Chen Shi's gaze. It was evident that the Chen family had made their final decision, implicitly acknowledging their transgressions before the esteemed families of Linhai City, opting for their adopted son. You may choose not to pursue, but I shall. Chen Shi glared at Yang Qian, his eyes filled with disdain. He then focused on Chen Manqing, grinning widely as he said, if you are unwilling to produce the evidence, I shall disclose it myself. With that, Chen Shi leisurely approached the corner of the hall, retrieving his backpack before returning to stand before Chen Manqing. He cast a cold glance at his third sister, then pulled out a document from the backpack, waving it in front of her. Do you know what this is? He inquired with a smile. Chen Manqing, her face a mask of confusion, shook her head. Have you forgotten? Chen Shi asked nonchalantly as he opened the document bag, revealing the contents for her to see. Chen Manqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her expression filled with incredulity. How could this be in your possession? She stammered, her voice trembling. It dawned on her that this was the DNA test report of the little maid and Chen Hao, the very first report she had collected from the hospital, complete with the date and her name. After retrieving the report, she had been kidnapped, though the kidnappers were eventually apprehended. They had sold off the valuable items in her bag. As for the report, the kidnappers claimed it was discarded by the river. I found it, Chen Shi replied casually. That night at the police station, upon learning that Chen Manqing had been kidnapped while obtaining the report, he speculated that the report was of little worth and likely carelessly discarded by those thugs. Later that night, after ensuring Jiang Nanxing and Jiang Yin were fast asleep, he stealthily returned to the riverbank in search of it. To his surprise, luck was on his side. He found it nestled in the grass not far from where the thugs had discarded it. Chapter 64, Identity Exposed. Upon seeing the test report, the members of the Chen family instantly recognized the document in Chen Shi's hands, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yet, moments later, Chen Manqing seemed to recall something, with demeanor relaxing. She approached her family, whispering something softly, which visibly eased their expressions. Returning to stand before Chen Shi, her tone was laden with remorse. Xiao Shi, we owe you an apology. We will make amends in the future. Will you please leave for now? A mocking smile graced Chen Shi's lips. Do not be too quick to rejoice, Chen Manqing. Do you not realize that this is an anonymous test report, which proves nothing? His words caused Chen Manqing's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten once more. She stared at him in terror. When she had taken the samples from Xiao Cui and Chen Hao for testing, she had opted for anonymity to protect her privacy. This meant that even if the report fell into someone else's hands, there was no cause for concern. Yet, seeing Chen Shi's expression, it seemed he was prepared for this. As expected, Chen Shi leaned closer to her, whispering in a tone only she could hear, in fact, after Xiao Cui left her household. I took her to a specialized testing facility, where new samples were obtained and tested. As he spoke, Chen Shi produced another document bag from his backpack, displaying it before Chen Manqing. She stood frozen in place. This document is from a certified forensic agency, complete with legal standing. The time and identity are all meticulously recorded, and the samples are preserved. I also possess the recorded confession from Xiao Zui, with both human and material evidence. Your younger brother, Xiao Hao, is inescapably ensnared this time. A month prior, on the day Chen Shi left the Chen household, he had instructed Wang Ma to keep an eye on the little maid's movements and inform him. Even if the maid had not been expelled from the Chen family in time, he would have sought alternative measures to ensure she underwent testing. However, to his astonishment, before Wang Ma could notify him, he received an anonymous text message informing him of the maid's departure. When he found the maid, he had anticipated a struggle to persuade her to cooperate, yet she offered no resistance and readily agreed, much to his surprise. Chen Shi's words drained the strength from Chen Manqing, causing her to falter as if about to collapse. Fortunately, Chen Shi and Chen Shi were quick to catch her. The Chen family members, alarmed by Chen Manqing's sudden change, grew tense once more. Chen Manqing quickly relayed Chen Shi's words to them, and their faces turned ashen with shock. They were not only startled by the evidence Chen Shi possessed, but also felt a wave of fear regarding his caution and cunning. They could scarcely believe that the once timid and subservient Chen Shi had orchestrated such maneuvers behind the scenes. Yet, Chen Shi regarded Chen Shi with a newfound glimmer in her eyes. Even Chen Zhen, who had always looked down upon Chen Shi, believing him to be worlds apart from Chen Hao, now exhibited a hint of change in his gaze. With such resolve and intellect, perhaps he could indeed be cultivated further. However, their greater concern lay in the public revelation of the evidence. Should that occur, the Chen family would be utterly humiliated, becoming the subject of national ridicule. Chen Hao's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he would be scorned by all. Yang Qian and Chen Iran regarded Chen Shi with a mix of apprehension and resentment. Yet, soon, Yang Qian's expression softened, her tone gentle and laced with a hint of pleading. Xiao Shi, can we discuss this privately? Whatever you desire, I can accommodate. Chen Shi chuckled mockingly, saying, You all managed to find me a new mother. What more could I possibly demand? The Chen family members were momentarily taken aback, but Chen Shi paid them no mind. He pulled out his phone and waved it before them, subtly indicating his intention to call the police. Quickly now, have you devised a solution? Chen Shi cast a disdainful glance at the terrified Chen Hao and urged the Chen family members. What good is calling the police? Even if we present the evidence, so what? If individuals from prestigious families were easy to deal with, they would not deserve to be regarded as apex predators in society. The law is just and impartial, safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace from infringement, yet it is not infallible. There are indeed loopholes to exploit. With the right maneuvers, even a murderer could evade the law, perhaps by obtaining a mental illness declaration, let alone a mere violation involving a lowly nanny, no matter how scandalous. The Chen family could easily protect Chen Hao, perhaps sending him abroad if need be. Yet that is not the outcome Chen Shi desired. However, those of stature place great importance on their reputations, particularly those from families of deep heritage. His decision to expose this at this juncture was intended to augment his bargaining power. Otherwise, he would not have so readily acquiesced to Qin Shengma's request. Chen Shi's actions sent the Chen family into a state of complete disarray. Should he call the police, the repercussions for Chen Hao would be catastrophic. They could shield him, but the stigma of being a perpetrator would haunt him for a lifetime, especially among the elite, making it impossible for him to hold his head high. As for the engagement with Qin Shengma, that was utterly out of the question. Even without Chen Shi, there was no possibility for him and the Qin family. Upon realizing this, Yang Qian and Chen Zhen exchanged glances, seemingly on the same wavelength. They comprehended what Chen Shi truly desired. So, let them grant it to him. Yang Qian sighed helplessly and addressed the guests. Actually, I have an important announcement to make today. Chen Shi's earlier actions had already left the guests perplexed, unsure of what he held in his hand that caused the Chen family to oscillate between grave expressions and relief. Now, hearing Yang Qian mention another significant announcement filled them with curiosity. In truth, Chen Shi is my son. As soon as Yang Qian's words fell, the crowd erupted into an uproar, all eyes turning toward Chen Shi. Just moments ago, he was merely the son of a nanny. And now he had transformed into the young master of the Chen family. A seismic shift that left the guests agape. One moment, they witnessed a noble princess annulling an engagement. And the next, a reunion. The attendees felt their evening had been worthwhile. Dad, I never expected Uncle Xiao to be a young master of the Chen family. Zhu Yingjun exclaimed, astonished. Zhu Wanjin maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Given Uncle Xiao's attitude towards the Chen family, he hardly seems like a servant. It's unexpected yet reasonable. Tonight's spectacle is truly thrilling. However, if Uncle Xiao is indeed their son, why do the Chen family members treat him so poorly, as though they bear a grudge? Zhu Yingjun questioned, recalling how indulgently Zhu Wanjin treated him. Not all parents deserve the title. It appears the Chen family only has eyes for that Chen Hao. Zhu Wanjin sighed. Chapter 65. Xiao Hao is also my biological son. The revelation of Chen Shi's identity brought immense relief to Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, their faces brightening with smiles. The weight that had burdened their hearts was finally lifted. They no longer needed to make a choice. This compensation would surely satisfy Chen Shi. They understood that revealing his identity had always been Chen Shi's aspiration. They recalled how, in the past, he would often chase after them, asking how long he needed to pretend to be a servant of the Chen family. At the time, they found it bothersome and dismissed him casually. Brother Chen, is this true? Yang Qian's words filled Qin Yushan with excitement. If Chen Shi truly was Chen Zhen's son, then he need not feel burdened. The engagement would remain intact. He would not be violating any promises, and tonight's matters could be resolved flawlessly. Although Chen Shi may not surpass Chen Hao, their statuses matched, and as long as Qin Xingma was fond of him, he would support him unconditionally. As for the incident involving the nanny, he trusted his daughter's judgment. There must be some misunderstanding. Chen Zhen nodded, stating, when Xiao Shi was born, he was taken away, and we only recovered him 2 years ago. Recovered 2 years ago, yet you only reveal his identity today? Brother Chen, your actions seem a bit ungracious, Qin Yushan remarked, causing Chen Zhen to fall silent, unsure how to respond. He couldn't very well say it was to spare Chen Hao's feelings and to prevent the Qin family's engagement from falling to Chen Shi. Could he? Yang Qian, however, reacted swiftly, stepping in front of Chen Shi, taking his hand, and smiling as she explained, this child, Xiao Shi, has been wild for over a decade, picking up some undesirable habits that tarnish our family's reputation. We initially thought to refine him properly before making his identity public. After speaking, Yang Qian looked at Chen Shi with a face full of maternal affection. Chen Shi smiled back at Yang Qian, positioning her before him. You've certainly refined me well. It feels as if I've been reborn. I truly appreciate it. Yet, as he spoke, his expression abruptly morphed into a menacing scowl, and he slapped Yang Qian forcefully across the face. Damn it, I didn't come here for you to build relations with me. Chen Shi gritted his teeth. The onlookers were utterly bewildered by Chen Shi's slap, failing to comprehend the situation. The Chen family members appeared as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was not how they envisioned it. They had always believed that Chen Shi's ire and estrangement from the Chen family stemmed primarily from their denial of his identity. By publicly announcing his lineage, he should have felt elated. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Chen Shi did not shy away, boldly confirming, I am indeed the abandoned child of the Chen family. However, aside from bringing me into this world, they have shown me no nurturing kindness. Upon my return to the Chen family, rather than enjoying the privileges of a young master, I was treated as a servant, constantly undermined for the sake of their adopted son's future. They have never purchased a single item for me, nor have they ever uttered a word of concern. When I fell ill, they were preoccupied with celebrating their adopted son's birthday. They even contemplated harvesting my kidney to benefit their precious adopted child. What use do I have for such parents and siblings? Upon finishing, Chen Shi's gaze swept coldly over Chen Zhen, Yang Qian, and Chen Anshi, rendering them utterly indifferent. The three lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. The guests erupted into a frenzied chatter, their astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. They collectively deemed the Chen family utterly deranged for prioritizing their adopted son over their biological child. Had they only heard Chen Shi's account, they might have remained skeptical. Yet, they had witnessed the Chen family's public disdain for Chen Shi firsthand, even shamelessly compelling him to recognize the nanny as his mother. Was this the behavior of a rational individual? Their gazes toward Chen Shi were filled with pity. Thus, a month ago, I severed all ties with the Chen family, and I shall have no further association with them in this lifetime. In truth, being an orphan has its merits. Chen Shi took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. At that moment, he suddenly felt a hand firmly grasping his, and when he turned to look, he found Qin Qingma standing beside him. Her head bowed. Indeed, you have misunderstood, Xiao Shi. It is not as you think. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing wore expressions of utter panic. Had these words been uttered merely in their presence, they might have dismissed Chen Shi's intentions as mere pretense. However, now, in front of such a multitude, Chen Shi resolutely sought to sever ties with the Chen family, which confirmed their suspicion of his seriousness. Chen Manqing felt a twinge of regret, lamenting her repeated opposition to Chen Shi in favor of Chen Hao, realizing she had made the wrong choice. Cease your charades. It's utterly nauseating to behold. Chen Shi's words struck like a hammer, piercing the hearts of Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, inflicting them with deep anguish. Brother Chen, is it not excessive to treat Chen Shi this way for the sake of an adopted son? Zhu Wanjin interjected, unable to contain himself. Due to my negligence, my son was abducted by human traffickers and suffered for many years. It pains me to the core. After finally retrieving him, I have gone to great lengths to compensate for his suffering, even sending his stepmother and her son abroad to ensure he faced no further grievances. Yet you all would do this for an adopted son? Zhu Wanjin's disdainful expression elicited a wave of disapproval from the assembled guests. Upon learning that Chen Hao was an adopted son, Qin Yushan's countenance darkened. Brother Chen, your family must provide an explanation. What does it mean that you would deny your biological son the right to marry Qingma, only to substitute him with an adopted son? Faced with Qin Yushan's inquiry, Chen Zhen was at a loss for words, his mind nearly overwhelmed. No, Xiao Hao is not an adopted son. He is my biological child, Yang Qian exclaimed, disregarding the pain on her face, her voice rising in agitation. Her declaration sent shock waves through the room, leaving many bewildered. Chen Zhen stared at his wife in astonishment. But under the subtle urging of Yang Qian's gaze, his expression quickly regained composure, as if he had come to an understanding. The two exchanged a knowing nod. This scene did not escape Chen Shi's notice. I recall that Chen Shi and Chen Hao are of the same age, Qin Qingma remarked, her tone tinged with curiosity. Yang Qian pondered for a moment before responding. In fact, Xiao Hao is a year younger. His age was mistakenly reported in the household registry. As Yang Qian's explanation registered, the Chen sisters, still reeling from shock, began to comprehend her intentions. Chen Shi, with a knowing glance at Yang Qian, remarked, my appearance today might just serve as your wedding garment. Should an unfortunate accident befall both your husband and myself, your precious son would indeed inherit the Chen family's fortune. While others failed to grasp Chen Shi's insinuation, Yang Qian trembled, her face stricken with fear. Chapter 66, Best of 3. Chen Shi approached Chen Hao, pulling him up. When Chen Hao attempted to resist, Chen Shi landed 2 powerful slaps that left him dazed. Seeing this, Chen Iran rushed forward to intervene, but was swiftly kicked aside by Chen Shi. He dragged Chen Hao before Chen Zhen, his gaze sweeping over their faces, and mused, Brother Chen, your genes seem rather lacking. He bears no resemblance to you whatsoever. Then, he carelessly tossed Chen Hao before Yang Qian for comparison. Ah, indeed, Mrs. Yang's genes appear to be superior. Don't you think there is a slight resemblance? Chen Shi's seemingly casual remarks stirred a tempest within the Chen family, and Chen Zhen's eyes widened in realization. Previously overlooked, upon closer inspection, there was indeed a faint echo of similarity. Yet in an instant, Chen Zhen chuckled and shook his head. After all, both Chen Shi and Chen Hao were born on the same day, rendering such a notion impossible. However, Chen Manqing's expression grew grave. Chen Shi's repeated insinuations indicated that there was more to this than met the eye. But where the problem lay, she could not discern. At that moment, she noticed Chen Shi waving the testing report before her, inexplicably stating, "Let us conduct another test." The seed of doubt had been sown. Any further elaboration might yield counterproductive results. He casually tossed Chen Hao to Yang Qian and addressed the Chen family. 200 million, transfer to my account in 10 minutes. As he spoke, he waved the report in his hand. Following that, I will provide you with a report and audio recording containing the information of the authentication agency. You may dispose of all evidence. Such a lofty sum. Do you truly comprehend what 200 million entails? Chen Iran clutched her abdomen, her gaze venomous. Fixated on Chen Shi. Xiao Shi, 200 million is indeed excessive. How about this? If you're in need of funds, I can transfer 20 million to you now in exchange for the report. Chen Shi sighed heavily. Huh, 20 million? Do you take me for a beggar? Your precious brother received gifts worth millions, from sports cars to villas. How could he possibly be worth less than that? Or is it that the illustrious Chen family lacks even 200 million in liquid assets? Chen Shi retorted with scorn. 30 seconds have already elapsed. I have sent the account number to your phone, so hurry up. When the time is up, should I not receive the 200 million? Do not blame me for being ruthless. Chen Shi's visit to the Chen family was primarily motivated by monetary gain. Though given sufficient time, he might secure the funds himself. However, to shake the very foundation of the Chen family, he knew he would be waiting an eternity. Furthermore, he possessed neither funds nor connections to rise to prominence. He could only rely on gradual accumulation, which was painfully slow. As for the Chen family's promise of shares post-exams, he held no hope. Should they decide to retract their offer, he would be powerless to act. Only what he managed to secure in hand would truly belong to him. Yet now, given the late hour, transferring 200 million into his account would require considerable time. Chen Shi appeared troubled. Chen Shi, however, ignored her, merely glancing at his phone. You have 9 minutes remaining. With a resigned sigh, Chen Shi conferred with Chun Zhen before making a call. Before long, Chen Shi's phone began to buzz with notifications of bank deposits. Deposit of 500,000. Deposit of 1 million. Deposit of 5 million. Deposit of 300 million. As the 10-minute mark approached, the full 200 million appeared in his account. Chen Shi clapped in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Miss Chen, your efficiency is commendable. As parents and siblings, you are rather exemplary. I wonder, if the roles were reversed, would you be willing to expend such resources for me? I suspect not, for in your eyes, I am but worthless grass." With a smile, Chen Shi handed the report and recording to Chen Shi. Having achieved his objective, he prepared to leave when Qin Yushan called out to him. "Chen Shi, do you truly not intend to return to the Chen family?" Chen Shi nodded, his resolve unwavering. "You must understand, this marriage contract was established between the Qin and Chen families. If you genuinely wish to wed Qingmao, I hope you will reconsider your stance. In comparison to 200 million, status holds far greater significance," Qin Yushan earnestly urged. "Uncle Qin, I have no ties to the Chen family and cannot return. What must be done to dissolve this engagement?" Chen Shi's response elicited a resigned sigh from Qin Yushan. You do not grasp the importance of this marriage contract to both families." Qin Qingmao furrowed her brow and shot a glare at her father, speaking coolly, "I am pregnant." The assembly fell silent. Both Qin Yushan and Chen Shi were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances before simultaneously admonishing, "Do not jest. Uncle Qin, I wish to forego marrying Qing Mo. All I desire is to dissolve the engagement between our families, regardless of any debts or obligations that may exist between you. That is solely your affair. It should not be the case that your daughter, Qing Mo, must sacrifice her lifelong happiness to settle your accounts." Chen Shi's words sent a tremor through Qin Yushan, leaving his smile frozen upon his face. Guilt washed over him as he glanced at his daughter, only to discover that the usually indifferent Qing Mo had tears glistening in her eyes. Since the passing of her mother, after a single bout of weeping, Qin Yushan had never witnessed his daughter shed another tear. He finally comprehended why his typically proud daughter had developed feelings for Chen Shi. He genuinely cared for her well-being. Qin Yushan found himself caught in a dilemma. The members of the Chen family watched him intently, fearing that he might indeed annul the engagement on the spot. At that moment, someone called out, suggesting that since they were brothers, they should compete. The victor would win the hand of the lady. This proposal ignited a fervor among those present. Brothers battling fiercely over a woman. What a thrilling narrative. The guests eagerly chimed in, advocating for a series of 3 competitions, with the best of 3 determining the ultimate winner, thus ensuring a sense of suspense. The Chen family clung to this glimmer of hope, as it offered Chen Hao a chance for survival. Furthermore, in comparison to Chen Shi, Chen Hao's merits were evident, making him superior in various aspects. Chen Zhen immediately concurred, stating, "Brother Qin, I believe this approach is feasible." Qin Yushan furrowed his brow, grappling with his thoughts. He looked towards Chen Shi, who, after casting a glance at Qin Yimo, calmly suggested, "Let us first discuss the nature of the competition." Although Qin Yushan cherished Qin Yimo dearly, Chen Shi discerned that this engagement held significant weight for the Qin family, perhaps entangled with unspoken complications. "The college entrance examinations are approaching. Let us compete based on our scores," Chen Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Chen Shi and Qin Yimo exchanged bewildered glances at her suggestion. "This is agreeable. I accept," Chen Shi replied, his readiness catching Qin Yushan off guard. Despite being Qin Mo's tutor, Qin Yushan suspected that this was merely a ploy by his daughter to evoke sympathy for Chen Shi, laying the groundwork for the annulment of the engagement. He was aware of Chen Hao's academic performance, which was nearly on par with Qin Mo's. Qin Yushan, feeling uneasy, sought confirmation once more, yet Chen Shi remained nonchalant. Chapter 67. The Beginning of Retribution. Following this, Chen Shi announced the second competition. "Let us compete in terms of wealth accumulation. The one who earns the most shall emerge victorious. The deadline will coincide with the release of the examination scores." Qin Yushan pondered for a moment before continuing. "The upper limit is set at 10 million. This meant that at the moment the exam results were revealed, whoever had amassed a greater sum would win. Should anyone reach the 10 million threshold first, they would be declared the automatic victor." This notion sent Chen Hao into a frenzy of excitement as he exclaimed, "I concur." Given the financial resources and connections of the Chen family, he felt confident that even with just a day's notice, he could easily acquire 10 million. However, Qin Yushan's subsequent words doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Of course, there are conditions attached. He cast a meaningful glance at Chen Shi as he spoke. First, no speculative or investment activities are permitted, such as lotteries, gambling, or stock trading. Second, you cannot leverage the relationships or resources at your disposal. The initial capital will also be included in this constraint. Every cent must be earned through your own efforts. It was evident that these limitations were specifically designed to hinder Chen Shi, who had no connections or resources. Without any restrictions, the competition would lack substance. Nevertheless, even under these conditions, Chen Shi remained at a disadvantage. Many intangible factors were unavoidable. For instance, undertaking the same task would yield far smoother progress for Chen Hao due to his family's influence. "To ensure fairness, I will scrutinize every transaction you make. Any discrepancies will result in disqualification." Qin Yushan sought the agreement of both parties. Chen Hao readily acquiesced. Chen Shi, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "What if the Chen family secretly sabotages me, deliberately creating pitfalls for me and transferring money into my account? How would that be accounted for?" This raised a serious concern. If one transaction went awry, it could trigger a chain reaction, tainting all subsequent earnings. Chen Shi's query prompted Qin Yushan to reconsider. He affirmed, "Though the Chen family is related to you, they now stand as your adversaries. Any funds linked to them will be disqualified. Conversely, should your side engage in similar behavior, it too shall be disregarded." Chen Shi nodded in agreement, stating, "I accept this challenge." To ensure transparency and heighten the intensity of the competition, Qin Yushan arranged for a group to be created, incorporating both sides into it. Every transaction would be communicated to designated personnel within the group, who would relay updates back to it. This way, both competitors could remain informed of each other's progress, fostering a sense of urgency. Additionally, he would provide both parties with a bank card to facilitate accounting. "Brother Qin, include me as well," Zhu Wanjin eagerly called out. "Old Qin, I want in too." "Mr. Qin, count me among them." With the establishment of the group, the guests erupted in excitement, clamoring to join the observation. Chen Yushan, recognizing the value of having these witnesses, readily agreed. As for the third competition, Chen Yushan admitted he had yet to determine its nature. If the first two contests yielded a clear victor, a third would be unnecessary. Upon leaving the Chen residence, Chen Mo followed Chen Shi outside. Chen Mo, I presume you have been informed of my circumstances, Chen Shi queried, deducing from her demeanor that she was already aware of everything, which accounted for her extreme reaction. Chen Mo did not deny it, but nodded in affirmation. Xiao Shi, wait for me. At that moment, the chubby Zhu Yingjun rushed up from behind, enveloping Chen Shi in a tight embrace, leaving him slightly breathless. Once Zhu Yingjun released him, he promptly requested to exchange contact information. Sister-in-law, let's swap numbers as well, the jovial Zhu Yingjun said to Chen Mo, taken aback for a moment. Chen Mo eventually handed over her phone. Cut it out, Zhu Yingjun. We're merely pretending, Chen Shi admonished, kicking him lightly. Zhu Yingjun feigned pain, playfully exclaiming, Xiao Shi, isn't today your birthday? Let us celebrate. Chen Shi was momentarily stunned, surprised that after nearly a decade, the chubby boy still remembered his birthday. At that point, Chen Mo interjected, let us head to Chen Shi's house. Nanxing and Yin Yin are still waiting. Wait a moment, I need to make a call, Chen Shi said, pulling out his phone to dial. You can go in now. Don't forget to record the video. In the car, Chen Mo occupied the passenger seat while Chen Shi and Zhu Yingjun settled in the back. Xiao Shi, your parents and sister are quite unreasonable. I think taking 200 million from them is too lenient, Zhu Yingjun commented, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, for someone of his affluence, money was merely a figure, easily comprehensible. Of course, this cannot be settled so simply, Chen Shi chuckled, retrieving his phone to send Chen Mo a document. King Montauk, I need your assistance with something. The co-pilot, Chen Xingma, nodded slightly. All right, Chen Shi continued. I have composed a brief essay regarding the incident involving Chen Hao's violation of Xiao Chui, along with an anonymous DNA report on your phone. Moreover, I have recorded conversations over the past month with the Chen family, detailing their slander against me. Please have your public relations team embellish the narrative. Make it as extravagant as possible, ideally incorporating some inconsistencies. Additionally, enlist prominent media figures to disseminate this across various platforms. And gather as many online influencers as possible. The more, the merrier. I desire for the news of Chen Hao's transgression against the nanny to echo from north to south after tonight. Chen Xingma was momentarily taken aback. Turning to Chen Shi with a smile, sounds good. Zhu Yingjun, perplexed, recalled hearing about Chen Shi's alleged misconduct at the scene and found it utterly unbelievable. Following that, he witnessed Chen Shi presenting the report, after which the Chen family readily compensated him with 2 billion in exchange for it. In response to Zhu Yingjun's confusion, Chen Shi swiftly recounted his experiences with the Chen family over the years, as well as the incident involving the nanny. Zhu Yingjun was incensed, exclaiming, Uncle Xiao, my opinion is that you shouldn't have handed over the report so easily. You're just setting yourself up to take the blame. Chen Shi chuckled, it's all right. I have plenty of these. Why not release the real names tonight instead of the anonymous ones? Zhu Yingjun passionately argued. You can't just deploy your trump card right off the bat. Chen Shi patted Zhu Yingjun's shoulder, continuing, you must allow them some time to react. Besides, what difference can a single report make? Let's allow the situation to simmer for a couple of days. Chen Shi's words prompted Chen Xingma in the passenger seat to turn, eagerly awaiting his explanation. Actually, I just hope that within a few days, I might be able to multiply that 2 billion. Zhu Yingjun straightened up. Uncle Xiao, do you possess insider information about the stock market? Chen Shi merely chuckled in response, remaining silent. Chapter 68. Do you like this gift? By the time the trio returned to the neighborhood, it was already 9 o'clock. At this hour, the community should have been bustling with activity, yet it was eerily deserted. Just then, the previously tranquil neighborhood erupted with a thunderous bang. Chen Shi turned to see a burst of flames shooting skyward at the center of the community, which then erupted into a cascade of sparkling lights in the serene night sky. He stood there, mesmerized by the spectacle, when suddenly, the darkened building facades of the neighborhood erupted with countless beams of light, dancing in the air. Happy birthday, Chen Xingma said to him. Did you do this? Yes. along with Sister Nanqing. It's your birthday gift. Do you like it? At that moment, Chen Shi understood why Qin Xingma had been delayed. How did you manage to coordinate everyone in the neighborhood? Just a bit of money did the trick, Qin Xingma casually replied. Indeed, money can move mountains, Zhu Yingjun marveled, captivated by the romantic nature of the birthday celebration, wishing he could have one too. The fireworks continued to bloom, and Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Yin appeared, holding a cake. Xiao Shi, happy birthday. Bro, happy birthday. Jiang Nanqing beamed with a smile, her expression filled with concern. Sister Nanqing, Chen Shi murmured, his voice thick with emotion. What's the matter? Don't you like it? We put a lot of thought into this. If you dare to complain, I'll give you a beating, Jiang Yin playfully threatened. Grinning. No, I really like it, Chen Shi said, his nose feeling slightly tender. Honestly, as long as I'm with you all, I'm content. I don't need any of this. Jiang Nanqing gently ruffled his hair. I guess you might face some hardships upon returning to the Chen family. So I wanted to bring you some joy. Of course, this idea was mostly Qingma's. You should thank her properly. No, you've helped me tremendously as well. Qin Xingma interjected, flustered. Chen Shi chuckled. Rest assured, I will help you break off your engagement and grant you your freedom. Thank you. You're welcome. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Shi. Chen Shi turned to see Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's car parked not far away. The two approached him, their faces filled with remorse. Xiao Shi, happy birthday. Chen Shi glanced at them, his expression darkening. Are you two like persistent ghosts, or what? Wasn't what I said earlier at your house clear enough? Chen Shi stammered. Xiao Shi, we mean no harm. Today is your birthday, and we simply wanted to come and wish you well. Now you remember my birthday, huh? Chen Shi scoffed mockingly. Chen Shi fell silent, lowering her head as she produced a gift box and extended it towards Chen Shi. This is my birthday gift for you. However, after waiting for a while, Chen Shi did not reach for it. With her eyes reddening, Chen Shi had no choice but to retract the gift. Chen Manqing patted Chen Shi's shoulder and retrieved a pendant from her bag. Xiao Shi, this is my birthday gift for you. I believe you will love it. Wasn't this pendant the one from the family portrait, the treasure he once cherished dearly? Chen Shi recalled that he had thrown it into the trash bin that day. After hesitating for a moment, he accepted the pendant. Open it and take a look, Chen Manqing said excitedly as she watched him. Chen Shi cast a skeptical glance at her before opening the pendant to see the family portrait once more. Xiao Shi, I've edited the photo inside. Originally, Chen Hao was in the center, surrounded by everyone, while you smile from a distance, half of your figure concealed by the pendant frame. Now, however, it features you and Chen Hao together in the center, while everything else remains unchanged. This was Chen Shi's first birthday wish upon returning to the Chen family. She remembered how they had been afraid Chen Shi would flaunt the photo, so they made him stand a bit farther away from them. But now, things were different. Chen Manqing was confident that this gift would surely please Chen Shi. Initially, Chen Manqing intended to find a group photo to place inside. However, after searching for a long time, she realized there was not a single family photo that included Chen Shi, nor even any solo pictures of him. Ultimately, she had no choice but to edit the family portrait for the pendant. As long as you're willing, let us find a time to take a new photo together, all right? Mom and Dad will surely agree. Although Chen Shi publicly declared his severance from the Chen family today, his actions over the past 2 years indicated that he still cared deeply for them, cherishing this familial bond. Even though he was angry now, if they gradually made amends in the future, she believed that one day he would be touched and return to the Chen family. Chen Shi smiled, closing the pendant and tilting his head. Chen Manqing, you're quite amusing. With that, he walked towards the center of the community, approaching the fireworks display. Amid the astonished cries of Chen Shi and Chen Manqing, he flicked his wrist, tossing the pendant into the firework launcher. With a loud bang, a new firework shot into the sky, bursting into countless stars that twinkled and faded away. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing stood frozen, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the scene before them. At this moment, they hazily realized that something profoundly significant was slipping away from them, akin to fireworks fading into the night sky. They longed to grasp it, yet it receded further and further. Chen Shi swayed unsteadily, then sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Haar lips murmuring incessantly, I am sorry. I am sorry. At that moment, the memories of how the Chen family had treated Chen Shi differently over the past 2 years, bullying him, flashed through her mind. Additionally, their repeated stances against Chen Shi for Chen Hao and the helplessness and despair etched on Chen Shi's face felt like a sharp dagger, twisting her heart into a chaotic mess. Chen Shi approached them, his gaze icy. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Shi before turning to Chen Manqing, his face adorned with scorn. I say, you two seem quite idle. Your little brother, Hao, is on the brink of exploding, and yet you have the leisure to chat with me here. Chen Shi's inexplicable words momentarily stunned Chen Manqing. Just then, Chen Manqing's phone rang, and she answered it. What? Xiao Hao has been taken away by the police? Chapter 69. Am I being excessive? In the Chen family's grand hall, after receiving a call from Chen Shi, Chen Shi and Chen Manqing hurried back. Upon entering, they found an eerie atmosphere enveloping the home, with Chen Zhen's expression grave. Yang Qian, Jin Yiran, and Chen Hao were nowhere to be seen. Only Chen Zhen and Chen Shi remained. What has happened? Over the phone, Chen Shi had merely instructed the two to return without clarifying why Chen Hao was taken by the police. Upon seeing the two return, Chen Zhen's countenance darkened. You two, where have you been gallivanting off to at this late hour? Today is Xiao Shi's birthday, and we want to give him a gift. Chen Shi's answer bewildered Chen Zhen and Chen Shi. But soon after, Chen Zhen slammed the table in anger. Why do you care about that scoundrel? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were perplexed by Chen Zhen's furious outburst. Chen Shi sighed, explaining this evening, Xiao Chui went to the police station to report that Xiao Hao had assaulted her. Just before you arrived, the police came to take Xiao Hao away for questioning. Mother and Iran went along. Chen Shi's words left Chen Manqing and Chen Shi rooted in shock. How could this be? Xiao Chui and I agreed to keep this matter confidential and not mention it to anyone. As she spoke, Chen Manqing's eyes widened in realization, staring at her elder sister. Chen Shi nodded. It must have been Xiao Shi who prompted Xiao Chui to do this. She could think of no other possibility apart from Chen Shi. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhen's fury seemed ready to erupt. That scoundrel is taking away 200 million not enough? He actually goes back on his word. Just then, Chen Zhen's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Qin Yushan, he composed himself and answered, Hello, Brother Qin. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yushan's tone turned stern. Chen Laudi, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, don't call me your brother in the future. Chen Zhen was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired that could have provoked such anger from Qin Yushan. Surely, they cannot have known that Xiao Hao was just taken by the police? Brother, when the world has happened to make you so furious? Go look it up online yourself. With that, Qin Yushan hung up. Chen Zhen stood there, stunned, and immediately instructed his 3 daughters, check online to see if something has occurred. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's sudden ire, Chen Shi and the others were equally perplexed. They quickly pulled out their devices to search the web, and soon their expressions morphed into alarm and disbelief. Chen Shi handed her phone to Chen Zhen. Moments latte. Chen Zhen shot up, fists clenched, veins bulging from his hands. What does that scoundrel intend to do? For he had seen the overwhelming news online about Chen Hao allegedly assaulting the maid. The headlines on several major media outlets were dedicated to Chen Hao. Shocking. The young master of a wealthy family has committed such a disgraceful act against the maid in his home. Unveiling the darkness behind wealth, young master assaults maid. What is the truth? The maid's tearful accusation. The young master's assault has left me in agony. Darkness within the wealthy. The maid bravely exposes the truth of the young master's assault. Maid's lament. The young master's assault has made my nights sleepless. In addition to these sensational titles, the content was outrageously exaggerated, depicting Chen Hao as a debauched scion, while elaborating on the alleged assault in vivid detail, as if narrated by a first-hand witness. Most alarmingly, they had even published the DNA test results and a supposed recording of the maid's accusations. Though anonymous, the internet community did not hold back from hurling accusations without evidence. The faces of the Chen family members darkened. It was clear who was behind this orchestrated smear campaign. Untrustworthy, untrustworthy. How could I have given birth to such a son? Chen Zhen fumed, stomping his feet. Is he intent on ruining Xiao Hao? Yet as he uttered this, the Chen sisters suddenly recalled that Chen Hao had previously framed Chen Shi in public on multiple occasions. At this moment, Chen Shi realized that Chen Shi had kept backups of all the evidence he had provided her. The moment Chen Shi left the Chen household, she had dispatched someone to the forensic agency to handle the evidence. Thus, even if Chen Hao was taken by the police, mere word from Xiao Chui could not convict him. As for the news online, without evidence, the Chen family could simply issue a denial, and everything would return to normal. The only variable now was whether Chen Shi still possessed the original test reports. However, public opinion needed to be suppressed. Otherwise, if it spread, the resulting negativity would inevitably impact the stock price of the Chen Group. With this in mind, she called the public relations team to manage the situation. The following morning, Chen Shi went online and discovered that the news regarding Chen Hao had been extensively deleted. Instead, a plethora of disparaging information about the maid emerged, claiming she was vain and had attempted to seduce the young master of the Chen family to elevate her status, and when her affections were unreturned, she had deliberately framed Chen Hao. In contrast, Chen Hao was portrayed as a diligent, helpful, and virtuous young man, with his accolades and commendations from teachers and classmates showcased, emphasizing that he could never have committed such an act. Furthermore, they stated that for certain unscrupulous media outlets, if they continued to spread rumors, the Chen family would take legal action. They even sent lawyer letters to several media outlets that had been particularly egregious. Through this one night, the Chen family's public relations team successfully quelled the uproar. The stock prices of the Chen Group's companies, which had plummeted in early trading, began to recover. Chen Shi arrived at school and expressed his desire to take a leave of absence until after the college entrance examination, as he needed time to deal with the situation involving Qin Xingma. Initially, the school staff resisted his request, but after Chen Shi completed a set of past examination papers in the office, the teacher readily acquiesced, allowing him to enjoy his time at home and offering financial assistance if needed. After resolving matters with the school, Chen Shi lingered at the school gate, not leaving. Sure enough, after a short while, Chen Shi's car appeared before him. Only Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen Manqing had come today. Chen Zhen had been inundated with phone calls all night, overwhelmed with the chaos. Yang Qian and Chen Hao, along with a few others, spent the entire night at the police station. Due to insufficient evidence, they were only released this morning. "Oh, good morning, young ladies," Chen Shi greeted with a cheerful smile. "Why do you all look so haggard? Did you not sleep well last night?" Chen Shi gazed at her younger brother, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. "It was you who had Xiao Chui report to the police last night." Chen Shi nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you post this matter online?" Chen Shi honestly admitted it. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" The Chen family suspected Chen Shi was behind it, but hearing his admission in person still provoked Chen Shi's anger. No matter how emotional you may feel, the Chen family is still your family, and Xiao Hao is also part of it. Don't you think your actions are a bit excessive? Chen Shi chuckled and replied, "Am I truly excessive?" When he repeatedly slandered me. "I didn't see you this angry. Why is it that when it comes to him, you're not pleased?" Chapter 76, Could you give me a ride? Chen Shi was left speechless by Chen Shi's retort and could only take a deep breath before asking, "Do you still have Xiao Chui's test report?" Chen Shi nodded like a chick pecking a grain. "Yes, I do." With that, he pulled a report from his backpack. Chen Shi's expression suddenly turned grave. "Didn't we agree last night? How can you go back on your word?" "Indeed, I have already given you what you wanted. This is mine. What is the issue?" Chen Shi's words sent Chen Shi's blood pressure soaring. "Tell me, what I need to do to get that report from you? Or do you expect us to pay you for it?" Chen Shi pouted, "If you want it, I might as well give it to you." Saying this, he handed the report to Chen Shi, leaving her and the others astonished. They could not comprehend why Chen Shi was suddenly so accommodating. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing were even moved to the brink of tears. "I knew Xiao Shi wouldn't be so heartless," Chen Shi said with joy. Yet, Chen Shi's next comment drained the color from their faces. "Actually, I have more than just this one." With that, in front of the sisters, Chen Shi pulled out report after report from his backpack, estimating there were about 10. He waved the stack in front of them. "Are you sure you want to buy these with money? There are over 10 here. How would you manage that?" Chen Shi continued teasingly. I have a whole pile at home. I'm afraid you Chun family would go bankrupt and still not have enough. At this moment, Chen Shi was genuinely enraged. Chen Shi, what exactly do you intend to do? Do you really want to create chaos in the household? Chen Shi was equally furious. Isn't it you and your precious brother who are causing the chaos? I am merely seeking justice for myself. What wrong have I committed, my dear Chen Miss? Faced with Chen Shi's questioning, Chen Shi let out a helpless sigh. Then what do you want? I simply wish to prove my innocence. I cannot be so magnanimous as to take the blame for your brother without reason, Chen Shi replied sincerely. Do you realize what kind of damage this will inflict on the Chen family? Chen Shi's expression was extremely serious. Then she softened her tone, saying, after all, you are the eldest son of the Chen family, and the family business will eventually be yours. Why go to such lengths? Chen Shi glanced at Chen Shi and merely stated, what is mine, I will reclaim myself. I do not require anyone as charity. Chen Shi paused, staring at Chen Shi with an unusual expression. As for me, you needn't expend your efforts. I will post this online shortly, and you should hurry back to strategize how to manage the public relations. Chen Shi suddenly felt an unprecedented exhaustion, a fatigue that surpassed even the most grueling overtime. Just as the three were preparing to leave, Chen Shi called out to them, eldest sister, second sister, third sister. His words left them momentarily stunned, while Chen Shi and Chen Manqing's eyes turned red, never having found such an address so melodious before. The fact that Chen Shi was willing to call them sister again was a sentiment they thought they might never hear again. Could you give me a ride? All right, sure. Chen Shi responded, disbelief etched across her face, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It had been so long since she had heard Chen Shi refer to them in this manner. In the past, when he followed them around calling them incessantly, they found it bothersome. Now it sounded so delightful. Her spirits lifted considerably. Once in a car, Chen Shi gently inquired, Xiao Shi, where are you headed? I'll take you there. Please take me to the police station, Chen Shi replied with a smile. I feel so sorry for Xiao Chui being vilified by you all. I must help her. Instantly, the atmosphere in the car plummeted to a freezing point, with Chen Shi maintaining a dark expression throughout. Ultimately, they did take Chen Shi to the police station. Noting the group's sour mood, Chen Shi offered a suggestion before they left. Although I can't assist you here, you could reach out to Xiao Chui. If she can change her story, your precious brother still has a chance of avoiding prison. At worst, it would be a mutually agreeable arrangement with the nanny. While it may not sound pleasant, it can still be managed. This way, I can also absolve myself of this burden. It's a win-win, don't you think? The three women return home, their bodies weary. They had initially intended to speak with Chen Shi first and then find the nanny. After dropping Chen Shi off, they began attempting to contact the nanny. But after numerous attempts, no one answered. They even went to her residence, but found no one there, which left them in despair. Dad, Mom! The three exclaimed upon seeing Chen Jun and Yang Qian sitting in the living room, looking troubled. As soon as they returned, Yang Qian impatiently asked, so, did you get the evidence back from him? Chen Shi shook her head, her face filled with distress. This ungrateful child, Chen Jun, who had already been exhausted from a night, flared with anger. Yang Qian was in a daze, murmuring, how can he be so cruel? What have we done to deserve this? Why is he treating Xiao Hao this way? Chen Shi called for Aunt Wang to go upstairs and wake Shen Hao. Yang Qian immediately intervened. Xiao Hao hasn't slept much since last night. Let him rest a bit longer. Chen Shi glanced helplessly at Yang Qian and said, the police may call Xiao Hao in for questioning. It's better to let him get ready. Why? There is no substantial evidence. Hasn't Xiao Hao been cleared already? Why do they still need him? Yang Qian asked in confusion. The three exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, Chen Shi replied, Xiao Shi went to the police station. What? Chen Jun and Yang Qian erupted in fury, their tempers flaring. P.S. trying to ruin Xiao Hao. Yang Qian tried distale. This is outrageous. I'm going to find him right now, Chen Jun said, instructing the driver to prepare the car. Yang Qian insisted on going as well. However, Chen Shi stopped them. Dad, Mom, it's too late. Yang Qian immediately lost her strength, collapsing onto the sofa, then clinging to Chen Jun's arm, pleading, old Chen Shi, you must help Howard. He is still so young. He can't go to prison. Chen Jun and Chen Shi's expressions were grave. If Chen Shi were merely submitting evidence, it wouldn't be so bad. As long as it remained private, they could manage it. What they feared was that Chen Shi would escalate the situation online. Under the pressure of public opinion, it is indeed quite possible that Chen Hao may find himself imprisoned. The only viable solution at this juncture is to locate Xiao Chui, persuade her, and urge her to retract her accusations against Xiao Hao. Chen Shi consoled. To achieve a permanent resolution, one must address the root of the issue. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. Then you all should hasten to find Xiao Chui, Yang Qian urged anxiously. However, observing the troubled expressions on the faces of the trio, Chen Jun immediately sensed that something was amiss. After Chen Shi's explanation, he learned that Xiao Chui had gone missing. You must dispatch someone to search for her immediately. Ensure someone is stationed at her home as well, Chen Jun said, his tone tinged with urgency. As for Xiao Hao, a delay is inconsequential. What truly concerns me is that scoundrel potentially leaking the report online again, which would reignite the public outrage we have struggled so hard to suppress. Suddenly, he recalled something. You should go fetch Iran and head to the nursing home together. Explain the online situation to the old lady. This morning, I received a rather scathing phone call from her. He added, moreover, let her take a stand so that young man does not continue his reckless behavior. At this point, it is likely only your grandmother's words will hold any sway over him. Coincidentally, it has been a while since you last visited her. I will entrust the matter of finding Xiao Chui to Butler Fong. Chapter 71. The Old Lady's Threat After Emerging from the Police Station. Chen Shi made his way directly to the nursing home to visit his grandmother. It had been nearly a month since he last departed from the Chen family and visited the nursing home. During this time, he had contemplated visiting several times, but various matters had hindered him, compounded by his evening obligations to tutor Qin Xingma. Nonetheless, he made it a point to connect with his grandmother via video call each night, providing her with updates on his life to ease her worries. Before long, he found himself at the bedside of his ailing grandmother. Upon seeing Chen Shi, old Lady Zhou's eyes sparkled with delight, and she attempted to sit up in her excitement. Aunt Lu, who had been caring for her, quickly assisted her in rising. My dear grandson, come here so that your grandmother may see if you have lost weight. The old lady exclaimed, her face alight with eagerness as she examined Chen Shi from head to toe. Observing her deteriorating health, Chen Shi felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow wash over him. Grandmother, I am well. You need not worry. Is that so? I am fully aware of the events that transpired last night. Old Lady Zhou replied with a knowing smile. Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. In an effort to shield her from distress, he had always shared only good news with her. Given her frail condition, she had been confined to her bed for years. Grandmother, how did you know? Because I have planted a spy beside you, Old Lady Zhou said playfully, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Moreover, who in Linghai City is unaware of such a scandal? Curiosity piqued. Chen Shi could not help but inquire. Who? That's a secret. You have deceived this old woman for too long, so I cannot divulge it, she replied, making a shushing gesture. Scratching his head, Chen Shi added, will you be upset if I extorted 200 million from the Chen family last night, grandmother? The old lady straightened her posture, glaring at Chen Shi. Silly child, you are merely reclaiming your own money. What a harsh term to use. What about the incident online? Chen Shi felt compelled to confess, sensing that his grandmother was already aware of the situation. Well done. However, the matter has already been suppressed. If there are further measures to take, that would be even more impressive. She commended him with an approving glance. Indeed, there are, but should they be executed, it might adversely affect the Chen family. Chen Shi admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fear not. With the foundation of the Chen family, even if you were to engage in a few more such endeavors, they would withstand it. It is high time that ungrateful wretches and their illegitimate offspring received a lesson, Old Lady Zhou stated. Her gaze filled with fondness as she regarded Chen Shi. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by Chen Iran's voice. Grandmother, we have come to see you. Aunt Lu opened the door, allowing the group to enter. Upon seeing Chen Shi present, the sisters momentarily froze. Xiao Shi, you are here too? Shun Manqing approached him in greeting. I'm Miss Grandmother, so I came to visit, he replied. You little rascal. How dare you show your face here? Chen Iran's eyes blazed with fury the instant she spotted Chen Shi, nearly scorching her false eyelashes. Grandmother, do you know what the scoundrel did yesterday? She exclaimed, gesturing towards Chen Shi, her words flowing forth with indignation. Not only did he ruin Xiao Hao's engagement, but he also extorted 200 million from our family. As if that were not enough, he spread defamatory and fabricated information online, framing Xiao Hao, resulting in his being taken away for investigation, depriving him of a night's sleep. The stock prices of the companies under the Chen Group have plummeted into the red. As she spoke of Chen Hao's predicament, Chen Iran hesitated, torn between labeling Chen Shi's actions as intentional defamation or acknowledging the troubling reality. Yet, even if Chen Hao had indeed violated the young maid, it was a consequence of intoxication, rather excusable. Chen Shi's actions, on the other hand, were undeniably those of a petty villain, bordering on malicious framing. In the face of Chen Iran's merciless accusations, old lady Zhou merely cast her a sidelong glance before scoffing dismissively. Your family has money? Do you not comprehend whose it will be in the future? Do you have the audacity to repeat what you just said? Do you not believe I will immediately instruct your father to marry you off? Chen Iran recoiled slightly, her voice trembling, but he himself declared he would sever ties with the family, making him an outsider, right? Watch your tongue. Old lady Zhou slammed her hand against the bed, addressing Aunt Zhou. Assist me in calling the matriarch of the Liu family and inform her that we consent to the union. Upon hearing her words, Chen Iran's face turned pale, her demeanor shifting to one of panic. Grandmother, Liu Peng is insane. I refuse to marry him. Chen Shi and the others noticed that old lady Zhou seemed genuinely furious, prompting them to hastily clarify. Grandmother, Iran is speaking nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. Xiao Shi will always be our brother. Indeed, grandmother, Liu Peng is nothing but a debauched rich heir, indulging in all vices. I have heard he possesses many perverse inclinations. If Iran were to marry into the Liu family, her life would be utterly ruined, Chen Manqing added in an effort to dissuade her. Old lady Zhou shot a warning glance at Chen Iran, whose frightened expression had turned pale. If you dare to bully Xiao Shi again, do not blame me for being unkind. Chen Iran fell silent, lowering her head, yet her eyes burned with resentment as she occasionally stole glances at Chen Shi. Furthermore, you have allowed Chen Hao to commit such disgraceful acts, tarnishing the reputation of our Chen family. Instead of contemplating how to address the matter of that adopted son, you come here to criticize Xiao Shi. You truly excel, old lady Zhou remarked, her gaze sweeping over the group as if she could see through their intentions. I will be frank with you. Those things were all orchestrated by me, and I instructed Xiao Shi to post them online. Chen Shi was taken aback, realizing that this was his grandmother's way of providing him an avenue for retreat, a potential path for his future return to the Chen family. Though he did not require it, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Old lady Zhou's declaration caused Chen Shi and the others to change countenance, sensing that she had surmised their intentions for their visit. They stood there rooted in stunned silence. Initially, upon entering, they had felt a flicker of excitement at the sight of Chen Shi, anticipating that old lady Zhou would persuade him in person to refrain from further publicizing matter. However, they were caught off guard as the old lady's words dashed their hopes. Old lady Zhou disregarded their chatter, firmly grasping Chen Shi's hand as she earnestly inquired, My dear grandson, do you truly wish to marry that girl, Qing Mo? Chen Shi quickly shook his head in denial, pretending not to notice his response. Old lady Zhou continued, If you genuinely desire to wed her, I hope you can return to the Chen family. This way, I can promptly arrange for your marriage. Even if it takes a few years to obtain a marriage certificate, it matters not. Grandmother, our relationship is not as you perceive it, Chen Shi attempted to explain, but old lady Zhou did not grant him the opportunity to elaborate. The engagement with Qing Mo holds significant importance for both families. It cannot be altered with mere words. Chapter 72. Do I have a brother? I had already made an agreement with Uncle Qin. If I can win the competition, he will allow the engagement to be annulled. Chen Shi expressed his confusion. Foolish child, it is not as simple as that. The contest is best 2 out of 3, and he has yet to disclose one of the competition's events. Even if you win the first two matches, they will have contingencies prepared for you. Most critically, the final decision rests with that obstinate elder of the Qin family. Old Lady Zhou's expression turned grave. However, you must strive to win these two competitions. The expressions of Chen Shi and her companions were somewhat complex, while Chen Iran scoffed derisively. Old Lady Zhou's words piqued their interest. Grandmother, how did this engagement come to be? Upon receiving their eager glances, Old Lady Zhou contemplated for a moment before sharing the tale. It turned out that in his youth, Chen Shi's grandfather had clashed with the ruling family of the capital, prompting him and Old Lady Zhou to venture to Linhai to make their fortunes independently. There, he encountered the elder of the Qin family, and they quickly formed a close bond, eventually becoming sworn brothers. With the aid of the Qin family, combined with his own capability and perseverance, Chen Shi's grandfather soon established a foothold in Linhai after years of hard work. During that tumultuous period, when gang conflicts were rampant, one incident proved particularly severe, drawing the major families of Linhai into turmoil. In a bid to save the elder of the Qin family, Chen Shi's grandfather sustained a life-threatening injury, leaving him with lingering health issues. This act of valor deeply endeared him to the Qin family, who vowed to protect the Chen family as long as the Qin family endured. To fortify their ties, they established an agreement. Should both families bear grandsons, they would be sworn brothers. If a boy and a girl were born, they would be wed. Thus, the engagement between the Qin and Chen families was forged. Tragically, on the day of your birth, your grandfather succumbed to his ailment. As Old Lady Zhou sighed, her gaze melancholic as she looked at Chen Shi. At last, the group comprehended the origins of this engagement, realizing why Qin Yushan cherished Qin Qing Mo so dearly, yet remained unable to dissolve the betrothal, leading to the seemingly frivolous arrangement of this best-of-3 contest. Suddenly, Old Lady Zhou's demeanor shifted, her face alight with anger as she addressed Chen Shi and her companions. Look at what your foolish mother has done. You must immediately announce Chen Hao's status as an adopted son and send him away. The Chen family raised him as their own. Yet since Chen Shi's return, I have insisted on restoring their identities. However, you all have stalled with various excuses, claiming you would treat Chen Shi well to deceive me. Moreover, with Chen Hao's kidney issues, they have used that as their justification. Now, they shamelessly recognize Chen Hao as their biological son. How can that not infuriate me? Upon hearing Old Lady Zhou's words, Chen Shi's sisters grew anxious. Grandmother, you cannot do this. Qin Mo is in distress. How pitiful it would be for Xiao Hao to be cast out of the Chen family. Chen Iran exclaimed, her face full of concern. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Shi and earnestly said, Grandmother, the college entrance exams are approaching. Could we not postpone this matter until after? Moreover, if we announce Xiao Hao's identity now, it would not bode well for the Chen family. After all, last night, the Chen family publicly declared his status before Linhai's populace. If we were to retract it now, who would believe the Chen family in the future? Old Lady Zhou shot Chen Shi a curious glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I advise you to announce it sooner rather than later. However, if you insist on protecting him, so be it. Just do not come crying to me when trouble arises. Chen Shi understood the implication of Old Lady Zhou's words, referring to the incident involving Chen Hao and Xiao Chui. Yet she remained untroubled, believing that as long as they located Xiao Chui, all issues could be amicably resolved. Old Lady Zhou patted Chen Shi's hand once more. Grandson, if you can secure victory in the competition, even if it means contending with the old man of the Qin family, I will ensure that he allows Qin Mo to marry you. Grandmother, I truly do not wish to marry her. Please do not concern yourself with such matters. Focus on your health, Chen Shi hastily clarified. Pa, you are merely afraid of losing, claiming you do not have feelings for her. Chen Iran mocked. Chen Shi dismissed her with indifference. Previously, he might have felt anger at her words, but after last night's events, he had completely let go. Old Lady Zhou shot a disapproving glance at Chen Iran before turning to Chen Shi with a gentle demeanor. My dear grandson, I am in good health. You need not worry. Why not return to the Chen family? That way, even without these competitions, you could still marry Qin Mo, sparing me the need to contest with that elder of the Qin family. What do you think? Old Lady Zhou's eyes sparkled as she reiterated her desire for Chen Shi to come home. Chen Shi understood that she meant well, but he had no inclination to return to the Chen family. As for the family's wealth and assets, he could claim them, but he would never accept them through inheritance. Before Chen Shi could respond, Chen Ren interjected, mockingly, "Grandmother, do not persuade him. He was quite resolute in his desire to sever ties with the family yesterday. I doubt he wishes to return." Old Lady Zhou was taken aback, then bellowed, "Chen Ren, you get out." To prevent further upsetting Old Lady Zhou, Chen Manqing and the others swiftly pushed their youngest sister out the door. Old Lady Zhou's outburst nearly left her breathless. Concerned, they immediately summoned a doctor. Fortunately, there were no serious issues. The doctor merely advised them to avoid agitating the elder again. Chen Shi and her companions resolved that Chen Ran must never be allowed to present herself before Old Lady Zhou again. After a brief respite, Old Lady Zhou suddenly seemed to recall something, her expression darkening with sorrow. The others exchanged worried glances. After a moment, Old Lady Zhou sighed heavily. "The Chen family has endured such misfortune over the years. Your brother barely lived long after his birth, and you, upon your arrival, were swapped with another child. Now, we have an adopted son causing chaos within the family." "What? I have a brother?" Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing wore expressions of astonishment as they too processed this revelation, having never heard of such a thing before. They turned in unison to Chen Shi, eager to discern if she was aware of this matter. Chen Shi maintained her composure. As the eldest, she had been more perceptive during the events that transpired. She possessed knowledge that Chen Manqing and the others did not. However, there were certain matters that their parents had forbidden her from discussing, so she had remained silent with her younger siblings. "Yes, in fact, we were twins," Chen Shi finally admitted, seeing that the truth had been unveiled by her grandmother. Chapter 73. Twins. "What?" Chen Shi and Chen Manqing let out startled screams. The reactions of the others were quite natural, and Chen Shi paid them no mind as she continued. Indeed, at that time, Mother was carrying twins. However, one of them was stillborn, and ultimately only Xiaoshi survived. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a profound silence. The notion that Chen Shi was a twin had never crossed their minds. At that moment, aside from a hint of astonishment, Chen Shi was engulfed by a greater sense of confusion. After a brief pause, Chen Manqing inquired, "What was the cause of the stillbirth?" "I am not entirely sure," Chen Shi replied, glancing towards old Madame Zhou. The others followed her gaze, awaiting clarification. Old Madame Zhou did not withhold information. "One reason was that your mother delivered Xiaoshi prematurely, and the other was that the smaller one suffered from inadequate nutrition, leading to developmental abnormalities, which resulted in its demise shortly after birth." Chen Manqing nodded. Although she was not an obstetrician, she was aware that in twin pregnancies, the competition for nourishment often led to suboptimal development for the weaker one. Therefore, she was not overly astonished. It seemed that Chen Shi belonged to the stronger side. However, Chen Shi remained silent, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he inexplicably asked, "Grandmother, were you and I witness to all of this?" Old Madame Zhou sighed. "During the days surrounding your mother's delivery, your grandfather was gravely ill, and several of the Chen family elders were at the hospital attending to him. Only your uncle and his family were by her side." At this point, a flicker of guilt crossed old Madame Zhou's face. "I had intended to send Jin'er to accompany her during the delivery, but she insisted on staying with your grandfather." Chen Shi nodded, confirming so. "You mean to say that when Yang Qian was giving birth, you and the rest of the family did not witness it firsthand?" Old Madame Zhou slightly inclined her head. "Upon your birth, you were taken to the newborn observation unit, while your brother was rushed to the ICU for resuscitation. Later, we received the news of your brother's passing." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Yet, despite this, your existence brought our family immense joy. Little did we know that years later, we would discover you had been swapped." Old Madame Zhou's expression darkened, filled with self-reproach. "Had we been more attentive to your mother and kept a closer watch over you, such a tragedy might have been averted." However, Chen Shi did not share this perspective. He believed that some events were fated to occur. He quickly reassured old Madame Zhou, though his brow tightened further. He had started to piece together the events of that time and could confirm that Chen Hao was indeed Yang Qian's child, yet the primary issues remained unclear. Now, with his grandmother's narration, a possibility began to take shape in his mind. The group bid farewell to old Madame Zhou and arrived at the entrance of the nursing home. Chen Iran, having been expelled, was waiting there, feeling bored and eager to see them. Upon spotting Chen Shi, she exclaimed in excitement, "Sister, you're finally out. Let us hurry back and comfort Xiaohao." Since last night, after being humiliated by Qin Xingma, Chen Hao had been in a dismal mood, compounded by being reported by Xiao Zui, which resulted in him spending the entire night at the police station. Upon returning home, he discovered that his misadventures had been posted online. The relentless blows to his morale left him feeling despondent. Were it not for Chen Zhen's insistence, Chen Iran would not have ventured out today. Noticing Chen Shi trailing behind, a surge of unwarranted anger bubbled within her. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, Xiaohao would not be facing such troubles. Just as she was about to confront Chen Shi, his glare froze her in place. Ultimately, she could only muster a timid threat. "Chen Shi, I tell you, no matter what, you will never surpass Xiaohao. Just wait for his wedding with Qingma." Chen Shi chuckled lightly. "Your brother Xiaohao is talented in singing and dancing, is he not?" Chen Iran paused, momentarily taken aback. "Your brother Xiaohao is well-educated and erudite?" She responded hesitantly. "Your brother Xiaohao is physically robust and excels in both martial and scholarly pursuits." Chen Iran instinctively wanted to affirm, but suddenly recalled that Chen Hao's health seemed rather precarious, causing her to halt. Chen Shi smiled subtly. "If your brother is capable, then so am I. If he is not, then I certainly am. What grounds does he have to compare himself with me?" Chen Iran wished to retort, but was interrupted by Chen Shi calling out, "Iran, wait for us in the car." She shot a fierce glare at Chen Shi, but said no more as she climbed into the vehicle. "Xiao Shi, do you know where Xiao Zui has gone?" Chen Shi asked Chen Shi cautiously, harboring a suspicion that Xiao Zui's disappearance might be related to him, especially since he had sent her to report the incident the previous night. Chen Shi glanced at Chen Shi, a look of guilt crossing his face as he replied, "I feared Xiao Zui might be scared of retribution from you all, so I bought her a ticket to leave the country overnight." "You." Chen Shi was about to explode in anger when she suddenly realized that the case was under investigation, and Xiao Zui should not have left. Chen Shi seemed to sense her thoughts, chuckling as he said, "The evidence is conclusive. What is there left to investigate? As for the trial, I am Xiao Zui's representative and will appear in court on her behalf." Chen Shi's words sounded almost frivolous, yet they left Chen Shi speechless. For safety's sake, she immediately took out her phone, instructing her secretary to check with the airline for a list of all passengers departing from Linghai City that day. Chen Shi chose to ignore her and turned to Chen Manqing, suddenly asking, "Under what circumstances could twins have two fathers?" The question caught the three present off guard, leaving them bewildered. However, Chen Manqing responded earnestly, "I believe I once heard a friend in obstetrics mention a situation like that. It is called heteropaternal superfecundation." With Chen Manqing's explanation, Chen Shi understood that this phenomenon required two very specific conditions, both of which were exceedingly rare. While such a possibility could exist from a physiological standpoint, the likelihood was slimmer than winning the lottery. Therefore, normal individuals would hardly consider this scenario. Of course, there was another possibility, that Chen Hao was actually older than him. However, this seemed even less likely. One could easily discern the difference between a newborn and a one-year-old child. As for the evidence needed, only the individuals involved could provide clarity on the intricate details. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shi addressed Chen Manqing and the others directly. "Chen Manqing, I need you to do something for me." Chen Manqing felt indebted to Chen Shi, and when he requested her assistance, she was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. "Xiao Shi, what do you need me to do?" "Not for me, but for your own sake," Chen Shi replied with a knowing smile. The others were perplexed. "I need you to conduct a paternity test between Yang Qian and Chen Hao." "What?" Chen Shi exclaimed, incredulous at what she thought she had misheard. Chen Shi paid her no mind, simply observing them quietly. Chen Shi and Chen Manqing stared at him in astonishment. They understood very well what a paternity DNA test entailed. "Xiao Shi, you cannot be serious. Chen Manqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Shi. Chen Shi nodded. It is possible. That's impossible, Xiao Shi. Xiao Hao is the same age as you. The possibility you mentioned is non-existent. Chen Manqing finally grasped the reason behind Chen Shi's previous insinuations. He suspected that Chen Hao was Yang Qian's biological child. Chen Shi also frowned, her expression darkening, perplexed by Chen Shi's intentions. After scrutinizing the three for an extended moment, Chen Shi slowly articulated, "What I mean to say is that my deceased brother is Chen Hao." What? Chen Shi's statement once again left the trio utterly astonished. The matter of his demise had been confirmed by the matriarch herself. How could it possibly be false? Furthermore, if another fetus had survived, it would also belong to the Chen family. Was there really a need for secrecy? Let alone the assertion that Chen Hao was that deceased infant. A question raised by Chen Manqing. Chen Shi, with a calm demeanor, replied, "What if Chen Hao is not of the Chen lineage?" His words struck like a thunderclap, rendering Chen Shi and the others speechless for a protracted silence. It was then that they recalled why Chen Shi had inquired about half-siblings earlier. Impossible, Chen Manqing murmure. Lost in thought, although there had been such cases, the likelihood was exceedingly rare for such a scenario to arise. The woman would first need to ovulate 2 eggs and then engage with 2 different men within a remarkably brief time frame, typically around 6 hours. Chen Manqing had already provided this information moments ago. Thus, when Chen Shi broached this possibility, Chen Shi's complexion immediately soured. Though the probability is minuscule, it still exists. Does it not? Chen Shi remarked nonchalantly. This infuriated Chen Shi, who retorted sharply, "Chen Shi, cease your words. Do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? Regardless of the circumstances, she is your biological mother. How can you insult her so? Engaging with 2 men within a span of 6 hours. Such base conduct is beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman, let alone one from an esteemed family with strict upbringing." Chen Shi added, voicing her approach towards Chen Shi. Their reactions were anticipated by Chen Shi. Certain matters should not be spoken so casually, nor should they be acted upon lightly. Even if a man suspects the child is not his, he typically resorts to discreet paternity testing. Should the woman discover this, even if the outcome proves innocence, it could ultimately lead to a crisis of trust. Nonetheless, it was essential to raise the issue, for who knows what might transpire one day to make them consider such a possibility. But isn't it a fact that Yang Qian and Chen Hao bear a striking resemblance? Do you not find that curious? Chen Shi persisted, attempting to persuade them. The trio pondered, acknowledging that Yang Qian and Chen Hao did indeed share similarities. However, this could merely be coincidental and did not substantiate any claims. Have you never considered why Yang Qian is so invested in Chen Hao, surpassing the typical feelings of a foster mother toward her child? This statement stirred something within them. They understood Yang Qian's feelings for Chen Hao better than anyone else present. Yet, what did it matter? Chen Hao had always been Yang Qian's emotional anchor, and a deeper connection was understandable. Before Chen Shi could continue, he was abruptly halted by Chen Shi, who was now brimming with fury. "Chen Shi, what is your intention? Are you determined to sow discord within the Chen family for your own amusement? I understand your disdain for Xiao Hao and your grievances against our parents. But do you not find your actions disgraceful and devoid of responsibility? No matter your anger or temper, you should not trivialize the reputation of our parents." In Chen Shi and the others' eyes, Chen Shi's behavior was undoubtedly insidious. Initially, he had reported Chen Hao, publicizing the affair with the nanny and causing a citywide uproar. Now, he was slandering his own mother without end. Chen Shi's demeanor darkened. "Firstly, you provoked me. You cast aspersions upon me, and what I am doing now is merely self-defense. Secondly, I have made it abundantly clear that you and I share no further connection. Spare me the incessant references to our parents. Such burdens are not mine to bear." The myriad issues that had arisen in recent days were instigated by Chen Shi, inciting Chen Shi's wrath. "Do you presume I am unaware of your motives for these recent actions? You simply realized you cannot compete with Xiao Hao, resorting to these despicable tactics." Chen Shi's ire intensified. "Let me be clear, your childish antics hold no weight with me. Even if Xiao Chui does not withdraw her accusations, Xiao Hao will remain unharmed. Chen Shi, will ensure his safety. No matter what you do, it will be in vain before me. Observing Chen Shi nearing the brink of losing control, Chen Manqing and Chen Shi quickly restrained her. Chen Shi shrugged them off and continued, "As for the paternity test, do not even entertain the thought. I will never allow Manqing to undergo such a procedure. Regardless of the outcome, the repercussions for the Chen family could be catastrophic." Chen Shi understood this was yet another of Chen Shi's schemes. While she felt a twinge of guilt towards her brother, she had not anticipated Chen Shi's treachery. Is that so? If you wish to think that way, so be it. Chen Shi remained unfazed by Chen Shi's words, fully aware of how he was perceived by his sisters. "I am well aware of your capability to safeguard your brother Xiao Hao. Rest assured, I will not overstep my bounds, at least until after the college entrance examination. Otherwise, how could I demonstrate that your brother Xiao Hao, in my eyes, is nothing more than refuse?" With that, Chen Shi dismissed them and returned home. Upon arriving, he found Jiang Nanxing and Xiao Chui engrossed in a television program. Due to Xiao Chui's circumstances, Jiang Nanxing had taken time off to stay home. Upon seeing Chen Shi, Xiao Chui promptly inquired, "When can I leave, Xiao Shi?" With a smile, Chen Shi replied, "Just wait a couple more days, then you can return home. Oh, by the way, I have already arranged for Qingma to handle the paperwork for you, and your ticket is booked. You will be able to leave soon." Chen Shi had not lied to Chen Shi. He genuinely intended to send Xiao Chui abroad after this ordeal, fearing that leaving her in the country could lead to retaliation. Moreover, studying abroad was also her aspiration. "You must bear all expenses while you are abroad," Jiang Nanxing said earnestly. Women often share a deeper empathy for one another, and thus Jiang Nanxing felt a profound sympathy for the nanny's plight. "Thank you, Sister Nanxing. I can work to support myself," the nanny replied shyly. "That is perfectly fine. Aside from financial matters, if you encounter any issues while abroad, you may reach out to Qingma." Chen Shi decided to entrust the nanny's affairs to Qingma. Although he currently possessed some money, his capabilities were still limited, and there were many matters beyond his reach. "Thank you, Xiao Shi. Xiao Kui Bo deeply." Despite being older than Chen Shi, she still preferred to call him brother. The nanny willingly cooperated with Chen Shi. Partly due to the allure of the opportunity he presented for her to study abroad. Xiao Chui hails from a modest background and had to abandon her studies at a young age to seek employment, with the aspiration of returning to school always lingering in her heart. Another reason for her yearning to re-enter the educational realm is the kindness she received from Chen Shi while she was with the Chen family. When she came to the realization that she had wronged Chen Shi, a wave of guilt washed over her, prompting her to contemplate ways to exonerate him. "It is I who should be thanking you. For the next few days, please stay with Sister Nanxing and refrain from going anywhere," Chen Shi instructed before retreating to his room. He proceeded to send Xiao Chui's real name report and her recorded statement at the police station to Qingma, requesting her to ensure that these materials were disseminated online during dinner time that evening. He then opened a group chat titled Best of Three, which hinted at Qin Yushan's somewhat flippant attitude towards the matter at hand. It was unclear what schemes he was concocting. Since the scandal involving Chen Hao and the young nanny had gone viral online, the group chat had erupted with fervor. Such incidents might not be deemed scandalous in some circles, yet if they were to be revealed publicly, it would certainly be embarrassing. Furthermore, given Chen Hao's illustrious reputation, this controversy could prove catastrophic for him. Although the Chen family issued a denial, the truth of the matter remained an unspoken consensus among those privy to the details. Regrettably, the group also contained a troublemaker, Zhu Yingjun, who seemed indifferent to the Chen family's dignity and relentlessly lambasted its members with vitriolic remarks. He even specifically admonished Qin Yushan, insisting that he must never allow his daughter to marry such a scoundrel. Had the group not been under a self-imposed silence, Qin Yushan would have likely silenced him long ago. Naturally, the members of the group had begun to speculate about the instigator behind the online uproar. After all, they had previously directed their inquiries towards Chen Shi, questioning if he was the one behind it. They unanimously believed that Chen Shi, lacking confidence in defeating Chen Hao, resorted to this stratagem as a diversion. However, to their surprise, After the incident unfolded, Qin Yushan remained inexplicably silent. Even if the marriage contract were of significant importance, it would be reasonable to annul it upon discovering such misdeeds from the prospective groom. Yet the Chen family failed to present a valid counterargument. Doubts began to arise regarding whether Qin Yushan genuinely cherished his daughter or was merely putting on a facade. At the Chen family dinner table, Chen Zhen and the others wore expressions of distress, their spirits noticeably dampened. Chen Hao, in particular, sat in silence, his face etched with worry. Today, new evidence had emerged at the police station, prompting them to summon Chen Hao for assistance in the investigation. But a phone call from Chen Zhen had temporarily suppressed the matter. Chen Hao's sisters also bore somber expressions, each lost in their own thoughts. After Chen Shi and Chen Manqing returned, they fixated their gaze on Yang Qian and Chen Hao, whose strange looks immediately incited Yang Qian's ire, leading her to scold them harshly. "Dad, we checked the entry and exit records for Lehigh today. There's no sign of Xiao Cui. She must have deceived us," Chen Shi remarked, furrowing her brow. "That must mean that scoundrel is hiding her. Otherwise, why can't we find her?" Chen Zhen retorted angrily. "What does he want? Why is he treating his own brother this way?" Yang Qian, lacking any appetite, set down her chopsticks and looked at Chen Hao with concern. "Brother." Chen Shi and Chen Manqing stiffened at her words, instinctively glancing at Yang Qian. Even Chen Shi couldn't help but cast a few glances in her direction. Yang Qian frowned, her tone tinged with irritation. "What is wrong with you all today? Ever since you came back, you've been looking at me with those strange eyes. Is there something on my face?" Chen Shi hurriedly replied, "And no." Yang Qian shot them a glare and ignored their presence. "Mom, he knows he can't win against Xiao Hao, so he resorts to these despicable tactics. It's utterly vile." Chen Aran expressed her indignation over Chen Hao's plight. "It's truly lamentable. As an older brother, how could he treat his younger sibling this way?" Yang Qian lamented, knowing how much Xiao Hao adores Qingma. How could he still attempt to take her away? How can he be so heartless? Chen Shi and Chen Manqing nodded in agreement. Chen Shi couldn't help but suggest, "Mom, wasn't this marriage contract originally meant for Xiao Shi? If Xiao Shi also has feelings for Qingma, perhaps it would be better to return her to him." Before Yang Qian could respond, Chen Hao interjected, choking back tears. "Mom, second sister is right. Qingma was originally Xiao Shi's. A mere orphan like me, no matter how hard I try, can never compete." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Upon witnessing this, Yang Qian's eyes reddened, and she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "No, Qingma must belong to Xiao Hao." Yang Qian's sudden outburst left the sisters astonished. "Shi, I hope you refrain from speaking such words in the future. But Xiao Shi is your own flesh and blood." Chen Shi, with her simple and straightforward nature, instinctively contrat Yang Qian's reprimand. Immediately regretting her words, she realized they might hurt Chen Hao and intended to apologize. However, to her shock, Yang Qian flung her chopsticks, narrowly missing her. It was the first time Yang Qian had struck her, leaving Chen Shi bewildered as to why a mere statement of fact could provoke such ire. Suddenly, Chen Shi's words flashed through Chen Shi's mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Under normal circumstances, the sisters would not have thought much of it, but today, witnessing the unfolding drama felt eerily surreal. After throwing her chopsticks, Yang Qian began to weep, subsequently apologizing to Chen Shi. "Shi, I didn't mean to. It's just that what you said was too hurtful to Xiao Hao." Chen Shi nodded, feeling remorseful as she turned to Chen Hao to apologize. At that moment, Chen Shi's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, she realized it was the Chen family's public relations team. "Mr. Chen, it's bad. What happened? It's hard to explain in just a few words. You need to get online quickly." Chapter 76. Is she that nanny? After hanging up, Chen Shi hastily opened the web browser. At that moment, she could already surmise the nature of the unfolding events without needing to check, although she had prepared herself mentally. The overwhelming flood of news regarding Chen Hao still sent shockwaves through her. Eye-catching headlines flooded the internet once more. The nanny's plea: "How should I protect my rights against the young master of a wealthy family?" Bravely saying no, the nanny fights for rights, unveiling the truth of the young master's misconduct. Nanny's Rights Campaign. exposing the young master's atrocities. Justice may be delayed, but it will not disappear. A nanny's defense against violation, courageously upholding her rights. Earlier in the day, Chen Shi had clearly stated his intention to publish Xiao Chui's real name report online. Chen Shi had also instructed the public relations team to prepare a contingency plan. In any case, they would simply deny everything, claiming the report was fabricated and altered by malicious individuals. They could then release a scandal involving a celebrity to shift the focus. However, Chen Shi was blindsided when Chen Shi not only published the real name report, but also shared the video of Xiao Chui entering the police station and her recorded statement. This unexpected turn of events escalated the situation entirely, drawing the authorities into the fray. Now, they not only had to contend with public sentiment online, but also consider the ramifications for the Chen family and Chen group, alongside the looming question of whether Chen Hao would face imprisonment. Chen Shi slumped wearily into her chair, a look of exhaustion on her face. It was at this moment that she realized she had grossly underestimated Chen Shi's cunning and preparedness. Upon witnessing Chen Shi's listless demeanor after a phone call, the Chen family was engulfed in a wave of unease. "Shi, what troubles you? Has something occurred at the company?" Chen Zhen inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. Chen Shi cast a fleeting glance at the others before exhaling a heavy sigh. "You may as well look it up online," she replied. Moments later. The dining table was shrouded in an oppressive silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Soon, Chen Hao broke into tears, prompting Yang Qian to tearfully comfort him. "Hao, fret not. Your father and sister will assist you. You shall come to no harm." Chen Zhen's expression tightened into a grim line, his fists clenched audibly. Chen ran, while encouraging Chen Hao, directed her ire towards Chen Shi. "That despicable, unscrupulous fiend thinks he can crush Xiao Hao with such tactics. He's delusional." She placed a reassuring hand on Chen Hao's shoulder. "Fear not, Xiao Hao. It's nothing insurmountable. Your elder sister will handle it. Yes, just as we did last night. Suppress the public outcry, and all shall be well." Chen Shi, feeling a twinge of guilt for her earlier words, joined in the comforting chorus for Chen Hao. "Sister, will I truly be all right?" Chen Hao raised his tear-streaked face with worry etched upon it. Chen Shi, confronted with her brother's earnest gaze, found herself at a loss for words, while Yang Qian and the others were oblivious to the gravity of Chen Shi's machinations. Chen Shi understood all too well. In truth, when Xiao Chui reported the incident last night, Chen Shi had already possessed these incriminating videos. He had merely chosen not to release them, instead opting to file an anonymous report to generate a buzz. Once the Chen family had dispelled the rumors and the heat had subsided, he would strike again, forcing the authorities to intervene. With clear evidence at hand, Chen Hao's culpability in the violation of Xiao Chui could very well be established. Chen Shi's silence only served to heighten Yang Qian's anxiety. "Shi, your brother is asking you something. Why do you not respond?" Not wishing to exacerbate Yang Qian's worry, Chen Shi promised to devise a solution. She then turned to Chen Hao with a serious tone. "Xiao Hao, regarding your situation with Xiao Chui, you may have to admit to it if you wish to avoid imprisonment." "What?" Chen Shi's declaration sent Yang Qian into a frenzy, rising abruptly. Chen Shi and Chen Iran shared her shock. Chen Shi swiftly elucidated the reasoning behind her words. "Of course, this hinges upon finding Xiao Chui and persuading her to alter her testimony from coercion to voluntary. After the dust settled, they would clear Chen Hao's name and repackage the narrative. If he could gain admission to a prestigious university or even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, all the better. In that case, the incident involving Chen Hao and Xiao Chui would soon fade from memory. No, how can Xiao Hao be associated with someone of such lowly status? That would taint his life. I cannot allow it," Yang Qian vehemently opposed. Chen Shi, with a sense of resignation, glanced at her mother. "Mother, this is currently the most optimal solution. It benefits all parties involved. Moreover, which wealthy heir does not frequently change partners? But this is a nanny. It's different." Shi, Yang Qian retorted passionately. "If we concede to this, how will others perceive Chen Hao in the future?" Yang Qian's words prompted Chen Shi, Chen Shi, and Chen ran to recall the time when Chen Shi was falsely accused. A scandal that had spread throughout the school, and Yang Qian had remained silent. They began to feel that Yang Qian's favoritism towards Chen Hao was rather excessive. Anchi, is there truly no better alternative? Chen Jin queried. Chen Anchi hesitated before stating, the most pressing matter is to locate Xiao Chui. Ultimately, they could have Xiao Chui record a video, recanting her previous statements and confessing to fabricating evidence and deliberate falsehoods. Serving a few years in prison would be a small price for the Chen family to pay, considering that a few years of hardship could yield tens of millions, a boon that ordinary individuals could only dream of. Yet, if the nanny were indeed hidden away by Chen Shi, all their frantic efforts could come to naught the moment she reappeared and issued a statement. Compounding matters was the necessity of placating the company's shareholders, which left Chen Anchi with a headache. They speculated that the nanny was most likely concealed at Jiang Nanqing's residence. After a brief discussion, they hastened to their destination. At the Qin residence, Qin Yushan and others were gathered in the hall, deliberating over Chen Hao's predicament. Father, how can you allow that scum to marry Qingma? Qin Hao ranted, scrolling through the headlines with disdain. He had long endured comparisons between himself and Chen Hao, often finding himself criticized by his father. Given their similar names, the comparisons were even more pronounced. Finally, seizing an opportunity to turn the tables, he was determined to make his point. Although Chen Hao endeavored to ingratiate himself with his uncle whenever they met, Qin Hao remained unperturbed. Qin Yushan, already displeased with his son, barked, "You insolent wretch! What right do you have to judge others? Take a good look at your own misdeeds. If you remain stagnant, I may well entrust the family business to your sister. Prepare to live off the scraps," he warned. Qin Hao smirked. Whatever, as long as Qingma doesn't marry that green tea. You little brat, you're going to drive your father to his grave. Qin Yushan exclaimed, rising to strike Qin Hao. In a panic, Qin Hao darted behind a beautiful woman. "Aunt, save me." Jiang Xinlian chuckled, gently patting Qin Hao's hand, feigning annoyance as she addressed Qin Yushan. Hao is no longer a child. If you speak to him earnestly, he will understand. Qin Hao nodded enthusiastically in agreement. You spoil him, Qin Yushan grumbled. At that moment, the front door swung open, and the arrival of Qin Qingma transformed Qin Yushan's demeanor, instantly becoming warm and amiable. "Qingma, weren't you at Chen Shi's home studying? Why are you back so early?" It was barely past 8. Typically, his precious daughter would not return until nearly 10. "I had matters to attend to, so I returned early," Qin Qingma replied coolly. It was then that they noticed a girl following her. "Qingma, who is she?" The matronly figure inquired gently. "Her name is Xiao Chui. She was the maid at the Chen household," Qin Qingma stated. "What? She is the maid who was assaulted by Chen Hao?" Qin Hao exclaimed in shock. Chapter 77. Mother, I kneel before you. Xiao Chui will be staying with us for a couple of days, Qin Qingma said, disregarding Qin Hao's outburst as she turned to Qin Yushan. "Is this all the doing of Chen Shi?" Qin Yushan asked, feigning ignorance. He was somewhat at a loss for words, having learned about Qin Qingma's public exposure of Chen Hao's scandal from Qin Hao that evening. If the Chen family were to discover this, he was uncertain how to explain himself. Following the public uproar, he had promptly confronted Chen Jun, and although the ensuing backlash had been quelled, he had pieced together the truth from the events that transpired at the birthday party. Chen Jun had not concealed much from him. They were all aware of the situation, but he had only mentioned that Chen Hao's actions were a result of drunkenness, not a reflection of his character, urging Qin Yushan to grant Chen Hao another chance. Given their long-standing relationship, Qin Yushan found it difficult to outright refuse. Seeking his father's counsel earlier that day, old Qin made it clear that the engagement remains, and while the betrothed may not be Chen Hao, they must be a descendant of the Chen family. This evening, the scandal has escalated yet again, even more severely than the night before. It is akin to presenting evidence directly online, compelling the police to take action. Should the Chen family fail to protect Chen Hao, or if this matter becomes too disgraceful, it would be unnecessary for him to speak. The members of the Chen family would themselves feel too embarrassed to mention the engagement again. Yes, it was he who did this, Qin Qingma replied candidly. Was he resorting to such underhanded tactics out of fear that he could not compete with Chen Hao? Though this strategy might seem effective in the eyes of Chen Yushan, it is indeed a last resort. And Chen Shi's actions will undoubtedly inflict some damage on both the Chen family and the Chen group. To go to such lengths for a woman, harming his own brother and the interests of his family, will undoubtedly leave him vulnerable to criticism. Returning to the Chen family may be easy, but becoming the heir of the Chen group will surely present numerous obstacles. Chen Shima cast a glance at his father, then calmly stated, "No." Chen Yushan was taken aback. What does he intend to do? Is he unaware that such actions are unwise? "I do not know," Chen Shima replied. "Sister, have you not always wished to dissolve the engagement with the Chen family? This opportunity is perfect," Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. Chen Yushan did not refute him. If his daughter insisted on breaking the engagement, he would be in agreement. However, Chen Shima merely shook his head. "There is no need, at this moment. We should rather uphold the engagement, which would instill a sense of guilt within the Chen family, making them feel indebted to the Chen family." Both Chen Yushan and Chen Xinlian were momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion at Chen Shima's response. Although the Chen family's goodwill is significant, it pales in comparison to one's lifelong happiness. They did not believe this was something Chen Shima would articulate. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Chen Shima did not conceal the truth, directly informing them that these words were spoken by Chen Shi. "Damn it, I thought I was the most arrogant person in Linhai City, but it seems there is someone even more audacious than me. Does he truly believe he can triumph in the competition?" Though Chen Hao looked down upon Chen Hao, he still understood his capabilities and achievements. Upon learning of this incident, he did not believe for a moment that Chen Shi could prevail. He initially intended to approach Chen Shi, discussing how to defeat Chen Hao through unscrupulous means, perhaps breaking one of Chen Hao's legs, or finding someone to kidnap him to prevent him from participating in the college entrance examination. Little did he know that Chen Shi's methods were even more despicable, as he aimed to have Chen Hao imprisoned. This piqued Chen Hao's interest in the suddenly rebellious young master of the Chen family. His involvement in this matter was not insignificant, as he did not hesitate to spend his savings, frantically purchasing online support to manipulate public opinion. In response to their skepticism, Chen Shima merely replied with indifference, "Yes, I believe in him." The others were stunned. They had never realized that their daughter might be infatuated. Chen Yushan sighed. "Chen Shi's actions are effective, but I do not believe they will significantly impact the Chen family or Chen Hao. Shingma, you must think carefully. If you wish for me to terminate the competition, I can call the Chen family right now. We are in the right." "No need," Chen Shima rejected, then summoned the butler to make arrangements for Xiao Chui. After Chen Shima departed, Chen Shi earnestly began explaining problems to Jiang Yan. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed outside, followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Jiang Nanxing was about to open the door, but was stopped by Chen Shi. He guessed who was at the door and feared that if Jiang Nanxing saw them and lost control, it would lead to conflict, potentially compromising their position. He first went to the kitchen before opening the door. Upon opening it, he indeed found the entire Chen family neatly blocking the corridor. After stepping out, Chen Shi promptly shut the door. "What do you want?" Seeing Chen Shi emerge, Chen Zhen was about to explode with anger, but recalling that they needed his assistance, he suppressed his fury to question him. "Xiao Shi, is Xiao Chui with you?" Chen Shi, with an impassive expression, glanced at everyone. "If you have come to my home for this matter tonight, I can clearly tell you, you have come to the wrong place. Xiao Chui is not here. You should leave promptly." "Not here? Where else could she be?" "Over the past few days, you have had her report to the police and film videos. You are lying." Chen Iran glared furiously. "Xiao Shi, enough is enough. Just hand over Xiao Chui to us. If there is anything, or if you have other demands, can we discuss it privately?" Chen Anchi attempted to persuade him gently. Chen Shi chuckled. "Sure, have your little brother, Xiao Hao, post a statement online, admitting to the incident involving the nanny. Additionally, you must issue a public apology to me for the false accusations. Xiao Shi, you must understand that this is simply impossible." Chen Anchi waved her hand, exasperated. There is no way the Chen family can comply with any of that. Chen Shi's words were clearly unreasonable. "Impossible." Chen Shi suddenly raised his voice. "You casually dismiss it as impossible. Do you expect me to take the blame for your precious brother's misdeeds?" His words left the others momentarily speechless. When you were with the Chen family, Xiao Hao treated you so well. Even if you do not help him, you should not resort to such despicable and shameless tactics for your own selfish interests. You are truly disgraceful. Chen Iran gritted her teeth. Iran's silence. How can you speak to your brother like that? Yang Qian's sudden outburst startled everyone, including Chen Shi, who was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the first time Yang Qian had spoken up for him, but he quickly recovered and laughed. Yang Qian approached, her face filled with sorrow. Xiao Shi, can you just let Xiao Hao go? Mom will kneel for you. As she spoke, Yang Qian attempted to kneel. The others were startled and immediately intervened. Chen Hao pulled Yang Qian, tearfully exclaiming, Brother, how can you treat our mother this way? How can you force her to kneel for you? If you have grievances, come at me instead. I only hope you do not continue to engage in actions that harm our parents and sisters. Once again, this act was tiresome. Chen Shi could not be bothered to entertain them, his expression growing impatient. Hurry and leave. The Xiao Chui you are searching for is not with me. Yang Qian, who had initially been pretending to plead, realized this tactic was ineffective against Chen Shi, and her tone turned sharp. Chen Shi, this is your last chance. You better bring out Xiao Chui, or do not blame me for being rude. Chen Shi's face darkened immediately. Mom, why are you wasting so many words with him? Just tie him up and search directly. Saying this, Chen Iran made a phone call, summoning the waiting servants downstairs. They had long anticipated that Chen Shi might not comply, which is why they had prepared for this. Once the servants arrived, Chen Iran led the charge to subdue Chen Shi. However, as she approached, a sudden glimmer of light flashed before her eyes. Then everyone witnessed a gleaming kitchen knife poised against Chen Iran's neck. Chapter 78. I am accustomed to your wrongful accusations. In the dimly lit corridor, what had once been a cacophony of noise was abruptly silenced, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After a moment, gasps filled the air. Yang Qian and Chen Hao instinctively took a step back. Chen Shi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Yang Qian quickly shielded Chen Hao, her face tense as she shouted. Young rascal, quickly put down the knife. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Chen Zhen, who had initially maintained a furious demeanor, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of panic. Xiao Shi, please do not act rashly. Let us converse calmly. Chen Shi and Chen Manxing hastened forward, urging him anxiously. Chen Anqi, after recovering from her shock, promptly instructed the servants of the Chen family to vacate the corridor, aiming to stabilize Chen Shi. Xiao Shi, we shall leave at once. Please release Iran. Indeed, Xiao Shi, we will depart immediately. Do not do anything foolish, Chen Shi echoed. They had anticipated some conflict in their attempt to take Xiao Chui away, yet they had never imagined that Chen Shi would resort to wielding a knife. The expressions of Chen Zhen and Chen Anqi, as they gazed at Chen Shi, were filled with profound disappointment. Their earlier assessment of his mischievous nature now seemed a gross understatement. How could someone so volatile, capable of threatening his own sister with a blade, be entrusted as the heir of the Chen group? Meanwhile, the protagonist Chen Iran stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear and astonishment. Her eyes widened in terror, resembling two large copper bells, as she stared at Chen Shi, unable to utter a single word. Are you truly willing to leave? Chen Shi asked, his face betraying an unsettling calmness. His expression remained composed, as though the knife in his hand was merely a spatula. If you release Iran, we will leave. Chen Anqi said quickly. No, you must hand over Xiao Chui to us today. Yang Qian interjected, hesitant yet determined. Sister, since brother is willing to resort to violence to keep us out, it is clear Xiao Chui is indeed in his home. If we do not take her away today, and he moves her, finding her will become exceedingly difficult. As the others began to waver, Chen Hao suddenly expressed his anxiety. Chen Iran, who had been momentarily dazed, slowly turned her head despite the knife at her throat, her face a picture of shock as she looked at Yang Qian and her beloved younger brother, Chen Hao. Yang Qian, meeting Chen Iran's gaze, felt a twinge of panic and quickly lowered her head. However, Chen Hao met Chen Iran's eyes with sincerity, saying, Fourth sister, you need not worry. Brother is merely trying to frighten you. He would not dare to harm you. If he truly laid a hand on you, I would ensure he pays for it and avenge you. Yang Qian, upon reflection, found Chen Hao's words reasonable and boldly added, "Indeed, Iran, Xiao Hao is right. Xiao Shi is simply agitated and would not dare to harm you." Chen Shi and the others were once again taken aback. Setting aside Chen Shi's myriad of vices accumulated over the years, they hardly knew him well. Even in just the past month, his transformation had led them to fundamentally alter their perceptions. How could they possibly voice such sentiments? Even the slightest possibility of putting Chen Iran in danger was unacceptable. "Mother, Xiao Hao, I will find another way regarding Xiao Chui. Let's leave for now, shall we?" Chen Shi urged with unwavering resolve. "Enough. You insufferable brat, release Iran immediately." "We are leaving now," Chen Zhen declared firmly, his brow furrowed. He could not bear the thought of any unfortunate incident occurring. At this moment, Chen Shi, who had remained silent while observing the family's performance, finally spoke. "Indeed, as your Xiao Hao has said, I would not dare to act. After all, taking a life comes with consequences, and her life is of no value compared to mine." Chen Shi lightly tapped the blade against Chen Iran's face before kicking her away. "Truth be told, I was in the midst of cooking when you all arrived, and had no time to set the knife down, hence I brought it with me." Chen Shi waved the knife before them. "You all likely have never cooked, nor even touched a kitchen knife, considering you pampered rich kids have no need for such things. Unlike me, an orphan who must do everything myself to survive." Chen Shi spoke casually, then tucked the knife into his waistband. The expressions of Chen Shi and the others grew exceedingly complex as they listened to Chen Shi's words. Sighing, Chen Shi continued earnestly, "In truth, Xiao Chui is not with me. If you do not believe me, you may search the premises." His statement left them momentarily stunned. All signs indicated that Xiao Chui was indeed at Chen Shi's home. Otherwise, why would he resort to violence to prevent them from entering? They were suddenly perplexed by Chen Shi's intentions. Just as their confusion mounted, Chen Shi opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. Yang Qian's heart leaped with joy as she led the Chen family members to rush inside. "Do not mess up my home. If you do, none of you shall leave today," Jiang Nanxing threatened, lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed. Jiang Nian merely glanced at them as they entered before returning to her studies. The room was small, and they quickly searched every corner, including the wardrobe and under the bed, yet found no trace of Xiao Chui. Ultimately, they had no choice but to exit the room, feeling disheartened. "If Xiao Chui were truly in my possession, why would I go to such lengths?" Chen Shi scoffed. "I could have simply had her publicly accuse your Xiao Hao online. You would have had no chance to manage the public relations." He derided them. "Honestly, you are all a bunch of simpletons." Chen Shi felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks upon hearing Chen Shi's words. Upon reflection, she realized that if Xiao Chui were truly in Chen Shi's grasp, he would have no need for such elaborate tactics. Observing the silence and sorrowful expressions of the others, Chen Shi remarked, "I understand your affection for this Xiao Hao. Therefore, I have not pursued a complete annihilation. Rather than express gratitude, you unjustly accuse me, which truly saddens me." Chen Shi's words stirred feelings of guilt in Chen Shi and the others. His actions had indeed thrust Chen Hao and the Chen family into a precarious position. Yet he had shown restraint. With this thought, Chen Shi felt a pang of remorse and said, "Xiao Shi, we wronged you. I apologize on behalf of my eldest sister." Chen Shi waved his hand dismissively, feigning disappointment. "Do not say that. You are no longer my eldest sister. I understand how you perceive me. Moreover, you have wronged me more than once. I have grown accustomed to it. Xiao Shi, please do not be this way. We will not harm you again in the future," Chen Manqing said, her tone tinged with sadness. Initially, they had been angered by Chen Shi's retaliation against Chen Hao, yet after the events of that night, they found themselves recognizing that Chen Shi had indeed considered the bigger picture and had not acted with absolute cruelty. Chen Shi chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further, and issued a dismissal. "All right, you may leave. Hurry and find Xiao Chui." After the Chen family departed, Chen Shi called Qin Qingma. "Qingma, have Xiao Chui return home the day after tomorrow." Chapter 79. News of Xiao Chui. The following day, the stock prices of the Chen Group, which had been recovering, plummeted again in the morning session, falling more severely than the previous day. News regarding Chen Hao's alleged assault on the family's young nanny and the Chen family's deliberate cover-up spread like wildfire across the internet. While Chen Shi attempted to reassure various shareholders and directed the public relations team to suppress negative posts by hiring online commentators. She also mobilized all available resources to locate the missing nanny, Xiao Chui, who seemed to have vanished from Linghai City, leaving Chen Shi perplexed. By the third day, utilizing the scandal involving the trending celebrity Mei Jibua, alongside the public relations team's efforts to amplify the story, the scandal had surged to the headlines. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seems as though an unseen force is opposing the Chen family, as Chen Hao's notoriety swiftly resurfaces just as it began to wane. The entirety of the Chen household is now engulfed in a whirlwind of chaos. Chen Hao has long since been taken by the police for interrogation, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is highly probable that he will face formal charges. What are you all doing? Hurry and find a way to quell this uproar. Chen Shi admonished the public relations personnel over the phone. President Chen, we are doing everything within our power, but the situation refuses to subside, the public relations representative replied, their tone tinged with frustration. If you cannot suppress it, then devise alternative strategies for public relations. It would be most advantageous if the involved party could step forward to clarify matters. This would provide us with some leeway. Otherwise, Chen Shi was acutely aware that the involved party referred to Xiao Chui. However, the pressing issue was her current inability to locate her. I am searching for her. You must find a way to prevent the situation from escalating further. Chen Shi added, purchase more gossip about Mei Jibua's scandal to push down the trending searches. After ending the call, Chen Shi felt as though her energy had been drained, collapsing into a seat. She had initially thought that even without Xiao Chui, they could easily manage the situation through paid trending searches or by deleting posts, but had proven to be far more complicated than she anticipated. Sister, is there truly no way out? Chen Manqing inquired, her expression rife with concern. Chen Shi simply shook her head in resignation. In the Chen family's grand hall, several sisters gathered to strategize. Chen Zhen had gone to the company to address the shareholders. Is it true that Xiao Hao will end up in prison? Chen Iran asked nonchalantly. Since returning from Chen Shi's home the previous night, her mood had been notably somber. Under normal circumstances, she would have been lively and animated. Yet she remained subdued. The others understood the source of her despondency. Last night, Yang Xian and Chen Hao had disregarded her well-being, relentlessly pressuring Chen Shi. Afterward, both Yang Xian and Chen Hao subjected her to a session of PUA, which she now comprehended, yet she couldn't shake the lingering discomfort in her heart. Chen Shi refrained from providing Chen Iran with a definitive answer, regardless of whether Chen Hao would face imprisonment. His reputation would undoubtedly tarnish if Xiao Chui did not clarify matters. A heavy silence enveloped the group until the shrill ring of a telephone shattered the stillness. Chen Shi glanced at the screen and swiftly answered, What? You found Xiao Chui? Keep an eye on her. I am on my way. Her excitement was palpable. Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, Chen Manqing and the others displayed a flicker of hope. Xiao Chui has returned home. Let us depart at once, Chen Shi exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Meanwhile, in the Qin household, Qin Yushan scrolled through his phone, his expression as dark as a thundercloud. Over the past few days, he had conversed with Chen Zhen several times. In addition to expressing his apologies, Chen Zhen had hinted at a mysterious force opposing the Chen family. Though the instigator was Chen Shi, his limited resources and capabilities could not possibly mount such an extensive challenge against the Chen family. Thus, it was evident that someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Qin Yushan dared not speak, as the force referred to by Chen Zhen was none other than his beloved daughter and his wayward son. Naturally, other adversaries of the Chen family might also be covertly collaborating. Qin Yushan was apprehensive that if the Chen family were to uncover this, he would likely find himself in a precarious position, possibly facing the wrath of his father. Yet, what could he do when it came to his cherished daughter? What of the maid? Qin Yushan inquired of his ineffectual son. Qin Hao, engrossed in his phone, nonchalantly replied, She has returned home. What? Qin Yushan's voice rose slightly before he seemed to grasp something, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seems Chen Shi possesses a modicum of discretion. Jiang Xinlian smiled in agreement, adding, "This child is inherently kind-hearted and will not act excessively." Qin Yushan and Qin Hao paused, the latter appearing confused. "Aunt, you know Chen Shi quite well." Jiang Xinlian chuckled, hastily clarifying, "Anyone chosen by Qingma must possess commendable character." Qin Hao, however, scoffed, "I think he is rather foolish. He should not have let the maid go. If he had simply imprisoned Chen Hao, he would have won the contest. Were it not for Qin Qingma's insistence on allowing the maid to leave, he would have had no intention of letting Xiao Chui go." Qin Yushan snorted dismissively. "Do you think people are like you, oblivious to the larger picture? Have you seen how much the Chen Group's stock price plummeted this morning? Regardless, it is still his family. He is merely venting his frustrations and will not go too far." Jiang Xinlian nodded in agreement, supporting Qin Yushan's viewpoint. After all, Chen Hao was his brother, and he would exercise a degree of restraint. "Enough. Cease your actions immediately. Do not squander time. Once the maid's statement as the involved party is released, this matter will be resolved," Qin Yushan said sternly to Qin Hao. Qin Hao huffed in defiance. "How can you be certain that the maid will assist them?" Qin Yushan merely smiled knowingly and remained silent, seeing his father's disdainful expression and his refusal to engage. Qin Hao, in earnest, declared, when she departed, "She assured me that she would never assist the Chen family." Qin Yushan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine at the sheer absurdity of his son's naivety. She was merely a powerless commoner, and the moment the Chen family threatened her, she would comply without hesitation. If the Chen family offered her a sum of money, she would happily cooperate with whatever they requested. "Please, do you require me to enlighten you? Chen Shi and Qingma have already provided her with ample financial support." Qin Hao remained obstinate, determined to contest his father's viewpoint. This provoked Qin Yushan's ire. "You little rascal, do you feel discomfort unless you argue with me? How about we wager on whether the maid will assist the Chen family?" "Fine, I accept your challenge. Who's afraid?" Qin Hao countered, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. "If you lose, you must return to work at the company and marry." Qin Yushan fumed. "And if I win, you must cease all interference in my life and refrain from hitting me." Qin Hao replied cautiously, "You little brat, if you have the ability, do not rely on my money." Qin Yushan retorted, his temper flaring as he summoned the housekeeper to fetch a feather duster, ready to unleash his wrath on Qin Hao. Seeing this, Qin Hao hurriedly bolted for the door. "Where do you think you're going? Stop right there." Qin Yushan shouted angrily from behind. As Qin Hao fled, he called back to Jiang Xinlian, "Aunt, I'm going to find Qingma. I won't be home for dinner tonight."